Chapter 1, Forcibly Kissing the Absolutely Beautiful Schoolgirl. My dear brother is here. Wait anxiously. Inside a certain hotel room, Chen Changlu pushed open the bathroom door while rubbing his palms. Today, he had made a bet with a friend to become a list 1 big brother, and also asked out the beauty blogger with millions of followers. The benefits of being a rank 1 big brother certainly couldn't be missed. Chen Changlu already had all sorts of classic images floating in his mind. And just at this time, his foot slipped and his entire body fell forward while his hand was still in his clothes. Touch! A huge pain came, and Chen Changlu lost his consciousness. When Chen Changlu regained his consciousness, he felt as if his body was a soft body underneath him. It must be a woman. This was the experience of 10 years in the flower world, and the place where his own hands were pressing was even more elastic. He slightly used it. Ah! A scream finally made Chen Changlu open his eyes. Then he saw in front of him was the face of a stunningly beautiful girl. A pair of surging autumn water-like eyes just stared wide-eyed with him. A standard face type, almond eyes, agaric nose, red lips, although in shock, but that absolutely beautiful face until now Chen Changlu did not forget. This is exactly his own high school years of white moonlight. Du Zhiqiu, Guangnan 15th High School most dazzling students. Not only good academic performance, but also known as the 15th high school ever, the most beautiful school flower. Chen Changliu's head was a bit down. He looked down at the donut that was deformed in his hands, and then at the stunningly beautiful face that was crying out in pain due to the pain. Is it so real in the dream? Whatever. I didn't have the chance in my previous life, but it's still possible to get a kiss in my dreams now? With a milky scent on the tip of his nose, Chen Changlu printed down on the slightly open red lips and took the initiative. Du Zhiqiu was now confused. She was about to enter the classroom and would actually be knocked over. What made her even more devastated was that she actually had a close contact with the man who knocked her down. The double stimulation of up and down made her instinctively open her mouth to scream, but she just opened her mouth. Directly turned into oh. The first kiss that she had treasured for 18 years was just gone. Du Zhiqiu was confused. Chen Changlu was satisfied. Suddenly Chen Changliu's mouth hurt, then he dabbed and jumped up. Then he saw quite a few students wearing school uniforms around him looking at him dumbfounded. The pain in his mouth and the situation around him told him that he had been reborn. And having read too many rebirth novels, it didn't take him more than a few seconds to have accepted it. Then he looked at Du Zhiqiu, who was huffing and puffing as he climbed up. I'll go. I actually forcefully kissed Du Zhiqiu. And also, where did I put my hand just now? Thinking of this, Chen Changlu raised his hands and licked his lips and smiled. At this time, the surrounding students finally reacted. Holy, I'll go. I go. Rogue cow. This belongs to pulling something, right? Asterisk. Asshole hooligan, my heart is broken. I and you are inseparable. All kinds of roars made Du Zhiqiu's face, who had just climbed up, already too red to be red, and Du Zhiqiu, who stood up, saw that Chen Changlu was licking his lips and was also looking at his hands fixedly. Du Zhiqiu didn't need to guess. She knew what this bastard was thinking, and she had also already seen who the person who was eating her tofu was, and a nameless fire came straight out. Dead rascal. Stinking rascal. Go to hell. Du Zhiqiu finished cursing and kicked at Chen Changliu's calf. This time she really hit hard. The pain made Chen Changlu finally come out of his state of masturbation and return to reality, immediately fending it off with his hands and feet while holding his head, and screaming miserably under his breath. I'll go. Schoolgirl Du, you really hit. Where are you kicking? Ouch. Don't pinch. Du Zhiqiu has always given people the impression that she is more elegant and calm, giving people a more immortal feeling, usually, although she is also lively. But now this side of chasing and hitting Chen Changlu has never appeared before. This also made the eyes of the students at the scene fall, but this did not make Du Zhiqiu's image in their minds have any collapse, but rather more full, because with this side of Du Zhiqiu we'll have more fireworks. Chen Changlu scurried around the classroom and corridors, only freeing himself from Du Zhiqiu's pursuit after the teacher arrived. Before Du Zhiqiu went back to her own class, she even gave him a "you wait, this is not over" look, and in the process, among the many eyes filled with envy and jealousy, there were 2 pairs that looked especially fierce, and the expressions on their faces looked even more angry. Sitting on his seat in the last row, Chen Changlu showed his teeth. For being reborn, Chen Changlu was still very happy, and very quickly, he calculated what he should do on the road after he was reborn. His deskmate and best friend, Crocodile, looked straight at him with a murderous look. Chen Changlu looked at him breathlessly and said, Crocodile, why do you need to look at me with such eyes? The crocodile gritted his teeth and said, Hooligan, my white moonlight was actually tainted by you. Assault fierce, lass, marred. You have now become the public enemy of the men in the entire 15th. Chen Changliu's nickname was called Rascal, and this nickname was what the crocodile had spread out. After all, this nickname had been following Chen Changliu since middle school. Still a public enemy. What am I afraid of when I've graduated? But not to mention, You still look better when you're young. What do you mean? It means nothing. Do you know that your behavior just now was very ungentlemanly? Chen Shanglu said, I don't want to be a gentleman. If you want to do it yourself, I want to be a villain. Chen Shangliu's words let the crocodile to listen to confused. Speechless said, why do you want to be a villain? Didn't the old saying go? A gentleman is honest and open. A villain is long gibberish. I think I'm very long. Definitely a villain. Or a real villain. Crocodile was Chen Shangliu's paragraph directly to get down. What the hell? A long time before he gave him then a thumbs up and said, you're great. Tell me what it was like just now with your dragon-grabbing hand and forceful kiss. Why are you so bold all of a sudden? Chen Shanglu glanced at him and said with a mysterious smile, what forced kiss? You're looking at it the wrong way. We're in love with each other. We're just not telling you guys. Also, let me tell you that's your sister-in-law. Any more nasty thoughts but to be 3 cuts and 6 holes The crocodile froze, mainly because Chen Shanglu said it as if it was true. He looked at Chen Shanglu with his mouth wide open and hummed, I'll believe the hell out of you. Big beauty do won't even look at you if she looks at a handsome guy like me. Chen Shanglu looked at him with contemptuous eyes, then used his hand to compare his height, instantly turning the crocodile into a frosty eggplant. Just you 171 height white boy. Looks a little worse than me. Still quite handsome besides. Want grades no grades. Want height no height. Right, I remember you are shorter than others. Du Jiqiu still 1 centimeter. You are called a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Asterisk. Rascal. You are dead. A moment I want to gather the majority of male compatriots to clean up you. You cannot run away. You're playing a trick. Thinking of Du Jiqiu's horrible influence, Chen Shanglu suddenly got a little cold, and the bottom of his speech was a little insufficient. Chapter 2 Unjust Father. Stepmother. Chen Shanglu enjoys this kind of communication with the crocodile. This kind of mutual damage has not been for several years. This is not anyone can chat like this. Crocodile. Real name Zhao Lin. Is Chen Shanglu from elementary school to high school diehard. The family a little money. Can be said to be a small rich second generation it. In fact, reborn to see Zhao Lin he is still very happy. Because in his previous life, Zhao Lin because of a woman to give him a cuckold, to the adulterer to be seriously injured. The other side is even more rich and powerful. Was sentenced to 10 years. In his rebirth back to the time is not out. Next fill in the volunteer is very simple. He is still the same as the last life. Applied for the next province Lingnan University of Finance and Economics. He also passed the 2 line, so he can only apply for this school. When filling out the volunteer, his mind again surfaced to Jiqiu's beautiful face. If there is no change, she should still be the same as in his previous life to apply for CUHK. Although they all went to school in the same city in their previous lives, because of the changes that happened later, Chen Shanglu had to utilize every bit of his free time to work in order to continue his studies, so he didn't meet after going to college. Zhao Lin, on the other hand, because of his poor grades, could only attend a junior college in his province. When filling out the volunteer, Chen Shanglu ran away. He just ran not long. A large number of people ran to find him, not that really as Zhao Lin said to clean him up, mainly over to inquire about the relationship between Chen Shanglu and Du Jiqiu. Du Jiqiu didn't come over to find trouble with Chen Shanglu. She was still full of shame and anger. The scene of that short time of physical contact was still replaying in her mind, making her both angry and ashamed. It wasn't that she was interested in Chen Shanglu. As long as a proud daughter of heaven suddenly had such an incident in public, it was impossible to still be calm. The indignation towards Chen Shanglu became even stronger. Her teeth itched even more. If Chen Shanglu was in front of her, the heart to bite him to death was there. This asshole usually does not have this courage. To himself can never have a line. Do not know what nerve. The courage has become so big. Chen Shanglu rode his 3-layer new 26-turn bicycle slowly skating on the road. Everything is so new. The streets and alleys were filled with music that would be familiar in later generations. There was a beautiful little girl. Her name is Vivian. She had gentle eyes. She stole my heart quietly. In front of the noodle store on the street, there are baskets of glass bottles of Coca-Cola stacked up. Well, it is the kind of bottles of Coca-Cola that Hong Kong movie and TV dramas hold in the hands of the most punks. And it's a great tool for headshots. Passing by a gas station. Gasoline is still 3 yuan a liter. Really cheap. Just appeared in front of the real estate agency on the poster prices or 1,500 a flat. After 20 years that can be over $1 million flat. After the novelty, Chen Shanglu began to think about the future road. In his last life, he suffered not only to go to college, most of the money is their own hard work to earn. In the time of graduation, the grandmother's encounter is even more painful to his heart. Hard to come out. In the career is not warm at the same time. He experienced the most painful thing in a man's life. No money, girlfriend, and people ran away. Spare tire. Licking dog. Because of the lack of money. Talked about 3 years of love without end. The girlfriend of it, you cannot give me the life I want. Get in a BMW and go. Spare tire. Licking dog. Do not say it. In short, is a blow. After experiencing these, he was open to the matter of feelings. It would be better to treat yourself a little better, and then in the rebirth of the back before not married, with a good face and body, as well as a strong capital. He became a prodigal son who can eat well in the love field. According to his words, if he was lonely tonight and had no one to accompany him, his strong capital could guarantee that he would find love. Although this shelf life is only one night, but it's enough. What do you need all that love for? Screw love. I want to get money. With money everything is there. Chen Changlu had a clearer picture of his future path, and it was then that he remembered his current situation. Chen Changliu's childhood was devoid of love. His parents divorced when he was less than a year old, and he followed his mother, but she died when he was 5, and he returned to his father. However, by this time, his father had already found him a stepmother and a younger brother who was a year younger. The stepmother was another extremely powerful person, and his own father was a man with no opinion, so all the love of the entire family was given to his half-brother, Chen Changsheng. Chen Changlu remembers that from the time he remembers, all of his clothes and shoes were worn by Chen Changsheng, and he waited until his own height Chen Changsheng couldn't catch up before he had new clothes to wear. Before junior high school, the daily breakfast money for both of them was 50 cents on the surface, but Chen Changlu knew that Chen Changsheng was $1, not to mention doing housework, coming home from school to cook, wash dishes are his, and Chen Changsheng can do nothing to go write homework. By the time he reached junior high school, his family had contracted 4 acres of land in the suburbs to grow vegetables, and not only did he have to get up in the morning and help pick the vegetables before going to school, but he also had to water and drench the vegetables after school in the afternoon. He also remembers that in order to play ball with his classmates as early as possible, while carrying a black bucket to carry water to drench the vegetables, which can be loaded with 40 pounds of water bucket 2 buckets at a time, a total of 80 pounds of water, and at that time he was only 12 years old. And to this day he still remembers when he first started to carry his own when the whole person cannot even stand up straight. On weekends, he had to take a hoe and hoe the land, and only after completing the task could he go and play. That's why he doesn't look very strong, but he's actually very muscular and strong. And that's why the gangsters in that section of the 15th high school don't dare to mess with him, because that's what they fight for. And although his own half-brother, Chen Changsheng, also did it, he couldn't even reach half of his amount. From the time he was in middle school, he slowly started to rebel, and had more and more conflicts with his own father and his stepmother. Although his studies were not bad, Chen Changsheng's academic performance was indeed better than his, which made him even more unpopular in this home as well as among his relatives and friends. Chen Shanlu remembered that it was on this day that he would be kicked out of the house. Chapter 3. No need for you guys to rush. I'll walk by myself. Chen Changlu returned home, and his half-brother Chen Changsheng, who was a senior in the 15th middle school with him, had already returned, and Chen Changlu saw his princess car. Looking at that beautiful princess car, and then looking at his own 3 new layers of 26 abduction, Chen Changlu laughed out of self-deprecation. When her stepmother Li Xiaomei saw Chen Changlu, she said indifferently, "What's wrong with you, coming back so late, and having to cook only when I'm back? You really don't understand anything at all." And Chen Changsheng looked at him with anger in his eyes, yelling at Chen Changlu, "Why did you molest classmate Du Zhiqiu? Do you know that this behavior of yours is hooliganism?" Chen Changlu looked at Chen Changsheng with an expressionless face. He knew that Chen Changsheng liked Du Zhiqiu. The entire senior class knew that Chen Changsheng and Du Zhiqiu were in the same class and were the same academic bully. "None of your business, idiot." After saying that, he went straight back to his room, no longer caring about Chen Changsheng and Li Xiaomei's crusade against him outside the room. At the dining table, Chen Changsheng looked at Chen Changlu angrily while saying smugly, "Mom and Dad, my teacher said that I'll have no problem at all going to CUHK, and you promised to buy me a cell phone if I got into a major university?" In fact, as soon as he came back, he reported to Chen Aiguat and Li Xiaomei, and now he said it again just to show off in front of Chen Chanlu. And applying for CUHK, that was because of Du Zhiqiu. Li Xiaomei smiled brightly, while chucking meat into Chen Changsheng's bowl. She said, well, tomorrow Mom will take you to buy a cell phone. My son is the best, the first college student of the old Chen family, or a key university. You have given our old Chen family face." Saying this, her afterglow looked at Chen Changlu. Her eyes were full of disgust, and quickly converged. She looked at Chen Aiguat and said, "His father, Changshan, got into a key university. Tomorrow I will call and talk to my relatives and friends. When the acceptance notice comes down I will set up a banquet. What do you think?" Chen Aiguat also nodded his head with a happy face and said, "Good, you get the idea." From the beginning to the end, Chen Aiguat did not ask Chen Changlu which school he had filled in. His father, "Our family's economy is just like that. It's already difficult to supply both of them to high school. Now the cost of going to college is much more than high school, and the family can only afford to send one person to school. Changlio's grades are not good enough to go to a good university. I think it's better to let him go to work and share the burden for the family, so that Changsheng can go to school properly. And in the future the family will count on Changsheng. As in his memory, Li Xiaomei still proposed to let him drop out of school to work. Chen Chanlu didn't refute. Instead he looked at Chen Aigua. He wanted to see if his blood father still agreed with this opinion as he did in his previous life. When Chen Aigua heard Li Xiaomei's words, he simply thought for 3 seconds before nodding. It seemed like it had been discussed long ago. Chanlu, your mom is right. Your grades are not good. You won't be able to go to a good university, and you won't be able to get a good job when you graduate in the future. It would be better to go to work now and subsidize the family so that your brother can have better conditions to study. Our Chen family will rely on him to shine. When Chen Aigua uttered the same words as in his previous life, the only trace of expectation within Chen Chanliu's heart was no longer there. Chen Chanlu was silent. The other three all looked at him. In his last life he was also silent like this for a long time, and finally agreed to drop out of school. At that time he compromised. In the end it was his grandmother who secretly took out her own money and gave it to him, so that he could have his first year's tuition. But this also became the beginning of the unfortunate behind his grandmother, and in his previous life Chen Chanlu regretted it more than once, but now he was no longer him. Chen Changlu shook his head and firmly said, "No, I won't drop out of school. I want to go to college." When Li Xiaomei heard Chen Changlio's words, she said angrily, "What kind of university do you want to go to? It's a waste of money. I can tell you. Our family doesn't have any extra money for you to go to university. Raising you for 18 years has cost a lot of money, and now it's time for you to repay your family. Starting tomorrow this family won't let you live for free anymore. You're an adult now, and we're no longer obligated to support you. If you don't go to work, then you're out of our home." Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng raised his head and looked coldly at Li Xiaomei, then at the expressionless Chen Aigua, and the gloating Chen Changsheng. "Fine, no need for you guys to rush. I'll go by myself." Saying this, he got up and walked inside the room, picked up his school bag, loaded it with 2 sets of slightly newer clothes, as well as some necessary things, and left the home without looking back. From the beginning to the end, Chen Changlio's father, Chen Aigua, did not say a word. As the door was closing, Li Xiaomei's words came out, "Learning from others and running away from home. Humph, it doesn't work well with me. If you have the ability, don't ever come back." Chen Changlu hadn't turned around to look at that home again since the beginning. He was already completely disappointed in this home. Although this home was the one that raised him until he was 18 years old, the memories it brought him were not good at all. In the future, if he became rich, no, there was no if, it would be. Apart from giving them the necessary pension money to repay them for bringing him up, there was nothing more. Chen Chanlu backpack, slowly walking towards the city, he counted all the money on his body, a total of $968, which for him is already a huge amount of money, up to a waiter 2 months' salary more. To know that in 3 years of Guangnan City, a waiter's salary is only $400. This is the bottom line that he dared to leave at home. This is the money he saved from middle school to high school, especially in high school, because it is far from home. He goes to school in the morning, and comes home at night after night study. His daily living expenses is 5 yuan. In this era a bowl of snail powder 5 yuan, a fried rice 2 yuan, a fast food 3 yuan. 5 yuan is just enough for him to eat breakfast, lunch and dinner, only that he often didn't eat dinner, or just use $1 to buy 3 big meat buns, save the money, and then come home at 11 p.m. to eat some leftovers, and that's how he saved so much money in so many years. Looking at the money in hand, Chen Chanlu bitter smile. This money is not enough for him to go to school. Nowadays, university tuition fees are around 3,000–4,000 a year, plus accommodation fees, living expenses and other miscellaneous expenses. Saving a little bit will cost 8,000–10,000 a year. That means he has to earn $4,000 in these 2 months to go to college. Going to a summer job and earning $1,000 for 2 months is already very good, but it's far from enough. Don't think it's easy to find a way to make money when you're born again. After all, it's still hard to move an inch without capital and without connections. Even if you know which stock will go up, how can you make money without capital? He also does not have a system that can make money just by signing in. However, Chen Chanlu is not in a hurry. Rebirth also has the advantage of rebirth. That is, the pattern, vision, and future trends. Not the people of this era can be compared. Right now it was still the most important thing to find a place to stay first. He put the money into the sandwich pocket inside his school bag, and then brought the bag to his chest and carried it backwards. It can't be helped. He is also afraid that his capital for earning money will be stolen and robbed. When the time comes, he really has to wander the streets. After all, the thieves and robbers in this era are arrogant as hell. Chapter 4, Examining Quotations. Night market chance encounter. Close to the city. Began to slowly bustle up. Passing by a granny selling fried flour-wrapped sweet potato chips, the aroma of which made Chen Changlu begin to drool. Asked the price. 20 cents a large piece. Bought 5 pieces. A bite down. Crispy skin. Sweet and soft. Delicious. Eating. Chen Changlio's eyes brightened up. Right. All people cannot get away from food, clothing, housing and transportation. Housing, traveling, and eating is not possible to quickly come to money. But this aspect of clothing can still be done with the money they have on hand. Now a treasure has been established. But online shopping is not a few people know. We can only buy clothes in the physical store to buy. And high profits. Get it right is also can make a fortune in 2 months. The more I think about it, the more I think there is ahead. After a clear goal, Chen Changlu looked for a small hotel in the village of the city to ask for a small single room. $20 a night. The room is very simple. Is to use the folk room remodeling. The house is a bed. A bedside table. Although simple, but at least it is an independent bathroom. Looking in the mirror at that young self that he could only see in blurry photos in his last life. Still handsome. Only the more he looked at it, the more awkward he felt. Chen Changlio's current hairstyle was the most popular type of broken hair in this era. Not with a pusher or scissors, but scraped out a little bit with a razor blade. And the essence of it was the messy, spiky, and disorganized feeling. Hey, this hairstyle doesn't suit me. It's a waste of my such a handsome face. No, I have to get a haircut later. After spending 5 minutes, Chen Changlu took a good shower, took out a clean set of clothes and put them on, then directly went downstairs. The night of the urban village was very lively. There were quite a few hair salons. Chen Changlu casually found one and walked in. After 15 minutes, Chen Changlu came out satisfied. Don't get me wrong, Chen Changlu is not only 15 minutes of strength. He entered the hair salon is formal. A clean and fresh airplane head short inch is not 15 minutes to solve it. This time the sky is already dark. It is time to explore the market. His time is very tight, but he now has no transportation, or very inconvenient. Thinking about it, found a kiosk, made a phone call to Zhao Lin in Pangwei. It was already dark at this time, and all the stores on the street had already turned their lights on, including some hair salons that had small pink lights on. Chen Changlu could see some youngsters sneakily glancing inside when they passed by the entrance of some hair salons with small pink lights, and then walked back again after 2 minutes. 20 minutes later, Zhao Lin drove a rather tawdry scooter motorcycle and pulled Pangwei over. Rascal, why did you run this way? Chen Changlu didn't want to hide from his nemesis, and told the truth and his money-making plan. Too much. There is so do fathers well. 2 books we want to go on cannot go on it. Rascal, this school you have to read on. I still have some money, enough for you to go to school tuition. Also, the conditions here are not good. Why don't you move in with me? My parents are rarely at home anyway. Zhao Lin's parents were busy doing business, so they didn't have time to take care of Zhao Lin. They all paid for things, so the guy had quite a lot of pocket money. Well, I'm in favor of the crocodile's opinion. Rogue, with a brother in the room. This is something to learn. Hearing the words of his 2 best buddies, Chen Changlu smiled. He knew that nothing had changed. Alright, you guys can help me once. What about later? I now have a plan to earn enough money for school during the summer vacation. Hearing Chen Changlio's words, both of them nodded confused. They never thought about making money. They both felt that it was a bit far away from them. But very quickly, the 2 of them were excited, because it sounded very hurriedly pursued. Chen Changlu also put his own ideas out. This is my idea. Call you guys over. This is to let you take me to the most lively night market in the neighborhood to turn around and examine the market. Zhao Lin was the most impatient and roared. Go go go. What are you waiting for? Go to Fulan Street. The night market there is the most lively. Lots of beautiful women at night. Chen Changlu and Pangwei speechless. This guy is timid addiction but big. All day beauty is not away from the mouth. Cannot dare to confess. Pure and pure legend of the Mouth Haya family. These days do not ban the motorcycle. More will not be prohibited to pull 2 people. A car of 3 people with 10 minutes to reach the Fulan Street. Such as the flow of people, a variety of yelling, to the city has brought the fireworks, which in the latter part of the world are about to slowly disappear. The entrance of the street is to sell fruit. Inward is to sell clothes, shoes, bags and jewelry, etc. At the end is a variety of snacks. Can be said to be a set of shopping. Dining is one. Stroll night market. Young people are quite a lot, especially couples. At this stage the bar KTV is still very little. Young people at night is not a lot of leisure and entertainment programs. Shopping night market is a very good place to go. Zhao Lin and Pangwei 2 people are not reliable. Has come to the purpose to forget. Eyes chasing our beautiful women. While Chen Changlu carefully observed the current popular clothing. The bell-bottom pants that were popular 2 years ago now had no market. Ordinary denim, slacks, and shirts were the most popular instead. except that in Chen Changliu's opinion fancy and all kinds of colors could be matched together. It really wasn't good. And the price ranges from 25 to 50, the price in the high point. In such a night market there is no market. According to Chen Changliu's understanding, the price tag of the clothes at least are according to the price of the purchase price more than double the shout. During the period, Chen Changlu also found a pedestrian street managers, asked about some of the circumstances of the stall. Just when the three people were excited, the quarrel from the food stall not far ahead caused a commotion, and the voice was a bit familiar. What are you guys doing? We don't know you? He. We didn't know each other before, but now we don't know each other. Four-eyed boy get lost. We just want to know this beautiful girl. Pa. You, how can you guys hit people? I'll call the police if you guys keep this up. Call the police? Do you know who we are? And don't bother to inquire about who we are at Fulan 7 Eagles? Eating melons is a human's favorite at all times. Even Chen Changlu, who was reborn and returned, was no exception. The three people squeezed in to take a look, and the good guys all knew each other. Zhao Lin stabbed Chen Changliu's stomach with his arm and said, "Hooligan, it's you who molested this schoolgirl today." Chen Changlu was speechless, ignoring him, talking like he was really a hooligan. But seeing Du Jiqiu here was indeed a bit of a surprise. Two groups of people were confronting each other at the snack stand. One group was 5 or 6 punks, while the other group was Du Jiqiu, Li Ping, Feng Qian, Chen Changsheng, Zheng Chang from the next class as well as 2 male classmates that Chen Chanlu couldn't name. Said it was a confrontation, a little inappropriate. Should be the gang of punks aggressive? And Du Jiqiu they in addition to Du Jiqiu is still a little calm. Other people's faces are a little timid, and Chen Changsheng and Zhang Chang face has a clear slap marks. But when the careful Chen Changlu saw Du Jiqiu's small hand that had been gripping her pants, he knew that this chick's composure was feigned. This era was indeed still quite chaotic. The previous years the Gojiao series made the punks in the country scramble to imitate it, and the charm of the idols also turned some kids into punks. Chapter 5, Chick, do you think I'm handsome? Chen Changlu and the others knew about the conflict from the murmurs of the people around them, mainly because Li Ping had discussed a few words about these punks, which they had overheard. Then they saw Du Jiqiu such a superb beauty. How could they not molest a few words? It would have been fine if they had ignored or walked away at this time. But Zheng Chang and Chen Changsheng didn't know what kind of medicine they had taken, thinking that the number of boys on their side was about the same. So they wanted to show some bravery in front of Du Jiqiu. So they had a few words with a few punks. Then the two people each received a slap. The punks' sudden attack. Directly these students who have not entered society. A group of nerds who usually only read books were directly shocked by the 5 or 6 imposing punks who didn't dare to make a sound. But Du Jiqiu stood out. Du Jiqiu regretted a little bit, regretting that he could not resist a few classmates, and they came out to the night market. Although he knew that Chen Changsheng and Zheng Chang were both clearly in love with her, but with Li Ping and Feng Qian, she didn't have that much to worry about. But who knew that she would actually run into something like this? She was now hesitating to call her father. At this time those punks had been impatient. A person brought a bottle of beer and said, "Beauty, as long as you accompany us to drink a glass of beer, this past, how? Brother a few fast enough it." The words of the punks made the students think differently, and they all looked at Du Jiqiu, who pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Just as she was torn, a voice came over. "I say you a few bird people today how that an idol actually ran to molest my horse, is not to not give me face right." The killing power of this sentence was a bit big, directly getting both parties fired up. The 7 Eagle was said to be a bird man. The fire is not big is not true. And Du Jiqiu and those few male students heard someone said his Du Jiqiu is his horse. This is simply in the defilement of the goddess in their hearts. Just by the punks suppressed fire instantly sprung up, and again feel that they are lying again. Everyone looked over in the direction the voice came from and saw Chen Chanliu's 3 people walking out from the crowd. Everyone at the scene was a bit puzzled. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei they all recognized, but who was that tall and handsome boy in the middle? Selling looks made a few girls' eyes light up. This is the man clean, fresh, sunny handsome temperament, and the surrounding men are very different. Seems a little familiar and then take a serious look. Not Chen Changlu who else? But this is too different from the image of that Chen Changlu during the day. Feng Qian whispered in surprise, Chen Changlu? Ziqiu, that handsome guy is the Chen Changlu who kissed you during the day, right? When Du Jiqiu heard Feng Qian's words, she couldn't help but pinch her and pouted, dying. When did I kiss him? I heard that it's all drawn out. Feng Qian's words caused Du Jiqiu's face to turn even redder, while Chen Changsheng and Zhang Chang on the side also heard Feng Qian and Du Jiqiu's conversation, forgetting about the predicament in front of them and the pain on their faces, looking at Chen Changlu with anger in their eyes. The scene at school today, both of them had seen it, and that moment had almost shattered their hearts, knowing that both of them were the school's good academic students. Zheng Chang was even the class president of Du Jiqiu's class, Each of the two saw the other as a rival. But who knew that Chen Changsheng, his half-brother, had actually done what they wanted to do in their dreams but didn't dare to do in reality, and at that time, the two men's gazes were also the most resentful of all the people at the scene. The two felt that their most beloved thing had been defiled. The few punks, on the other hand, had become calm from their original anger to seeing the three of Chen Changlu. It's hooligan, crocodile, huge you three next time don't call us little birds or I'll flip out. Still flipping out, come on, if we don't call you guys little birds, do we call you big birds? A few people were embarrassed when they heard Chen Changliu's words. There was a time when a few people drank with Chen Changlu and then went to put water in the water. The contrast between the birds and the birds directly struck them down. According to them, they were normal people while Chen Changlu was livestock. From then on, Chen Changlu called them birds. The conversation between the few people left everyone else except Zhao Lin and Pang Wei confused. But they could see that Chen Changlu wasn't afraid of these few punks. Hooligans, we're not going to bull ***** with you. Which one is your horse? Isn't this something we have to be given an explanation for? We have to realize that they were the ones who started it. Nonsense. Of course the prettiest one is my girl. Humph, did you just molest her? You want her to drink with you? My fists are a bit itchy lately. Hearing Chen Changlu say that his fists were a bit itchy, a look of fear appeared on the faces of several punks. They were the ones who had touched Chen Changliu's trio, and it was miserable, especially the fists of both Chen Changlu and Pang Wei, which were heavy and hard. Just as the several punks were looking differently, Chen Changlu took the beer next to him and poured a glass for himself, before pouring one for the leader of the punks. After this glass of wine, today's matter will be over. How about it? Good. After the cup of wine was finished, the few punks settled the bill and left. From start to finish Du Zhiqiu they couldn't interject, especially Du Zhiqiu. Looking at Chen Changliu's series of operations, she found that this man was a bit different, and these students behind her were too mature compared to them. Chen Changlu turned back to see Du Zhiqiu still looking at him. The corner of his mouth revealed a cheap smile. Chick, you're looking at me like this. Do you think I'm handsome? You won't be looking at me. Well, that's true. Anyway, we both have skin to skin. Chen Changliu's punchy words directly brought Du Zhiqiu back to her senses. The humiliating scene during the daytime came back to her mind. I don't know why. Today's Chen Changlu always managed to stir up her emotions. Dead rascal. Who's your horse's son? Who looks at you? Said pounced up and grabbed Chen Changliu's clothes, and then opened a stormy attack. As long as it is not twisted. For Chen Changlu is not a big problem, but rather in the process of resistance to bump and enjoy. The smile on his face did not stop. Although Du Zhiqiu is not a quiet person in school, it is considered lively. But the others have never seen such a big schoolgirl do all dumbstruck. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, who knew Chen Changlu the best, couldn't help but give him a nod. The few male students in Du Zhiqiu's class were different. Their faces were ugly as hell, especially Chen Changsheng and Zhang Chang, just like their dead mothers. Chen Changlu found the right opportunity and grabbed both of Du Zhiqiu's hands. There was no way. Du Zhiqiu had already begun to escalate to screwing. I don't know why women no matter how big or small are born with this skill. Stop. Du big school flower. I surrender. I'll make amends. Okay. Du Zhiqiu's anger also came out quite a bit. It's not that she's petty, although that incident at school was a chance outburst, but Chen Changlu pinched, and also came with a tongue kiss. It's not intentional to say that no one will believe it. This was also the reason why Du Zhiqiu was still angry even now. At this time Chen Changsheng stood out and said in a conspiratorial manner, Chen Changlu, what are you doing here? Learning from others who ran away from home. You're not going to sleep in a bridge hole tonight, are you? Chen Changsheng's words made Du Zhiqiu and all of them were shocked and looked at Chen Changsheng. But Chen Changsheng was not a cutie, not back in front of his classmates to tell the hidden truth. As long as the blow to the image of Chen Changlu just now, this era of running away from home and people's perceptions are bad children. Pang Wei has the most explosive temper. Chen Changlu, you and your mom did what nasty things you do not know? Don't worry, you're sleeping on the street, hooligans won't. It's bad luck to see you. Let's go, hooligans, said pulling Chen Changlu outward, leaving only Du Zhiqiu and the few of them. Du Zhiqiu thought about it and pulled Li Ping and Feng Qian outside, while saying, I'm going to find Chen Changlu to settle the score. You two accompany me. Leaving Chen Changsheng, Zheng Chang and a few of their boys there in the wind. Chapter 6 smells like milk again. Du Zhiqiu's three daughters followed up purely because they were curious as to why Chen Changlu ran away from home, and they also felt more secure with Chen Changlu and the others. The three girls followed up. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei showed a different kind of enthusiasm, directly patting their chests and saying that they would treat everyone to a barbecue. The two of them were nodding their heads to Li Ping and Feng Qian, although Du Zhiqiu was more beautiful. But who let their brother have skin to skin with her? In their opinion, a brother's wife is not to be bullied, while Li Ping and Feng Qian, although not as beautiful as Du Zhiqiu, but is also a small family. People to group points. Looking at the front of the two dead friends, Chen Changlu hate cursed. See color forget righteousness of the guy. Pure lapdog. Humph. Du Shiqiu next to Chen Changlu heard his words and gave him a blank look and said, "You're no good either. Stinking rascal. Wrong da. Du big schoolgirl? How many times have you scolded me for being a stinky hooligan today? I've said that it wasn't intentional. Why don't you believe me?" Du Shiqiu red face ba said, "Not on purpose you still stick out the tongue? Oops. The tongue can have any bad thoughts. It just wants to find a mouth to get warm. So it didn't do it on purpose." With these words, Du Shiqiu became even more unsettled and started to get on her hands again. She found that contact with Chen Changlu always allowed her emotions to take control, and she couldn't say anything, so she had no choice but to get her hands dirty. "Auntie, I'm wrong. It's okay for me to surrender. I'll let you do whatever you want." The fighting finally stopped. Du Shiqiu was a bit breathless, her chest rose and fell non-stop. This scene was simply too attractive for Chen Changlu, unconsciously blurted out, "Holy, broad-minded and tolerant." Originally, Du Shiqiu still didn't understand what it meant, but when she saw where Chen Changliu's gaze was focused, the smart one immediately reacted. Directly raising her arms to block her chest, she scolded with a blushing face, "Humph, where are you looking? Still saying that you're not a smelly hooligan." Chen Changlu also felt as if he had overdone it a bit and touched his nose, embarrassedly saying, He, not on purpose." Beautiful things always attract people's attention, but Du Shiqiu already didn't want to listen to him anymore and trotted towards the barbecue stand. Her face was hot now. She always felt that Chen Changliu's gaze was penetrating, like, aggressive, as if it was eager to drill into her clothes. The crowd took their seats, a small square table, leaving the two neighboring seats for Chen Changlu and Du Shiqiu. After sitting down, because of the table, the two were very close, almost shoulder to shoulder. Chen Changlu again smelled Du Shiqiu's milky scent. "If anything, it seems that you can only smell this scent if you are close. I don't know if this milky scent is his body odor or other reasons, but this kind of smell is very attractive to Chen Changlu." Chen Changlu muttered, "I'll only ask her if she has body odor when I have the chance later." In fact, although the 6 people were not in the same class at school, they all knew each other, so they didn't have too many constraints, and after sitting down, they began to inquire about Chen Changliu's running away from home. They are not down on the well nor are they looking at jokes, but in this day and age, running away from home is a very rare event, and it's normal to want to know about it. Pang Wei and Zhao Lin could not wait to talk to the beautiful girls for a while, and once they saw that they were interested in something, they counted down in a torrent. Only then did the 3 girls realize that Chen Changliu's departure from home actually had such an inside story, but when they thought about it, they understood. After all, Chen Changxing was in their class. Chen Changlu, Chen Changxing, 2 brothers in the school dress with completely different, clear-eyed people can see. Perennials wear our 20 yuan wheelie plate shoes, while Chen Changsheng wears 2 or 300 li ning. Chen Changsheng rode a new princess bicycle that cost more than $200, while Chen Changlu rode a broken bicycle that cost 26 turns. Du Shiqiu looked at Chen Changlu. He felt that this boy was very strong in this kind of environment, but his character was cheerful and did not have that kind of inferiority complex. Chen Changlu did not see that kind of contempt from the 3 women. It seems that the 3 people can get along. The 3 views are still relatively good. This again let Chen Changlu had to lament this era many students still retained the innocence, not like the latter days. From elementary school onwards there are a lot of people in comparison with each other. Whose shoes are more expensive? Whose shoes are more beautiful? Whose family car is better? In middle school and high school, it is even more impossible to see. At this time the barbecue and beer came up. Chen Changlu said that the tuition fees for college had been solved, and then immediately steered the topic away. In addition to Du Shiqiu, who doesn't drink, the other 2 women didn't mind, and after 2 glasses of wine, the relationship between the few people became even more cordial. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, the 2 best friends for the sake of women, can only choose to sell out their brothers, to take out his previous broken things to add some jealousy, but also attracted a few women to laugh constantly. But Chen Changlu, thick skin, is not much feeling. Chen Changlu saw sitting next to Du Shiqiu did not eat a few strings of barbecue, put a string of lamb kebabs on his plate, curiously asked, "Why don't you eat it? Is it not appetizing?" Du Shiqiu shook his head, No, I ate dinner at night. Now I'm not hungry. It's easy to gain weight while eating." Chen Changlu heatedly said, "It's fine. You can eat whatever you want. If you get fat, we'll do exercise together to lose weight." Du Shiqiu felt that this sentence is a little strange. Well, with Chen Changliu's tone of voice seems to be which is not right, but she could not figure it out, so she had to change the topic and asked, "Which school did you apply for?" "Lingnan University of Finance and Economics." "What about you?" "Lingnan Central University." "What a coincidence. In the same city. When we go to school, we'll see each other as old folks." Feng Qian, who was sitting next to Du Shiqiu, heard Chen Changliu's words and looked at him with a strange look. Flirting. What? Rascal, do you want to meet our family Jicho's hometown and have a shot in the back? Feng Qian's words directly caused a few other people to burst into laughter, while Du Jicho directly went to cover her mouth. If it was the previous Chen Changlu at this time, he would definitely be shy and blush, but the current Chen Changlu was reborn and experienced. This point was nothing. He gave Feng Qian a thumbs up and said, Feng Qian, I can't imagine that you who are pure on the outside are so dirty. I couldn't see it before. Ah, hey, compared to you, I feel like I'm too pure. Come on, your nickname is Hooligan. Really didn't give you the wrong name. You molested our family Jicho 3 times today. You think I don't know but then again you bastard seems to have changed a lot from before speaking in a set way. Che, brother warning you do not be interested in me, or you will be addicted to the charm of brother cannot be extricated. Tell you brother is a person you cannot see, but also you cannot get the person. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed again, and Du Jicho, who was sitting next to him, slapped his arm and laughed as well. Du Jicho poked Chen Chanlu and whispered, I seem to remember that there are student loans now. If you need them I can ask for you. Chen Chanlu unexpectedly looked at Du Jicho. Applying for a student loan in this day and age was still a bit of a hassle. From her expression Chen Changlu could see her sincerity. He smiled faintly and said, Thank you, no need. I've already made plans to earn my tuition back in the summer vacation. Hearing Chen Changlu say that she was earning her own tuition fees was curious. There were still very few high school students in this day and age who went to summer jobs, and she wasn't some white person who knew how much an average job paid nowadays. What kind of program allows you to make enough money for tuition over the summer? Can you tell me about it? Hearing Du Jicho's words, Chen Changliu's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked her up and down a few times, making Du Jicho look a bit squirmy, while the more Chen Changlu looked at her eyes, the brighter they lit up, and he had an idea in his mind. Chapter 7, Snubbing the Schoolgirl's Night Market Stall. Come, big beauty do. Eat barbecue, big beauty do. This leek is good, nourishing and tonifying the kidneys. Come, have a drink. Chen Chanlu was suddenly attentive. One moment he was getting Du Jicho a barbecue, one moment he was asking her if there was anything else she wanted to eat, and one moment he was taking the initiative to pour her a drink. He was now more like a lapdog than Zhao Lin and Pang Wei just now, and that attentiveness made Du Jicho embarrassed, while a few others were coaxing and thought that Chen Chanlu was launching an onslaught on Du Jicho. Stop, Chen Chanlu, what are you up to again? Don't think I didn't see your eyes darting around. I can tell you that you better not have any dirty thoughts. Is it that obvious? He, big schoolgirl do. Now that you've volunteered, there shouldn't be anything next, right? I'd like to ask the knowledgeable, gentle, virtuous, fluttering like a stunner, looking like a fairy, gentle and lovely, powdered, dumping the country into the city, national color, natural beauty, chrysanthemum, icy and snowy, kind-hearted, and reasonable. Stop, Chen Chanlu, speak human words. Chen Changliu's horse's ass didn't finish. It was directly interrupted by Du Jicho. She would still be happy if this bastards used one or two of these adjectives to compliment her, but so many of them were used to describe her that she herself felt blushing. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lin and the others laughed unkindly, because from the time Chen Chanlu doggedly served Du Jicho, they had been silently paying attention to the two of them. After all, one of them was the center of the girls, and the other was the center of the diehards. Hearing Chen Changliu's long list of unrepeated adjectives directly caused them to stifle their laughter. Du Jicho also couldn't help but laugh. She felt that Chen Changlu was a scoundrel, but it didn't make her hate him at all. Go. What are you guys messing up? I was just about to ask Du de School Flower for help. Whether I can go to college or not, depends on her help. When he said that, several women became interested. Just say it directly. I will definitely help if I can. Chen Chanlu pointed to the distant night market street and said, help me sell clothes at night, and I'll give you $50 a day. How about it? This is just what Chen Zilia suddenly thought of. So many tofu 11 sure, pork 11 sure in the latter days, as well as later on all kinds of coolly dressed netroots hand-blocking boyfriends. The business is extremely good. This is the appeal of face value and sexiness. With Du Jicho's face value, as a salesman and model for the clothes he sells, he can definitely kill an entire night market. After all, at 1.72 meters, with delicate features, the killing power is absolutely explosive. Is your plan to make money by setting up a stall selling clothes at the night market during summer vacation? Yes, Crocodile and Huge will also help me. Originally I wasn't that confident. As long as I have you to help me, I'm even more confident that I can earn this year's college tuition and living expenses with 2 months of summer vacation. Hearing Chen Changliu's self-confident words, Du Jicho thought for a moment and said, okay, I promise, but I don't want your money. Just take it as accumulating social experience. Sharp as a tack, really is the city's third best student of our 15th middle school. Come on, I'll toast you. Not only was Chen Chanlu happy, Zhao Lin and Pang Wei were also excited. After all, the brightest flower of the 15th middle school agreed to go to the night market with them to sell clothes. This was exciting to think about. At this time, Feng Qian said quietly, Chen Chanlu, why don't you invite the two of us? We can also help. Oh, is it that we are not as pretty as Jiqiu and then ignore us? Humph, men really not a good thing. He, which dare my fault. In the end, Li Ping and Feng Qian also joined the team. The three women all said they didn't want to be paid. Chen Chanlu didn't fight with them now. When the time came, he would just give it to them directly and be done with it. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, two people he cannot matter. After all, is from childhood to death. A barbecue, beer on the handle, give money they may not be happy. After all, two people's families are not lack of this money. Thinking of his rebirth back on the first day to fool the 15th middle school history of the most beautiful, absolutely beautiful school flower to stall, Chen Changlu is still very sense of accomplishment. In total, they drank a case of beer. Most of it was drunk by Chen Changlu and the three of them. Feng Qian and Li Ping drank most of the bottle for 2 years, while Du Jiqiu only drank 2 cups. But the three women's faces were flushed and even more tantalizing. Not to mention Du Jiqiu, with Feng Qian and Li Ping such a small family. This time the charm also added a few points. Attracted Zhao Lin and Pang Wei constantly steal glances at the two. The original is absolutely beautiful, Du Jiqiu pure and lovely, and added a touch of charm, so that the flower old hand Chen Chanlu had to sigh. Zhao Lin settled the bill. 6 people ate and drank, only spent $100 out of the head, which in the latter half of the world without 300 or 500 are not possible. This time has been almost 10 o'clock in the evening. After a simple inquiry, only to find that the three women go home in different directions. Chen Chanlu did not ask for their opinions, directly hammering the word, this point you go home by yourself is not safe. Crocodile, you send Li Ping, huge you send Feng Qian, I send Du Jiqiu. Chen Changliu's words out and overbearing, but no one has a problem with it. Feng Qian also flirted before leaving. Chen Chanlu, remember to send us Jiqiu to home safely. Do not continue to pull the silk. Xiao Qian, in Du Jiqiu's shyness stomping her feet, the other few people walked away with a smile, leaving behind only a Chen Zilio who was watching from the sidelines with a smile on his face. Looking at Du Jiqiu in her shyness, Chen Chanlu realized that this brightest flower in the 15th actually had such a lovely side. Let's go. They're all far away. Even if you stomp a hole in the ground, they won't see it. Du Jiqiu glanced at Chen Chanlu without any good humor and walked in a direction. The summer night breeze came in. Chen Changlu smelled the milky scent if anything, and looking up, he could still see the stars dotting the night sky. The breeze, the street, the pedestrians, he felt extremely cozy. Suddenly there was no desire to talk. He just wanted to enjoy this moment of peace of mind. The prodigal son in his previous life, back in his high school days, accompanied the schoolgirl walking on the street. His heart actually calmed down. If he told him in his previous life, he really didn't believe it. Du Jiqiu felt very strange. Chen Changlu with the guy how to not say a word. Just now the words are not still quite a lot. Turning her head to look over, she found that the corners of Chen Changliu's mouth were upturned, as if he was smiling, and his eyes looked so bright and deep in the dim light of the night. She realized that at this moment Chen Changlu had an aura that was not present just now as well as during the day. She didn't know how to describe it, but anyway, she just felt very comfortable. Du Jiqiu's heart skipped a beat, and her heartbeat sped up quite a bit. Both of them did not say anything. Du Jiqiu's home is not very far from the night market street, less than 10 minutes to arrive. Far from seeing the cell door, Du Jiqiu turned her head to look at Chen Chanlu, smiled sweetly and said, Chen Chanlu, this is my cell phone number. Call me when you're ready. Saying that, she took out a phone book from the small bag on her back and tore off a piece of paper and handed it to him. Chen Chanlu took it and folded it up into his pocket. Okay, big schoolgirl Du. I thank you in advance. I think we should be considered friends now. Don't call me big school flower Du. It's hard to hear. Call me by my name. Good, I'm here. At this time Chen Changlu realized that he had already arrived at the entrance of a neighborhood, the family area of the industrial and commercial bank. Okay, you go in. 88. Only after watching Du Jiqiu disappear from sight did Chen Changlu resume strolling the streets towards the hotel. Chapter 8 Couple's Clothes. Returning to the small hotel, after taking a shower, Chen Zilia laid down on the bed. He didn't think about Du Jiqiu. Although it seemed that he was close to Du Jiqiu today, Chen Zilia wasn't arrogant enough to think that Du Jiqiu would like him. After all, in 3 years of high school, he hadn't heard of any male classmates that she was close to. She wasn't high and mighty either. She was still quite cheerful, but kept her distance from her male classmates. Moreover, Chen Changlu has a self-awareness. He is not Grandpa Mao, who likes everyone. He is now considered witch onion. Why think he is reborn? Every woman will fall in love with him. That is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He is now the most important task is to make money. As a person, he knows that the hands of no money. You are nothing. The dog is worse than. The latter day so many brightly insulted others you eat even my dog is not as good as your life is not my dog's life is worth more money and other things such as bull asterisk 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 why will appear. Not in the eyes of ordinary people money is often more important than anything else. The next morning at 9 o'clock Chenggang got up. Today's task is to go to find the source of goods. He put on his only set of casual clothes, although they are all ground floor goods, but with his height, looks, bone structure, temperament, when not talking there is really a bit of a model flavor. This cheap ground floor goods also advanced, and because of the rebirth, his temperament looks a lot more mature than his face. Guangnan City also has a wholesale clothing market, right in the center of the city's Peace Mall. When Chen Changlu took the bus to the Peace Mall, the flow of people has been quite a lot. He was not in a hurry to go to cut the price, but to walk around to see and hear. See which store styles in line with his, listen to other people's price cuts. He recorded these to the hand holding a small notebook. After selecting a few stores, Chen Changlu began to inquire. Boss, how much are these clothes and pants? What's the lowest price? I just came to take a look. I don't know the price. Do you mind if I ask somewhere else? Anyway, if you are the cheapest here, I'll come back and buy it again. That one stall with the same dress as yours just now was only shouting $16. You're shouting 18 now. I'll shop around again. After inquiring about the several stores he had selected, Chen Changlu finally selected a stall named Sisterly Wholesale. Sister, give a real price. You this t-shirt 16 is a little high. Take to the night market to sell can also sell $20. This is not even earn. Little brother, sister here to give you a very low price. You choose this quality do not need me to say. That side of the 12 can give you, but you do not want sister, a little less. I'm a student summer vacation work study. You have to earn me some. Okay, I'm afraid of you. How much can you take? I don't know if it's good to sell. This t-shirt will be 25 pieces, and this jeans will be 20 pairs of jeans. Less is less. But I'll set up a stall for the whole summer vacation, so I'll look for you to ask for them in the future. 15 for the t-shirt, 25 for this jeans for you. Real price, 12 and 20. Little brother I've never seen you haggle like this. All this bargaining, I can only drink the northwest wind. In the end, Chen Changlu rubbed Sisterly the wrong way and took down his favorite clothes and pants at 15 and 24. Although Sisterly said that she sold them to him at a flat cost, he didn't believe it at all, and she definitely made more than $3 per piece of clothing. Just that she didn't take a lot of volume and didn't have the bargaining power. Chen Changlu thought of the broken code. Tail goods. These clothes pants can be bought by the pound. Only now their own capital is too small. Cannot go to find. After the goods, his 968 yesterday's body only $40 left. Back to the hotel has been 3 p.m. He hurriedly ate lunch, called the crocodile, to the scrap market to buy a 2-meter folding table for stalls, and bought a piece of cloth, as well as some odds and ends after the pockets are empty. After all the things are ready, give Du Jiqiu a phone call. He commandeered the crocodile's motorcycle, took a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, came directly to her neighborhood near the gate. After waiting for a few minutes, Du Jiqiu came out, still as pretty as ever, with a 100% turnaround rate. TSK, still so pretty. Just now I saw someone fall down because they turned their head to look at you while riding a bike. Hey, do you think you're a scourge? Hearing this exaggerated praise from Chen Changlu, Du Jiqiu was angry and amused. Screw you, I found that you're fine when you don't talk, but when you talk, you're like a different person, oily and smooth, just don't look like a good person. He, how do you know my mouth is oily and my tongue is slippery? Just flirted with a sentence. See the blushing up Du Jiqiu again have hands to pinch him tendency. Hastily said, here, it's for you. Tonight our stall is open for business. I'll come to pick you up at 7 p.m. You'll wear this outfit and then wear white board shorts. Du Jiqiu asked in surprise, are you so fast? What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm fast? You haven't tried it again? Chen Shanliu's off-the-cuff words were purely influenced by driving in his previous life, but Du Jiqiu didn't know on her way back home, she was still finding it strange that Chen Zilia's words were bull-headed. Not much driving in this era, which is like in the latter part of this degree of driving. Junior high school students are too skilled to be skilled. On the evening of June 27, 2003, Chen Shangliu's ground stall began to start. At 7 p.m., the crowd converged. Pangwei this guy did not know where to get two models wearing boards, making Chen Zilio cry and laugh. Although their small stall does not need to use, but there is always better than nothing. Du Jiqiu 3 women also came successively, especially Du Jiqiu. She tied a ponytail, crossbody a bag, the lower body of a 9-point straight jeans, wearing a simple white t-shirt, chest a cartoon picture, the front hem tucked into the pants, feet wearing a pair of white plate shoes, vibrant body with a beautiful face. It can be said that the youthful, lively and innocent side of a stunningly beautiful young girl is expressed to the fullest. Chen Shanglu knew that she was beautiful, but the impact that Du Jiqiu dressed like this brought to him was still too strong. Just as soon as Du Jiqiu appeared, everyone was flabbergasted, including Du Jiqiu herself, as they noticed that Chen Shanglu and Du Jiqiu were dressed very similarly regardless of style or color. Feng Qian curiously asked, Ziqiu, you and Chen Shanglu's attire matches well, where did you buy it? Du Jiqiu blushed and said, I don't know, he gave it to me. On the side of Li Ping asked with a gossipy face, Chen Shanlu sent? Say, what is your relationship all send on clothes What which have any relationship We did not say that we want to help him, so he said that he needs to set up a stall at night, so I wore it. What can this be? Chen Shanlu helpless. A few missy how so unreliable it. We are out of the stall, or out of gossip can only stand out and said, well, a few missy, I and Du Jiqiu where is the clothes we want to sell at night? I define them as couples clothes. You do not want to think too much. Today An and Du Jiqiu is to play the role of display model. How about it? My eyes are not bad right? There are two of us to add. It should not worry about the sale of it? Yes. Chen Shanlu this time into the goods to play is the idea of couples clothing. He snubbed Du Jiqiu and he set up a stall together is this purpose. Hearing Chen Changliu's words, a few people finally stopped obsessing about why Du Jiqiu would accept Chen Changliu's clothes, but they really did feel that Chen Changliu's vision was good. This set of clothes on both of them male sunshine handsome, female youthful and beautiful. They were more interested in the concept of couples clothing, which was not very popular in this era. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei's eyes flickered, and kept glancing at Feng Qian and Li Ping. Chen Shanglu knew what they were thinking as soon as he saw their movements. Between jokes and laughter, the stall was soon set up. Chapter 9 Open Door. I have a plan. Chen Zilu wrote the prices on cardboard. Couples Clothing Factory Direct, T-shirt 28, jeans 45, 1 set 65, 2 sets 120. The price was so many dollars more expensive than others, but Chen Shanglu wasn't worried. After all, the whole night market street hadn't been gimmicked by anyone with couples clothing. He was exclusive, and with himself and Du Jiqiu's additions, a few dollars more was no problem. Soon, Chen Shanglu them here has become the entire night market stall turnover rate of the highest place. No way. Standing in front of the stall of a man and a woman, male sunshine handsome, female youthful and beautiful, and a 1.72 m, a 1.83 m, are model level height. Two people, to their one stop. Want to have no turnover rate is difficult. Couples Clothing Factory Direct Sales, $65 a set, limited supply, to the first to get. Du Jiqiu a little embarrassed, although she is usually by the attention of others have been accustomed to, but now is not the same. Now she is in the stall, especially Chen Shanglu so a yell. She would like to find a corner to hide. Too embarrassed. Let her also yell that is impossible. Can only silently stand on the side, but the rosy cheeks in the light, but more attractive. Chen Shangliu's yelling soon attracted a couple in their early 20s. From the two people holding hands all the time, they knew that they were in love. Boss, what couple's outfit? Isn't this just ordinary jeans and a t-shirt? Two of you. This is different. This is what we have carefully selected to match. As long as the two of you wear it out together, everyone will know that you are boyfriend and girlfriend. Do you see anything like this anywhere else? And the quality is absolutely top-notch. But this is too expensive for you. Other places t-shirts are only $20. Friends, really do not earn you any money, because we are a piece of one to pick, so that the price of entry is also expensive. Like elsewhere are a pile of take-back certainly cheap Chen Shanglu said here. The young man stopped bargaining. After all, in front of his newly chaste girlfriend has been cutting prices or a little bit off. As this young couple came around, two more pairs also came around, but under the dim light, it was unknown whether these young couples were looking at the clothes or Chen Shanglu and Du Jiqiu. Chen Shangliu's stall managed to sell the first order, which was the first pair of young couples to come. The two directly bought 2 sets, a total of $120. Du Jiqiu didn't even manage to help much, and had already run inside the stall, leaving only Chen Shanglu, who was still standing before the stall, as there were more people. And now there was no need to use her face value to attract the attention of the night market crowd. After all, there were quite a few people surrounding the place, and they also had gimmicky signboards like the couple's clothes hanging above their heads, as well as Chen Shangliu's yelling, whether or not they want to buy clothes, or just want to come over to shop. But as long as there are male and female friends, for the couple's clothing, these 3 words are still very interested. Zhao Lin and his 4 people are also for soy sauce. Hiding in the back of the stalls cannot help, only help to see if there is someone to take the sheep. The 5 people were looking at the customers they were greeting, explaining the features of the clothes to the customers, and how to face the customers bargaining with a strange look. A moment to compliment each other handsome. Good looking. A moment an aggrieved Baba said they do not earn any money. Our hard money. Fengqian curiously asked, how is Chen Changlu so skillful? Has he sold clothes before? Zhao Lin shook his head. No, the rascal has not sold clothes before. I don't know where he got the experience. I see that he is familiar with it. Hey, why do I feel like we are just redundant? That's right, we originally said we would help him earn enough money to go to college. But now, hey, a few people you a word. A word discussion. Only Du Jiqiu did not say anything. She fixedly looked at the big boy whose smile on his face never disappeared. This is another side of him, she thought in her mind. What kind of person is he? Why is it that when he is quiet, his eyes are so deep and he feels like he has experienced a lot of things, but when he talks to himself, he is also smooth-talking, and he always likes to take advantage of himself with his mouth. But although his eyes occasionally flashed a trace of amazement, he did not have the kind of infatuation that the other male classmates had. And now, he was able to face different guests in a sophisticated manner, with smiles and sad faces switching freely. Enchanted man, the stall's business was unexpectedly good. In less than 2 hours, only 4 body shirts and 2 pairs of jeans were left from the 45 pieces of clothes that came in today. With a dry mouth, Chen Changlu drank half a bottle of mineral water in one gulp before saying, close the stall. This is it for tonight. Let's go for a late night snack. The other 5 people looked at me and I looked at you. This is the end of their first day of practicing stalls? It seems like they didn't do anything. Rascal, aren't there still unsold? No need. It's hard to sell just a few pieces left. Let's stop here. Oh so. Only then did a few people come to a realization, and then went up to help close the stall. Not long after a few people sat in a kanji store stall, Chen Changlu ordered a pot of seafood kanji and a pot of pigeon kanji, and took a few bottles of beer. Beer first up. 6 people dry a glass of cold beer. Chen Changlu only feel comfortable. All the pores of the body are open. Summer in the stalls drink cold beer is really a kind of enjoyment. It really wasn't as enjoyable as it would have been if they had gone into a private room. A cup of beer down. Pang Wei couldn't wait to ask, rascal, see how much money was sold tonight? If it was someone he didn't know well who asked such a thing, Chen Changlu wouldn't bother with him, but it was his own best friend who asked, so he didn't think anything of it. Chen Changlu took the money out of his waistband. Luckily there wasn't much collared money. It was all 10, 20 and 50 denominations mainly. In this day and age not having a cell phone to pay is just a pain in the ass. After counting, he sold a total of $1,187, in addition to the rest of the clothes, but also earned more than $300. When a few people knew that in just less than 2 hours, Chen Changlu had earned more than $300, his face was filled with surprise and shock. In just 2 hours he had earned almost a month's salary of an ordinary waiter. This was a bit exaggerated. Everyone's face was intent, especially Feng Qian and Li Ping. Du Jiqiu's family was in a very good condition. A few $100s was really nothing, but what she was shocked about was Chen Changlu's ability. However, Chen Changlu knew very well that this was only temporary, and would soon follow the trend again. This would not work, but this was only his first step. It was used to boost confidence. As you can see, selling clothes at the night market stall is something that will allow me to earn money for college in the summer. Haven't you yourselves thought about earning your own tuition and living expenses for college? Chen Changlu's words caused the other 5 people to look over at him, a sudden look of eagerness on their faces. Seeing everyone look over, Chen Changlu continued, I have a plan that will allow you guys to earn your own tuition fees during the summer vacation. How about it? Want to hear it? Chapter 10 There's a big deal. Will you do it or not? The crowd heard Chen Zilia say that there was a plan that would allow them to earn tuition fees. Full of curiosity to look at him. This proposal they are still very heartfelt. Who does not want to own the money earned during the summer vacation? A hand slap in front of their father to say that I earned it. Chen Changlu also no longer sell the idea. Continue to say, tonight's business you have seen, no need for me to say more, but this gimmick can't be used for a long time. Come to the night market to buy clothes or usually choose cost effective. With the amount I have now, I don't have enough bargaining power when I go to buy goods. If you guys join, our purchase price will be lower, and we can make more money. And this is just the first step. The next step we need to mobilize more students to help us sell. As Chen Changlu spoke further down the line, not only Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, even the eyes of the 3 women were getting brighter and brighter, looking at Chen Changlu differently. As soon as Chen Changlu's proposal was made, the 2 diehards immediately agreed. I'm in. By the time the porridge came up, the crowd had already reached an agreement, with the other 5 people each putting up $1,000 to join the gang. Thank you for your trust, but ugly words in front. The total profit I want to account for 30%. Not I want to take advantage of you guys. Into the goods, picking styles and so on. I personally think it is still more experienced than you guys. No problem, right? Chen Changlu's words just fell. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei continued to support unconditionally. I have no problem. I'm fine with it too. The three girls did not hesitate either and all agreed. After seeing everyone agree, Chen Changlu smiled. It wasn't that he was being wishy-washy. First the little man, then the gentleman. Only afterward would there be no disputes. Chen Changlu gave 5 people a bowl of porridge. After everyone poured wine, Chen Changlu raised the cup and said, "Celebrate our happy cooperation. I believe that after 2 months you will not regret it. You can definitely earn the first year's tuition fees, so that your parents will be amazed. But before we talk about the source of goods, the days in between, let's split into 3 groups to set up stalls and gain some experience. Is that okay?" How could a few people have any opinions at this time? Of course it's no problem. Cheers! Cheers! When the midnight snack was finished, the division of labor was already out. Starting tomorrow, everyone would be divided into 3 groups and 3 locations to set up stalls. Chen Changlu and Du Zhiqiu in one group, Zhao Lin and Li Ping in one group, and Pang Wei and Feng Qian in one group. So it can be said that men and women working together will not get tired, and at the same time, they can also better protect the girls. After sending the 3 girls home, Chen Changliu's trio converged again. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not even 11 o'clock yet, it was the right time to go stepping on the spot. At 12 p.m., when Chen Changlu returned to the hotel, all 3 stall locations for tomorrow had been confirmed. Lying on the bed, Chen Changlu reorganized the whole thing again. The reason why he brought a few of them along and only took 30% of the profits himself was not because he was a saintly mother flooded. He pondered that he was unable to mobilize so many classmates. After all, this was also to be built on a foundation of trust. And he didn't have so much capital. Even if he could talk to people, it was impossible to not have a deposit. Obviously, the deposit couldn't be $1,000. So it is better to bring his own diehard friends as well as Du Zhiqiu. A few heart is still good. Once wanted to help him to make money together. Fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. Besides, with the same amount of money he had invested, he was already enjoying 30% of the profits. So that was fine. A night without words. The second day Chen Changlu 5 people's money to get all the hands of the time. It is already 10:30 in the morning. Holding in the hands of $6,000 of money, with Zhao Lin and Pang Wei rushed directly to the Peace Mall. Sister Li's stall. Chen Changlu to the time. She is greeting customers. Chen Changlu did not disturb her, self-concerned in looking at the clothes, and from time to time in Zhao Lin, Pang Wei to communication. After 20 minutes had passed, Sister Li finally cared for Chen Changlu after sending her customers away. "Little brother, are you bringing a friend to help out with Sis's business?" Chen Changlu didn't answer her positively and asked directly. "Sister, for that quality yesterday, I'll take 200 t-shirts and 150 pants. Give me a real price." Sister Li heard Chen Changliu's words, or slightly surprised, and then is happy. A single several hundred pieces of clothing is also considered a large single. After bargaining, the final price was set at $13 for t-shirts, jeans $22, and this time to take goods, Chen Changlu also chose more styles, so that the buyer can have more choices. After the money and goods were cleared, Chen Changlu asked Sister Li, "Sister, there is a big business you do or not?" Sister Li was a bit curious. "What big business? Do you have any broken code tail goods?" "What, you want to get out of stock?" "Yes, we have a dozen or 20 classmates who want to do the same with us. When the time comes to go to the township fair below, or set up a street stall at night, the quantity can't be small." Sister Li's eyes lit up when she heard Chen Changliu's words. She has out-of-size tail goods in her other stall. If there are really so many people going to sell them together, the amount is definitely not small. Even if a piece of clothing earns $1 or $2, so many people going to sell them at the same time, they can definitely earn quite a lot every day. "There, are you going to see it now?" Chen Changliu's eyes lit up, but there was no time now. "Tomorrow, we don't have enough time right now, but there is a problem. Sister, to meet the amount that so many of us can sell, we only have about $10,000 of capital. The purchase of goods may not be enough. After all, we are students. We can't take out so much money. Do you think we can pay a deposit first, and give you a settlement after selling? We can sign an IOU, and our ID cards and student ID cards can be bet on you. We can't run away from the monk. Don't you think so?" This time Sister Li pondered for a long time before making up her mind to come over tomorrow to talk. Chen Changlu exchanged the crocodile's cell phone number with Sister Li, and then left with Zhao Lin and Pang Wei carrying the clothes. Throughout the process, Zhao Lin and Pang Wei didn't say anything. They just watched silently, and when they were out of the peaceful mall, the two of them couldn't hold their breath anymore. "Hooligans, what are broken sizes and tail goods? Where do we have so many of them to set up a stall? And why do we need to press ID cards and student ID cards? I'll go back and talk to my parents and my mom and borrow a little bit from them first." Not on the line. Looking at the two inquisitive diehards, Chen Chanlu didn't hide anything. "Crocodile, no need." From Sister Li's attitude, the problem shouldn't be too big, and I don't want adults to interfere in it. After all, It's best if we can solve it ourselves. Tailgate and broken size clothing is very cheap. I heard someone say, 2 years ago Lingnan province over their tailgate sold by caddy, or sold by car, said how much a car, how much you can load, how much you can pull. But now I heard that there are more people doing tailgate over there, and the price is not so cheap, but the t-shirt is low at $3 or $5 a piece, and the most expensive is basically no more than $10. Jeans, casual pants, etc. are also cheaper than our current purchase price, only we have not been to Lingnan province, and there is not so much money to go to the clothing factory to find sources of goods, can only find like sisterly they take, although the middle over a hand, but also very cheap, if we can buy goods at a very low price. The more students to help sell goods, we are not the more we earn. Think about it, if we go to the market in the townships below once every 3 days, $15 a piece, $25 for 2 pieces, do you think it's a good sale? There are so many towns around, how big the market must be. And we don't just have to go to the night market to sell in Guangnan City, we can also sell at night on the side of the road where there is a lot of traffic. If we can get more people to help us sell, then we can make more money. You guys remember, this world can't earn much by working hand in hand to make money by yourselves. Letting other people go and help us make money is the only way to make a lot of money. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei both listened to Chen Changliu's long series of speeches and were directly dumbfounded. They began to look a little bit at their own die-hard friend. Was this still the same hooligan who used to brag and fart with them? Chasing chickens and chasing dogs? Chapter 11 The Magical Ability of the Face. The two did not continue to pursue the rest, and Chen Changlu was happy to spend less time talking, but when they went back, they didn't go back to the small hotel. The crocodile directly brought them to a small empty warehouse, which according to him was the warehouse that his parents used to use. Chen Changlu also did not make any pretense. After all, the next plan should also have a point to pick up the shipment. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 people gathered at this temporary base of theirs. Tonight will be divided into 3 groups. All the other several people are both excited and apprehensive. Chen Changlu understands this mood, just like when he just entered the society's first job as a salesman. He could not open his mouth, did not dare to open his mouth to sell to the customer, and did not have skillful salesmanship, not to mention the few of them who had just graduated from high school. So that was why he had everyone come at 5 o'clock. He was going to give them surprise training as well as scenarios on the use of sales phrases. To put it bluntly, it was a mock drill. I'll cut the crap. You guys know what we're going to be doing tonight? It's our own business, so it can only be successful. No failures. Last night you guys were all around to see how I sold to the customers. You might feel embarrassed. In fact, so did I. I did a lot of mental construction before I said it. When Chen Changlu said this, the other 5 people showed odd faces. You call this a lot of mental construction? How come we saw that once you set up a good stall, your yelling was simply too skillful to be true? Chen Changlu also saw the expressions on everyone's faces, but he didn't bother to pay attention to it and started the mock drill. After an hour of surprise training, it looked decent. At least some of the most commonly used phrases in the sales process when he was in the face could already be used skillfully, especially Li Ping and Feng Qian. Well, our surprise training is here. A lot of things can only be experienced when you personally go through the sales process. We are divided into 3 sales points. I propose then the group with the lowest sales tonight. Treat everyone to a midnight snack. The money will be deducted from the dividends in the future. How about it? No comments, right? Chen Chanliu's proposal passed unanimously, and Chen Changlu could see their desire to fight. After all, no one wanted to be overwhelmed by others. Also, this small group of ours needs a bookkeeper for future statistics. I suggest that Du Jiqiu take charge of it. Does everyone have an opinion? Chen Changliu's words caused Du Jiqiu to freeze for a moment, then hastily shook his head in rejection. I can't. I haven't done any of this. She had originally only gone to help Chen Changlu within her means because he was in danger of dropping out of school due to his family. Then to the point where it evolved into joining the gang. It was also just a matter of wanting to experience a bit of social experience, but it was useless for her to refuse. The others passed with 5 votes. Chen Changlu took the purchase order for today's goods as well as the remaining money into her account, and Du Jiqiu could only accept it with a stiff upper lip. This time the purchase price was lowered, and the selling price Chen Changlu also adjusted it down a bit, in order to promote the sales volume. 7 p.m. Fulan Street, same place as last night. Chen Changlu had already set up his stall. Today's goods were more sufficient. He and Du Jiqiu took 80 t-shirts and 70 pants. Stall selling is boring, but also full of fulfillment. Every piece of clothing sold and received money can make a person full of pleasure. Du Jiqiu went from being bewildered at first and blushing from time to time, but when she sold a set of clothes herself, her little face turned red with excitement. A hand grabbed Chen Changliu's arm and said, "Chen Changlu, I sold it. I sold it." Chen Changlu looked at Du Jiqiu with amusement as if she was a small child who had acquired a beloved toy. remembering that in his previous life, when he was successful in his first sale, wasn't he also the same as the current Du Jiqiu? After that, Du Jiqiu was like a chicken blood? The whole person was very active. Then Chen Changlu sadly found himself as if he couldn't sell Du Jiqiu, especially some single men. Simply, for Chen Changlu when they struck up a conversation, was always looked at him with a kind of disdainful eyes. For the first time, Chen Changlu truly saw the magical ability of face value that meant everything, simply hanging over his physical attacks. So what if there were better sales techniques? So what if there was a more enthusiastic smile and attitude in front of the face value, especially in front of the level of face value of the absolutely beautiful school flower? It was simply unbeatable. The Amazons and uncles from the stalls next to them were jealous. Looking at the state of never being short of people in front of Chen Shanglu's in their stalls, Chen Shanglu could see them drifting over with those jealous eyes from time to time. TSK, I was going to take you flying, but who knew that I was the joke, and I actually ended up being taken flying by you. Chen Changlu looked at Du Jiqiu whose forehead was sweating, suddenly felt a bit distressed and went to the side to buy a bottle of chilled mineral water. Du Jiqiu had just sold a t-shirt when a bottle of mineral water was suddenly handed over next to him. Du Jiqiu, here, take a sip of water. Take a break by the way. Let me do it. Leave some opportunities for me. Otherwise I'll become a poser. Du Jiqiu was not polite, smiled sweetly at Chen Changlu, and took the mineral water, only to realize that the cap had been unscrewed for her. It was not obvious that it was quite attentive. 12 p.m., temporary base, 3 groups of people have returned here. Although it looks like everyone is very tired, but the spirit is very exuberant. As soon as he saw Chen Changlu, Pang Wei yelled out, "Rascal, I like the feeling of receiving money too much." Ha ha, the crowd chatted as soon as you and I spoke. In a nutshell, it boiled down to the fact that they were a bit timid at first, but they slowly got better, and then they just started enjoying the process. After taking inventory, Chen Changlu found that the other 2 groups had basically sold 70% of their goods, and they themselves had even sold 85%, leaving too little to sell. This did not come as a surprise to him. Some night market stalls sell 3,000 to 5,000 a night. That is very normal. Not to mention that Feng Qian, Li Ping is also considered a little beauty. There is also a plus effect. After everyone's statistics, tonight's results finally came out. Du Jiqiu took a notebook and said, "Okay, I'll give you all a report on our results tonight. Tonight we sold a total of $7,896. The remaining backlog of goods, there are 46 t-shirts, 38 pairs of pants. Sales out of the conservative estimate can be sold to $3,000. We spent a total of $5,900 on the stock, which means we've netted $2,000 before we've even sold it all out. Wow, that much? Are we that good? He. It seems like we'll have no problem earning enough for tuition this summer, and when the time comes for me to pay back my tuition in front of my dad, I'll see how he still lectures me." Chapter 12. Let me feel your conscience to see if you are lying. Chen Changlu told the source of the broken coat tail goods, and the 3 women were all very happy to know that this was money they had earned themselves. That sense of accomplishment was incomparable to anything else. In fact, Chen Changlu could have accumulated another 10 days and half a month later to do it alone, but he brought them 5 people to do it together. Not that Chen Changlu was a saint, not to mention Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, the 2 diehards in their previous and current lives. The friendship between them over the course of a decade was worth him bringing them. As for Du Jiqiu, Li Ping, and Feng Qian, after knowing about him, not only did they not belittle him or despise him, but they also actively helped, and it was the kind that didn't want to be paid. For such students with a positive outlook, Chen Changlu did not want to lose. Of course, the main point is that Du Jiqiu beautiful and his own 2 diehard party also to the other 2 women a little heart. In fact, the most important point is that if Chen Changlu himself will be very tired to do it alone, want to mobilize enough students is very difficult. There are 5 of them to join. It is twice the result with half the effort. After all, the summer vacation is short. Cannot afford to procrastinate. The business world is like this. Sometimes eating alone does not necessarily have to share out to earn more. Moreover, a few people know what happened to him, the reason for not counting the reward to help him, which is rare. Now that he was reborn back to the age of 19, influenced by this body, his mind seemed to be young back as well, but his experiences were always still there. In his past life and present life, he had always adhered to a principle of being a human being. If others respect me afoot, I will respect others afoot. If others treat me well, I will not be mean to others. Chen Changlu began to set up the task, which was to identify classmates with trustworthy character, and it was best to choose classmates from poorer families. This will not only help the classmates, they will also be more committed. This is a 2-for-1 thing. Finally, Chen Changlu set $30 a day of base salary, and sell a piece of clothing plus $1 commission. but also set the bottom line of sales. If 3 days unqualified will end the cooperation. Not he cannot trust others. There is a way to know people know the face do not know the heart. This society is not a lack of grinding people. After all, even if only $30 a day of base salary, but also than the market now ordinary waiter job treatment much better. After confirming all the details, the end of the day's work, the same man is responsible for sending the girl home. After 2 days of contact, Chen Changlu and Du Jiqiu could already be said to have become friends, and had become more casual in their speech. Big schoolgirl Du. Your parents aren't worried about you if you've been going back so late for the past 2 days? Aren't they afraid that their family's cabbages will be arched by pigs? What pigs arching cabbages? What are you talking about? Looking at Du Jiqiu's confused face, Chen Changlu was also speechless. The internet is not popular enough right now, and there are fewer various stems. He can't remember if the pig arching over the cabbage stems are available right now. It's fine. It just describes that your parents aren't afraid of you being abducted by someone else. Hearing Chen Changliu's explanation, Du Jiqiu half understood. My mother transferred to Lingnan province a few months ago, and my father is often away on business trips. Besides, I'm an adult. How could I be abducted by someone else? I'm not a little kid who doesn't know anything anymore. Che, said you know everything, then I ask you where I live. Upstairs there is a girl really poor. Every night by the boyfriend beat screaming, but her boyfriend every time to play 2 minutes will not play. Do you know why? At first Du Jiqiu thought for a moment, but quickly reacted and chased after Chen Changlu to clean up. Chen Changlu in the end deliberately gave her a catch, enduring a few blows of the 9 white bone claws and accepting Du Jiqiu's furious bombardment of him. Her bratty side was starting to come out again. Chen Changlu, why is your brain so dirty? The nickname of hooligan really isn't wrong at all. Think about it, I regret it now. I actually agreed to go with you to set up a stall. Pissed me off. Chen Changlu said aggrievedly. Hey, Du big schoolgirl, where did I play a hooligan? You're not talking about the school, right? Injustice. I dare to say with a clear conscience that I didn't. You dare to say with a clear conscience that I molested you? Chen Changlu said while still putting his right hand on his chest. The furious Du Jiqiu didn't doubt him, directly also put his right hand on his chest and said, how do I not dare? I now also feel my conscience to say, you are intentionally eating my tofu. This is not called a hooligan? Chen Changliu's eyes are wide up. Wearing a t-shirt Du Jiqiu chest is erect. So a conscience action for Chen Changlu is full of temptation. He remembered that day's hand feeling, but he hid his eyes very well. His mouth continued. Good you Du Jiqiu. You are simply lying with your conscience. Won't your heart beat faster? I don't believe you. Point your hand down. Yes, right here. Don't you feel your heart beating faster? If you don't let me touch your conscience and see if your heartbeat speeds up, then I'll know if you're telling lies with a clear conscience. Good. Then, Du Jiqiu said here, suddenly stopped, then looked down to her current hand just covering the stiffness of her right breast, then raised her head again to look at Chen Changlu, and found that the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be concealed. At this moment her face instantly turned red, and it was red up to her neck. It was too shameful. The image of herself covering her stiffness with her hand under Chen Changliu's command. This image was too. Chen Changlu, stop right there, you rascal. At night on the streets of Guangnan City, a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was tall and stunningly beautiful, one chasing and one hiding. The bright laughter and clear voice echoed under the starry sky. Chapter 13 Mother and Daughter Flowers. After sending Du Jiqiu off, Chen Changlu didn't go back to the small hotel. Instead he went to an internet cafe. He went to check which townships and markets met the requirements. According to Chen Changliu's idea, it would be the best to travel within 2 hours by car or motorcycle. But after checking, he had a new idea. It was only at 2 o'clock in the morning that Chen Changlu returned to the hotel to rest. As for Du Jiqiu, after separating from Chen Changlu, she walked in the neighborhood with a smile on her face, showing that she was in a good mood. This asshole has a flowery mouth, but it's fun to be with him. Thinking back on her experiences over the past 2 days, she realized that there was too much mystery in this man. He had a maturity as well as knowledge that did not match his age. Opening the door to her home, she was in the middle of changing her slippers when a sudden voice startled her. Zichio, where have you been? Why is your phone off? Coming back so late? Don't you know how worried Mom is? Du Jiqiu turned on the light, patted her chest, calmed her frightened emotions, looked at her mother sitting on the sofa, and delicately said, Mom, why didn't you make any noise at all? People scare people to death. Du Jiqiu's mother is called Ning Mei, a middle-aged beauty, a head of shoulder-length large curved curls, appearing to have a relatively small face, phoenix eyes, straight nose, red lips, coupled with silk one-piece pajamas, perfect curves. The whole person's temperament was elegant with flirtatiousness, and at 40 years old, she looked like she was only about 30. If Chen Changlu was here, he would definitely have to say that only such a middle-aged beauty could give birth to a stunning schoolgirl like Du Jiqiu, and such a middle-aged beauty could be a little more lethal to young boys than Du Jiqiu. Ningmei sat down on the living room sofa and scrutinized Du Jiqiu and said, "You've been coming home late for the past 2 days. What on earth have you been doing? And I heard the doorman say that a boy sent you back? Are you in love? Which boy has made our little princess fall in love? That's rare, isn't it? But I think you high school graduates are a bunch of kids. You're not mature at all. Mom isn't trying to interfere in your affairs, but mom still wants to advise you not to fall in love so soon. After all, falling in love with a mentally immature boy is fruitless." The content of Ningmei's chat with Du Jiqiu was completely different from the vast majority of parents in this era. It wasn't didactic or demanding, but rather not interfering, just guiding and voicing her advice. It wasn't that Ningmei was very enlightened, but there was no way around it. Du Jiqiu has been very understanding since she was a child, not to mention her good looks. Her grades are also good. She doesn't need to worry about them as parents at all. She will always be someone else's child in other people's mouths, and their parents are too busy at work and often do not go home. So how can they still have the courage to ask and teach so much? Of course, Du Jiqiu's understanding doesn't mean that she understands emotionally as well. So after hearing that her precious daughter came home late at night, and that there was a man sending her back, Ningmei had to rush back. After all, that's all she has, a cabbage. Du Jiqiu rolled her eyes, sat on her butt next to Ningmei, hugged her arm and shook it while pampering her, saying, "Come on, Mom, you have so many eyes. It's true that I came back very late in the past 2 days, and I also had someone send me back, but it wasn't a relationship at all. Your daughter's vision is high." Du Jiqiu gleefully told her mom all about the past 2 days. "Mom, you don't know, when we made $2,000 in one night tonight, you don't know how accomplished I was. I can finally make my own money. But what's a bit embarrassing is that originally we wanted to help that Chen Changlu. Who let him be so poor that he can barely go to college? But who knows that now it's him who is taking us to make money. You don't even know. His grades aren't as good as mine and Xiaoqian's and Ah Ping's, but in the past 2 days I realized that our brains can't even keep up with him. A large and a small, two big beauties sitting together can be said to be the wild lily and the daffodil. One temperament is graceful, elegant and fragrant, and one is pure and delicate. The prodigal son Chen Changlu in his previous life was absolutely drooling when he saw it. Ningmei from the beginning, after hearing Du Jiqiu denied being in love, her heart dropped quite a bit. After all, this cabbage of her own family, from childhood to adulthood, has never lied with her. But as Du Jiqiu told what Chen Changlu brought them to do in the past 2 days, she was surprised. Was this something a kid who just graduated from high school could do? Into the goods set up stalls. This is nothing, but the last said to directly mobilize classmates to help sell goods. To the family, more difficult students in the summer vacation have a way to earn money, and more importantly, it is actually able to persuade the wholesaler, and the wholesaler to talk about the first deposit, sell the goods and then pay the final payment of the matter, which cannot let her surprised. Such a high school student is indeed very, very good. However, as she listened, she kept looking at Du Jiqiu, because she realized that the tone of her own cabbage was a bit different when she talked about Chen Changlu, and once she observed it, she found that every time she talked about Chen Changlu, the corners of her mouth always unconsciously curved upwards slightly. Her heart thumped and she frowned slightly. It seemed that this Chen Changlu had a very good impression in her daughter's mind, which was not a good sign. Ningmei could confirm that her daughter had a good impression of Chen Changlu, but it had not risen to the point of liking him. It would be hard to say in the future though. In the next conversation between the two of them, Ningmei both intentionally and unintentionally hinted at Du Jiqiu not to fall in love so early. Only how effective it would be she didn't know. Chen Changlu didn't sleep peacefully this night. He dreamed, and in his dream there were all kinds of women who appeared in his life in his previous life, and in the end there was actually Du Jiqiu's figure, and it was with her doing all sorts of radio gymnastics. When he woke up in the morning, Chen Changlu realized that he had drawn a map, and that he was still in a sword fight for a long time without any reprieve. He bitterly laughed and said to himself, the young body is really excited. Where else in my previous life did I get up in the morning with this kind of saber rattling? TSK. It seems that this body is hungry too. Chapter 14, Naivety. Conspiracy. Chen Changlu was very busy all day. In the morning, he rushed to the Peace Mall by himself and continued to enter the goods to be sold tonight. He also went to another stall with Sisterly to look at the out-of-size tail goods. Broken code tail goods of clothing quality is not necessarily poor, just maybe out of size. There may be a little too late style, or some of the clothes color is a little problem. Of course, those who have problems with the color of the clothes of the general public may not be able to see. After 2 hours of persuasion, finally confirmed the cooperation. Deposit $10,000. Goods sold out of the final payment. Both sides identified the day after tomorrow to start taking goods. These clothes inside a polo shirt, t-shirt, there are casual pants, the quality is not bad, and ultimately on the clothes $7 a piece of pants $8 a piece of agreement. After the agreement, Sisterly smiled that happy remove logistics, labor, storage and other costs. A piece of clothing can earn about $2. It looks like a single piece of money is not much, but if Chen Shanglu has 10 groups of people to sell, a day each group can only sell 50 pieces of up and down. $1,000 in hand. How can not be happy? Chen Shanglu himself used a motorcycle to pull the goods back to the small warehouse. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei as well as the 3 women were already there, helping to unload the goods. The people informed them of the results of contacting their classmates. After summarizing the results, it was confirmed that 26 people were willing to come and try. Of course, these 26 people were not only from their 2 classes, but also from other classes in the same grade. Good. Then you are responsible for informing them to gather here tomorrow at 2 p.m. And we'll do a short training as usual. Also continue to search for people. After all, the more the merrier for us. And the current 26 people may not all be able to stick around. After all, not everyone is suitable for this meal. After determining this matter, Chen Shanglu also told everyone the result of the talk with Sisterly. For the other 5 people, this price they felt was very cheap and more confident. Today's weekend, the evening sales for the 3 groups were a little higher than yesterday, but now that they had been brought up a little higher by Chen Shangliu's pattern, they no longer had the excitement they had last night, but instead envisioned their fission-like next plan. The night was silent, and the next day, the 26 students were gathered together. And when Chen Shanglu reiterated the issue of treatment once again, it also made the light in these students' eyes shine even brighter, and money was always the most provocative. $30 a day, and each sold a piece of $1 commission. If they sell 30 pieces a day, then their income that day will not have $60? So calculated, a month down the small 2,000 yuan income, for them simply cannot believe. Many people's parents a month is only $500-600. Treatment issues have been told. Each batch of goods we will give you a uniform price. Some people will certainly think that if I sell at a higher price, the extra money is not my own? Yes, the extra money is certainly your own, but I put the words in front. Mention whether to raise the price, that is your problem. But if you for 3 consecutive days cannot reach the sales volume we set down, it can only regret the end of cooperation between us. Don't worry, the uniform price I set for you is certainly cheaper than the market. The sales volume will not be too high as long as you find the right place. Boldly marketing. To complete the sales volume is no problem at all. An afternoon. He also according to their own wishes to delineate the area, and how to select the point of the stall, sales skills training and so on, a series of things all done. Then they were given a day to step on the spot, and the day after tomorrow they officially started. During this half day, Chen Shanglu spoke eloquently in front of the 26 students, clearly organized and in control of the whole scene. This made Chen Shanglu another little surprise in Du Jiqiu's eyes. After all, giving them 5 people to train and giving 26 people to train were 2 completely different concepts. Just how many other unknown sides does he have? After the evening wrapped up, the group gathered again at the small warehouse to tally up the results of the past 3 days. After counting, the existing cash was $1,200, and there was more than 4,000 worth of inventory. There was no way. It was too normal to have inventory for a clothing business. Let's go. Have some kanji, then have a good sleep tonight. Tomorrow will be even busier from now on. The next morning, through the phone contact with Sisterly, Sisterly directly used a truck to pull the goods over. The first batch of goods 5,000 pieces. Xiao Du, this is your warehouse. Is it okay? Almost caught up with my warehouse. You put a lot of money down? How much did it cost to rent this warehouse? Sister, didn't spend any money. This is the vacant warehouse of Zhao Lin's family. It hasn't been rented out yet, so I borrowed it first. Hearing that this 100 square foot warehouse was Zhao Lin's house now, Sisterly raised her eyebrows, and that heart was even more at ease. Just unloading, counting, and inspecting the goods took the 6 people a lot of time. After the agreement was signed and the money and receipt were taken care of, the 2 sides officially opened the cooperation. Sisterly left. Chen Shanglu looked at the clothes that occupied half of the warehouse. The heart size, this is their first bucket of gold, is their own real life to start a new life startup capital. In fact, this aspect of doing tailgate is still more profitable. In the latter part of his life, he heard a lot of this era. Many people do tailgate clothing a year to earn a few million instances, and even more people do tailgate to the annual income of more than 100 million. But this is not his dish. A reborn person staring at the handicap so small cause that is too unambitious. Everything is ready. Their own this time the battle of the startup capital will officially open. Hey, but think about their own rebirth of the experience of these days. Can only be a word. Other novels reborn a few days. less can earn a few dozen millions, more tens of millions of dollars, and their own. A few days to work hard, but also pull on the dead and classmates. Even the beauty plan are used, only to earn a few $1,000s. Hey, there is more than I make money slower reborn people? Lament to lament, the night continue to stall. Chen Changsheng, Zheng Chang, the two good friends, thought of as rivals because of the first 2 days of the incident depressed 2 days. They not only do not thank Chen Shanlu, Zhao Lin, Pang Wei's relief, but instead of the heart of the hatred is even more intense. After all, that day they had disgraced themselves in front of their goddess as well as so many of their classmates, and Du Zhiqiu and the three of them had even chased after Chen Changlu and the others, which made it even more intolerable for their heavenly hearts. Especially Chen Changsheng, has always been in front of his half-brother is very superior, not only have a better material life, learning is also much better than Chen Chanlu, but now that he had become a joke in his eyes, he was even more unbearable. People sometimes really strange, do not dare to find those who make them embarrassed, but can transfer these hatred to those who help them to relieve, and still they have been looking down on people. In the evening, the two met at the dessert store near Fulan Street, choosing this place because it was close to Du Zhiqiu's home, and it was the main travel street, so there was a possibility of a chance encounter. Students' thoughts are sometimes so childish, but that's what many students subconsciously go for in this era. Zheng Chang, did you hear that Chen Chanlu, Du Zhiqiu, and the others actually got a lot of their classmates to sell clothes for $30 a day with a commission? Why would Du Zhiqiu hang out with Chen Chanlu? We should cooperate for now. It's dangerous to keep letting them hang out. There was no impermeable wall in the world, especially with as many as 26 people involved. It was impossible for it to go unnoticed. Hearing Chen Changxing's words, Zheng Chang also frowned. Do you have any ideas? We can do this. Chapter 15, White-Eyed Wolves? A good get-together and a good breakup. Chen Changlu was heading to Fulan Street with Du Zhiqiu. The motorcycle was given to Pang Wei. His stall was a bit far away from the warehouse. Chen Changlu pushed a tricycle Zhao Lin got from somewhere to pull the goods while Du Zhiqiu walked beside him. The two of them were talking and laughing. This strange combination became an object of scorn for the passing pedestrians. Everyone had only one thought in their mind. A flower stuck in cow dung. Such a beautiful girl. Actually cheaper for a poor guy riding a tricycle. Chen Changlu, how many people do you think will be able to hold out? I'm not sure, but I know that you get what you pay for, and you can only go deeper by lifting higher. Du Zhiqiu was puzzled again. Is there any correlation between giving and lifting? Lifting and deeper? What's this nonsense of yours? Say, is it some kind of slur again? Every time you say something oxymoronic there must be no good words. No, really no. It's just the literal meaning. Maybe I misremembered the latter sentence. After all, I'm not doing well in school. Really? Du Zhiqiu was half convinced. Chen Shanglu said in a serious manner. Of course it's true, but why are the corners of your mouth twitching? Humph, I knew it wasn't something good. Saying that, she started to get on her hands and slapped Chen Changliu's arm. Du Zhiqiu didn't even know why. When she was with Chen Chanlu, she always liked to get on her hands. She in front of Chen Chanlu more and more will not hide her spiffy. No, should be lively and cheerful side. In school that kind of quiet side is much less. The two's jostling looked like a couple to outsiders. And this scene was also seen by Chen Changlu and Zheng Chang, who wanted to meet Du Zhiqiu by chance, and both of their eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. Damn it, what kind of relationship do they have? I've never seen Du Zhiqiu so close to any guy. Chen Changsheng was about to explode with anger. He and Zheng Chang were in the same class as Du Zhiqiu, so it could be said that they should be close to each other, and the two of them had good grades, so they usually always wanted to show themselves in front of Du Zhiqiu. But they know that they and Du Zhiqiu's relationship is extremely distant, and their college entrance examination volunteers filled in the same CUHK is because of Du Zhiqiu. But now, they felt a strong sense of crisis. After all, this side of Du Zhiqiu had never appeared when they were in contact with them. Let's follow them up and see where they set up their stalls. Okay, go. Everything was going so well. Business was good. The two of them, Chen Chanlu, worked well together, and made money throughout the night while talking and laughing. They were in a good mood. While the two of them, Chen Changsheng and Zheng Chang, who were hiding in the distance and peeking, were in the opposite mood. Their jealous rage never went down, because even Du Zhiqiu would help Chen Changlu open the cap of the bottle when he helped him get the mineral water. Du Zhiqiu took the initiative to hand Chen Chanlu tissues and so on were not acceptable to them. If it continued to develop like this, who knows when it would turn into actively feeding water and actively helping to wipe away sweat. Chen Changlu and the others were in a happy mood as they ended the day's work, while Chen Changsheng and Zheng Chang saw Du Zhiqiu being sent home and agreed on a time before they wearily returned to their respective homes. At 10 o'clock the next morning, all 26 students had arrived. They were divided into a total of 15 groups. Some preferred to work on their own, some preferred to team up for courage. Chen Changlu had no hard and fast requirements. as long as the sales volume met the standard. Busy 2 hours. The final 5,000 pieces of clothes and pants to them all at once. After signing, each person with their own clothes to leave. Watching his classmates pulling away in large bags with their bicycles, Chen Shanglu could already see that they would come back with stacks of banknotes when they returned. Overnight, on the streets of Guangnan City, whether it was day or night, there appeared a lot of people wearing school uniforms setting up stalls to sell clothes, all under the sign of helping clothing factories to clean up their inventory and clearing out big deals. Clothes are very cheap, are $15 a piece, pants 18. Hundreds of pieces of clothing piled up there is indeed like clearance processing. Attracted a lot of people's attention. Bold to see the passing pedestrians yell up, but there is also a little less bold. No one asked. A word is not out. Someone asked to respond to the constraints, but such a person is still relatively small. Every night they will summarize the sales to Chen Shanglu, in order to let sisterly transfer goods in time. When the first day's summary came out, except for Chen Shanglu, a few other people were not calm. 1,165 pieces. This money is also too good to earn. A day earned nearly $10,000. My God, before I did not even dare to think about it. Yeah, I can already imagine now how my dad's expression will be when I slap the tuition fee in front of him. Ha ha ha. Cut. According to what the rogue said, you have a small pattern. Even without this group of students, we can earn enough tuition fees just by selling ourselves. Hey, originally we wanted to help the rogue, but now it's him who is taking us flying, making me embarrassed. Chen Shanglu took it all in his eyes and smiled sparingly, saying, go, eat seafood today to celebrate. Over the next 2 days, sales steadily increased. Chen Shanglu had already asked Sisterly to transfer goods over tomorrow. Of course, the momentum was good, but there were UPS. Rascal, a total of 3 people have offered to quit tomorrow. All of them have the best sales results. As far as I know, they are ready to go solo themselves. White-eyed wolves. Humph. Zhao Lin exasperatedly reported the matter of another person quitting to Chen Shanglu. Now in the team he was responsible for the task of following up, so he was the first to know. Chen Shanglu patted his shoulder and told him to sit down before handing him a bottle of mineral water while the others looked at him. Crocodile, there's nothing to be angry about. We have a dozen people joining us tomorrow anyway, and they're taking this business too literally, thinking they can make more by selling well and getting their own stock to sell. I won't deny that, but they haven't thought about the objective factors. These nights stall. You should know. We stall and storefront is completely different. Behind the desktop less clothes will be difficult to sell. It can be said that the stall is certainly to have a certain backlog. If they into the amount is too small, but not good to sell. Still really think that you into 30 pieces will certainly be able to sell 30 pieces? Besides, the price of their goods is not as low as ours, and the competition is not that strong. And their sales ability is good on the one hand, but in fact they ignore our scale effect. Hundreds of clothes piled up there. The price is cheap, giving the impression that the manufacturers are clearing out big deal. Do not have to be angry with them. We and they are just a cooperative relationship. They do not owe us. There is no white-eyed wolf said. Good get together and goodbye. After Chen Changlio's explanation and enlightenment, other people also finally with a calm attitude to look at this matter. Chapter 16 attacked. The next day, 17 new students from the 15th middle school were added. Although Chen Changlu didn't publicize this thing they did everywhere. There were still quite a few people who knew about it within a small area. Some people earn more than $100 a day in base salary plus commission. In this era where a fast food is only $3, it is indeed considered a high income. The white-collar class in Guangnan City only earns a salary of $2,000. How can the first batch of students not be envied? So the second batch of 17 people were left after screening, still in the first batch of the same process, but this time in the training, Chen Changlu in the choice of location, focusing on the township every 3 days once the market, which is also a very good sales point. Then he saw a lot of people pondering up. There are relatives and friends in the township is not very normal. He believed that there would be people who would take the initiative to run the township to catch up with the market. After all, they were the second batch, and a lot of good stalls had already been occupied by the first batch of people. Once again after the goods allocated to them, Chen Shanglu they are waiting to count the money. Expected single-day sales of 1,500. Give a little bit of strength. On 2,000 is not impossible. Tonight, they will sell the high-priced clothes before the previous night, as far as possible to clean up the remaining clothes. Tomorrow 6 people will no longer go out to the stall, mainly to do a good job of other people's logistics, as well as scheduling work is good. Although they were quite helpful, there were still 30 to 40 pieces of clothing left. At 12 p.m., Chen Changlu continued to send Du Jiqiu home, a habit that had been formed over the past week or so. Chen Changlu, are we really not going to go out again? I think our energy can still handle it. I'm still quite attached to it. Chen Changlu he smiled and said, is your mindset the kind that, you never know the passion and pleasure inside until you go in, and after you go in, it's very comfortable and enjoyable. After saying that, Chen Changlu jogged a few steps forward, pulling away from Du Jiqiu. What messy passion and pleasure? Chen Changlu, don't you speak in a proper manner? I'm so angry. Stop right there. The exasperated and blushing Du Jiqiu immediately chased after Chen Changlu. After more than a week of getting along, it could be said that Du Jiqiu already knew what words were driving. Although she had heard a lot of them, they still managed to make her blush every time she heard them. At the far corner, Chen Changcheng and Zhang Chang followed a few social youths. Zhang Chang pointed at Chen Changlu in the distance and said, cousin, that's this asshole, help me beat him up to take out my anger. Marred, robbing my girl. Beside him was a man who was about 170 tall, with half-length hair, and dressed in a flowing body. He was Zhang Chang's cousin, a punk who hung out in another neighborhood. Chen Changcheng heard Zhang Chang said Du Jiqiu was his horse. His heart is very uncomfortable. Opened his mouth, finally did not refute. He looked at the next few punks feel weak legs. Punk A, also known as Zhang Chang's cousin, ruffled the hair in front of his forehead and said disdainfully, no problem, just watch, and remember to treat my brothers to a drink at the bar later. After receiving an affirmative answer, he led his three little brothers in the direction of Chen Changlu. Chen Changlu and Du Jiqiu, who were in the middle of the fight, didn't even know that trouble had come to their door. When they got close to a few punks, they realized that the road was blocked and Chen Changlu saw malice in their eyes. He knew it was definitely not a good thing. He had quite a bit of experience in fighting. He immediately analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and us. Punk A and a few of his juniors were also captivated when they saw Du Jiqiu, and there was only one sentence in their minds, so damn pretty. Then they became jealous of this kid who was ready to receive their lesson, and even the eyes that looked at Chen Changlu became more vicious. This point in the street there are pedestrians, but not much, and encounter this kind of thing everyone is as far away as possible to avoid. Chen Changlu stopped 5 meters away from them. Then he whispered to Du Jiqiu, run when I say run. Remember, don't look back, and then call crocodile and huge. Du Jiqiu was not a cutie. She wouldn't be like what was shown in the TV series, crying and saying, no, I won't leave, die together, and then pulling and tugging there for half a day. She knew what was going on now. There were too many of these things in this era. Hadn't seen them and had heard about them, but leaving Chen Changlu alone here, she was still a little worried. Remember, call the crocodile and the others first. As for Uncle had to call or not, Du Jiqiu heard the unquestionable attitude in Chen Changlu's words, although she didn't know why she had to call crocodile and the others first, and explained that it was fine to call Uncle Hat or not. But over the past week, she knew that Chen Changlu was very opinionated, and she finally chose to nod her head in agreement. It was a long story, but it was only 10 or so seconds. When Punka saw Chen Changlu and that extremely beautiful woman stopping still and biting their ears, he couldn't stand it even more. Kid, come over here. I'm looking for you for something. Just as he finished his words, Chen Changlu droned out, run. Du Jiqiu immediately ran in the opposite direction. This series of changes made a few punks froze for a moment. Punke saw Du Jiqiu running away and didn't let anyone chase after her. That woman was the one that his own cousin had his eye on, and his own family still had to eat under his cousin's family. But the target didn't run. That's right, Mud, clean up this kid. After saying that, he rushed over with a few minions, and at this time, Chen Changlu had already unbuckled his belt, and with the belt in his hand, his bottom was even stronger. He had practiced sparring for a while after entering the society, not because he liked it, but just wanted to get fit. Going to the gym was too boring, not as interesting as practicing sparring. Punke rushed over with 3 minions. Papa, I'm going. Miserable screams came. 2 of the fastest punks had a belt mark on their faces, and both of them covered their faces in pain as they backed away. This also put the punka startled. Hastily shouted, take the guy. Several people took out throwing sticks from their pockets and surrounded Chen Changlu. In this day and age, when punks came out to do their job, it would be abnormal for them not to bring their weapons. Chen Changlu saw that they took out a stick, and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the stick was not as lethal as the steel pipe and machete, but no matter how lethal, that is also a stick. The other side is prepared. Chapter 17, Counter Kill. Peekaboo. As Chen Changlu made Du Jiqiu run away, Chen Changcheng and Zhang Chang, who were hiding not far away, were dumbfounded. This was not what they wanted. According to their plan, it should have been Zhang Chang's cousin and the others beating Chen Changlu up in front of Du Jiqiu, making him beg for mercy, thus striking Chen Changliu's image in Du Jiqiu's heart. But now Du Jiqiu ran away. How should this strike? But things have come to this point. There is nothing they can do. Beat up Chen Changlu, out of anger can also be. But when they saw the throwing sticks all lit up, they were dumbfounded. After all, they just wanted Chen Changlu to suffer a little bit of flesh and blood. They really didn't want to play so big. Zhang Chang, How did you move the throwing sticks? Will it make a big deal? If things get big and we are found out, but it will affect us going to college. How do I know? Can't go out and stop it now. I think my cousin has a sense of proportion. And Du Jiqiu ran away, turned into another fork in the road, didn't see anyone catching up behind her, and immediately took out her cell phone to call the crocodile. As soon as the phone was connected, Du Jiqiu directly said in an anxious tone, "Zhao Lin, you quickly come over." Chen Changlu was surrounded by 4 punks. After the address was communicated, the phone was directly hung up by the crocodile. At this time, the crocodile had just finished sending Li Ping, received the call, and immediately rode a motorcycle to speed up to this side. And after the phone call Du Jiqiu and returned the same way. This back and forth passed less than 5 minutes, but when she came back but dumbfounded, because she saw Chen Changlu was chasing after the few punks to play, just now also arrogant a few punks, now it is holding the head and scurrying. However, when Chen Changlu saw Du Jiqiu returning, he stopped chasing the punks. Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to go away? Chen Changlu was on fire from the fight. His tone was still a bit impulsive, the blood on his forehead was still flowing, and quite a few places on his body were in pain, so it was a lie that he wasn't on fire. He fought away a few punks, also paid a small price, only that a few punks are definitely worse than him. He is a hard hand, only the part of the blow is measured, will not suffer too serious injuries. It was also because of the hard blows that those few people were the first to break down. Du Jiqiu did not have any dissatisfaction because of Chen Changliu's tone, she just felt a hidden pain in her heart, immediately pulled Chen Changlu to the road teeth and sat down, took out paper towels to Chen Changlu to wipe the blood on his face. On the street, a stunningly beautiful young girl was carefully wiping the blood from the face of an older boy who had blood on his face and was gasping for air. This scene made Chen Changxing and Zhang Chang, who were hiding not far away and whose jaws had dropped because Chen Changlu had fought off cousin Zhang Chang and the others, burn with rage and jealousy, not knowing how many times they had knocked over, hating that the one who was bleeding was themselves. And Du Jiqiu focused, careful action also let Chen Changlu feel warm. All the fire instantly disappeared without a trace, quietly sitting on the road teeth watching Du Jiqiu. After Du Jiqiu wiped the blood from Chen Changliu's face, she found that the forehead wound was still seeping blood, and worriedly said, "The blood hasn't stopped. Let's go to the hospital." Looking at Du Jiqiu, who was full of worry, Chen Changlu grabbed her hand. Soft, tender and slippery. This was the first time Chen Changlu pulled her hand. Du Jiqiu's attention was focused on Chen Changliu's wounds because she was worried about them, so she didn't pay much attention to Chen Changlu pulling her hand instead. The hand felt good. If in normal times Chen Changlu would have touched it a couple more times and then flirted with it a couple more times, but at this time he didn't have this idea instead. But, just at this time, a motorcycle drove over quickly, then stopped next to them. The crocodile saw Chen Changlu and Du Jiqiu are nothing serious before he breathed a sigh of relief, while getting off the car while grimly saying, "Hooligans, what's going on? Who did it? Dare to bully to our head? I do not know, have not seen those. Well, we should go to the warehouse on some medicine, or a moment Uncle Hat should come, when also trouble." This era of fighting, as long as it is not very serious, basically both sides rarely alarm, are each back to their own homes, each looking for their own mothers. This era has not won the fight in jail, lose the fight in the hospital, such a warning. The alarm is basically a passerby reported. On the way to the warehouse, the crocodile called huge. Let him not rush to the place of the incident, directly to the warehouse. Warehouse, crocodile is giving Chen Changlu medicine. This they are still in the line. After all, they used to fight quite a lot. After listening to Chen Changlu finish the whole process, Pang Wei frowned and said, "This area of the punks we are basically familiar with, and they do not dare to come to our trouble. I guess the probability is that the other area, but why they come to find you trouble? You haven't messed with anyone in the past few days?" Chen Changlu also can't figure it out, depressed in his heart. Hey, why don't the villains around me after I was reborn have a little bit lower intelligence, a little bit stupider, a little bit more talkative, and always like to flaunt in front of the protagonist? Isn't it good? So that you don't have to rack your brain to think about it. Not being able to think about it, Chen Changlu didn't want to. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Anyway, tonight is also our last day to come out to support the stall. Just pay attention in the future. In the future, if you should run, hiss, crocodile, be gentle. Pain. The crocodile that was applying medicine to his back did not have the good sense to slap the somewhat bruised and swollen place, which is so much to ask for. Smacking my hand is heavy, then you let Du Jiqiu rub it for you. From the time Chen Changlu took off his shirt to rub the crocodile's medicine, Du Jiqiu's face was red. From time to time she peeped at Chen Changlu. She could not imagine that this guy's body is so good. His muscle line is still angular. Well, his abs are also there. It's very sexy. While she was rambling, When she heard the crocodile's words, she thought that she had been discovered peeking at Chen Shanliu's body. Her face turned even redder, and she hurriedly turned her head away, waving her hands while panicking and saying, I can't, I won't. Originally, the crocodile was just joking. Who knew that Du Jiqiu's reaction made Chen Shanlu a bit surprised, and seeing her face red, he seemed to understand something, but he didn't reveal it either. After applying the medicine, Chen Changlu commandeered Zhao Lin's motorcycle. Her house was close to here anyway. Chapter 18. Is he trying to confess to me? After the crocodile and Huge had both left, Chen Changlu patted the back of the motorcycle and said, "Let's go. Big school girl do. Let's send you home." Du Jiqiu was a bit hesitant. Is it really okay? Will they still be waiting there? Don't worry, there won't be anyone there anymore. They don't have the guts. But you're injured. Will you be able to make it? Hearing Du Jiqiu's questioning, Chen Chanlu was reluctant. He skimmed his mouth and looked at Du Jiqiu and hemmed and hawed, saying, "Little girl, are you questioning my strength? Didn't you just peek at your brother's naked body? How about it? Muscular?" Chen Changliu's flirting made Du Jiqiu blush, but she still retaliated. "Who peeped at your naked body? Narcissistic, still muscular, no pecs, humph. Okay, get on, let's go. My pecs aren't as developed as yours, okay? You can barely see your toes when you look down." Du Jiqiu straddled the back seat of the motorcycle. Hearing Chen Changliu's words, he did not have the good sense to slap him on the back, which hurt. Chen Changlu sucked in cold air. "Humph, still talking so much when you're injured. You deserve it." Du Jiqiu said deserved, but also did not hit a second time, but she looked down at her chest. It did block the view looking down. The corner of her mouth showed a smile. This expression and action of hers Chen Chanlu could not be seen. Chen Changlu started the motorcycle while saying, "Hold on. I don't care if you fall. Here's a suggestion for you. Hold on to my waist for the most sense of security. Let me tell you, brother, I am now a brute cow. Plowing 2 acres of fields in one breath is no big deal. So holding my waist is the most secure." Chen Chanlu inadvertently drove up again, but this time Du Jiqiu heard and understood. Men are oxen. Women are fields. Such dirty talk in folklore has always been there, especially some middle-aged women, usually jokes in the mouth and really do not put the door. So Du Jiqiu also heard. This time she didn't speak and directly expressed her dissatisfaction with practical actions, stretching out her small hand and directly finding the soft flesh of Chen Chanliu's waist. Pain, let go. Chen Changlu shouted in pain while reaching out to grab Du Jiqiu's small hand, which was still soft and smooth. Chen Chanlu didn't want to let go when he grabbed it. He had thick skin and flesh. The pain wasn't even as exaggerated as what he shouted inside his mouth. The pain in his waist and the feeling in his hand. He still chose the feeling in his hand. His hand has been rubbing Du Jiqiu's small hand. Du Jiqiu originally heard Chen Changliu's exaggerated cries of pain. There was still a smug look on her stunningly beautiful little face, but soon she realized that something was wrong. The gentle caressing sensation that came from her own hand was like an electric current, directly electrifying him, and her face and ears all turned red, but very quickly, shyness overpowered the electrifying sensation, and she panicked as she wrenched her hand out of Chen Chanliu's grasp. "Hate it, Chen Chanlu, you are a rascal." Chen Chanlu didn't feel embarrassed at all. Molesting such a stunningly beautiful school beauty that he could not reach in his previous life was a pleasure for him, tactile and spiritual. Do the school flower. If you don't twist me, will I grab your hand? This belongs to the backwards. By the way, what hand cream do you use? Introduce it. In the future when I have a girlfriend, I will also buy a bottle for her, so that her hands are as smooth and tender as yours. Du Jiqiu was a bit confused. Chen Changliu's words caused her to make associations, and her mind was in turmoil. What do you mean? Is Chen Chanlu steering the conversation in the direction of his girlfriend, and then wants to confess to me next? Should I reject it? How do I refuse? Will it be too cruel? Will he be sad and upset? Du Jiqiu actually does not know how she feels about Chen Chanlu until now. Friend is sure, and for the current Chen Changlu he still has a trace of admiration, but lover? She has not thought about it. Du Jiqiu was rambling. Chen Changlu didn't hear her speak, couldn't help but turn his head back to look, only to find her face flushed, her expression sometimes shy, sometimes confused in deep thought. I don't know what she was thinking. Even as a prodigal son in his previous life, he now doesn't understand Du Jiqiu's mental activities. A woman's heart under the sea needle. But now he was too lazy to guess. While directly pulling over his hands and holding them on his waist, he said, "Okay, hold it up. Let's go. Send you home." There were no words along the way. Du Jiqiu was still in his own world and hadn't come out. Returning to the empty home, Du Jiqiu felt that this home is not a little bit of life. The father comes back occasionally. The mother comes back once a week. Not as interesting as Chen Chanliu's warehouse. Thinking of Chen Chanlu, Du Jiqiu's mouth involuntarily smiled. Once she thought of what had just happened, She suddenly fell into deep thought, a little confused. She wasn't sure what her feelings towards Chen Changlu were, whether her good feelings towards him were between friends or between the opposite sex. In the next few days, as Chen Changlu had expected, the sales increased for several days in a row. They now had over 30 stalls, and they were different from the night market stalls they had gone to at night before. They basically went out to the stalls both during the day and at night, and the stimulation of money filled these students with vigor, and their sales exceeded 2,000 pieces for 2 consecutive days. At the same time, there were several people who went directly to the townships below for the once every 3 days fair. The sales were unexpectedly good, and on a good day they were able to sell more than 150 pieces. Now Chen Changlu, 6 of them can be said to be sitting on the money. Every day more than 10,000 yuan of pure profit, so that the other 5 people every day is a surprise. This business has entered the right track. Chen Changlu also began to think about what to do next on their own road. Reading, entrepreneurship to make money certainly cannot run away. Reading will not change anything, but entrepreneurship to make money must be well planned. Every day when nothing in the warehouse in Zhaolin, Pang Wei bragging and farting, occasionally flirting with Du Zhiqiu. He likes to see her cheeks slightly red, and then look for him to settle the score of Du Zhiqiu. He feels special meaning. He also often rides Zhaolin's motorcycle in Guangnan City by himself. He just wanted to see what business opportunities there are. He bought a second-hand Nokia cell phone. Not much money, just a few $100s, but also by Zhaolin, Pang Wei. They ridiculed, earned money but buy a second-hand cell phone. However, Chen Changlu didn't bother to pay attention to them. He was used to playing with smartphones in the latter part of his life, and now he doesn't have any desire to see those cell phones on the market, which are just feature phones for making phone calls. Chapter 19. When I go astray, you have to help me right the ship. On July 15th, Du Zhiqiu's CUHK acceptance letter arrived. On July 21st, Chen Changlu, Feng Qian, and Li Ping received their acceptance letters. On July 25th, Zhao Lin's and Pang Wei's college acceptance letters also arrived, and it was only at this time that the 6 people remembered that Chen Changlu, Du Zhiqiu, Feng Qian, and Li Ping were all studying in the same city, while Zhao Lin and Pang Wei stayed in Guangnan City. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei is a little depressed. This time they and Li Ping, Feng Qian became friends, is trying to further development, but the 2 women do not seem to have this idea, can only slowly attack, but in a month's time, the 2 places will be separated, which is not a good thing, but can't change anything. Until this time the 2 people regretted that they didn't spend more energy on their studies. But young people, come fast, go fast. Night Chen Changlu 3 people ran directly to the internet cafe. In 2003, there should be no game hotter than Counter-Strike CS, and Zhao Lin and Pang Wei are even more addicted to it, especially Pang Wei, who bragged all day long about how good he was at sniping. As soon as you enter the internet cafe, you can hear the sound effects of CS, and in this era, some of the computers in some internet cafes don't have headphones, or the headphones are broken, and there are even some people who purposely unplug the headphones. Fight in the hold. Okay, let's go. Go. Hearing this, almost 10 years have not heard the sound effects. This is youth. In this era of young people without Counter-Strike is a boring youth. 3 people looked for a continuous row of seats. Open the Haofeng platform. Chen Changlu realized that he has forgotten the account and password. Can only re-register again. Rascal, what's wrong with you? How did you forget your account password? Pang Wei looked at Chen Changlu, who was still grumbling, and wondered. Chen Changlu smiled and said without haste, what's the hurry? You go ahead and open up a good room. Remember, we'll be bandits. This era of internet cafe fights half are caused by CS. Open LAN well. The players are all people in the internet cafe, and every player in the play. The mouth is certainly a mouthful of fun. Every time you kill, is sure to taunt each other. Rookie, kill more than a few times. Meet the short-tempered. That dry up is very normal. Fortunately, tonight did not let Chen Changlu encounter this kind of thing. On the way back, Pang Wei and Zhao Lin unanimously crusade against him. Rascal, tonight you pulled the crutch the most, causing us to be given abuse all the time. You kid, looks like you suddenly can't play anymore. Chen Changlu laughed bitterly. He was really close to not knowing how to play. Which buttons to press to buy what guns were forgotten. Hey, come on, you're not much better. All day long with a sniper to stay, but also did not see how to kill. You still dumped sniper it. Really shameless. The night street left 3 teenagers youthful memories. The next day, Sister Li personally escorted the goods over. Now she for Chen Changlu they are very attentive. There is no way. This is her biggest single customer so far. She was glad that she had made the right bet. In almost a month's time, Chen Changlu had brought her more than $60,000 in revenue. Even if the single business can only be done for 2 months, but the income of more than $100,000 is already very considerable. Can almost buy a suite of rooms, if the maintenance is good. In the future, Every summer and winter vacation can still be cooperation well. Sister, you see we cooperate so happily. The price can still be in the discount Chen sister now give you already very favorable. You are not aware. Now Lingnan's side of the tailgate market is not good to do The price is much higher than before. Remove all kinds of costs. Sis also earn you $1. If not you want a large amount. This business kill me also do not do. After the two pulled a bit, Chen Changlu could only sigh and said, alright, sister, then we won't talk about the price. But there's one thing you have to help me with, right? Seeing Chen Changlu give up on continuing to talk about the price, Sister Li sighed in relief and asked suspiciously, you say? Sis will definitely help you if she can. It's like this. Before the end of the month we will definitely slowly reduce our purchases and clean up our inventory. But as you know, it's impossible for us to clean it all up. If that's the case, then our losses will be a bit big. See if you can help us with it, so that we can lose a little less. Hearing Chen Changliu's words, Sister Li frowned and thought, Chen this you can be difficult sister. You also know, this industry does not have this rule Do clothing industry pressure goods is very normal I know, but you also know, we still have to go to school, can't sell all the time. If there is no solution in this area, we may be in mid-August to reduce the amount of goods to deal with the backlog of clothes. By then you and I both have losses. Do you think it is not such a reason? Sister Li looked at the calm Chen Chanlu. With only a smile on his sunny and handsome face, it was impossible to guess whether his words were just a normal statement of fact or with a threatening implication. But whichever way it was, Sister Li had to weigh and measure it. After all, if Chen Changlu and the others if they had started to reduce the amount of goods they were buying in the middle of August just to get rid of as many of the pressed goods as they could, she would have a lot to lose. She was also calculating roughly how much Chen Changliu's volume of their pressurized goods was. Although she didn't have specific data, she could guess a range from the volume of goods and the intervals between goods. After a long time, she asked, what is your program? Hearing Sister Li's words, Chen Changlu knew he had succeeded. Sis, how about this? Before we finish, we will organize and pack the remaining clothes by style, remove all the dirty and rotten ones, and then return them to you according to the purchase price? After listening to Chen Changliu's proposal, Sister Li immediately shook her head. No, absolutely not according to the purchase price. I can only offer $4 apiece. Xiao Chen I am also willing to recycle because we work well together. Go and ask. Who else agrees to do this? Sister, you're too black. One piece you also want to earn us $3. You this front foot sell and back foot get back to earn $3 apiece. Too black. Too black. Sister, a person of high moral character like you should be more understanding of us students who come from poor families and work hard every day in order to go to college. Chen Changlu half-truthfully allowed himself to get slightly emotional, and then set up his high hat, just to act out for Sister Li to see. Sister Li looked at the performance of Chen Changlu, speechless to the extreme. You have to say that other students to help you sell goods in poor circumstances. She may believe. You said that you used to be poor. I also believe that this 1 month you earned how much? You call this poor? Acting? Who will not Immediately crying face said. Xiao Chen not sis do not understand you. Sis on the old and young, in the middle of the workers, stall rent, you think about how much I spend would not have earned much, if the original price to give you a refund, then these 2 months did not earn much. In the warehouse, Du Zhiqiu watched Chen Changlu and Sister Li pulling a long story, and she could feel that both of them were talking nonsense with their eyes open. The two finally reached an agreement. Sister Li was responsible for recovering the goods that Chen Changlu and the others didn't sell at a price $1 below the purchase price. Sending Sister Li away, she returned to the warehouse to see and hear Du Zhiqiu's flirting. Hey, you two can be really fake. You're not tired? I'm tired of listening on the side. Chen Changlu sat on his butt next to Du Zhiqiu, smelling the milky scent if anything, enjoying stretching his back and said, today is to give you a lesson. There is a saying that goes like this, don't trust that man's mouth, although sometimes it's quite comfortable. So in the future, those flies around you around the kind of sweet words you remember to automatically ignore. Or when the time comes to be cheated and cheated have you to cry. Du Zhiqiu slapped on his arm and said hatefully, you're the one who's being cheated. Humph, am I such a shallow person? What comes out of my mouth all day long is not good. A rogue. Chen Changlu hemmed and hawed and laughed. I don't have any wealth. I still have a little bit of color. I do hope that someone will come to cheat me out of my color. Why don't you come to cheat me out of it? I absolutely do not resist. Chen Changlu, you are really thick-skinned. Rogue, shameless, put more effort. Nasty is also yours, pure and simple a bad guy. I think I have to stay away from you a little bit, lest I be contaminated. Said too, and also made a fuss to stay away from Chen Changlu a little bit. Chen Changlu again cheekily ran to Du Zhiqiu and sat down next to him. He liked the milk flavor. Du Zhiqiu is not angry, just joking. and Chen Changlu every day stay together for a month. Have been immune. Just sat down. Chen Changlu licked his face again and said hey, do big schoolgirl? I was wrong. I shouldn't have molested you. I shouldn't have lassoed. I shouldn't have flirted with you. Hey, when I go astray, you have to help me right the ship. Du Zhiqiu's face reddened again. Damn. Saying lassie again. Don't I want to lose face? Also, this guy said to help him right the ship. This tone, this expression. Which aspect do you want to say? Thinking of this, Du Zhiqiu did not care if he was shy or not. In the face of this kind of situation, it is useless to say more. The best way is to directly get on with it. Chen Changlu, I'll fight you. The two of them chased and fought in the warehouse. And when Chen Changlu tried to run out of the warehouse outside, he ran into 3 uninvited people at the entrance, directly making the originally pleasant mood instantly not good at all. Chapter 20. This is the first time I've heard such brazen words. It turns out that the 3 people who met at the warehouse entrance were Chen Aigua, Li Xiaomei and Chen Chongsheng. Chen Aigua did not have any expression and looked very serious. He was supposed to look like this all year round. Li Xiaomei also looked at him with eyes full of light. His face piled up with smiles, which Chen Changlu had not gotten since he was a child. Except that Chen Changlu could see a touch of greed in his eyes. Chen Changsheng's face was also filled with gloom as well as anger, as he had just seen Du Zhiqiu and Chen Changlu fighting, which made it impossible for him to remain calm. However, he quickly hid this expression, as they had come for a purpose today, and a smile was still necessary. Chen Changlu spoke first. Why are you guys here? His tone was calm and cold, and he didn't let the 3 people in, much less introduce Du Zhiqiu. Chen Changliu's tone caused Chen Aigua's brows to furrow, while Li Xiaomei's smile faded quite a bit. It was Chen Changsheng who was a bit more resourceful and hurriedly spoke up. Chen Chang, brother, you didn't come home for so long. Mom and Dad were worried about you, so after many inquiries, they found you. As a son, there is no such thing as sulking with your parents for so long. Zhiqiu is also here. You also help us persuade my brother. He is just argumentative. Chen Changsheng hypocritically portrayed himself as a filial person who knew how to sympathize with his parents while implying that Chen Changlu was being careful. He also pulled Du Zhiqiu in, while observing if any changes appeared on Du Zhiqiu's face when she heard his words. This was also to strike at Chen Changliu's image, only for him to be disappointed. Du Zhiqiu's expression did not change in any way. Jokingly, in this nearly 1 month's time, she had already gone through Zhao Lin and Pang Wei's mouths, enough to understand all the hardships that Chen Changlu had endured all these years, which was why it was impossible for her to have any dissatisfaction with Chen Changliu's attitude. Chen Changlu, don't call me Zhiqiu, we're not that familiar. After saying that, he looked at Chen Changlu again, revealing a bright smile and said, I'm hungry. I'll go to that restaurant in front. In a while you can find me there. Let's eat together. Chen Changlu nodded. He knew that smile of Du Zhiqiu's was an encouragement to himself to go to the restaurant and wait for him, and also left them space. Looking at Du Zhiqiu's completely different attitude towards him and towards Chen Changlu, Chen Changsheng was already incapable of raging inside. He didn't know what kind of ecstasy Chen Changlu had filled Du Zhiqiu with that could make Du Zhiqiu so close to him. Obviously, his grades were so much better than Chen Changliu's and he was also a good student in the eyes of the teacher, while Chen Changlu was a mischievous and poor student in the eyes of the teacher. After the failure of Zheng Chang's cousin's interception, they did not find another opportunity, but Chen Changlu and the others set up a stall to do a good job, and to a small extent, everyone said that he was rich, and in recent months, he earned at least $100,000. This made Chen Changsheng's eyes redden tightly. If he had $100,000, how many things could he buy? His eyes turned. This thing and Li Xiaomei set up. Li Xiaomei was also shocked by the news. I can't imagine that sinful seed do not know what luck actually earned so much money. Mother and son a clap, decided to take the money on Chen Changlu, and then directly to Chen Aigua blowing up the pillow. Li Xiaomei is confident. Since childhood as long as Chen Aigua sent word, Chen Changlu did not have much resistance. Only the matter of dropping out of school resistance. But Li Xiaomei still do not believe that Chen Changlu again and again resistance, as if she has seen $100,000 will be to their hands. Only he did not know that now Chen Changlu was reborn. No longer that in order to keep that little bit of poor affection and willing to keep giving in to the Chen Changlu, that Chen Changlu has died. Li Xiaomei began to put in a good word for Chen Changlu in front of Chen Aigua, saying that Chen Changlu is not so much a child outside, and that he should be allowed to return home as soon as possible. Moreover, it is said that Chen Changlu earned 100,000 yuan during this period of time, and it is too dangerous for him to hold so much money as a child. You, as a father, should help him to keep it and leave it for him to marry a wife later. Chen Aigua heard that Chen Changlu earned $100,000 outside is still very surprised. Only let him a father to go to the runaway son earned money back to their own custody. He is still a little bit unable to pull face. And Chen Changsheng also from time to time and Chen Aigua knocking on the door. Always say want to buy a laptop. Now many students who went to college have bought a laptop, so that more helpful to study. Chen Aigua in his life until now is the most concerned, the most proud of what? Of course, is Chen Changsheng to get into a major university, shine the family. So generally for Chen Changsheng is to respond to any request. However, the price of a laptop computer reached tens of thousands of dollars, which was already 1/3 of their family's savings. He hesitated. In this way, with both Li Xiaomei and Chen Changsheng's mother and son, they finally talked Chen Aigua out of it. Chen Changlu looked at the mouth-breathing Chen Changsheng and smiled slightly. No need to show off your little smarts in front of me. Humph, say it, what do you guys want again? I've been kicked out by you guys, and this doesn't even let me off the hook? I'm not going to drop out of school to work to pay for your education. You don't have the qualifications. Hearing Chen Changlio's words, before Chen Aigua made a sound, Li Xiaomei was unwilling. Changlu, how can you say that about your brother? He's also doing this for your own good. How can you be so insensitive? Ha ha, funny, for my good. Letting me work to pay for his education is for my good? I don't even know what kind of face you have to say such words. This is the first time I've heard such brazen words. Chen Changlio's unforgiving words caused the smile on Li Xiaomei's face to be gone. His face was ugly as hell as he looked at Chen Aigua with a huff. Chen Aigua also had to step forward at this time, reprimanding, Changlu, how do you talk to your mom and your brother? Is this how we taught you since you were a child? Is this how the school teaches you? Ha ha, my mom, my brother, what did you teach me? Ha ha ha. Chen Aigua's words caused the dissatisfaction that existed in Chen Changlio's heart in his last life to completely explode. Chapter 21 Outbreak. Never be a saintly mother. Ha ha, my mom, my brother, what have you taught me? Ha ha ha. Chen Aigua's words caused the dissatisfaction that existed in Chen Changlio's heart since his second life to completely explode. Chen Changlio's outburst was sudden for Chen Aigua's trio. Don't you guys feel red in the face for saying this? You guys taught me? Teach me how biased I am? Teach me that I grew up wearing clothes and shoes that Chen Chanlu wore out? Teach me that I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning to help you pick vegetables, while your good son Chen Changsheng can go and go as he pleases. Don't I want to sleep in until 6:30 and then get up? Teach me that breakfast is 50 cents for me, but $1 for Chen Changsheng? Teach me to water and hoe after school and on weekends, while Chen Changsheng only need to do a little? Ha ha ha, you guys are teaching me really well. With every word Chen Chanlu said, Chen Aigua's face became more ugly, while Li Xiaomei had a look of disgust and indifference on her face, and Chen Changsheng was a little bit smug. Before Chen Aigua and Li Xiaomei could speak, Chen Changsheng jumped out first. Chen Changlu, there's such a thing as talking to your parents. There's no parent in the world who doesn't love their child. It's just that there are different ways of educating for different children. Chen Changlu glanced at Chen Changsheng and laughed with a snort. He, it's true that you are a high achiever. The ability to distort the truth is indeed strong, but it's useless to say to me. I can distinguish what is an educational style. What is partiality? I also know that I am a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh in the eyes of both your mother and son. But I have left. Why do you all still come to me? Since the beginning, Chen Aigua's face was ugly, seeing that he still didn't speak, so angry that Li Xiaomei secretly pinched him several times, except that the current Chen Aigua was angry. But Chen Changlio's words had still slightly touched him, except that he didn't feel that he was at fault, because Chen Changsheng was the one who was proud of him. Li Xiaomei saw that Chen Aigua didn't say anything, so he could only take the fight to himself. Changlu, words can't be said like that. You are misunderstanding me. All along I have treated you as my own son. It's just that Changsheng's grades are better than yours. We will definitely give him more attention. As you can also see, he got into a key university. I don't feel that there is anything wrong with what your father and I did. Chen Changlu was indifferent to both the mother and son's coquettish remarks, and instead looked at Chen Aigua. Although I don't know why you divorced my mother in the first place. All I know is that my mother didn't remarry. And you, I also know that Chen Changsheng is less than 1 year younger than me, right? Oh, counting. You and my mother divorced within a few days of her getting pregnant with Chen Changsheng, right? TSK, seamless? Or have you been hooking up for a long time? Do you really think people don't know anything? What does she want from you? Why is she so disgusted with me? Even though I put up with all the injustices you guys have done to me, she tries to get rid of me all the time. It's not just that you have a broken house, afraid that Chen Changsheng and I will steal the family fortune. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Chen Aigua angrily glared at Chen Changlu. Chen Changlio's words deeply irritated him. Angrily Chen Aigua swung out his hand. Chen Changlio's face was hot, but he did not get angry. 2 lifetimes ago, there is nothing more than this moment to make him happy, because this is his 2 lifetimes since he has been buried deep in his heart. Today in front of the face of the person concerned to say it, his whole body was released. He suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Li Xiaomei couldn't sit still. Chen Changliu's words were too lethal. Chen Changlu, you are a white-eyed wolf. Your father and I have worked hard for so many years to bring you up. Less you eat, less you drink, less you wear, raising you up like this, feeding you until you graduate from high school. What are you not satisfied with? I don't deny that you guys raised me up and gave me a college education, but I won't forget the harm that you guys brought to me. Don't worry, I'll provide for your old age when you guys get old. Humph, who believes what you say? Now is the time when you need to repay us. Hearing Li Xiaomei's words, Chen Changlu knew that he had guessed correctly. He was really running for the money he had earned. He knew that with Li Xiaomei's level of greed as a woman, how could she not be thinking about the money in his hands? Oh, how do you want me to repay you? Chen Changlu said with a slightly sarcastic and mocking expression and tone, which in turn caused Li Xiaomei to burst into a fit of pique and look towards Chen Aigua. Seeing that he was just angry, he knew that he couldn't count on him. Earlier I heard that you earned $100,000. Your father and I felt that you are still young now. It is not suitable to hold so much money in your hands. Your father and I discussed it. You took the money to him for safekeeping, and set it aside for your marriage in the future. Only now you have too much misunderstanding of us. We say so you will definitely think we are greedy for your money. So you take this money out, consider it as part of repaying us for the favor of raising you. Listening to Li Xiaomei's words, Chen Changlu almost didn't give her a nod of approval. She was indeed greedy enough. She thought that she would say that she would take it as a token of repayment for the kindness of their upbringing, but who would have known that it was just a part of it? However, Chen Changlu had his own thinking. Using money to buy off the blood relationship that was impossible. Not that it could not be done. Even if it was done, he was not willing to do it. No matter how much more. He was also raised by them. The future pension is necessary. No matter how much favoritism they had in. If he didn't give them old age in the future, the whole world could spray him to death. No need. It is your responsibility to raise me to adulthood, and my obligation is to give you old age in the future. As for now, nothing. You don't have to think about taking money from me, when you get sick and hospitalized, or when you get old. Don't worry, I'll take care of my obligations. You guys can go now. I'm closing down. Chen Changliu's words were resolute, causing Li Xiaomei and Chen Changxing to lose their heads for a while. It always felt like they had dropped $100,000. A very unpleasant feeling. Chen Changlu, is this how you treat your parents? What didn't your parents give you? Now that you've earned a little money you can ignore and humiliate them like this. You're great. Let's see if your classmates will spit on you for this behavior. Chen Changsheng had already started to use moral abduction, using his reputation among his classmates to threaten. He still didn't want to give up this big mouthful of fat meat. Otherwise how would he buy his own laptop? You guys don't waste your efforts. No matter what you say, you won't get a penny in my hands now. Said turned to close the door of the warehouse, joking. These money is the capital of their own start. How can they give them? He is not a saintly mother. Will be disgusted to come to a sentence. Good. I promise you, although you have all kinds of faults, but you are not easy. Think of yourself if you say such words. You feel disgusted. Chapter 22 A child without a mother is a blade of grass. Chen Changlu, who would never be a saintly mother, arrived at the small restaurant. Du Shiqiu was still waiting there, and when she saw Chen Changlu, a bright smile appeared on her face. At this moment, all the light in the entire small restaurant was focused on her body, and Chen Changliu's just depressed mood instantly got better. Chen Chanlu didn't sit across from Du Shiqiu as usual, but instead sat on his butt next to her, inhaling deeply and smelling the milky scent. If anything, his heart slowly calmed down. In fact, just now he appeared to be calm on the surface, but in fact only he knew that his heart was not calm at all. No matter who appeared this kind of thing, it was impossible to be calm, unless it was a cold-blooded animal. The sound of Chen Changlu taking a long breath made Du Shiqiu's face turn slightly red. After a month of being together, she had long known why this guy sitting beside her was doing this action. Hate, you can't even be decent. Shay, if I'm not decent, it's dangerous for you to be with me all day. You'd have been robbed by me long ago. Du Shiqiu raised her eyebrows and pouted her mouth, trying her best to show an angry expression, but her watery phoenix eyes and rosy lips were endlessly tempting under Du Shiqiu's expression, as if telling Chen Changlu to hurry up and nibble down. Chen Changlu fixedly looked at Du Shiqiu, more and more hot in the eyes. There is no way. Normal men cannot top Du Shiqiu's expression, not to mention the livestock among men. Du Shiqiu felt the change of Chen Changlu. Seeing his eyes, her heart suddenly raced. She felt her whole body was hot. Her face, ears and neck were red. Whether the other red or not is unknown. When Du Shiqiu felt Chen Changliu's head getting closer to her, panic appeared in her eyes. What to do? Is he going to kiss me? But what kind of relationship do we have now? Do I want to refuse? Again, it's a bit unbearable. After all, he just had a falling out with his family. He should be very upset right now. Well, then I'll sacrifice myself. It's not something I volunteered for. Du Jiqiu recalled many thoughts in her mind in this instant, and finally closed her eyes with a clench of her silver teeth, silently waiting for Chen Changlu to kiss down. Hello, serving you. Suddenly, an abrupt voice directly broke the atmosphere between Chen Changlu and Du Jiqiu. Du Jiqiu hurriedly moved in, not daring to look at Chen Changlu. Originally she was not prepared, nor was she sure of what relationship she had with Chen Changlu. Just now the atmosphere just suddenly arrived. Now she didn't have the guts to do so. Chen Changlu was annoyed with Du Jiqiu's situation. Missed this village. To wait for the next store will not know to when. But thinking about it was nothing. Sooner or later, he would take down this stunningly beautiful schoolgirl. He's still annoyed to look at the waiter who served the dishes, secretly cursed to no eyes. But seeing this young male waiter face if not smile, he knew that this guy is intentional. That smile is gloating. Chen Changlu even more depressed. Mad. Stunning school flower terrific anyone who wants to protect. Humph. Depressed Chen Changlu filled a bowl of rice for Du Jiqiu, and gave her 2 chopsticks of vegetables before eating himself, sending his anger on the rice. Looking at Chen Changlu, who suddenly seemed to have a more childish demeanor, Du Jiqiu laughed out. He felt that such Chen Changlu was very cute. Hearing Du Jiqiu's laughter, Chen Changlu looked at her in puzzlement. What are you laughing at, Miss Du? He, laughing at you for acting like a child. Saying that, she took a tissue and in Chen Changlu's curious look, she naturally helped Chen Changlu wipe the grains of rice from the corners of his mouth, and under her breath, she flirted. Look at you, aren't you like a child? There are still grains of rice at the corners of your mouth. Chen Changlu froze for a moment, then revealed a smile. This action of Du Jiqiu showed that the relationship between him and Du Jiqiu had risen a level. How to put it? He should now be above friends and before lovers for Du Jiqiu. This was the kind of youthful feeling that was unique to Du Jiqiu's age of innocence, and it was just a little bit short of a lover's relationship. Chen Changlu of course does not have this kind of pretentious lover's feelings, only that he is now enjoying in Du Jiqiu's kind of caring feeling, which was never experienced in the last life. In his last life he was all give and take, mostly one-sided, and then after looking away, he only talked about his kidneys and not his heart, and now the feeling of someone caring was still good. He wanted to let the relationship between the two to break through naturally. He felt that only in this way could the two have the ability to withstand their feelings. Otherwise, after going to college, in a different school, with Du Jiqiu's excellence, he would definitely be surrounded by a whole bunch of flies, and he didn't want to be on edge every day. The two of them ate a warm lunch and walked back to the warehouse. Chen Changlu suddenly said to Du Jiqiu apprehensively and seriously, Jiqiu, I want to go see my grandmother in a few days. Why don't you accompany me? Me? Okay, I'll accompany you. Du Jiqiu had long since learned of the deep affection between Chen Changlu and her grandmother from Zhaolin and Pangwei, so she was a bit apprehensive when she heard him ask her to accompany him. Well, I'm calling on Zhaolin and Pangwei. Don't worry, my grandmother is very nice. You're so pretty, she'll definitely forget about me as her grandson by then. Hate, making fun of me again. Ignore you. After saying that, she blushed and trotted up, using it to hide her mood. Ha ha ha. Chen Changlu's laughter made Du Jiqiu speed up his pace even more. At night, Chen Changlu lay on his bed and thought of his grandmother. Having been reborn back for a month, it wasn't that he wasn't willing to go see his grandmother as soon as possible, but he wasn't ready because he hadn't been able to control that endless guilt he felt towards his grandmother in his previous life very well. In his previous life, because he went to school, his grandmother secretly took the money she had saved for him, which led to the subsequent conflict with his aunt and uncle, and suffered a lot of cold stares in the last few years. For his aunt and uncle's behavior he didn't hate them that much. He basically lived in his uncle's house until he was 5 years old, and actually troubled them a lot. He couldn't hate them. To put it bluntly, they are willing to help themselves, that is the love. Do not help is this, there is no place to blame. Motherless children sometimes really is a grass. Their own father is like this. What qualification to blame uncle it? I can only hate my own ignorance back then. If he could have taken the initiative to go to the aunt and uncle to make it clear, there may not have been such a misunderstanding. In the countryside, like the grandmother's behavior is indeed very easy to cause conflicts with the family. If discussed in advance there will be no problem. It's just that his uncle's family is also in average condition, and there are 2 cousins studying, so that's why grandma gave it to him secretly, and he didn't even know about all this when he received the money back then. Grandmother, I will make your old age happy. Chapter 23, The Most Beautiful Picture. After finishing the day's work, Chen Changsheng and the other 6 people gathered at the warehouse. On the table were piles of $100 bills, which had just been taken out of the bank today. Before that, every time they recovered money, it was deposited in the bank. Alright, no more words from the vain head, let's split the money today. A few people got excited when they heard this. Even Du Jiqiu, who had always been relatively calm about money, revealed an excited smile. Pang Wei rubbed his hands together and giggled. He. I'm going to slap the money in front of my dad tonight. Let's see if he still dares to say I'm worthless. Ha ha. Chen Changlu glanced at him and said, are you sure you want to do this? You probably know how much you can share. Are you sure that if you slap them all in front of your dad, how much can you get back? Chen Changliu's words let Pang Wei froze for a moment. Cold sweat came down. I go. Careless. Almost my latest Nokia 6108 no longer. Thinking of this, Pang Wei said, ha, oh, I'm just kidding. We have to keep a low profile. Ha ha ha. Pang Wei's words caused a burst of laughter. Aside from leaving enough money for the purchase, they took out $300,000. Chen Chanlu split $90,000 and the others split over $40,000. After dividing the money, those who saved up and those who went shopping. Chen Chanlu saved up $80,000 and left $10,000. Then went shopping with Zhao Lin Pang Wei. He didn't buy any nutritional supplements. Instead he bought a few buckets of peanut oil, some milk and such, and most importantly, 2 strips of Red Double Happiness and a few bottles of good wine. Although grandma is already more than 70 years old, but cigarettes and alcohol do not leave, except that she usually buy their own tobacco to roll their own, and drink their own brewed soil Moutai. The next day's distribution to the students was done in the morning, with advance notice, so the whole day's work was done in one morning. Originally a line of 4 people, but Feng Qian and Li Ping also shouted to go together. No way. Can only agree. 6 people a cab cannot sit. I do not know how Zhao Lin, said Li Ping. The 2 boys and girls actually ride their own motorcycle. Zhao Lin and Chen Changlu have been there, but also know the way. C is ready to drill into the back row of Pang Wei. Chen Changlu grabbed his pants and pulled back, while saying, Pang Wei, you're bigger. Sitting in the back is too much space. You sit in the passenger seat. Pang Wei's pants were pulled back and he could only retreat. While looking at Chen Changlu with a grudging look, he fought back and said, I'm not a big guy, okay? I'm not very big, okay? Sitting in the back really doesn't take up space. Chen Changlu directly ignored him and said to Feng Qian, big beautiful Feng, please, just kidding, giving you the opportunity to pick up Feng Qian. My milky flavor is not more important than you are. One can only choose to see color and forget about righteousness. Du Jiqiu and Feng Qian looked at the tone and expression of the 2 men, directly laughed. Feng Qian also did not make any pretense and sat up first, then Du Jiqiu, and finally Chen Changlu. Chen Changlu, who just sat down, saw Pang Wei still glaring at him silently, and hurriedly hemmed and hawed and laughed, don't get in the car yet. If you don't get in, you won't be wanted. Chen Changlu, you bastard who sees color and forgets righteousness. Humph, we're not finished. After saying this, he huffed and puffed and drilled into the passenger side. A few people chatting. Chen Changlu sleepy, last night because today to go to grandma's house. Insomnia until the latter part of the night to fall asleep, smelling his favorite milk flavor, slowly dozing off. Du Jiqiu, who was listening to Huang exposing Chen Changliu's childhood scandals, suddenly felt her shoulders sink, startled, turned her head and was trying to push Chen Changlu away, but the outstretched hand stopped again, because she saw Chen Zilia sleeping peacefully and quietly, and the slight sound of even breathing he made proof that he was not trying to eat her tofu. This moment of Chen Changliu's angular features sunny and handsome, giving Du Jiqiu the feeling of clean and refreshing, usually waking up that kind of smile although it is also very infectious. But now he is asleep with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, a smile hangs on his face, and that smile is so pure and innocent. She loved to see this innocent smile of his now. How to look at it seems to be not enough, so quietly looking at the near Chen Changlu, although turning her head to look at the person leaning on her shoulder is very awkward, but she still want to see. Du Jiqiu and Chen Changlu were suddenly silent. Pang Wei and Feng Qian looked over and saw this scene. A stunningly beautiful girl with delicate features was smiling, quietly looking at the boy leaning on her shoulder. This picture is so beautiful, Feng Qian blurted out, which woke up Du Jiqiu, and seeing Feng Qian and Pang Wei looking at him with a smile, her face slightly reddened, but she didn't push Chen Changlu away. Instead she adjusted the position for him to make him a little more comfortable before continuing to chat with them as if nothing had happened. Feng Qian teased at Du Jiqiu, he, the fairy of our class has also moved her mortal heart. Screw you, you're the fairy, you're the one who moved her mortal heart? Don't admit it, so now what kind of posture you guys have? Also, just now who also help others to adjust the posture? TSK, really is enough heartache, or not? Also lend me your shoulder to lean on it. This level of words, if it was in the past Du Jiqiu would definitely blush, but having stayed with Chen Changlu for a long time, and often being able to hear him drive, he was already immune to this level of teasing. Really? You're also sleepy why don't you let Pang borrow his shoulder for a bit? Huge also picked up the conversation on the side. I have no problem with that. Feng Qian exasperatedly poo-pooed her words. Think beautifully, This young lady has no plans in this regard right now. Feng Qian's tone was extremely firm, and everyone on the sidelines could hear that she was serious in what she said. The light in Pang Pang's eyes darkened a little bit, but he wouldn't give up. There was no reason for his two brothers to be able to hold a beautiful woman, while he was nothing. This awkward atmosphere quickly passed, and in the midst of the crowd's chatter, they finally entered the village. Chen Changlu has also woken up, still looking at the scene from memory. The car drove to the entrance of the courtyard, and after the crowd moved their belongings down, they communicated with the driver that they would come to pick up the people at 6 p.m. before walking towards the familiar courtyard door. Chen Changlu pushed open the hidden courtyard door. He saw a little old lady who was holding a small rolled cigarette in one hand and feeding the chickens with the other hand. When he heard the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open and looked over, he realized that it was Chen Changlu, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Changlu, you haven't come to see Grandma for a long time. Where have you been in the wild during your vacation? The grandmother who often appeared in the dream as well as her kind voice appeared again in reality. The mood of excitement and nervousness that was still there just now disappeared without a trace for some reason, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Grandma, I'm late. Chapter 24. Why are they not worthy? At this time, the little old lady saw the crowd that came in together behind Chen Changlu. Isn't this Xiao Lin Zi and Xiao Wei? You two monkeys haven't come to see Grandma for a long time either. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei immediately ran over to her and called her grandmother, only making her laugh. When she saw Du Zhiqiu's three daughters, she was even more enthusiastic, especially Du Zhiqiu. Her eyes lit up when she looked at Du Zhiqiu because she realized that after she walked in, Du Zhiqiu was standing beside Chen Changlu and stood very close to him. Du Zhiqiu had gotten used to standing next to Chen Changlu. It was subconscious. The two of them had partnered up the most over the past month, so they had formed a habit. Several of you are also Changliu's classmates. TSK, they are all very pretty, all good kids. The few girls looked slightly restrained, but followed suit and called out to their grandmother, sending the little old lady into a frenzy. But when she saw their large bags, then she started to scowl. You come to see me, this little old lady, I'm very happy. By so many things. Why? A moment back, remember to take it back. You are still using the family's money now. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. Then all laughed out proudly. Chen Changlu pulled his grandmother's hand and said, Grandma, this time you really wronged me. The money to buy all these things are all earned by a few of us who went to street stalls after vacation. We even earned our college tuition fees. He. Awesome, right? Chen Changlu offered his grandmother for compliments, straight away making a few people laugh. The little old lady was half convinced, but believed it when she saw a few others nodding their heads, though she still occasionally complained about them spending money indiscriminately. When she heard that the crowd had all gotten into college, her tears almost flowed, and Chen Changlu knew that she was reminded of her own mother. However, under the comfort of the crowd, she soon recovered. Chen Changlu got his uncle's house in general conditions, and now still live in a large tile house, but spacious enough. Chen Changlu asked his grandmother to realize that today they came not coincidentally. The uncle's family went back to his mother's home, and only came back in the evening. Chen Changlu has no regrets. The uncle's family is not there, also to avoid embarrassment. Chen Changliu's uncle was born with a face that no one could get close to, and people he didn't know generally didn't like to get close to him, and he himself was afraid of his uncle when he lived here when he was small. The little old lady to Chen Changlu brought other gifts are not interested, only the 2 cigarettes, a few bottles of wine is also full of joy, although he kept on saying that he spends money, but this time finally did not let him go away when the cigarettes and wine away. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Changlu several people together to do a dinner. This era of people have not been the latter part of the world that kind of clothes to the rice to the point. There are not a lot of fairies said. Their hands are not used to do housework. Even Du Zhiqiu, such a beautiful woman, to do it in a decent manner. Dinner is not very rich, but very cozy. The little old lady's character is very good. Plus Chen Changlu 3 men in the middle of the gag. Also not cold. After dinner it was just over 5 o'clock. The little old lady had originally asked Chen Changlu to take her classmates out for a stroll. She also had to take advantage of the sun going down to cool off, to go to the field to collect corn for 2 hours, but was ultimately stopped by Chen Changlu with the reason that he would soon be going to Lingnan province for school. Time passes very quickly. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Changlu reluctantly said goodbye to his grandmother. Before he left, his grandmother gave him a big red envelope to congratulate him on his entrance exam to university. Chen Changlu knew it was not going to be less when he took it. Chen Changlu did not say anything. When he got on the car, he stuffed her with $5,000 that he had prepared himself, and then told the driver to hurry up and drive. Otherwise grandma would definitely return the money. When Chen Changlu looked back, he could still see his grandmother in the distance, constantly waving goodbye to him. His emotions were still inevitably affected, but with Du Zhiqiu by his side, he quickly adjusted. On the road, Chen Changlu could still see people in the fields doing farm work, and there were quite a few elderly people, so to speak, in the countryside. As long as you are not 8 or 9 decades old, and your body is still good, you will often go down to the ground to do farm work that you can do. Unlike the city, 5, 6, 10 retired enterprise and public institution people have begun to enjoy their old age. This point is almost out of the square dance, because they have a high pension, while the farmers not only do not have, but also have to pay the public grain. In the past few years, the state to the rural elderly over 60 years old 100 yuan per month pension, and the city often thousands of yuan, tens of thousands of dollars in pension contrast. But there are still a lot of people running out to say that the farmers did not bring help to the development of the country. Receive $100 of pension is already a very good welfare, whether it was in his previous life or now. Chen Changlu scoffed at such arguments. Who said that the farmers did not contribute to the country's economic development? The farmers grew up in the planned economy after the liberation. When the countryside was in the last years of the production team, the farmers were not allowed to work alone. That is, the land is the production team. The farmers labor with the city people go to work, to the point of going to the field to labor. To the noon and night they go home to eat. Peasants go to the ground collective labor outside. Every year each production team to draw out the young and strong farmers to go out to dig the river to repair reservoirs. Digging the river to repair reservoirs at that time the state does not pay the wages. Instead, they were given work credits by the production teams in which they worked, which meant that the state did not spend a penny to let the farmers build 86,000 reservoirs, 3.8 million ponds, and 160,000 kilometers of riverbanks. Have such farmers not contributed to the country? Not only did they receive no wages, but they also had to labor. While at the same time did the city workers contribute more than the peasants? Between 68 and 78 years, 16 million city dwellers went to the countryside, and the rural areas, which were already poor, were even worse off, and it was good enough for them to have enough to eat. At the end of the 1970s and early 1980s, when the fields were divided into households and the production teams were disbanded, the rural people's life began to get better, and every family began to have surplus grain, and also began to distribute to every household the 3.5% of the total payment of public grain. The slogan of the time was to pay enough for the country, keep enough for the collective, and keep the rest for yourself. Such farmers ensured the country's food security. And did they not contribute to the country's economic development? By the 1990s, the state began to have a policy of paying pension insurance, which means that before the pension insurance policy began, the state defaulted to your contributions, also known as deemed contributions. People who retired at the beginning of this century. In the past 10 years, enterprises retired from the monthly 3 or 4,000, 5 or 6,000 ranging. Institutions retired from 8 or 9,000, tens of thousands of abound. Appeared to work has not retired from working to take more money, and farmers only receive more than $100 a month pension. What makes you say they do not deserve it? It should be given less. Thinking of this, Chen Changlu smiled to himself. Hey, I think so much. Why? Chapter 25, A New Opportunity. After coming back from his grandmother's house, Chen Changlu put down a shackle in his heart. The whole person was relaxed, which also showed on his daily routine. Every day, he molested Du Zhiqiu. When Du Zhiqiu couldn't talk to him, his skin wasn't thick enough for him, and he wasn't shameless enough. He could only lay his hands on him, and Chen Changlu didn't resist, and suffered with pain and pleasure, and was happy to do so. The relationship between the two people is also more and more intimate, and is just short of that layer of window paper has not been pierced. Chen Changlu enjoys this life. Stay in the warehouse all day is not boring. Not only have Du Zhiqiu can be molested, Crocodile also moved a TV set over. For the current TV programs, Chen Changlu does not like to watch. It is better to read some information. It is still a little useful to him. Chen Changlu came back from hitting lunch, and just as he walked to the warehouse door, he heard the song that made his ears grow calloused coming from the warehouse. You are the wind. I am the sand, entangled around the sky. Chen Changlu covered his forehead with his hand. Here we go. It's this again. In July, with the popularity of Returning the Pearl 3, Part 1 was back on the air. A large number of local TV stations aired it during the day, and it was a favorite amongst the little girls. Even Du Zhiqiu was no exception. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, the two guys couldn't top it, and had already run to the internet cafe to play games a long time ago. Chen Changlu walked in, while setting up lunch, while breathlessly to a few big beauties, eating. What's so good about this TV series? As far as I know, you guys have watched it 3 times. What's the point? Just a crappy movie with an incorrect outlook on the 3 things. A few girls came over. Du Zhiqiu slapped his arm, pouted and said, I just like to watch it. There is not a single girl I know who doesn't like to watch Granny's TV series. Where are the 3 views not correct? Come on, let's put it this way. As long as it's that Granny's drama, There's not a single one that has a 3 viewpoint. That's why you women don't believe me when I say you have long hair and short knowledge. He Shuhang from Deep Love can be said to be the first high-purity scum in history. No more scum, only the most scum. Double-minded. Wavering is synonymous with him, and there are a whole lot of scummy lines. A little commitment are not, and want to embrace the right and left, and no commitment. With a mouthful of beautiful words and lies has been the Liu family sisters coaxed round and round. Plus just finished broadcasting the Pearl 3. 5 A brother to the back married G painting. Small swallow suffered a big aggrieved. 5 A brother to remind his small swallow begged him to marry. Just ask you scum or not scum? But how did he forget? At the beginning of the old Buddha let him marry the side of the Fujin. Ran to find the emperor said this matter to think long and hard. Cannot be resolute? He himself hangs on his lips all day long, saying that he doesn't like Ji Chou, but also has a child with him, and says things like we still have a second and third. Do you think this kind of person is scum? Do Ji Chou and Li Ping? Feng Chen was said by Chen Changlu did not know how to retort. Chen Changlu got carried away, while eating continued to say, if I were me, marry it, how nice it is. Still pretending there, despise this kind of person. But he suddenly felt a small hand caressing up his waist, and then there was a huge pain. Pain. What's wrong with me again? While shouting under his breath, he grabbed the tender little hand that did the evil with one hand and asked questioningly. Li Ping and Feng Qian, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, both laughed when they saw Chen Changlu being taken again. Du Zhiqiu was not shy and said fiercely, what did you say? What did you say just now? Oh, you want to marry 2 women? Although Du Zhiqiu didn't let go, her strength was much smaller. No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that Fifth Arigo's character is not good. His mouth is not his heart. That's just a metaphor. Really? Aha, really? When Du Zhiqiu let go, Chen Changlu still breathed a sigh of relief. How is this woman getting more and more different from the temperament shown by her looks? Not gentle at all. Chen Changlu muttered under his breath. What did you say? No, didn't say anything. I said that your little hands are so smooth and soft. From the beginning to the end. Li Ping and Li Chen just watched and laughed. They realized that these two were really quite compatible and harmonious when they were jostling together. Just as the two of them were in the middle of their banter, the midday news caught Chen Changliu's attention. According to reports, the United States freeze. Soybeans failed to plant as scheduled. Planting area fell sharply. The international market rumors South American soybean production will also be a substantial reduction. The U.S. Department of Agriculture soybean monthly supply and demand report to make major adjustments. Soybean inventory data adjusted to the lowest point in more than 20 years. In addition, the U.S. has reported that this year's demand for soybean meal will grow by 40%, soybean oil demand by 60%, and soybean demand by 25%. With supply decreasing and demand increasing, the market generally expects soybeans to increase in price. When Shen Changsheng saw this, he suddenly remembered something, and the whole person suddenly got excited. This was a new opportunity for him. Although Chen Changsheng was not a financial person in his previous life, and did not buy stocks and futures, he was too familiar with the soybean futures market from this year to next year, because this period of time has created a lot of multi-millionaires. Our fried soybean futures earned. Once he read a wealth article, which has a man with $50,000 in the second half of 2003 to enter the futures market. It is from soybeans to start, accumulating a rich original capital, and later earned a fortune of 200 million. Back then, he also lamented why he had not been given such an opportunity. Now this opportunity has arisen. He could not give up. As long as the operation is good, he can make a short period of time, their own business plan during this period of time, but also worried about the startup capital is too small. Now well, from here to make a fortune, they can better open their own business plan. He remembered then saw the news analyzed. August rose in the first half of the month. The second half of the month back down. In September the futures price all the way up, broke through the May highs. In October, the first half of the month Dalian soybeans continuous stops sharply rising, into the crazy stage. The second half of the month shocked up, and the history of its single-day amplitude of the big rare. He only remembered so much. More specific he did not know, but know these points. He only need to be careful at the beginning. Conservative, he earned this 2 months of more than 100,000 or a great deal, and then wait until the first half of October. He can make a wave of hard. Thinking of this, Chen Changliu's heart began to leap up. Now it's the middle of August, and now the sale is slowly starting to enter the closing stage, and he can't walk away. Forget it. When he finished here, he would just go to Yangcheng a few days earlier. He made a good decision. Chapter 26 Stall business officially ends. In the next period of time, Chen Changlu often ran to the internet cafe with Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, and even had less time to flirt with Du Zhiqiu. causing Du Big School Flower to be very dissatisfied. And there was a hint of grudge in the gaze she looked at Chen Changlu, and Chen Changlu could smell a sour odor. This made Chen Changlu feel amused, but used the excuse that he would soon be separated from Zhao Lin and Pang Wei, so he wanted to have a good time with them. Du Zhiqiu could only acquiesce when he heard such a reason. After all, he and Chen Changlu were both in Yangchang after the start of the school year, and were indeed closer than Zhao Lin and Pang Wei. Zhao Lin and Pang Wei heard Chen Changlu use the two of them as an excuse, violently rolled their eyes. Go to the internet cafe together also did not see you accompany us to play CS. All day on the internet do not know what is browsing. Yes, Chen Changlu went to the internet cafe is not to play games, but for the next step in the soybean futures to make a fortune. So run to check the information. On August 26th, when Chen Changlu put the rest of the clothes and Li's sister good delivery, means that this summer vacation his stall business officially draws to a close. Sister Li was a bit sad that such a big single customer had earned herself a suite of rooms in 2 months. Hey, Xiao Chen, if you still do this business next summer vacation remember to look for Sister Ah. Sister will definitely give you the most favorable price in the whole market. Okay sis, thanks for taking care of me these 2 months. After being polite, Sister Li left. In the afternoon, a total of 37 students from the 15th middle school who had set up stalls arrived. This was the last time they received their paychecks. Looking at the students who were mostly darkened but in good spirits, he smiled. All of them had earned their tuition fees for school in this month or so, comparing to those students who were still using their parents' money to go to school. They were now proud, so how could they be in bad spirits? Chen Changlu was very emotional. It was these people who brought the 6 of them 650,000 in net profit. He himself could share $200,000. Alright, brothers and sisters, without further ado about other nonsense, our work study for this summer vacation ends today, and you guys adjust for the rest of the days. Meet the new semester coming. After all, our biggest task is still to go to school. Have a break-up dinner tonight. Good. Now send money. In the evening, a restaurant. Chen Shanlu can be said to be dry when someone toasts. Beer plus a mouthful of dry small cups of reason. Chen Shanglu really did not get drunk. After the wine and dinner, they 6 people one by one a classmate sent away, and then 6 people strolling in the street. This time no one to talk. Sadness in the diffusion. Chen Shanglu looked at this atmosphere. He was also speechless. He had experienced too much. There wasn't much feeling left. Okay, you guys are really pretentious. Making it like a parting of life and death. It's not like you won't see each other again. You guys aren't happy after making money. Li Ping, I saw the crocodile last night birdie wrapped around your waist. Hey, you two to which step? Zhao Lin and Li Ping, the 2 dogs and men, actually showed their love in front of Du Zhiqiu yesterday in his absence, and now it was just the right time to use it to liven up the atmosphere. Hearing Chen Changliu's words, several other people looked at the 2 of them curiously. Even though Li Ping was the boldest of the 3 women, she was a bit embarrassed. Zhao Lin saw his girlfriend embarrassed. Naturally he wanted to take the lead. Humph. Rascal, you're the birdie. You're just jealous and envious. Said started to look for Chen Chanlu to settle the score. After Chen Changliu's flirting, the sadness of parting only slowly disappeared. Rascal, are you leaving tomorrow? Why don't you go to Yangcheng with Du Zhiqiu and the others 3, so you can also be a companion? Pang Wei's words caused the others to look at Chen Chanlu, especially Du Zhiqiu with a complicated expression. Chen Chanlu helplessly said, I also want to join them, but there's something I have to take care of. I can only go first. On the way Chen Chanlu sent Du Zhiqiu back. Du Zhiqiu was uncharacteristically silent. The whole person was silent. There was no more of the usual chattering and laughter. Suddenly, Du Zhiqiu stopped and looked at Chen Chanlu next to her, biting her red lips, her eyes moist, feeling like tears were brewing, looking pathetic. Chen Chanlu was also confused by Du Zhiqiu's this big beautiful Du. What's wrong? Why this expression for a good reason? Du Zhiqiu asked in a slightly choked voice. Why don't you go to Yangcheng with me? Didn't I just say that I'm going to go to Yangcheng to take care of something? I don't believe you. You don't have any other relatives or friends in Yangcheng. You just don't want to see me. Are you sick of me? Yeah, we're not related to anything. It's normal that you don't want to see me. Chen Chanlu was dumbfounded. At this moment Du Zhiqiu actually started to be unreasonable. Could it be that no matter what kind of woman has an unreasonable side? But it was really a bit different from the usual charm. Once he saw that he couldn't reason, there was no way he could tell Du Zhiqiu what he wanted to do. What to do? Wait online. Waiting my ass. The mouth to say reason does not make sense. Or there are other functions. Chen Shanglu suddenly wrapped his arms around Du Zhiqiu's waist, and then in Du Zhiqiu's stunned wide-eyed stare, he directly blocked her red lips, and then began to wage a war of aggression. Du Zhiqiu went from dismay to surprise, then to shyness, and finally her hands wrapped around Chen Changliu's neck. Chapter 27, The Earthy Love Language Confession. looking at Du Jiqiu who was full of shy little girl attitude. Chen Changlu was very satisfied in his heart. He had turned a little fairy little princess in front of people, and lively and spiritual Du Jiqiu in the back of people into the current twisted side. The psychological satisfaction was directly bursting. Chen Changlu couldn't help but stretch out his claws, and then pinched her smooth and rosy little face. Well, it felt good. Du Jiqiu was stunned by Chen Changlu's small action of pinching her face, then raised her head to look at him. Looking at the strange smile on Chen Changlu's face, if anything, she was even more embarrassed, but she couldn't find a crack in the ground, so she could only pounce into Chen Changlu's arms, then stretched out his own little hand in the bad laugh Chen Changlu made, then one side clockwise, the other counterclockwise, directly barring Chen Changlu's bad laugh into a pain cry. Ah, pain pain pain. Du Jiqiu looked up at Chen Changlu with an elfin and eccentric smile on her face. Serves you right, let you laugh at me. Looking at the tantalizing red lips in front of him, Chen Changlu then still cared about the pain or not, directly stamped, or not all disintegrated. Sure enough, after 3 seconds, clockwise and counterclockwise stopped, then turned into holding his waist. Chen Changlu found that Du Jiqiu seemed to have unlocked the seal, more addicted than him, and only let Chen Changlu go when he could hardly breathe. The two of them were holding hands. Du Jiqiu, the smile that spread across her face never stopped, and Chen Changlu's eyes that looked at Du Jiqiu from time to time were filled with doting. Chen Changlu realized that he had stayed with Du Jiqiu and the others for a long time, and his mentality had become younger. Otherwise, if he still had the mentality of his previous life, he should be looking at Du Jiqiu with an uncle-like smile right now. But he likes the current state. He doesn't want to change anything. After all, young is good. The only bad point is too much energy. Hormone secretion is too fast. Every morning he gets up to salute and draw maps every now and then. Are you sure you don't want to go to Goat Town with me? Can you bear it? Du Jiqiu shook Chen Changlu's arm and pouted. As long as it was a girl, she was born to be pouty. No matter if she was a little fairy or a little witch. Du Jiqiu had never pampered herself like this before, but after the stamp, it was used directly and seamlessly. Chen Changlu looked at Du Jiqiu with amusement. Are you sure your mom won't come to pick you up? How are you going to introduce me to her when the time comes? Should I call auntie? Or should I call mom? Bah! Of course it's auntie. I'm not married to you. How can you call mom? Shameless. Saying this, she gently pinched his hand. It didn't hurt, but Chen Changlu saw that her ears were red. It seems that the word mom still has a stronger killing effect on her. Looking at Du Jiqiu's red, small and delicate ears, Chen Changlu wanted to play with them for a bit, and then touched them with his hand. Well, the feel was good. He liked this feeling. Chen Changlu was comfortable and satisfied, but Du Jiqiu shivered when Chen Changlu touched her earlobe, and her entire body almost went soft. Aya, nasty, actually touching my ear. After all was said and done, she complained, but she actually didn't stop Chen Changlu and instead softly leaned against his body. Chen Changlu saw Du Jiqiu's behavior and found an unexpected surprise. It seemed that this was one of her weaknesses. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything and laughed he. But in the end, Chen Changlu let go of his sinful hand and let Du Jiqiu go. And Du Jiqiu, after getting used to it, was gradually able to withstand it, and chatted back to the previous topic. My mom will definitely come to pick me up, but it's good for you to take a ride and Li Ping and Fengqian. She won't suspect anything but with you I look like I want to stay by your side. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help but wear out my face at that time. Are you really ready to let me call out to my mom? Okay. Du Jiqiu reluctantly agreed, but her mouth pouted. Such a Du Jiqiu had the strongest killing power. The image of a stunningly beautiful maiden who looked immortal pouting definitely blew up the vast majority of people. As excluded, Chen Changlu was no exception, and took Du Jiqiu into his arms again, kissing her until her lips were a little puffy before giving up. After Chen Changlu let go of Du Jiqiu's chest rose and fell, gasping for a few breaths before she slowly calmed down, looking at Chen Changlu with water dripping from her eyes. Of course, this was not tears, only that there was still a hint of resentment in these eyes. Du Jiqiu still wanted Chen Changlu to accompany her. After all, she had just established a relationship with practical actions. She still liked to get tired with Chen Changlu. Only Chen Changlu had his own considerations. He had to develop for his own career. Otherwise, how to go to the life he wanted to live? The failed life of his last life. He didn't want to repeat it again. Therefore, right now, he would not let a woman affect his sword drawing speed. Neither could Du Jiqiu. However, Chen Changlu suddenly came up with a thought. However, if Jiqiu lets me draw other swords, I don't know if I'll be able to withstand that temptation. When it was almost time to reach the entrance of Du Jiqiu's neighborhood, Du Jiqiu stopped and looked at Chen Changlu and said, "You haven't confessed to me yet? Are we considered boyfriend and girlfriend?" Chen Changlu was a little confused by Du Jiqiu's words. This is not a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Then my behavior just now will not be cut by you. However, looking at Du Jiqiu, who was full of expectations. Chen Shanglu remembered that the vast majority of women like rituals. Well, to satisfy her is the latter days of the internet explosion, which man could not say a few words off the top of his head. In an instant, Chen Shanglu put away his smile and turned serious, then looked at Du Jiqiu with affectionate eyes. All things in this world, 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 he said. Everything in the world. The sky full of stars is you. The warm breeze by the lake is you. The willow fluttering is also you. The endless thoughts are you. In spring there are hundreds of flowers. In autumn there is the moon. In summer there is a cool breeze and in winter there is snow. But I only want to have you in the morning and evening. The stars and rivers are hot. You are the ideal of the earth. The moon is cool. You are the dawn of the earth. The sea of indifference. You are the scorching hot world. You are the linden of the earth. Before I have always felt that it is good to be single. But this period of time and your contact, I prayed every day. Lovers, Du Jiqiu, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Du Jiqiu listened to Chen Shanliu's string of confessions. She felt that she was the happiest at this moment because Chen Shanliu's confessions were still poetic and full of deep feelings. I do. Then Du Jiqiu took the initiative to hug Chen Shanliu and stamp. This time the hug was even harder than any other time just now. And the stamping process was also more passionate than any other time just now. After pulling silk once more, Du Jiqiu finally calmed down. Du Jiqiu took 3 steps back and walked into the neighborhood, while Chen Shanglu waited for Du Jiqiu to disappear from sight before turning his head and humming away. I kissed your face, your legs were once on my shoulders. I miss dirty talk, I miss trembling together. Chapter 28. Yangcheng. Teasing a little handsome boy is also a good pastime. The next day, Chen Shanglu retired from the small hotel where he had stayed for 2 months, and without saying goodbye to anyone, he sat alone on the bus to Yangcheng. Half an hour after the bus drove off, he received crusading phone calls from several other people one after another. It turned out that Chen Shanlu didn't want to feel that sadness of parting, so he intentionally said the departure time an hour late. The others were fine, but Du Jiqiu's gnashing of teeth and words with a ghostly grudge on the phone made him rush to apologize, and it was only after promising all sorts of unequal treaties that Du Jiqiu was pacified. After 8 hours of driving, Chen Shanglu finally arrived in Yangcheng. As soon as he got out of the car, while moving his sore back and legs, he cursed. Really slow if there is a train more than 3 hours to arrive. And so out of the station is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All kinds of hustling motorcycles and small hotels for hustling middle-aged women are surrounded up. Chen Shanlu did not say a word, waved his hand directly away. Now the Yangcheng economy is developing at a high speed, but the city construction has not kept up. The passenger transportation center is dirty and poor. Chen Shanglu clutched the school bag he was carrying on his chest, and $3,000 was placed inside. The law and order in Yangcheng in '03 was unimaginable for those who had never been here. Roadblockers, pit bulls, gambling, drugs, everything. It is said that there are more factories in the place. The river found dead people are not a rare and unusual thing. And now the flying car robbery party is also the most arrogant time. He cannot not defend. He has long been a good strategy. Hit the Lingnan University of Finance and Economics in the neighborhood to find a housing agency. Yes, Chen Shanglu to rent a room. Looking at the housing agency to play out the price of housing. Chen Shanlu looked hot. Good neighborhoods only 7,000 per square meter. General neighborhoods more than 3,000. According to him and the agent chat and the information he got, now the Yangcheng housing prices than last year to be a little lower. The average price of only 3,900. Last year there are 4,100. Hot Chen Changlu decided. After earning money to buy 10 sets of 8 sets of houses to put the appreciation, and later failed to start a business, but also or food and clothing well. Spent the afternoon. Finally rented a set of 2 rooms and 1 hall. Rent 600. A one-time payment of 3 months rent, and so on to buy all the daily necessities. It has been 5 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, Du Jiqiu's text messages did not stop. According to her, suddenly cannot see him. She is a little uncomfortable. Anyway, after all is said and done or blame him for his own early come to Yangcheng, Chen Shanglu found that with the two establishing a relationship as lovers, this dazzlingly beautiful school flower fairy of the 15th middle school had completely descended to earth in front of him. From time to time in front of him arrogant a little, capricious a little, only a little better is she reasonable, not unreasonable. In front of him arrogant capricious, in fact, is a kind of petulance, is to want to let him care more about her. In fact, Chen Shanglu has already discovered this point. He thinks it should be Du Jiqiu's family environment. Parents because of the work of the time at home is relatively short. In many cases it is her alone at home. Although Du Jiqiu knew better, unlike other children, it was easy for her to indulge herself in such a situation, and then take the path of a bad girl. But in fact, she also needs other people's concern. She is also lonely and isolated. The lonely and isolated here is not the lonely and isolated of an adult woman. It is purely caused by the lack of companionship, and Chen Changlu came into her heart, into her life. He became the sun in her world, warming her, coupled with what Chen Changlu did after his rebirth. More than their life experience, there is a strand of qualities in his body also attracted her. So in the 2 months every day after arriving at the warehouse almost inseparable, the two of them are also watertight. In fact, it can also be said that Du Jiqiu is very sticky Chen Changlu. So Chen Changlu first came to Yangcheng. She is a little temperamental, coaxing Du Jiqiu, who has not seen much of the world. Chen Changlu still has no problem, and soon calmed her down. A night without words. The second day early in the morning, Chen Changlu took the money, directly to the computer city, spent $12,000 to buy an IBM laptop, and then took a taxi to Guangfa Futures. As an intern, Kumang is now very annoying. Not that no one is looking for her to consult and open an account, because there are too many. But not fat head and ears greasy middle-aged man is an old man. Young also have, but crooked, but always in front of her loaded, consciously or unconsciously reveal how much money they have. They can put into the futures market how much money. Although Kumang only came to the internship not long, but she is these people's intentions are still very understanding. Not just see her beautiful want to pick her up. Che, do not look at their own virtues. Crooked, although they are not the kind of face value party, but at least can look a little bit of eye. It was not easy to get rid of the annoying flies, hiding in the corner of the Kumang bored to death. Although she did not have the pressure of performance, but too boring, time flies too slow. When she was bored, a man with a duffel bag walked in the door and brightened her eyes. No, it should be a boy. Although his temperament looked slightly mature, but the tenderness on his face still betrayed his age. The reason for Kumang's eyes to light up was of course the boy's face value online. Tall and slender figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, casually a t-shirt over the body, also looks very temperament. Three-dimensional features, sunshine, youth, the corner of the mouth if not the smile is very infectious. Let people follow the mood a lot better. With a head of clean, fresh hair that has not seen. Well, one word handsome, 2 words, really handsome. This big boy was of course Chen Changlu. Kumang wasn't a nymphomaniac either. She just paid more attention to beautiful things. That's human nature. She found that the big boy walked in, looked around for a while, then found a seat and sat down. A seat is 10 minutes, and did not look for someone to do business. Just keep sending text messages. Couldn't be here to rub the air conditioning, could it? This is Kumang's thought. After all, it's not unheard of to come in to rub the air conditioning. Who let the sun outside is too big. But think about their own boredom. To tease a little handsome is also a good pastime. Chapter 29 Sultry Schoolmates. Chen Changlu had just entered the hall of the Futures Company and wanted to find a staff member to consult about opening an account. But it just so happened that Du Jiqiu's text message came, so he could only sit down and reply to the text message first, and then he kept chatting non-stop. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came. Little brother, is there anything you need my help with? Chen Changlu didn't raise his head. He thought it wasn't called for him because he was confident that he wasn't small. He was still big, and little brother was just an insult to him. Kumang, on the other hand, frowned. What's wrong with this little handsome boy? I'm a big beautiful girl called him and didn't react. Could it be deafness? I don't believe that you won't be excited to see me as a big beauty later. Humph, being ignored for the first time. Kumang, who was always the protagonist in the crowd, of course had an opinion. She took another 2 steps closer and came to a stop in front of Chen Changlu at the 2 steps of the library. And then with what she thought to be a more gentle and pleasing voice, she asked, Little brother, do you have any questions? Little brother, is there anything I can help you with? This time Chen Changlu finally knew that someone else was calling him. Because with his head lowered to reply to the text message he had already seen that there were 2 thighs in front of him that were wearing black silk, slender and straight. Although the black professional suit skirt was almost up to his knees, Chen Changlu, the prodigal son of his previous life, was 100% sure that these long black silk legs were absolutely superb, the kind that could last all night. He suddenly came up with an idea. This pair of slender thighs in Du Jiqiu then. Who will be more sexy? It seems like I haven't seen Du Jiqiu wearing a short skirt. She always wears either a school uniform or loose casual clothes. But Du Jiqiu's height of 172 is definitely not worse than this. Chen Changlu stared at Kumang's long legs for several seconds, which caused Kumang to suddenly have an initial impression of him straight away. This must be a little pervert. Chen Changlu quickly reacted, revealing a bright smile as he raised his head to look at the person in front of him. Beautiful woman. Big beautiful woman. Her features were not as delicate as Du Jiqiu's, and her face value alone was definitely a little bit worse than Du Jiqiu, but her big eyes contain a smile and contain a pretty demon. The water covers the fog. There is a faint trace of charm swinging, the small corners of the mouth slightly curved up, red lips slightly open. Want to attract a kiss of abundance. This is a woman from the bones emanating charm. The age of the reason. The feeling of charm is not very strong. Looks like it may also be 2 or 3 years older than him, but also because it is not fully mature, so her charm has not yet reached the peak, but it is already very seductive. If a few more years, was developed, matured, absolutely is able to reach the point of seducing a man all the time, pulling the man's nerves. Professional dress, white short sleeve shirt top, with black skirt, black silk, black and white with bright atmosphere, high elevation. The arc is very attractive hip line, highlighting the slender waist, bring a kind of quite stunning effect, and the hemline tied into the skirt waist inside. The whole person looks more spiritual, adding some goddess unique high cold temperament. TSK, 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 Goblin. But with Du Jiqiu's inculcation, his immunity was a lot stronger, and when he saw Komang, a look of amazement did flash through his eyes, but he only froze for 2 seconds and quickly reacted. He stood up while addressing Komang with a sunny smile and said, "Hello beautiful, I do need help, but before I need help, I must clarify one point. Your words are an insult to me. I'm not a little brother. My brother isn't small. My strength doesn't allow me to be small. They all say I'm a livestock among men." Komang originally saw that her charm also made this sunny little handsome man also froze for a few seconds, and was still secretly pleased. It seems that she still has a killing effect on the little milk dog. A man staring at a beautiful woman's eyes are straight, and also drooling. This kind of situation only appears inside the TV series, but without being happy for a few seconds, Chen Changliu's words directly dumbfounded her. I'm being molested? This was Komang's thought, but after all, she wasn't a little girl anymore. She had already been practicing for 2 months, and this level of words was already nothing. Then the second thought is that this little pervert is so tall. His own 167 height is still so much shorter than him, at least 180. This height in this era, in the southern region is already considered tall, especially also so handsome, although a little bit of mouth-flowery little pervert nature, but it is still interesting. She smiled sweetly, hee. It seems that little brother you are not an honest person. Say, which school do you study in? There is a possibility that there are seniors that I know. I have to let them guide you more to the good. Chen Changlu bristled. Finance and Economics Universities. Why? You want to introduce senior sister to me to know? That feelings well. He. Oh, from the University of Finance and Economics. Then quickly call out as senior sister. Senior sister can still cover you in school. Komang's words made Chen Changlu froze. I go. On this can also run into the school sister? Are you sure you're my senior sister? As fake as it gets. Komang from the finance department of the class of 2000. Hearing the name Komang, Chen Changliu's eyes lit up and his doubts about her disappeared, as he remembered this name too well from his previous life. Komang, the school flower of the 2000 grade finance university. The finance university is considered a beautiful woman. The quality is very high, but Komang from enrollment to graduation, the status of the school flower has never wavered. In his previous life, Chen Changlu had not really seen her in person, just saw his photo. He enrolled. Komang has gone to internship. However, her reputation in school is not good. There are rumors that she was adopted by others, but Chen Changlu did not hold any different ideas about her, and did not look down on her. After all, the later generations for college students to be adopted has been not strange, especially in the financial industry. How to say, the financial industry from the financial industry. If you do not have a deep family background, in order to mix in this industry, the necessary payment is essential. Understand? All understand. Well, good day senior sister. I'm Chen Changlu from the 03 grade business administration program. Chen Changliu's sound of good senior sister made Komang smile with joy, feeling that she had gained a victory. Oh, so you're a freshman. Call me Komang senior sister from now on. By the way, what are you doing here? I want to come to open an account. Why don't you help me with it? Senior sister? Open an account. Are you sure? Brother, you still focus on your studies. Futures is not a stock. You can make you lose your money. It's not that. Komang looks down on Chen Changlu. The clothes Chen Changlu is wearing looks like ground floor goods, plus a pair of 20 yuan back shoes. Although it looks very elegant, but it can't change the cheapness of the item itself. Although there is a cell phone, but look at the appearance of the phone has been very old, is not a high-end machine, should be elders do not use to give him. How to look at it is not like the family has money. Family conditions are average. Komang does not want Chen Changlu to enter the futures market. What if he loses money? Chen's school brother, are you using tuition fees to play futures? Let me tell you playing futures can really make you lose every penny. Don't take a chance, so it's better not to play. Hearing Komang's words, Chen Changliu's senses towards her got a lot better as he could hear that Komang was doing it for his own good. It's alright, senior sister. I didn't use my tuition fees to play. I used my own pocket money that I saved up. Hearing Chen Changliu's words, Chenggang was slightly relieved, and was about to take him to open an account, when suddenly a voice that was slightly lacking in mid-air and a bit frivolous came. Chenggang, let you open an account for me. You said you don't have time, now you do open it for a little white boy. Play with me? Chapter 30, Blocking the Arrow. Chenggang was annoyed when she heard this voice. Chen Shanglu turned his head to look over. Behind them there were two people walking over. One knew that he was a staff member here by looking at the clothes he was wearing as well as the work tag on his chest. The other is a 22-year-old young man. Looks quite handsome, wearing a pair of jeans, a flower shirt, but with his 46-point semi-long hair, also dyed yellow hair, looks up flowing. This person is definitely a person who eats, drinks and prostitutes, with a pale face, dark circles under his eyes, and deep eye sockets. He looks like an overindulgent person. As soon as Chen Shanglu saw this person, he knew who he was. In his previous life than his own senior, rich second generation, known as the University of Finance and Economics scum Lin Hao. I heard that his family is doing foreign trade business, and his family assets are over 100 million. Listening to the discussion in the school, he is one of Chengng's suitors, but also a famous scum in the school. In the pursuit of Chenggang at the same time, smashed a lot of money, played a lot of female classmates. Anyway, is the typical unscrupulous rich second generation in the movie? While Chen Shanglu was sizing up Lin Hao had already walked in front of them, but he didn't have Chen Shanglu in his eyes. His gaze was all on Chenggang. His eyes recklessly surveyed Chengng's entire body, especially lingering on some parts all the more. Chen Shanglu could hear him gulping. Lin Hao's face was a bit ugly and a bit pleasing as he looked at Chenggang and said, Chenggang, seeing that you're interning here, I've come all the way here to give you a boost for your performance. Can't you just give it a chance? Lin Hao's words led him beside the Wang supervisor face embarrassment. Martyr, no wonder you eat, drink, whore and gamble rich second generation is willing to open an account at. Feelings here waiting for it. The disgust in Chengng's eyes flashed past, coldly said, Lin Hao, you want to open an account you open it. Isn't Supervisor Wang here? Just ask him to help. I'm sure Supervisor Wang is willing to do it. I have a client right now. I don't have time. Lin Hao was very upset, but looking at the sultry Chenggang made his whole body hot. He would just pack her up hard after he chased her down later. He finally put his eyes on Chen Shanglu at this time. Seeing Chen Changlio's dress, a disdainful expression surfaced on his face, without any concealment. Hey brother, I have something to do with this beauty. You can leave. Come over next time. Oh, although it is in a commanding tone, but at least it also shouted a brother, and it is not the sky boss, the oldest two. My oldest three brainless rich second generation well. Luckily, it will not directly shout out a sentence, on your poor kind, have money to play futures, roll, or I will not be polite such a pretentious brainwashed words. Originally, Chen Shanlu did not want to have too many interactions with this kind of people. After all, they do not have much ability, but the ability to spoil other people's good deeds or have. It's just that right now, his time is tight, and he will have military training after school starts in 2 days, so he doesn't have time to waste. I'm sorry, I'm short on time and need Chengng's help, so if you want to find her to handle your business, you might have to wait until I'm done. Senior sister, let's go over there. Chengng's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Changlio's attitude, suddenly directly pulling Chen Changlio's wrist before walking off to the side. Chen Chanlu suddenly froze, first smiling bitterly, then the smile on his face disappeared, his attitude towards Chenggang slightly colder. This was using himself as a shield. Chenggang saw Chen Changlio's expression in her eyes, helplessness in her eyes. If it wasn't because of her family's affairs, she wouldn't have not turned her back on Lin Hao until now. Lin Hao was already annoyed when he saw Chen Changlio's refusal, but when he saw Chenggang grabbing his wrist, the fire got even bigger, and the anger in his eyes blazed up. However, when he heard Chen Shanglu call out to Chengng's senior sister, a cold smile appeared on his face and he looked deeply at Chen Changlio's back. Humph, something that doesn't know how to be nice. I hope you're just Chengng's shield, otherwise, humph. After muttering to himself, he looked at the nearby Supervisor Wang and smiled. Supervisor Wang, help me open an account. I'll first call in 500,000 for fun. If it's interesting, the subsequent additions will be less. Supervisor Wang smiled when he heard Lin Hao's words. Okay, young Lin, this way please. Futures company account managers were all looking for channels to develop clients on their own, unlike securities company account managers who were stationed at banks. Futures company account managers generally didn't go to banks to be stationed there, although Lin Hao had only invested $500,000, which wasn't too big of an order here at Supervisor Wang. It wasn't him that Supervisor Wang was looking at, but rather the many rich second-generation people around him and the Lin family behind him. He just wanted to use Lin Hao as a springboard. On the other hand, the whole process of opening an account Chen Chanlu looked very flat. Chenggang could feel that he had an opinion, which made her secretly feel funny, but also felt that this guy was interesting. and his temper was not small. That male students in the school who do not want to be associated with their own, just now their own initiative to pull the wrist. A lot of men have to smile like a grandson, but now this guy, there are emotions. School brother, angry with school sister? No, really not? Aha, still saying you're not angry, so perfunctory. No, Chenggang was helpless. This guy was not getting into the oil and salt, which stirred up her proud heart. Okay, good boy. School sister treats you to dinner to make amends. It's always okay. Come smile. Chenggang even started to coax him in the same way she coaxed a child, which made him cry and laugh. Chen Shanlu didn't mean to be angry. He just wanted to stay away from the red rose. After all, it has thorns, and there are many people who want to pick the flower. He will be injured by mistake if he gets close. But now this rose recognized its mistake with a good attitude, making Chen Shanlu unable to continue to treat it with a cold attitude, which made him seem extremely petty. This also allowed him to see that this Chengmang's heart was quite good. Chen Shanlu cried and laughed, helplessly looking at Chengmang and saying, "Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Hey, alright, I want to eat a big meal, but not today. You owe it first." Chapter 31 Molesting Schoolmates and Building a Position. Seeing Chen Shanlu surrender, Chengmang smiled even sweeter, which made Lin Hao, who was secretly observing not far away, even more angry, and hurriedly left after opening the account, while letting Supervisor Wang help check Chen Changlio's information. Chengmang next to Chen Changlu to explain some of the precautions. Chen Changlu are listening carefully, more than to some not very clear place to ask questions. Opening an account, binding a bank card, consulting the soybean leverage multiplier, etc. Although Chengmang has many questions she wants to ask. For example, why does Chen Changlu ask about the leverage of soybean futures? Did he want to buy soybean futures? How much to buy and so on? But she still held back. After these were completed, when Chen Changlu took out his laptop from his double backpack and asked Chengmang to help him download some necessary software, Chengmang was still slightly surprised. Laptops nowadays were not cheap. This one of Chen Changlio's was new at first glance, and the sense of contrast between the cell phone he used himself and the clothes he wore on his body and the laptop that he now took out for tens of thousands of dollars was also too great. Think not, school brother is really prepared. Even the laptop has been bought. It seems that it is really not a play. He. Senior sister. It's not a preparation. Newbies always think there's only one path, but there are actually 3 paths you can take, as long as you make a good strategy. Chengmang was embarrassed, froze for a few seconds before blankly glancing at Chen Shanlu, who intentionally revealed a lewd smile. This school brother of his own really can't be looked at. A small rascal. This Thai road can be driven up, is it? School brother's theoretical knowledge is still a set, but I can see. You road have not traveled. He. The car has not driven, still want to pretend to be an old driver. Chen Shanlu directly Bungbu live. I go. Really is not do Jiqiu can be compared to the first listen to know their own driving. Then he used the side of himself that appeared to be a novice during the account opening just now to metaphorically tease himself, and he praised Chengmang's ability to react. He. How does senior sister know that I haven't driven a car? My hardware and software are absolutely top-notch. Oh, does senior sister want to try it? Chengmang. After all, the internship time is still short, although listening to a lot, the face skin is also a lot thicker, but still cannot compare to Chen Shanglu, but also when in the financial circle for a long time, and the women cannot be compared to, by their own schoolmates. Such a triple naked molestation, or a little bit cannot stand. The face is slightly feverish. Chengmang slapped his arm in a bad mood and said, "Try your head. I now realize that you are not a good person either. I was fainting before I took the initiative to invite you to dinner." "Hey, blunder." Chen Shanglu said with an expression and tone, "Sister, you have wronged me. Look, just now it was you yourself who said try my head. It's actually not impossible to try, but I charge for it, so I can give you a 20% discount. He. Full refund if the service is not good." After saying that, he had already packed up his things, lifted his shoulder bag and ran away directly. Behind him came Chengmang's gnashing teeth shouting Chen Shanglu. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the study, Chen Shanglu has opened the software. The night trading time has arrived. He is looking at the trend of soybean yuan. In fact, he does not know much about it, but the research of some time ago, for the trend of soybean yuan, he still knows a little. Before the epidemic, affected by the USDA Agricultural Supply and Demand Report, the Brazilian domestic strike, the outbreak of the war in Iraq, soybean yuan had rushed to a high of 2,800 points. Affected by the epidemic, May 12 only began trading, the middle of the day, to keep the 2,700 near oscillation, but on May 28, the soybean market fell across the board, followed by a few days of contract prices in a plunge, are down 200 points, the lowest time has fallen to 2,420. In June, the first half of the month prices slowly upward rebound of more than 100 points, and then oscillating finishing. But July 11th? Soybeans ushered in another Black Friday, an opening directly down 230 points, closing price of 2,428, so that the entire soybean futures market more than a single whoa. I do not know how many people directly burst the position. Can be said, the first half of July, soybean futures play is the heartbeat, scared to death of individuals, like a roller coaster. After a Black Friday, Monday, July 14th, an opening directly up 220 points, and the second half of July, including the entire month of August, soybean futures market has nothing to start. Now Chenggang see today's opening price of 2,499 on August 28th, 9:30 p.m. Soybean 2,492, down 7 points, a whole day up and down amplitude of less than 10 points. Determine the direction. Certainly do more. He did more one after another in the vicinity of 2,492 to buy 60 hands. Choose the delivery period of the contract is not within a short period of time. After buying a look, the average price of 2,493, he has already transferred 170,000 yuan into the futures account. To the current price, a hand of 10 tons, according to the margin calculation of 10%, by 60 hands, need to be about 150,000 yuan of margin. After deducting the commission, he still has almost $20,000 set aside in his account just in case, because the next school year, and then is half a month of military training, he cannot leave the school. He also do not want to take the laptop to the dormitory, so he bought and intends to hold to the end of the military training and then sold to close the position. As for what many people say on the internet, futures positions are not overnight, because futures night trading is more susceptible to the influence of the external market. Black swan events, resulting in its opening on the next day at the jump, plummet, or surge in the situation, make investors lose a lot of money, and even appear to burst, or through the situation, which is one of the important factors affecting investors do not hold positions overnight. But Chen Chanlu is not afraid. In his previous life, he has seen the trend of soybean futures in 03 as recalled by those people. The beginning of September to the first half of October, soybean won all the way up. If the butterfly effect occurs, then he cannot help die. After all, he will only buy and sell now. The other what K-line chart and so on, simply will not look at. After the operation of all this, bath bed, has almost 11 o'clock, a little late, but he still routinely called Du Jiqiu. The phone only rang once and was answered. Then Du Jiqiu's clear and melodious voice came, Chen Changlu, you finally called me. What time is it? If you don't call me, I'm going to fall asleep. After the two of them established their relationship, Du Jiqiu still called Chen Changliu's name, only the tone was different. Not that kind of hard and cold name, but with a little bit of petulant tone. Du Jiqiu on the other end of the phone sounded as if she was complaining about Chen Changlu calling so late, but Chen Changlu could hear that she wasn't angry, but instead was a little jumpy, and the phone was connected after only one ring. That only proved that this girl was waiting for his call. Chen Chanlu was suddenly a bit touched. It felt good to have someone to hold on to, especially a little fairy like stunningly beautiful maiden to hold on to. Chapter 32, Direction of Industrial Entrepreneurship. Regarding Du Jiqiu's attachment to him, Chen Chanlu was a bit touched. A bright smile appeared on his face, but his mouth said in a cheap manner, I was wrong, please punish your highness. I am willing to dedicate my body for your highness' enjoyment. Chen Changliu's words caused Du Jiqiu to giggle. While laughing she also scolded in a bad mood, you bastard. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Who is your highness? Who wants your stinking body? All day long your brain doesn't know what you were thinking about. So colorful. Ha ha, what I think about inside my head all day is you It seems that Jiqiu also knows that she is colorful. He. You're the hooligan. By the way, what did you do today? Of course is to find the future part-time job Cannot wait to sit on the mountain empty or later cannot have the money to marry our family Jiqiu big beautiful girl. Who said I want to marry you? I won't marry you if you treat me badly in the future. Du Jiqiu squirmed and said, hearing Chen Changlu say that he would marry her in the future. His mouth said that he was unwilling to do so, but Du Jiqiu who was in the stage of passionate love, no matter how fairy she was in, wearing a stay-up band v-neck pajama lying on the bed, her face was slightly red, but that smile was so sweet, slightly red face and white neck, chest occasionally because she rolled over a flash of career line, white slender long legs, simply perfect. If Chen Changlu saw it, he definitely dared to say that the youthful Du Jiqiu was no less seductive than Komang who had already begun to move towards maturity. My big beautiful Du, how could I not be nice to you? Would I dare? What ring off Screwing off the neck. Wait, shucks, Chen Changlu, you're really dirty. Giggle. Du Jiqiu reacted only halfway through her words. He. No matter if I'm dirty or not, I'm definitely favoring you anyway. There's this saying you've heard of, two people together should give to each other. Boys spoil girls. Girls love boys. Know what that means? Chen Changlio's words made Du Jiqiu bristle. So simple, how can I not know? It means that you have to spoil me and love me, while I have to sympathize with you. No, wrong. Which is wrong? No. Du Jiqiu was really full of doubts this time. Translated, it should mean boys are responsible for spoiling. Girls are responsible for hurting. The most important thing to say 3 times. Girls are responsible for pain. Girls are responsible for pain. Chen Changlu said it 3 times in a row, finally letting Du Jiqiu understand that this guy was driving again. Exasperated, Du Jiqiu shouted, "Chen Changlu!" After another moment of rambling, Du Jiqiu excitedly said, "You know, today my mom came back, and then when I put the money I earned in these 2 months in front of her, you don't even know how hilarious my mom's expression was at that time. Ha ha ha." Chen Changlu could figure out even if he wanted to. She had been given a share of $80,000, and that was only for 2 months. Even if Du Jiqiu's family wasn't very short of money, as a high school graduate, earning that much money during the summer vacation was enough to surprise her mother. Later on, after I told her what happened over the past 2 months, my mom even said that she would invite you to dinner next time. She said that you were very capable and wanted to meet you in person. Do you want to meet my mom? Speaking of her own mother complimenting Chen Changlu, her tone was filled with pride. Of course I want to. I want to see what kind of mother gave birth to such a beautiful little fairy, and then cheaped out on me. He. But does your mom, does she know about the relationship between the two of us? Chen Changlio's words caused Du Jiqiu to stammer. No. My mom advised me not to fall in love so early. Chen Changlu only found it hilarious, but also felt that this little girl was simple, and was still afraid of being angry with herself, pretending to let out a long breath. Phew, I thought she knew about it. Was worried that my future mother-in-law was looking for me to settle the score? Don't worry, we'll tell her when the time is right. Du Jiqiu also let out a long sigh of relief and gave a sweet Right, how much money did your mom still leave you? Is it enough to spend? My mom didn't ask for it. She left it all for me. My current laptop doesn't work very well. When I go to Yangcheng, you accompany me to buy a computer. Okay. The two chatted until almost 12 o'clock before the end. Looking at the cell phone, power is almost gone, before plugging in the charger. But looking at the spare battery, he pondered. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Chen Changlu got up, wiped his teeth and washed his face and went for a morning run. This is a habit he developed after being reborn, because he knows that only a healthy body can support him to go on. And it makes sense. 5 kilometers down, the movement is in place. On the way back to find a breakfast store selling donuts, ordered 2 donuts and a bowl of soybean milk. The boss to help cut the donuts into a small section of a small section. Chen Changlu soaked them in soybean milk, soaked and softened a mouthful of it. Sweet, but not greasy. Donuts, the more you chew the sweeter it gets. The perfect breakfast. Back home has been more than 9 o'clock. He is not in a hurry to see the futures market, but a shower before refreshing to the study. Opened the software to check the Bean 1 market. The opening price of 2,505, and last night's closing 2,493, then up 12 points, only to fall after the opening, and then has been fluctuating around 2,500 points. Profit of almost $5,000. No wonder so many people like to speculate on futures. Should I sell it? Chen Changlu said to himself, but after thinking about it, his goal is not this area of a few $1,000s, trading frequently light to pay the commission. After deciding not to care about the futures account for the time being, Chen Changlu changed his clothes and went out directly. His goal today is to go to Yangcheng's Panyu district, where there are a large number of large and small electronic factories. That is, he has chosen for himself to open the startup of the place. Futures market is not his choice of entrepreneurship. At first only saw the news to think about, and then intend to go in to make a fortune, to accumulate more raw capital only. Even without the futures market as a fast way to accumulate capital, he could have started his own business with the 200,000 yuan he earned during his summer vacation, because the industry he wanted to enter was MP3, and 130 kilometers away from the southeast of Yangcheng. The previous generation of domestic MP3 brand leader of the Maizi family has been a craftsman to 100,000 yuan for the startup capital was established, and in June launched the first product, and a big hit. Chapter 33 Market Trend. Recruitment. MP3 from 2000 into the country has begun to become a popular trend. Many young people to have a MP3 hanging around their necks as a pride. You can listen to their own, want to listen to the song anytime, anywhere. Chen Changlu once went to do a survey. Now the domestic MP3 brand can be shouted out at least 60 or more. But Samsung, Avery and Patriot, iPod or mainstream brands, 128 megabytes MP3, with recording and FM functions. These brands priced at 1,500 yuan minus 2, 0.000 yuan, can be said to be more than half of the blood with tears. The first product of the My Family is priced at $128m $950, $256m $1,250, cheaper than on the market. More concise appearance and operation of the direct hit. This is also why the price of the My Family is cheaper by 1/3 can still earn a lot of money. Chenggang. Why enter this industry? The first is that it is now popular. The market is far from saturated, coupled with high profits. Even if the obscurantist has gone ahead, he can use a more avant-garde product manager vision to surpass, after all, more than 10 years of memory, to understand the trend of the latter, or can be half a step faster than others, and half a step faster will not pull the egg. Anyway, everyone is a product integrator. There is no technology crushing and other issues. The other reason is that the capital threshold is low, and the technology threshold is not high either. Chen Changlu remembers that the threshold for entering the MP3 manufacturing industry in China is extremely low, temporarily renting a factory building, hiring a few apprentices, and then purchasing some cheap raw materials from second or third-rate manufacturers. You can start. The workmanship of this small factory products, although rough, but from the appearance and style, there is not much difference. 400,000 to build a daily output of 1,000 units in the MP3 factory. Plant rent is 6,000 yuan per month. The purchase cost is 220,000 yuan. The cost of manpower is 60,000 yuan, plus 80,000 to 100,000 working capital. A factory can start, and small MP3 manufacturers basically do not need to master any core technology. Set a factory, in fact, is a simple assembly plant. The internal structure of the MP3 is very simple, mainly the internal integrated circuit plus shell plus design, etc. The integrated circuit is the control chip and flash memory chips. The main manufacturing process of circuit design, nanoblast sheet manufacturing, mold design and manufacturing, circuit board manufacturing and other work, basically handed over to the professional factory or company responsible for the completion. These small factories are responsible for assembling and molding these parts, and finally with some peripheral equipment, such as headphones, batteries, etc. After packaging can be shipped. So that's why Mr. Huang, the owner of the Mizi family, can produce MP3s for $100, $000. Currently engaged in the manufacture of MP3. Most of the manufacturers previously engaged in the production of electronic products, such as previously engaged in the production of beepers, radios and keyboards and mice of the enterprise. These enterprises are more familiar with the production characteristics of the electronics industry, the upstream supply chain and sales channels. In fact, there have been a large number of small producers of beepers turned to MP3 manufacturing. The country is now engaged in MP3 production factories less than 200, more than 400. The domestic MP3 factories are concentrated in Yangchang, Guancheng, Pengcheng and other places, and Yangcheng Fanyu is the most concentrated place of these MP3 upstream and downstream industries. Chen Shanlu now aims to find a beeper. Mouse and other manufacturers need to change hands, which allows him to better carry out production activities, such as confidentiality, product quality control, etc., but also closely related to his subsequent plans. Of course, if he really did not find a suitable one, the big deal is to hand over all the work to other companies. After a whole day of running down, Chen Changlu felt that he had thought too simply, and it was not only time-consuming and laborious to look for them in this way, but also not effective at all. It seems that the formation of the team should be fast, including the relevant technical personnel, especially the industrial design of this piece, although he has beyond the vision of this era. But this is only the appearance. The internals still need to have the relevant technical personnel to work. But the night back to let him get comfort has been a day closing price of 2,497, means that he bought up 4 points. There are also $2,400 of profit. After the 2-day weekend, the futures market is closed. Chen Changlu did not go to run around again. He found a headhunter. Let the headhunter to help themselves to find a know-how and have relevant management experience of the talent. Chen Changlu himself is not a professional talent. He can at most do a product manager or product director. For this kind of technical things must have professionals, and now the time is very important to him. Only such talent, in order to improve the efficiency up, as soon as possible to get the MP3 product out. From the second half of next year, the MP3 industry will enter into a more grueling price war, and their own brand must be in this period of time to hit the reputation. In the second half of next year, as more and more people enter the game, the production process is more and more mature. The cost also began to fall. The tragic price war will open, especially some small brands of domestic, and even the emergence of some cottage, can also be said to be imitation of shoddy products. The price of the MP3 will be from the current $1,000 or more down to the price of 4, 500. If he failed to get his brand reputation out before that, he would only be able to drink some soup by then, and it would have too much impact on his subsequent plans. After handing over the matter of recruiting to the headhunter, he began to write and draw, and drew the appearance of some of the products in his previous life, except that his drawing skills are very general, and he can't use the drafting software, so he can only come over and over again. Du Jiqiu, Li Ping and Fengqian got into Ningmei's car and headed to Yangcheng. Du Jiqiu sat in the passenger seat, her eyes looking ahead. She seemed to see Chen Changlu waving to her ahead. An involuntary smile appeared on her face. This scene was seen by Ningmei. She could only be speechless. From the first 2 days back to pick up this little ancestor, she found her own baby girl's abnormality. Not only did she earn 80,000 yuan with 1,000 yuan in the summer vacation, not to mention that, the whole person seemed to have been abducted as well. She is a person who has been there, and knows that her own daughter is pregnant and in love. But how she sidestepped the question, also failed to ask anything. She can only guess that it is the student who took her to make money. She has now become interested in the student who abducted her daughter, not only to make money, but also to capture their own seemingly gentle, in fact, very proud daughter, but also really want to meet Ah. P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 34, Starting School and Entering the University. On September 1st, the entrance of Lingnan University of Finance and Economics was filled with students and their parents. The time for the new students of the University of Finance and Economics to report until today. Chen Changlu remembered that a few people in his dormitory had only reported today, which was also odd. Looking at the familiar gate, Chen Changlu was very emotional. In his previous life, he stayed here for 4 years. There were bitterness and tears as well as laughter. Maybe this is life. Here he made friends with 2 good brothers in the dormitory, who also stayed in Yangcheng after graduation. How are you guys doing? Also here, his first girlfriend in a previous life before graduation kicked him, sitting on someone else's BMW, even shamelessly said you are very strong, can give me physical satisfaction, although I like you, but you cannot give me the material life I want. But after the breakup is also can be friends. When it comes to the word friend, but also aggravated the tone. After that also often send text messages to himself, want to invite himself out to dinner, where sad Chen Changlu refused. How could he not understand at that time? And his own feelings are very stable. The intensity also give her pull full. How to run away? For this he was sad for a year. Into society he realized that no money is the original sin. Later Chen Changlu and the down and out. Every time I think of this ex-girlfriend hints, and sometimes will also curse himself as a stupid lack. I heard that this woman is to do after that BMW car owner of the junior, raking in a lot of money, and their own, obviously have the cheat not accounted for. To do a little more ugly can also do a little white man well, better than almost sleeping on the street. The backbone is worth a few dollars. In the time you cannot live, backbone is a fart. But this life is not the same. They can still be a little backbone. After all, there is capital. Oh, ex-girlfriend, are you okay? This life is not still craving my flesh. Thinking of this, his mind originally has been very fuzzy. First love ex-girlfriend image clear point. Although not Du Jiqiu, Kumeng this level of beautiful, but how is also the department of flowers? For this ex-girlfriend, Chen Changlu is certainly no love, but the heart must still remain unwilling as well as resentment. Revenge her? Possibly, only that he hadn't thought about how to face it now. Classmate, are you a freshman? Which major? A man's voice interrupted Chen Changlu's feelings. Chen Changlu looked up at this man who was half a head shorter than himself. His emotions slowly adjusted, and he couldn't help but sigh and said, Senior, is there no one left in the school? Chen Changlu's reaction as well as his tone of voice caused this student A to freeze for a moment. What kind of words were these? Senior? Why do you say that? Senior, it's said that our University of Finance and Economics is full of beautiful women, but why is it that I met a senior? I still want to communicate with the beautiful senior sister. Hey, do you think it's appropriate for the two of us to communicate with each other? Even if you are bent, but I am a straight man. I don't have this hobby. Student A blankly glanced at Chen Changlu without a good mood and said breathlessly, You're the one who's bent. Kid, you're the one who's full of crap. I'm still not satisfied if you're not satisfied. I originally wanted to meet a beautiful schoolgirl by chance, but who knew I'd meet you? Hey, senior brother, why don't we split up now? You wait for your pretty schoolgirl, I'll wait for my gentle pretty schoolgirl, how about it? Student A revealed a lewd smile and nodded his head repeatedly. That's a good idea. That's how it's going to be. After the two tacitly parted, Chen Changlu didn't really mean to wait for his gentle beautiful school sister to lead the way, but instead went to walk through the enrollment process on his own. After all, he had done so in his previous life. It was smooth. An hour later Chen Changlu had completed all the formalities, and after receiving his bedding, he headed directly to his dormitory, and by this time it was already 11:30 a.m. Chen Changliu's dormitory was in building 6, 311. The door was open, and there were already people inside. Dormitory is 6 people, and still the old-style kind of bunk beds, and the new style above the bed. Below the computer desk, cabinet kind of comparison can be said to be a lot worse. There were 2 desks placed in the corner, just as if it was for them to study. This is also the reason why Chen Chanlu didn't bring the computer. It's not convenient. The dormitory had a balcony. The restroom and shower room were integrated and also outside the balcony. This was the only thing about the dormitory that satisfied Chen Chanlu. Chen Chanlu knocked on the door and walked in. The person sitting on the bottom bunk of the first bed at the door saw Chen Chanlu and quickly stood up, about 1.75 meters, looking big and thick, with a figure similar to Pang Wei. This is the dormitory boss Li Liang. Local people are outgoing and brash righteousness, chartered, but also Chen Chanlu in his previous life in the dormitory to play better. When Li Liang saw Chen Chanlu come in, he stood up while sizing up Chen Chanlu, and at the same time introduced himself in non-standard Mandarin. Hello, my name is Li Liang. Hello, my name is Li Liang. A local. Yu Zai. What's your name? You're so tall. You must be good at basketball. Let's go play together sometime. Seeing Li Liang, Chen Chanlu smiled. This guy in his previous life when he almost slept on the street, he was the one who helped him. Hello, my name is Chen Chanlu, from Guangnan City next door. Have time to play together, with your body, directly the same as Barkley, an arch of the ass and then you can break through. It definitely works. Chen Changliu's words directly made his relationship with Li Liang closer, because this guy's idol is Barkley. His old self and Barkley both have one thing in common, which is a big ass. He, or you know what you're talking about. But brother, you are from Guangnan City. That's an old cousin. Why is your tonic winter language so standard? It is reasonable to say that your tonic winter language should speak the same as me. He. This can't be compared. Just like we are both men. But don't you realize that I am more handsome than you and taller than you? I go. Chen Chanlu, you kid is very narcissistic. At this time another person in the dormitory walked over. It was none other than the dormitory's oldest 6th Feng Zhenglin. Hello old countryman, my name is Feng Zhenlin, from Jiangzhou County under Guangnan. As expected, just like in his previous life, the dormitory mates that he had met at the very beginning were none other than the dormitory boss, Li Liang, who had the best relationship with him later on, and the dormitory's 6th mate, Feng Zhenlin. Seeing that Chen Chanlu was alone, the two asked curiously, are you alone? Didn't your parents come with you? What's the big deal? I'm an adult now. Why would I need my parents to come along? That's true, but just like my mom, she had to come with me, and I couldn't even stop her. This is not, just sent away for a while, I can finally be liberated. Ha. 3 people chatting at the same time, Chen Chanlu while organizing his own bed. His bed has long been posted there, the middle of the bed of the top bunk. When Chen Chanlu finished organizing, Li Liang said, let's go, let's have lunch, my treat, just to try out the school's cafeteria food. We'll get together outside the district at night when we're all together. The next 4 years will be the 6 of us brothers living together. Chen Chanlu did not have any opinion. Feng Zhenglin Jing quickly waved his hand and opened his mouth. This cannot. How can I let you break the bank? Or, words have not finished. Chen Chanlu immediately interrupted. There is nothing that cannot be. You see the old Li, this body type is definitely the landlord class, otherwise it cannot eat out. We happen to hit the landlord. He. We'll just invite him back next time. Chen Chanlu interrupted Feng Zhenglin's words. That last sentence was said to Feng Zhenglin, who was a bit embarrassed, while giving the other party a nod. Anyway, it was a happy situation for all, and both Li Liang and Feng Zhenglin had a favorable sensory impression of Chen Chanlu. Chapter 35, Another encounter with a goblin schoolmate. Shocking the crowd. When the 3 came to the school cafeteria, there was a sea of people, played the meal, made a seat and sat down. The 3 ate 1 or 2 while having a chat. Li Liang's eyes were basically not enough, just like GPS, only locating girls. TSK. Finance and Economics University produces beautiful women. The internet really didn't lie to me. I came to the right place. Listening to Li Liang's sentiments, Chen Chanlu was speechless. Old Li, feelings that you came to attend the University of Finance and Economics just for the beautiful girls? You're really flirty enough. Your rutting period has arrived. He. Buddy, I'm in a window period. The girls in the university are not comparable to those in high school. TSK. You guys see which one over there? Ferocious. I'm rubbing it in. This wave is big enough that the clothes can't even cover it up. Chen Chanlu and Feng Zhenglin hurriedly looked over. The young lady is indeed fierce enough. Just see that face. Chen Chanlu has no desire to look down. No way. Do Jicho's face has seen too much? Now look at this kind of. It is simply a disaster. However, Li Liang and Feng Zhenglin, These two goods were watching with great interest. Chen Changlu suddenly thought of Du Jiqiu. I don't know how this little girl is now, whether she can get along with her roommates. A moment and thought of the futures he bought. Today, Monday, I do not know whether the rise. He suddenly missed the era of smartphones. A cell phone can view and buy and sell. Suddenly, Chen Changlu realized that the dining hall, which was still noisy just now, suddenly quieted down a lot. Everyone spoke in a much lower voice, and all the gazes were looking in the direction of the back to him. I go, goddess, prettier than a star. I've decided, this is the goddess of my university. Li Liang suddenly whispered excitedly, causing Chen Changlu to become interested. Turning around, looking in the direction of everyone's gazes, and finally seeing who the person was that made everyone in the dining hall look over. Kumeng. It was actually Kumeng. Wasn't she on internship? How come she's also here? Even if she came to the school to report, isn't it just a matter of going through the process? A white t-shirt with 7-point jeans, white sneakers, front and back, the curve of every man to see have to gulp, women to see the inferiority complex, with the beautiful face of the siren. Martyr, the siren is a siren. How to wear all good looking. Kumeng originally wanted to check in after leaving, suddenly thought of 2 days ago in the company after molesting their own runaway from the elementary school brother. It is not happy up. Humph. Little pervert. Seeing that it happened to be mealtime, she suddenly wanted to go to the dining hall. Kumeng's current mood towards this little pervert of a schoolmate who molested her was one of displeasure plus interest. What was upset was that she and Chen Changlu actually left each other a phone number. But in the past few days, this little pervert actually didn't make a single phone call or send a single text message to such a big beauty like herself, which made her sometimes have to doubt her own charm. But not only was he not restrained when facing himself, he dared to molest her in turn, and she could also see the kind of stunning, possessive look that a man should have in his eyes. These two contrasts irritated her. Another thing was that when the settlement was made on the evening of the 29th, she was curious and went to look at Chen Changlio's position. Then she found that this goods actually bought 60 lots of long beans one, and also made a profit of more than $2,000. But led her speechless as this little pervert actually has been held for 2 consecutive days, has not been sold to close the position. He does not know that this is very dangerous? As his sister, of course, it is necessary to remind him, but Kumeng does not want to take the initiative to call this little wolf. She Kumeng Hall of Finance and Economics University Flower, also has its own pride. Kumeng into the dining hall after becoming the center of everyone's focus. She has long been accustomed to. She looked around, because there are people in the way. Chen Changlu is also the reason why her back is turned to her. She did not find him for the first time, just when she wanted to go to get food. Chen Changlu turned his head to look over. Then the two of them locked gazes, and the moment Kumeng saw Chen Changlu, she suddenly smiled, then walked straight towards Chen Changlio's table. Kumeng's smile was stunning in other people's eyes, and in Chen Changlio's eyes as well, except that he also saw something else different, in which there was definitely ill intent. Chen Changlu immediately sounded an alarm in his heart, and hurriedly turned his head, hoping that his guess was wrong. It wasn't just a little bit of driving, it wasn't like there was a piece of meat missing. Sitting opposite him, Li Liang smiled and whispered to Chen Changlu, "This woman is really beautiful. She came this way, do I want to go up and talk to her?" Chen Changlu bristled, "You can go up if you want to. There is a possibility that a miracle may happen to you." "I shucks, what do you mean a miracle happens? Am I bad?" "Then you go on. I'll support you." Chen Changlio's words made Li Liang embarrassed. "Mouth high a bit is really okay. If you really want him to pay actual action, he really dare not. He is not handsome, people have self-awareness." "Ha, oh, forget it, I'm not ready to lose my singleness." Li Liang's wimpy look caused Chen Changlu and Fong Zhanglin to directly and laugh out loud. Kumeng arrived next to Chen Changlio's table, then stopped, and in front of the gazes of Li Liang, Fong Zhanglin, and everyone who was paying attention to this side of the table, she directly made her way to the empty seat next to Chen Changlu. Then he sidled up to Chen Changlu and said, "Junior brother, can you treat senior sister to a meal now?" Li Liang, Fong Zhanglin and all the people beside him who could hear Kumeng's words were all stunned. Such a goddess actually took the initiative to let a male student treat a male student to a meal. Was this looking at him? Everyone looked at Chen Changlu. Only then did they realize that this was a big handsome guy. Then everyone was speechless. Could being a little bit handsome make a goddess level chasing after him? Regardless of what other people think, Chen Changlu was speechless. School brother on school brother. Have to add a small, "Hey," shrugged his shoulders and said, "University sister, I don't have any money. This meal is all classmates please, and also, I'm really not small." Looking at the protesting Chen Changlu, Kumeng directly laughed, while the surrounding people, including Li Liang, both of them directly numb. What is this? Is this guy crazy? Actually rejected the active goddess. Li Liang returned to respond to hastily to Chen Changlu eyebrows. Big brother, you are not hungry, I'm hungry, ah. This opportunity you do not want to let the brother mouth said. This student, my brother and you joke. Not just a meal, well. Wait, I'll go to you to play. Kumeng smiled at Li Liang. Thank you, I don't avoid food. Li Liang, who was charmed by Kumeng's smile, farted and went to fetch the meal. Chapter 36. Of course it's going to drill the grove with school sister. Junior brother. What? You hate school sister? Kumeng supported the desktop with one hand and rested her chin, looking at Chen Changlu with a smile. This action and this expression caused a stunning expression to flow out of Chen Changlio's eyes. It couldn't be helped. Kumeng's expression and movements added a hint of mischievousness to the originally bewitching her, making people unable to resist falling. Fong Zhanglin didn't even dare to look at it, lowering his head and silently picking up his meal. Chen Changlu almost raised his flag. Ma duh, it is really a demonic spirit. It seems that this young body of his has been protesting that he is hungry. He suddenly cheaply whispered, Sister, I'm really not small. If you don't believe me, you can try it out and give you a discount. Fong Zhanglin, the little white guy, couldn't understand and was still wondering what it meant, while Kumeng had already slapped him on the arm. Chen Changlu, you little pervert, looking for a fight. This time Fong Zhanglin finally heard out that the two people knew each other. Then with a look of pity, he looked at Li Liang who was farting around with his rice. Who let you keep saying I'm small? Humph, there's a chance to let you know what it means to be an animal among men. Che, you're dreaming. By the way, it's a big no-no for you to hold a position overnight. Remember to sell and liquidate before the close tonight. Hearing Kumeng's words, he also did not think. Sister, alright, I have a number in mind. There is a fart number. You a novice. If not because of this, I do not bother to come to you. Hearing that Kumeng came to him specifically for this, Chen Changlu was still quite grateful. Senior sister, don't you have my phone number? Just give me a call. Kumeng suddenly didn't know what to say. Should she say as a big beautiful woman, take the initiative to call you? I don't want to lose face like that, but this time Li Liang came back, doggedly courteous up. Beauty, you see fit, not suitable, I go back to change. Thank you, call me Kumeng senior sister. I'm from the 00 grade finance department. Seeing the goddess take the initiative to give him her name, the smile on Li Liang's face was even wider, and his entire body became even more hyperactive. Chen Changlu and Fong Zhanglin knew that this guy was definitely in heat. Fong Zhanglin said quietly, Old Li, school sister Kumeng and brother Chen have known each other for a long time. Fong Zhanglin's sentence directly doused Li Liang's heart in heat, recalling the conversation and expression of the two just now. Why was it a bit like a young couple having a disagreement? Li Liang almost wanted to cry. I'm a clown, but his character is a big grin, and he quickly recovered. Could you Chen Changlu, when did you hook up with Kumeng? The little couple had a disagreement and actually let me make a fool of myself. Say it, how should I make up for my young heart? Li Liang's words made both Kumeng and Chen Changlu freeze. When were the two of us a young couple? And which bit of it looks like we're having a disagreement? The two of them didn't think so, but Li Liang's words made Fong Zhanglin also suddenly feel that the conversation they just had from start to finish was really like two young couples having a disagreement. What little pervert? What, you have my phone number? Just call me and so on. How to see how it looks like Kumeng chasing back Fong Zhanglin looked at Chen Changlu with admiration and envy in his eyes. Chen Changlu covered his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, Old Li, don't talk nonsense. I have no relationship with Kumeng. I have a girlfriend. Kumeng, who had also wanted to explain, heard Chen Changlio's words and was inexplicably annoyed. How was this a bit like being disliked by someone else? This was unacceptable to her, who had always been a boy's dream girl since she was a child. She looked at Chen Changlu with an exasperated pout and didn't say a word. But sometimes not speaking is more lethal than speaking. Old Chen, I have to say something about you. Having such a beautiful girlfriend as Kumeng's senior sister, it's too late to spoil her. You actually still sulk with her. Men, be more atmospheric. Chen Changlu suddenly realized that there were many people staring at him, and there was a hostile flavor in their eyes. Who am I messing with? No one will believe me even if I explain. He suddenly pulled Kumeng's soft and boneless little hand while saying, Old Li, we'll stop eating. There are some things to settle. Let's go. Kumeng suddenly froze when she was grabbed by Chen Changlio's hand. This was the first time since she was a child that she was pulled by a man other than her father's small hand. The nature of this was different from the previous 2 days when he pulled Changlio's hand. Kumeng, who was thinking wildly, was pulled out of the dining hall by Chen Changlu, and there were also people outside who cast astonished gazes, only much less than in the dining hall. In the dining hall, after Chen Changlu pulled Kumeng away, everyone whispered, and those who knew that Kumeng was the school's school beauty were constantly sighing long and short. Li Liang and Fong Zhanglin were also looking at each other in disbelief. They also finally knew who Kumeng was from the murmurs of the people around them. I'll go. Is this kid Chen Changlu so powerful? Just started school and picked up the school flower. Comrade Xiao Feng, we must reach an alliance. Later on when Chen Changlu returns to the dormitory he must be interrogated by the 3 divisions to make him give an honest explanation. Humph, actually showing love in front of us and making a fool out of me. But Fang Zhenglin thought of Li Liang's behavior before and after and directly spewed out his rice. After Chen Changlu pulled Kumeng out of the dining hall, he directly walked towards a corner of the campus, and before long, he saw a small forest. This is the love shrine of the University of Finance and Economics. Many couples always come here to drill the small forest. Along the way, Chen Changlu didn't know if he forgot or what. He didn't let go of Kumeng's small hand. Kumeng didn't struggle either, except when she saw the grove. Her face instantly turned red, and she directly broke away from Chen Changliu's hand. Elementary school brother, what are you bringing me here for? Chen Changlu hemmed and hawed. School sister, what else do you think you can do here? Of course it's to drill the grove with school sister. Kumeng moved back 2 steps, carefully guarding against Chen Changlu. Bah, who's going to drill the grove with you? You're dreaming. Seeing Kumeng's small action, Chen Changlu was happy. He thought you were not afraid of anything. He clasped his hands on his chest and flirted. Hey, just now I said you are not my girlfriend. You actually do not help to explain, but also with a kind of I am aggrieved expression look at me. Make everyone think I how you it. How? Now afraid. What is it? I just still for you to molest me and angry. Not recognize you are my boyfriend. Just their own think too much about what I Instead, I will be afraid of you this little kid. The hair is not fully grown. Also want to learn people to drill the grove. Humph, small pervert A. Kumeng of course won't admit defeat Hard mouth said. Oh yeah, how do you know that my hair hasn't grown Come on, let's go into the grove. I'll give you a verification of whether I have hair or not, and at the same time verify whether I'm a livestock among men or not, Chen Changlu said while going to pull Kumeng's small hand, frightening Kumeng while backing up and said, what do you want to do? Dang, so simple. Of course it's to verify School sister, why is your face red It can't be that you haven't seen it yet. Sister, what are you running for? Looked at a smoke ran Kumeng, as well as has not fallen little pervert voice. Chen Changlu laughed. It seems that this charm of the school flower is far from her looks and chat with yourself so open. May still be a young girlet. Then why was she rumored to have been adopted by someone else in her previous life? Wait, it seems that this rumor was only in the 2nd semester of one's freshman year. So it was like this. I don't know who passed it out. Chapter 37, Can Students Pursue Counselors? Chen Shanlu did not go back to the dining hall, but out of the school door. Find a place to eat some more. Just now cannot eat much. While Chen Shanlu and Kumeng were still in the cafeteria, Lin Hao, who had just finished enrolling, received a phone call, and then his face quickly turned iron blue, and he took 2 of the school's lapdogs and headed directly to the cafeteria, because someone had called him and said that Kumeng had taken the initiative to find a man in the dining hall, and it looked as if the relationship was still very close. This made Lin Hao, who had always internalized Kumeng as his own woman, unable to tolerate it, and he had long since let it be known in school that no man was allowed to approach Kumeng. At first, there are people who do not obey, and then outside the school somehow beaten. Gradually no man dares to approach, but now there was actually a prick who dared to come out, and more importantly Kumeng came to the door on her own, which gave him a sense of crisis. He had to nip this kind of thing in the bud. When he rushed to the dining hall in a rage, not only had Qin Shanglu and Kumeng already gone to the grove, even Li Liang and Fang Zhenglin had left the dining hall, directly pouncing on him, and the person who had just called him had something to do and was not in the dining hall. Although Lin Hao was arrogant enough, but he really do not dare to mess around in the school. Unlike some novels in the rich second generation as arrogant as smashing the table, or a great deal of power to grab any student collar. Let him say Chen Changlu and Kumeng's whereabouts. Lin Hao huffed and puffed, but he still asked his dogleg to find out who had just sat at a table with Kumeng. After dinner, Chen Changlu went around the campus and when he returned to the dormitory, it was already 2 p.m. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Chen Changlu realized that everyone had already arrived. Li Liang and Fang Zhenglin did not publicize the matter of the dining hall. After all, we are not very familiar with each other. Not everything can be said. After self-introductions, everyone was from the Business Administration 2 class, and honestly, this Business Administration major was the most embarrassing major. Business Administration is an all-around professional, commonly known as hodgepodge. Business Administration professional curriculum is what all learn, what all will. Learning content covers accounting, management, marketing, finance and human resources covers a wide range, so it is not polite to say that the business administration profession is a flashy profession. The reason for the embarrassment. There is another point is that the graduation stage of the job search is indeed very embarrassing, because no one will go to find a bachelor's degree to operate their own business. But there is a good thing, that is, You start your own business or have a family business can be useful, and this professional employment but a wide range, because of the study of professional courses sample number, whether it is finance, marketing or human resources, which field of recruitment can be mixed in to participate in, the opportunity is also more, only the starting salary is relatively low. However, after 5 to 10 years of work, with a certain experience, continue to pursue a Master of Business Administration, MBA, will give you wings, become a real management talent, and is the absolute high-paying people. Therefore, the upward cycle of this profession is very long, at least about 10 years to really get ahead. After familiarization, according to the age of the crowd, the eldest Li Liang, the second Guo Fan as, the third Chen Changlu, the fourth Zhao Wuyan, the fifth Su Liangyu, the sixth Feng Zhonglin. Only now we have a general relationship, and in the future do not know how the relationship. There will not be too many people really put the oldest two and so on always hanging in the mouth, of course, or directly call the name is more, how comfortable how to call it. After Chen Changliu's observation, everyone is still the same as in his previous life, nothing has changed. Li Liang is righteous, big and bold, looks careless, but in fact is a delicate mind. For example, did not put the dining hall, proved this point. Guo Fanwei is also a local, more arrogant, likes to show off that he has money. From time to time in the process of chatting to show off their new cell phone, clothes, shoes is how much money to buy. Zhao Wuyan is the most handsome one in the dormitory except for Chen Chanlu, a Guancheng native, who is more narcissistic and flirtatious, and who can't move without shaking his middle-parted hair. Su Liangyu, from Hunan province, is a fat little man who likes to play games, and he looks rather comical, with little heart. Feng Zhonglin, a fellow villager, is a bit introverted, but optimistic, how to say, although everyone's personality is different, but finally from the heavy school and the parents under the constraints of the mood to free, so that all the people talk to each other without embarrassment. Among them Chen Changlu words least, he never take the initiative to open the topic, but on the sidelines occasionally respond to the other people a few sentences. In addition to Li Liang and Feng Zhanglin, other people feel that he is a very low-key person, in addition to handsome, as if there is nothing a little bit, but also very present, but also always like to chat with him, because he always quietly listen, appropriate response to them. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the door of the dormitory was knocked on. Li Liang, who was only wearing ball pants, got up and opened the door, saw a beautiful woman wearing glasses standing in the doorway, a little embarrassed, while smoothly took the clothes and put them on while asking, "Classmate, who are you looking for? How did you get into the boys' dormitory?" Everyone in the dormitory looked over, and then there was a chicken and egg fight as everyone was naked. Luckily no one was wearing only underwear. Chen Changlu also saw the visitor. He knew her identity, but he didn't say anything. The glasses beauty smiled slightly. "I'm looking for you guys, are you dressed yet? My name is Wu Ling, your counselor. Just came over to get to know you all." Originally, Zhao Wuyan, who saw the beautiful woman, was about to go up and strike up a conversation, but when he heard it was the counselor, he silently moved back after walking halfway. The other few people were flabbergasted for a moment before reflecting, and then they were just a little bit excited. After all, who doesn't like their counselor to be a young beautiful woman? Who the hell likes a big man? After self-introduction, Wu Ling also on the list in hand one by one on the number, and after a few more words of conversation, Wu Ling said, "Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock in the 301 classroom class meeting, interested in class cadres can participate in the election. This is your college career as a workout. Help to enter the student union in the future, which is only good for you to enter the society in the future without any harm." After Wu Ling left, the crowd discussed Wu Ling again. Zhao Wuyan was very thoughtful about for counselor Wu Ling, narcissistically ruffled his hair before flirting and said, "Do you guys think students can pursue counselors?" The other people directly looked at him with the eyes of a monster. Even Chen Changlu couldn't help it, as if in his previous life, Zhao Wuyan was often contributing to Wu Ling's attentiveness, but he never heard him say such a thing. "Oh, old Zhao, you're a cow. This is what you think." Chen Changlu gave Zhao Wuyan a thumbs up. Chapter 38, If there are people, there are rivers and lakes. "Old Zhao, you'd better wash up. I guess the counselor doesn't like little boys. You can't top it." Chen Changliu's quiet words made the entire dormitory froze for a moment, then all directly laughed out loud. The reason why they laughed out loud was because of Chen Changliu's double entendre flirting with this asshole. Just now when everyone was bare-chested, Zhao Wuyan's body was the driest, really no muscles at all, and Chen Changliu's six-pack abs were really two extremes. The other one was the old teasing between men about each other being little Kirikou. "Old Chen, I'm not done with you, humph. I'll start working out tomorrow." In the evening, Chen Changlu and their dormitory got together at a small restaurant off campus. After ordering the food, another piece of beer was served. One person went down with a large glass of ice-cold beer, and the summer heat seemed to dissipate with it. Halfway through the meal, Li Liang took advantage of the alcohol to grin and say, "Brothers, this meal is my treat. I plan to run for class president. What do you think?" Li Liang's words were recognized by most of the people. Su Liangyu spoke up first. "I support it. If old Li becomes the class president, it will be much more convenient for us in the future." The others also expressed their support one after another. Only Zhao Wuyan casually said a few words to cope with it, but did not express his support. Chen Changlu took it all in, and sighed in his heart. As long as there is a Jianghu where there are people, with just a few people, just after the start of the school year, there are already dirty, things going on. 311 dormitory first get-together on the surface is still successful. Li Liang with a meal basically got the support within the dormitory. For Li Liang's behavior, Chen Changlu does not have any opinion, and will not feel that Li Liang mercenary. With his understanding of Li Liang, even without the campaign for class president, this meal he will also treat, according to him, is who let him as the dormitory's oldest, and is a local. After a full meal, Su Liangyu, the little fat man, proposed to go to the internet cafe to play CS. Fang Zhenglin was worried. "Is this good? Now it's almost 9 o'clock. Play for a few hours is not fun, but what about the night check?" The crowd froze, as if it was really the same thing. They also don't want to be written down on the first day of school. Chen Changlu looked at their expressions, breathlessly patted Feng Zhenglin's shoulder and said, "We are not high school students now. The teacher's control is not that strict. Moreover, the school has just started. The classes have not even started. How can anyone come to check the dormitory?" Chen Chanliu's words let the other people suddenly enlightened, and then got excited. "Yes, I am now a college student. College students, that is not 60 points. Long live." Soon the crowd looked for an internet cafe. The others went directly to play CS. Only Chen Changlu did not enter the game, but logged into the Penguin. Looked at. Zhao Lin, Pang Wei are online. Think about it. To Zhao Lin, Pang Wei, this two people's urine will definitely buy laptop, put dormitory play. After chatting with his two best friends for a while, sharing some of their respective school days, Chen Changlu checked the market for D. Now is the evening trading time period. Bean1 has risen to 2,504, now pulling near this price. Hey, making money, adding up to a profit of almost 7,000. It looks as if it is good, but Chen Changlu frowned. In other people's eyes this return on investment has been good. In Chen Changliu's eyes is really too slow. 3 days only profit less than $7,000. Cannot catch up with their own entrepreneurial program needs. Is there a change in the market? Chen Changlu thought, or no good way. Now only continue to wait. On the way back to school, Zhao Wuyan deliberately pulled Chen Changlu to the end, and tentatively asked, "Old Chen, what do you think about Li Liang running for class president?" "It's good. Just like what Su Liangyu said. If old Li becomes class president, then it's good for our dormitory." Silence fell between the two, and only after a while did Zhao Wuyan continue, "I also want to run for class president." Although Chen Changlu had already prepared his thoughts, the fact that Zhao Wuyan said it himself now still took him by surprise. "Why didn't you bring it up during dinner just now? Now you're proposing to run for class president as well. Isn't this a fight with old Li?" "I don't want to either. Except that my future path is to take the civil service exam after graduation, and being the class president into the student council will help me in the future. And I also want to have more contact with the counselors." Chen Changlu heard his last sentence and was directly dumbfounded. "I'll go. Are you serious about this guy?" Zhao Wuyan scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "It's okay. I just think that the counselor has grown on my aesthetic. I like her in this way. When the class president is not able to be a little closer to her." Chen Changlu has nothing more to say, patted his shoulder. "I hope you are cautious, or communicate with Lao Li in advance. I don't care how you compete, but I hope our dormitory is united. After all, the next 4 years is to live in the same dormitory." Getting up at 6:30 a.m. the next morning, Chen Changlu continued his morning jogging, and returned to the dormitory afterward with a breakfast for 6 people. No one in the dormitory was up. Having slept too late last night, Chen Changlu entered and placed his breakfast on the table before thumping the iron bed frame. "Get up. I just saw the counselors coming from dormitory to dormitory." After saying this, he ran off in a huff to take a shower, totally ignoring the roar of Li Liang coming from behind him. "Chen Changlu, you pouncing boy, inhuman guy, still my dream goddess, marred. I was almost in the car, but I was actually woken up by you." Being knocked by Chen Changlu to wake up with a start, the crowd cursed and scrambled to get up. After all, the counselor is coming over. Can't be greeted in a pantyhose? They would like to, but don't dare to. When Chen Changlu came out of the bathroom humming a little tune, the crowd had almost finished their breakfast. Seeing Chen Changlu, the crowd neatly gave him a middle finger. Then Li Liang asked, "Lao San, you said the counselor came over. Why haven't we seen him after so long?" Chen Changlu asked suspiciously, Have you? Did I say our counselor was coming over? Chen Changliu's words again confused the crowd. Little fat Su Liang, you said, third brother. You just said it yourself. Saw the counselors coming over from dormitory to dormitory. Chen Chanlu only realized at this time. A serious back. Hey, you say this I am talking about other people's counselor, but did not say our class counselor I go. Can that be interpreted that way? The 5 people looked at me. I looked at you, and then saw Chen Changlu, who was stifling his laughter, finally realizing that they had been tricked, while the 5 people surrounded them. Li Liang said under his breath, Damn Lao San, you're not a good person. You're fooling us. What do you think we should do to clean you up? Looking at the crowd that was rubbing their fists together, Chen Changlu hurriedly called for a halt. Stop, 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 stop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you guys. I just wanted to tell you guys to get up and have breakfast. Is that wrong too? Come on. Chen Changliu's one sentence was a direct fix. Who let them eat people's mouths short? A morning, 311 dormitory collective out. According to the words of Guo Fanwei is familiar with the campus, but strolling up Chen Changlu knew that the eyes of this group of guys are focused on the body of the girls. Chen Changlu can only sigh. A bunch of rutting livestock. Chapter 39, Backstabbing, Cracking. Before 3 p.m., all 6 people from the 311 dormitory arrived at the classroom. The people in the class arrived almost. The location is randomly sitting, but basically it is a dormitory of people sitting together by themselves. After all, they know only their own dormitory people. 311 people sat down. Zhao Wuyan directly went to run to talk to the crowd. Not to mention, good-looking him and the girls are still relatively popular. After all, people like good-looking, especially women. It can be said that women color up really nothing about men. Zhao Wuyan, this kind of thin, a little handsome little boy, is exactly these just adult little girls' favorite type. Looking at Zhao Wuyan, who was talking and laughing amongst the girls, Su Liangyu, the little fatty, was filled with envy. AI, brother Yan still has 2 skills. I'll have to take lessons from him in a while. Li Liang bared his teeth. Fatty, come on, if you don't lose weight, it's useless to take more scriptures. You think you're Lao San. Chen Shanglu was taken out for no reason to make a comparison to choke to death, very helpless. Li Liang's flirting drew a few people to laugh. People arrived. Wu Ling also arrived. Announced that the first class meeting of Business Administration 2 class began. This class meeting is just 2 things. One is self-introduction. Let everyone know each other. One is to choose class cadres. Wu Ling told everyone to start introducing themselves. The words just fell. Zhao Wuyan in the eyes of several other people surprised in the first on the stage. Chen Chanlu also took a glance at Li Liang. Hey, you're one step behind again and still don't know it. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Wuyan. Wancheng people, I like music. Anyway, Zhao Wuyan just gushed and introduced himself. It was hard to tell. This guy was very eloquent. With Zhao Wuyan taking the lead, the self-introductions went much smoother. There were still a few good girls in the class that could score 80 points. Only Chen Changlu wasn't interested. After all, there was a Du Jiqiu there. Not even close. But while he wasn't interested, the other 5 people within the dormitory were very interested. Especially when a quiet girl named Bai Jing went on stage. These few livestock had the biggest eyes. Class flower. Bai Jing is definitely the class flower. This is my favorite type. Zhao Wuyan's words were heard by all 5 people in the dormitory. Chen Changlu gave him a speechless look. Old 4. I can't believe you're still a scumbag. Yesterday you said you liked the counselor, and now you're saying Bai Jing is your type. Are you in heat? No wonder you're so skinny. It's definitely because you can't keep up with your nutrition due to too much jacking off. Chen Changliu's words made a few other people almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Wuyan looked at Chen Changlu speechlessly. Brother Chen, why do you have so many flirty words, and one set of them? This is what I call fraternity. Do you understand? This is not called being a scum. Don't understand. Anyway, you are definitely a philandering scum. Don't believe me? Ask the others. Looking at the other few people nodding, Zhao Wuyan directly stopped talking, unable to explain. Chen Changliu's introduction was very simple. Name, gender, hobby female. Then he stepped down from the stage in everyone's confused state. Holy, Lao San, this self-introduction is the most tawdry. Awesome. After Li Liang finished, he directly applauded, along with whistling, and more girls looked at Chen Changliu's eyes also changed. How did they not find such a handsome boy just now, and also grew so tall? In fact, the girls didn't find him because Chen Changlu and their dormitory were sitting in the last corner, and he was also sitting in the middle of the most corner, and there were a few people in the same dormitory blocking the line of sight. They didn't find it. Zhao Wuyan looked at the girls looking at Chen Changliu's gaze. His heart was slightly upset. He was just the first to go on stage. How these girls did not look at me with such eyes. Wu Ling actually noticed Chen Changlu yesterday, and noticed him because he was still handsome. but she realized that Chen Changlu didn't talk much and thought he was more introverted. But the self-introduction just now directly overturned this impression. How to look at it is not like introverted, but the bright flirt type. It took almost an hour to finish the self-introduction, and Wu Ling walked up to the stage again. Well, today to do a preliminary self-introduction. I hope everyone in the next 4 years inside the common learning, common progress. Well, the following is the beginning of the campaign for class cadres. Students who wish to run for the election will go up to the stage to give a speech, and then the students will vote for them. I hope that you must be careful when you vote. Okay, now start. Wu Ling had just finished speaking, when Li Liang was still deliberating on when he should go up. Zhao Wuyan on the side directly stood up, not bothering to look at the faces of the people in the dormitory, and directly walked up to the stage. This directly made Li Liang and the others confused. Li Liang frowned and said, "Which class cadre is Zhao Wuyan running for? Why didn't I see him say anything last night? Third brother should be running for other class cadres. If you two are both class cadres, hey, our dorm room will be comfortable from now on." Su Liangyu, this little fatty, was still dreaming. Chen Changlu sighed in his heart. It seems that Zhao Wuyan still hasn't communicated with Oli. Hey. On the stage, Zhao Wuyan started his speech. "Hello everyone, I'm running for class president, and my strengths are, if you guys elect me as the class president, then in the future When Zhao Wuyan said that he was going to run for class president, the faces of the people in the 311 dormitory were a bit unnatural. This belongs to the backstabbing Li Liang's face was ugly at first and slowly returned to normal. Su Liangyu was a bit indignant. What's wrong with Brother Yin? Yesterday they all agreed to support Brother Liang, and now you're going up to choose the class president yourself. A bit too unkind. A few other people looking at Zhao Wuyan's gaze can't be said to be annoying, only that there is no enthusiasm at the very beginning. After all, no one likes to have an old sixth beside them. Even Guo Fanwei couldn't stand to look at him. Forget it, running for class cadre could have been anyone. It's nothing, it's his freedom. In the end, it was Li Liang who adjusted his mind and digressed. The crowd had no desire to speak. Zhao Wuyan got off the stage and said to Li Liang, "Brother Liang, I wanted to elect the class president all of a sudden. I want to take the civil service exam in the future." Li Liang just nodded his head and that was it. In the end, the results of the election came out, and neither Li Liang nor Zhao Wuyan was able to become the class president. Bai Jing, the prettiest girl in business administration class 2, was elected class president. The other class cadres were also elected, and this guy Zhao Wuyan became the life committee member. The first class meeting was a success in the eyes of the others, but it left a rift amongst the 311 dormitory. Chapter 40 Changing Strategies. For just the second day of school there is a conflict in the dormitory. Chen Changlu, although he has been psychologically prepared, but still very speechless. Why bother? Two people running for class president one did not get, but instead to make the relationship between each other stiff. Hey, Chen Changlu sighed. There are still 4 years to go. Don't know how many disgusting things, that's why he has to rent a room off campus. There was nothing much to do in the next 2 days. Chen Changlu occasionally paid attention to the future's bean 1 market. The price of bean 1 had been fluctuating around 2,500 in the past few days, which made Chen Changlu more than a little worried. And Du Jiqiu daily phone contact, always miss a long time not to see Chen Changlu, said that we will accompany her to buy a computer clouds, in Chen Changliu's assurance, only to appease her. Kumeng since that day after the dining hall and then did not appear. There is no phone and text message contact. For her, Chen Changlu's senses are more complex. That is at any time, anywhere can let him react to the siren. Just Chen Changlu know that the siren is not now their own can be messed with. On September 8th, the military training at the University of Finance and Economics officially began. 121. The heat wave on the playground was so intense that the 36-degree temperature made the freshmen slogans like shriveled men. Breathless. The devil instructor finally let Chen Chanlu and the others rest when the crowd could barely stand it. Chen Chanlu was fine. After all, he had done farm work. But Su Liangyi, the little fat man, was out of luck. The camouflage uniform he was wearing could be wrung out. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his camouflage uniform, and then kept grasping the collar and drumming it back and forth so that it could be a little cooler, cursing under his breath and saying, "The instructor is too heartless, not a little humane, no wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend." More unpleasant is Guofan 4, this guy from childhood pampered. This military training can be said to be fast at him to peel a layer of skin. "I can't, if this goes on I'll have to die here. I thought I could go to college and have a good time, but I didn't know it could still take half my life." There wasn't a single person in the 311 dormitory who didn't complain, except for Chen Changlu and Fong Zhenglin. But very quickly, Zhao Wuyan climbed up and ran to the pile of female students. Su Liangyu, this guy's eyes were hot, but he didn't have the guts to go and join in the fun, and said sourly, "Old Zhao, This life committee member isn't doing a good job, he just knows to run to the girl's side. You guys say that this guy is called using his power for personal gain or not? Li Liang grinning big mouth flirted, fatty, how do I smell the sour flavor You are not springing or you also go to join in the fun Boss, said you do not spring heart like, do you have a girlfriend? Usually in the dormitory said the head of the road. You are not still a virgin. You this kind of is belong to the theoretical knowledge is rich, the actual hands-on ability for zero. Fatty's counterattack caused the others to laugh, and then the two of them, Li Liang and Su Liangyu, actually had the strength to chase after each other. Chen Changlu ended up helplessly becoming an obstacle for the two of them to chase. Hey, are the two of you so strong? Don't get exhausted in a while. Chen Changliu's words finally made the two of them stop. Right, the military training of the stepping horse hadn't ended yet. Su Liangyu sat on the side of Chen Changlu and asked, Brother Lu, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Is she pretty? Pretty. As pretty as Bai Jing? Well, how can I put it? There isn't a single girl in our class who can see her taillights. Phew, the flow brother, although you look handsome, but we also cannot be so bragging. What kind of girl can make white mirror cannot see the taillights Su Liangyu obviously didn't believe it. Li Liang bristled, another one who hadn't seen the world. Chen Changlu didn't say anything while Feng Zhenglin spoke up and said, what Brother Lu said is true. Brother Liang and I have seen it in the dining hall. It's really beautiful. Su Liangyu heard Feng Zhenglin, the least talkative person in the dormitory, come out to testify and also pulled out his boss Li Liang. So it seems like it should be true. He climbed up and walked directly behind Chen Changlu, and while pinching Chen Changliu's shoulders, he cheaply said, Brother, you see that you're the only one in the dormitory who's off the hook. Can you bear it? If you don't want to have a friendship with your sister-in-law's dormitory someday, people are divided by groups, and your sister-in-law's roommates are sure to have pretty ones too. The others hadn't said anything yet. Zhao Wuyan, who came back from the pile of girls, just happened to hear this conversation of theirs, and bared his teeth and said, Fatty, you actually have the nerve to say that people are divided into groups. Look at your body type compared to ours. Do you know that you've pulled up the average weight of our dormitory? Zhao Wuyan's words made Su Liangyu embarrassed, and was about to retaliate, when Li Liang looked away first and sarcastically said, I think it's good to be fat. What's so good about being all ribs? Look, it's just like you. All day long you drill inside the pile of female classmates, and I don't see you find a girlfriend. Chen Changlu was speechless. Since the election of the class cadres, these two people always speak in an eccentric manner. The main thing is that Zhao Wuyan, this guy, has a good sense of self and speaks rather meanly. Li Liang can't stand it, and then the originally good atmosphere of chatting soon became stiff. Luckily, the whistle for the assembly sounded and the crowd lost the desire to argue. After all, the sun was their public enemy. Chen Changlu would take the initiative to mediate between them at first, but slowly lost the mood. During the military training period, Chen Changlu took the time to look at the futures market for soybean yuan, finally not hovering around 2,500 points. On the day of the 12th, it went straight up 53 points and closed at 25.93 on the same day. After the weekend break, the 15th was again up 50 points, closing at 26.43 in the afternoon. That night, Chen Changlu, who was playing cards in his dorm room, received a call from Ku Meng, who gave the cards in his hand to Su Liangyu and then went to the balcony to answer the phone. Senior sister, why are you free to call me today? Not to talk nonsense with you. These 2 days the market of soybean yuan has paid attention to it. I suggest that you immediately sell and close the position. You are now making a lot of profit. Don't be too greedy. The streak has risen for such a long time. There are a lot of people who analyze the need to adjust. Hearing Ku Meng's words, Chen Changlu asked, I looked at it yesterday. Not today. How much now? Ku Meng was almost exasperated by Chen Changliu's words. 60 lots of futures on hand. This asshole actually does not pay attention to it. Although it is not convenient to operate in school, but want to know the price trend is still possible. I'm convinced you have more money and no place to spend it? Throw it into the futures market and you don't care much about it. If it wasn't for your luck that you just happened to stumble upon this wave of favorable results, you don't know how much of this 100,000 or so will be left now. Well, thank you schoolmate for caring. I'll take tomorrow's vacation and go out to take a look. I think the bar can still go up. There's nothing wrong with holding it Ku Meng was speechless, but after thinking about it, she could only analyze it from another angle for Chen Changlu. If you think it can still go up tomorrow, then shouldn't you sell your hand to close the position? That way you can buy more contracts In itself, this was just good dreams words for Chen Changlu to sell and close his position, but for Chen Changlu it was like a bolt of lightning, directly splitting apart his original inherent thoughts. Right, I got into the bullseye always thought I was in military training and had no time, and I could earn a lot by holding all the time, but in reality, I missed out on a lot. Thank you senior sister, I know, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. said directly hung up the phone, and then the cards are not playing. Directly out of the dormitory, toward the school. Now just 9 o'clock. The night market has just opened. It is not too late. He wants to change the strategy. Chapter 41 Double Your Fortune. It only took 15 minutes. Chenggang returned to his own has been a small half a month did not come back to the rental house. Into the study. Numbly opened the computer. Trading software. Bean at 2648, winning $93,000. Chenggang did not hesitate. Quickly sold all 60 lots. Look at their own account. Plus the previous $170,000 principal. Now there are more than $262,000. He is not in a hurry to buy contracts. Continue to stare at the market of soybean 1, see if there is a chance to fall. Then you can eat into. Nearly 10 o'clock. Really gave him to wait. Beans fell to 2,635. Chenggang also no longer wait. Hastily in this price near the average price of 2,637 895 hands. Margin 250. 000 more than a few hundred. The account also left more than $10,000. He just finished the operation. Zhao Wuyan's phone called. Brother Lu, where did you run? Checking the bed. Just gave us a muddle. Said you have a stomachache. Went to get medicine. A moment back. You hurry up. A moment the teacher came back to confirm. Chenggang had no choice but to run back to the school. And when the dormitory checking teacher returned to the 311 entrance, the sweaty Chenggang rushed back. The bed check teacher saw that the people were all together and didn't ask many questions. After a 5-minute slowdown, Chengchang's sweat only stopped, and Li Liang scowled at him. Lao San, did you go to drill the grove with your girlfriend? TSK, I envy you for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Hey, but you guys take it easy, don't make a mess. Chengchang speechless. It seems that in the eyes of Li Liang and Fang Zhenglin, Komang as his girlfriend cannot run away. He also did not want to explain. Returned a sentence, go to your bar. Take clothes and take a shower, leaving a few other people around to Li Liang gossip to go. Nothing more than what name, which class, how beautiful and so on. Even in Li Liang not deal with Zhao Wuyan also came together. Chengchang in the bathroom because tonight more than $90,000 in the account. Cannot help but take a shower while humming a song. The other few people all laughed when they heard the song coming from inside the bathroom. Li Liang grinned his big mouth lewdly and said, seeing that Lao San is in such a good mood, he wouldn't have really hit a home run in the grove just now, would he? So bold? From the second day onwards, the people in the dormitory always found that Chengchang would disappear at 8 p.m. or so and then come back at almost 10 p.m., each time with a big smile on his face. A few people were red-eyed, very red-eyed, and thought that Chengchang went on dates every day, making the 5 bachelors jealous and envious, but not hateful. However, Chengchang in the dormitory should be the best people, and who can talk to a piece, not only because he has a wider knowledge, but also his language art in chatting. Always everyone is very comfortable. So over time everyone in the dormitory and his relationship is good. Su Liangyu, this little fat man, repeatedly courteous, said let Chengchang bring sister-in-law and sister-in-law's roommate out of the fellowship, but Chengchang did not agree, until Li Liang revealed that Chengchang's girlfriend Big 4 internship, only to let the uninformed a few people to give up. Only when they knew from Chengchang's mouth that he and Komang knew each other only when they came to the school to report to the school. They were amazed at Chengchang, and they were also more curious about who this woman, who was much prettier than Bai Jing in Li Liang's eyes, was. Chengchang this period of time mood can be said to have good and bad. The futures market soybean prices have been rising, although the daily rise is not much, but to Chengchang to bring the income is very substantial. Now his account has 133 hands of soybean A. Tonight 2,710 do more to buy, plus the account of $20,000. Now he has 38 million, can also be said to be doubled, but in recruiting is very bad. According to the headhunter said, nothing is basically difficult to recruit, although the headhunter gave him 2 just out of the big factory people's information, but he is not very satisfied. After thinking about it, at the same time, 2-pronged approach, and no longer obsessed with recruiting the person in charge and then look for the factory site. Before his idea is too childish and lazy, thought to give a high wage will be someone to come, even office space is not, which people are willing to come on. He commissioned a real estate agent, or those who need to sublet and electronic products related to small factories. If there is no suitable, find a vacant factory, let the headhunter continue to search for people, and improve the salary package, from 150,000 annual salary to open 200,000, and can also be interviewed. To know 200,000 annual salary in this day and age has been very high, than the director level salary of large factories. Some time ago he read a newspaper. The media investigated the domestic head of the IT enterprise salary. At the senior level, the Financial Director, Human Resources Director, Marketing Director, Technical Director and Sales Director of the 5 directors into 2 groups. The difference between the highest annual salary and the lowest annual salary is 21%. The first group is the Sales Director and Technical Director, where the Sales Director earns up to $183,000 a year, compared to $151,000 in the second group. In the ministerial level, the Minister of Product, Research and Development and Customer Service Minister salary best cranes, including Product, Research and Development Minister to 151,700 yuan of annual salary won the crown. Customer Service Minister with an annual salary of 148,300 yuan followed, which is a clear indication of the importance of its position in the enterprise. In this level, the lowest annual salary of the Market Minister can only be 7.41 million yuan to sigh in the ocean. IT Hardware Industry General Manager is the most popular. The report pointed out that the hardware industry has shown great enthusiasm for excellent general manager. In the surveyed software, hardware, systems integration and network of 4 industries, with 223,500 yuan of annual overall salary in the median value of the ranking of the top. The median annual overall remuneration of general managers in the software industry, system integration industry and network industry is almost equally ranked, with a difference of about 35,000 yuan, while the difference between the hardware industry and the software industry amounts to 56,400 yuan, which is almost twice as much as that of the lowest network industry, which is a clear indication of the extent of the temptation of the hardware industry for the post of general manager. The survey compares companies of Category A, less than 100 employees, and Category B, more than 300 employees, and finds that the larger the company, the better the salary situation. Among the 3 positions of software engineers, senior software engineers and R&D managers, the annual overall salaries of software engineers, senior software engineers and R&D managers in Class A companies are 68,900 yuan, 95,800 yuan and 111,800 yuan respectively. For the same positions in Company B, the annual overall salaries were $95, $200, $129, $400, and $143, $700 respectively, which were 38.2%, 35.0%, and 28.5% higher than those in Company A. For technicians in Company 2, the annual overall salaries were $68, $900, $95, $800, and $111. 800 for software engineers and senior software engineers, respectively. For 2 technicians, choosing to go to a larger company can result in a more favorable package. And Chen Changlio's 200,000 annual salary to recruit people in the requirements. Just the middle level of these large factories of technical management personnel. This annual salary is directly doubled, but he can not help. If the annual salary is not more than doubled, it is difficult to recruit people. Chapter 42. Wait for me there. I'll come to you. On September 23, after the morning parade, the military training at the University of Finance and Economics officially ended. Chen Shanglu they didn't have the scene of waving tears to bid farewell to the instructors, and after saying goodbye to the instructors, they dispersed separately, back to the dormitory, took some things, alone out of the school, and then in the nearby mall to buy a set of casual suit pants, shirt and a pair of leather shoes, returned to the rented house, showered, changed clothes, looked in the mirror wearing a slim blue striped white shirt, navy blue casual suit pants, a pair of brown brogue leather shoes. He became a different person altogether, giving him a more mature temperament than his actual age, looking like a city white-collar worker as soon as he did. Not bad, it looks much smoother this way. The reason why Chen Shanglu had to change into such clothes, that was because he was going to look at a plant with the agent in the afternoon, and it wasn't good to dress too much like a student. At the appointed time, together with the agent's people, he went ahead to the Panyu Dashi Industrial Park. Mr. Chen, we look at this plant today as a single building and courtyard, up and down 3 floors. The first and second floors are 300 square meters each. The third floor is 100 square meters, is now a BP machine manufacturer. Dry not continue, in a few days to return the rent, but because of the single building, the rent is 10,000 per month. When looking at the site, Chen Changlu was very satisfied. The original boss has been the site has been planned. R&D, finance, sales, production, administration, etc. separated, so that he does not have to bother again. Directly after signing the contract, Chen Changlu let the intermediary help find someone to register the company. As long as the money is given, the intermediary has a lot of doors. Flower Grower Technology Limited Company. This is Chen Changlio's company name. This era has not that harmonic terrain. Do not know also thought it is a flower company, but such a name in later life or can give him to play a role in publicity. Do not use for nothing. After the venue is fixed, Chen Changlio's heart put down half. Back to the rental house. It was already 5:30 p.m. He remembered what Du Jiqiu said. Their military training also ended this morning, so they can have dinner together in the evening, and by the way, go to inform about the sovereignty. Changed his clothes, took a car, and went directly to CU campus. Du Jiqiu is going downstairs with two of her dormitory mates. They are going out for a stroll and a nice meal to celebrate the end of their military training. Walking in the campus, Du Jiqiu has become the center of everyone's attention. There is no other way. She has just started the school year and has been named as the school flower of the University of China. But for Du Jiqiu and the classmates around her, they were all used to it. A cute round-faced girl smiled and said, "Ziqiu, a military training down. We all darkened a lot, which is like you, just slightly darkened a tiny bit. A few days must have recovered. Envy your skin, which is not true. I've darkened a lot. I almost don't dare to see people." Du Jiqiu troubled. She wanted to find Chen Chanlu to take her to buy a computer, but looking at her blackness, she could only give up and call him out after a few days of recovering almost. Every girl wants to present her best side in front of her lover. Did not wait for the round-faced girl to speak. Next to another clean-cut girl speechless. "Jiqiu, do you know what you call this behavior? Hey, still let us live?" A few people were talking and laughing as they walked through the campus when Chen Changsheng appeared in front of Du Jiqiu. "Ziqiu, I was looking for you." Before he could finish, Du Jiqiu directly interrupted him. "Chen Changsheng, please call me by my name or call me Du. I don't want to be misunderstood by others, especially my boyfriend." Du Jiqiu's words caused Chen Changsheng's face to go a shade of white and a shade of red, while the two girls next to him watched the scene with great interest. As for what Du Jiqiu said about her boyfriend, Chen Changsheng felt that it was just her using Chen Chanlu as a shield. He would never believe that Chen Chanlu would take Du Jiqiu in 2 months. "Well, Du Jiqiu, our classmates in Yangcheng said that we're having a class reunion tomorrow. I came over to invite you." Hearing that it was a class reunion, Du Jiqiu nodded and agreed. After informing Du Jiqiu, Chen Changsheng did not leave, but continued to ask, "Where are you few going? I'll accompany you. It's still okay to help you carry your things, and since it's chaotic outside, it's safer if I'm there." The round-faced girl didn't think about it that much and didn't wait for Du Jiqiu and the two of them to speak. She directly said, Good. It's still safer to have someone to protect you." Du Jiqiu and the clear girl frowned slightly, but since the round-faced girl had already agreed, she could only acquiesce. If Chen Changlu was there he would definitely give her a definitive sentence. "Big boobs and no brain. Two beauties. I'm Du Jiqiu's high school classmate. My name is Chen Changlu. May I ask how to address you?" The round-faced girl smiled back. "My name is Li Cici. You can call me Cici." "Hello classmate Cici," the clean-cut girl said in a salty manner. "Shen Rong. Hello fellow student Shen Rong." From start to finish, Chen Changsheng's did very well. It could be said that there was nothing rude, coupled with his 176 height and good looks. Even though Shen Rong stood on Du Jiqiu's side, she had to say that this guy was still good. Du Jiqiu and Shen Rong were in the front, Li Cici and Chen Changsheng were in the back. Chen Changsheng kept getting close to Li Cici. "Ziqiu, do you really have a boyfriend?" Shen Rong asked in a low voice. "Well, haven't I told you several times?" "Really? He's a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics," said she with a bright smile on her face. Shen Rong saw this smile and somewhat believed it, but how a student of the University of Finance and Economics could chase after Du Jiqiu, who was the daughter of heaven, couldn't figure it out. When passing by the kiosk, Chen Changsheng also doggedly went to buy 4 snow bars. Although Du Jiqiu didn't want to eat them, she also didn't want to embarrass Chen Changsheng too much. After all, he did the right thing. A few people had not yet walked out of the school gates. Du Jiqiu's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. The note on it was "Little Hooligan." A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She walked a few steps quickly and distanced herself from a few people. Several other people saw the change in her expression. Li Cici and Shen Rong were curious, while Chen Changsheng was nervous. Did Du Jiqiu really have a boyfriend? Once the call was connected, without waiting for Du Jiqiu to speak, Chen Changliu's voice came from the phone. "Beauty, there's a prize quiz. Want to come?" What's the prize?" "The prize is a big handsome guy. How about it?" "Childish, narcissistic, won't be a little rascal." "Humph, don't you care, just ask you to come or not, right?" Okay, you say it. "Guess where I am." "You'll have to be punished if you guess wrong." Hearing this question from Chen Changlu, how could the smart Du Jiqiu not guess? And said in surprise, "You came to our school. Where are you? Wait for me there. I'll go find you." Du Jiqiu's surprise was also heard by the other 3 people. The 2 girls were curious about who had come. Chen Chanliu's frown deepened. Chapter 43, Going to CUHK to feed dog food. After hanging up the phone, Du Xiqiu gleefully trotted over to Shenrong and Li Sisi and asked nervously while fixing her hair. Wrong. See, is my hair messy? And do the clothes I'm wearing today look good? Shenrong and Li Sisi were stunned. This is Du Xiqiu? You have to know that in this half a month, Du Xiqiu didn't care too much about her personal image. She herself was extremely beautiful, all veiled. No matter what clothes she wore, it didn't affect her. But now receiving a phone call, taking the initiative to let others wait and go over to look for yourself is also even if, after all, CU is so big, it's really hard to find someone who is not familiar with it. But you're this also asking us if you're dressed well. This is indeed too unbelievable. Xiqiu, you're already pretty. I'm just curious. Who's here? Why do you need to care so much? Shenrong asked in puzzlement. And Chen Changsheng and Li Sisi also looked at Du Xiqiu. Du Xiqiu was now full of Chen Changlu. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for almost a month. They were just in the middle of a passionate love affair. How could they care about other people's opinions? My boyfriend, he came to see me, really, didn't inform me before coming, caused me to be unprepared. Well, I won't talk to you guys. I'm going to find him. Shenrong and Li Sisi were surprised. Although usually Du Xiqiu always said that she had a boyfriend, and often had text messages and phone calls, even her boyfriend studying in the University of Finance and Economics, but all of them in the dormitory were still half believing it. After all, Linjiang University's senior would like a classmate who only got into the second grade? But the two reacted quickly, pulling Du Xiqiu's hand when she turned to leave. What's your hurry? What's wrong with letting him wait a little longer? Especially for a big beauty like our Xiqiu. Go, let's accompany you. I want to see what kind of white boy has abducted our CU school flower. Du Xiqiu saw that her best friend had pulled herself together. What else was there to say? Fine. Then the three women never bothered with Chen Changsheng again and walked towards the main entrance. While Chen Changsheng's face was ugly, he was not willing to do so, took out his cell phone and sent a text message out. Chen Changlu, who was asked by Du Xiqiu to wait in place, was precisely at the gate of CUHK, looking at the CUHK students coming in and out. It was true that it deserved to be a key university, and the country should be in the top 10 of existence. The proportion of students wearing glasses was much higher than that of the University of Finance and Economics, and many of them looked like nerds. But the girls were much worse than those of the University of Finance and Economics in terms of the quality of their looks. Not much later, Du Xiqiu several people had already arrived at the gate. She immediately recognized Chen Changlu, who had his back to her. After all, his height was considered to be a crane, and his back was too familiar. The bright smile on Du Xiqiu's face caused her entire person to radiate an amazing charm, causing some of the male students passing by to look dumbfounded. Jogging over, she then covered Chen Changliu's eyes directly from behind, pretending to say in a low voice, "Guess who I am?" This intimate behavior of Du Xiqiu directly caused the hearts of the male students at the main entrance of the middle school to instantly break. Only a small portion of the male students were stubbornly consoling themselves that it was Du Xiqiu's older or younger brother or something like that. But then their hearts directly went cold. Chen Changlu, who had his eyes covered, of course knew who it was, and suddenly grabbed Du Xiqiu's small hand and pulled it forward, saying under his breath at the same time, "Such a smooth and tender little hand can only possibly come from my family's Xiqiu." Du Xiqiu was startled by Chen Changliu's action. Her whole body directly jumped on Chen Changliu's back. The soft impact not only made Du Xiqiu let out an ah sound, but also made her face red and her heart beat faster. Chen Changlu almost let out a comfortable sound. Is indeed comfortable. This girl usually do not eat much, but should grow meat or long meat. It seems to eat into the supplement or these should grow meat place. This action of the two people directly let all the middle school and university students who held a fluke mentality have their hearts broken, and then all of them had ugly faces. Shenrong and Li Sisi glanced at each other, and both could see the shock in the other's eyes. What Du Xiqiu had said to them was true, and it could be seen from the closeness of the two that Du Xiqiu cared very much about this boy. This man is very tall and has a great body. This alone can score an 8. I don't know how good he looks. He shouldn't be bad. Otherwise how could Xiqiu look at him? Li Sisi, this busty little beauty was originally a face value party. Seeing Chen Changliu's figure she had already started scoring. Can looks be a meal? I don't feel that Xiqiu is such a shallow woman. Shenrong didn't dare to agree with Li Sisi's point of view, retorted. She was the type that focused on the inner type, so the two were often arguing in the dorm room. But now the two were getting more and more interested in this man who had conquered Du Xiqiu, the school flower. And at this time, Chen Changlu finally turned around. That sunny and handsome face, that smile that was easily infectious made Shenrong and Li Sisi's first thought when they saw it was that this man was very handsome and charming. So handsome, my favorite type, Li Sisi blurted out. But this time Shenrong didn't refute her. She also felt that this man was very attractive. Chen Changlu turned around but didn't let go of Du Xiqiu. he took Du Jiqiu's small hand and looked up and down at this girlfriend that he hadn't seen for almost a month. Well, a little darker, but it doesn't affect my family Jiqiu's charm. Although she blushed a bit at being pulled by Chen Changliu's small hand in public, the feeling of missing her for so long overshadowed her shyness, and she let Chen Changlu pull her up and down, while she also measured this Chen Changlu. Chen Changliu's smile is still so sunny. He was originally a sportsman in high school. Not white, not black, bronze, I guess. This time half a month of military training has made him a little darker, but it doesn't give people the feeling of black charcoal, but a healthy skin color. Seeing Du Jiqiu not speaking, just looking at him so fixedly, Chen Changlu could see love in her eyes. His heart was soft. He reached out his hand to straighten her hair at her temples, then touched her slippery face. His movements were so gentle, so tender. Du Jiqiu could feel the love from his movements. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to kiss on Chen Changliu's lips. Then when Chen Changlu wanted to give action, he took another step back, a mischievous expression showing on his face. When Chen Changlu was about to reciprocate, Shenrong and Li Sisi beside him finally couldn't withstand this huge wave of dog food. Li Sisi opened her mouth and said, "Come on, you guys don't go too far." Flirting with our schoolgirl so recklessly at our school's gate. Aren't you afraid that the boys in our school will riot in a while? Li Sisi's words finally made the two no longer have only each other in their eyes. Chen Changlu looked in the direction where the voice came from, a quiet and clear, not worse than by Jing, how to say, childish face huge group of people, more lethal to men. Well, this woman although said not very beautiful kind, but it is very easy to provoke the desire of men to ravage. Then Chen Changlu was looking around. He could see envy and jealousy in the eyes of those men, and there was a feeling that they wanted to tear him apart. Cut, can eat me? It is to swear sovereignty. It is to force feed you dog food. Chapter 44, Du Jiqiu protecting the calf. Chen Changsheng, who had followed him out, took it all in, his face turning blue, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his insides roaring. On what grounds did a punk-like person actually become Du Jiqiu's boyfriend? What part of him is good? What part of him is excellent? But no matter how unfair he was in the middle of his heart, the image of two hands tightly holding each other was right in front of him. He took a few deep breaths and calmed his inner emotions before walking towards Chen Changlu and Du Jiqiu with an expressionless face. What are you doing here? What is your purpose in approaching Du Jiqiu? Don't you pester her. You're not even from the same world as us. What can you bring to her as a dangling punk who doesn't honor his parents? Chen Changsheng's words made Shenrong and Li Sisi surprised. They didn't know why Chen Changsheng would say something like this. It looked like there was a lot of hostility, and it wasn't just for reasons like being a love rival. Moreover, in Chen Changsheng's words, the information such as punks and ungrateful parents was even more surprising to them. Could it be that this man who sells himself so well is really as bad as Chen Changsheng said? Then why would Jiqiu be his girlfriend? Could it be a threat to Jiqiu? To know that the punks outside nowadays would really do this, especially in high school. These punks would let out word that they would not allow boys inside the school to get close to certain pretty girls and threaten to harass them to be their girlfriends. The two brainstormed a whole lot. Chen Changlu looked at Chen Changsheng who was there like a clown with interest. He directly ignored it. Anyway, since childhood the two of them did not have an ounce of brotherly love. He now viewed everything Chen Changsheng did as if he was just watching a joke. Chen Changliu's ignoring behavior made Chen Changsheng even more irritated, and when he was about to continue to output his firepower, Du Jiqiu was not willing to do so. She had always felt that family was a pain for Chen Changlu, so with Chen Changsheng chirping again, she felt that she should come out and defend her man. She turned to Chen Changsheng, her face cold, frowning, and directly interrupted Chen Changsheng's words. Chen Changsheng, have you said enough? I know better than you how my boyfriend is. You don't even have the qualifications to be compared to him. I don't want to see you. Don't follow us. Next time I hear you say something bad about my boyfriend, don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, she no longer cared about the dumbfounded Chen Changsheng because she saw Du Jiqiu angry for the first time, pulled Chen Changliu's hand and left. Du Jiqiu's mother hen protecting her chicks-like behavior also made Shenrong and Li Sisi feel extremely unreal. Was this still the same Du Jiqiu who was serene and picturesque in front of people, as if she was a fairy? It seemed that this man's position in her heart was very, very heavy. Before Chen Changlu was pulled away, he even raised the hand he was holding with Du Jiqiu, then glanced at Chen Changsheng with a contemptuous look. I don't know if I'm qualified, but Du Jiqiu is my girlfriend. Hey, jealous? Shenrong and Li Sisi almost laughed out loud. This person was so cheap. The two also stopped caring about Chen Changlu and silently and curiously followed. Chen Changlu walked while looking up and down at Du Jiqiu who was pulling her hand. Unexpectedly this little girl is still very protective of her shortcomings. Looking at Du Jiqiu who was still angry, Chen Changlu teased. Beauty, you were very domineering just now. TSK. Why don't I just be your little puppy in the future? You'll adopt me. Put. The three girls successively laughed out directly. Du Jiqiu couldn't help but put her hand on Chen Changliu's waist again, but this time twisting it not too hard. You rascal! You're just a scoundrel. Humph! Seeing Du Jiqiu laugh, Chen Changliu also laughed, and re-pulled her small hand in his hand again, then looked at Shenrong and Li Sisi and said, Chen Changliu, Jiqiu's husband. Ah, it hurts. It really hurts this time. Chen Changliu's words have not finished. Du Jiqiu this time really screwed? Boyfriend this name she can still openly accept. Husband this name it. A little too early, a little shy, and is in front of their girlfriends and classmates. Her face directly red, only to get on the hand. And such a relaxed feeling Du Jiqiu has not felt for a long time. Every time with Chen Changliu, always let himself cry and laugh. He can always use some more rogue words to let her fairy side to break the defense. This side of Du Jiqiu Shenrong and Li Sisi had never seen before, and were very surprised, and then immediately followed by laughing along. Then Chen Changliu in their eyes in addition to being handsome. This man was also oily. Shenrong, Li Sisi. When Li Sisi introduced herself, Chen Changliu still sneaked a couple more glances. The most important thing is that this child doesn't know how to grow up. It's very fierce and mean. After Li Sisi finished her name, she suddenly remembered something. No, handsome. Your name is Chen Changliu. What's your relationship with Chen Changsheng? Looking at the situation, it should be that you both come from the same place as Jiqiu, but both of your names are just one word apart. What's the situation? Li Sisi asked the doubts in her heart, and even Shenrong looked at him. Chen Changliu had wanted to explain, but Du Jiqiu didn't give the opportunity. There's nothing to discuss about this matter. You guys just need to know that he's my boyfriend. Du Jiqiu's words caused the two women to press their doubts back inside their stomachs. Let's go. I just made money. I'll treat you today. Whatever you want to eat is fine. It's enough. Chen Changliu waved his hand and said atmospherically, making the three girls laugh along. Li Sisi asked in surprise, where did you go to earn money? You're not a freshman. You should have just finished military training, right? Even Du Jiqiu got curious. One of Chen Changliu's excuses for arriving in Yangcheng early was about making money. She believed in his ability, but wasn't he in military training some time ago? Chen Changliu surely wouldn't have told her about making money in the futures market, and directly made up a panic. Yes, earned from selling sanitary napkins during military training. A few women blushed in surprise out loud. Du Jiqiu slapped him and pouted. You this person really, again in that fooling people. You sell sanitary napkins which female students dare to be willing to buy with you. Shenrong and Li Sisi also looked at Chen Changliu speechlessly. They didn't believe it either. In this day and age when a man going to a kiosk to buy sanitary napkins is a monster, they definitely didn't believe in Chen Changliu's taking sanitary napkins to sell to female students. Chen Changliu was not annoyed, pulling Du Jiqiu's small hand to play with, smilingly said, of course it's not sold to female students, it's sold to male students. Chen Changliu's words made them even more confused. Don't you guys know that during military training when you put a sanitary napkin inside your shoes your feet won't suffer so much? After Chen Changliu finished speaking, a few women, you looked at me and I looked at you, then came to a realization. That's fine. Hey, my feet still hurt now. Jiqiu, why didn't your boyfriend say it earlier? Du Jiqiu also came back to her senses, then looked at Chen Changliu, biting her lips and looking at Chen Changliu with an aggrieved look, saying, my feet hurt too. When Chen Changliu saw this, he couldn't wait to give himself a slap. Of course he didn't sell sanitary napkins, he just found a random reason. After all, inside many novels he read in his previous life, during the university military training, the male protagonist went to sell sanitary napkins to make money. However, he forgot that his girlfriend is also in the he himself thick-skinned. This point of military training for him a little bit, but for Du Jiqiu is not too friendly. Chen Changliu directly surrendered, promised to owe them 2 meals before the end. Li Sisi's eyes turned, pulled Du Jiqiu's arm and flirted. Jiqiu, look, your man doesn't care about you at all. I see. A foot stomped him away. Forget it. Anyway, this man thing is also outside the body. Li Sisi's words made Shenrong and Du Jiqiu laugh. Only Chen Changliu purposely glared viciously at Li Sisi. But in fact, he was peeping at her oversized rubbing Du Jiqiu's arm, and in his head he was thinking, it's all deformed. Hey, why not my arm? But the mouth is not let go of. Li Sisi said, men this thing is sometimes outside the body, but sometimes can also be inside the body. Du Jiqiu, who stayed with Chen Changliu for a long time, was the first to react, and directly chased after Chen Changliu, who had already run forward with a red face, leaving behind 2 baffled chicks. However, it was Shenrong who saw Du Jiqiu's reaction, and after pondering over it for a few times, she was the first to react, and then with a red face, she let out a ba and cursed rascal, and when Li Sisi also knew what it meant from Shenrong's mouth, Chen Changliu was directly labeled as a rascal in the minds of the 2 girls, while Chen Changliu and Du Jiqiu were flirting. a man walked head-on. It was Zheng Chang, Du Zhiqiu's class president from her high school days, who was suspected to be Du Zhiqiu's boyfriend in the text message Chen Changqing sent him. He hurriedly rushed here, was really bumped into by him. Watching Du Zhiqiu and Chen Changlu flirting, Zheng Chang could be said to be jealous. After going to college, although he is still in love with Du Zhiqiu, but Du Zhiqiu's attitude towards him he knows, and the temptations in the university is also more than high school, so he is no longer obsessed with hanging on to Du Zhiqiu's tree, but still have fantasies. Unlike Chen Changsheng, who is still clinging to the tree of Du Zhiqiu, especially after knowing the relationship between Chen Changlu and Du Zhiqiu, his mind is now filled with thoughts of how to snatch Du Zhiqiu away, and he will never admit that Chen Changlu, who has been trodden on by him since childhood, has actually snatched away the girl of his dreams. Zheng Chang adjusted his facial expression before walking over with a smile. Chapter 45. Be good. Call your husband, Du Zhiqiu. Oh, Chen Changlu, why did you come to our CUHK? Stretching his hand. Although he felt that Zheng Chang was a bit pretentious, Chen Changlu still responded with a slight smile too. I came over to feel the learning atmosphere of CUHK, so that I can give the backward me the motivation to spur me on. That's good. It's just as well that we take you on a tour. After all, the University of Finance and Economics really doesn't have the good learning atmosphere of CUHK. Chen Changlu, I remember you scored 535 points in the college entrance exam, right? I think at first you should have repeated the exam for another year. It's possible that you could have gotten into CUHK as well. Cuck's admission scoreline is not that high, just 620 points. You try hard to repeat or have a chance. Chen Changlu looked at their forced lie. Zheng Chang is very speechless. The three women can also be tasted from Zheng Chang's purpose is to come to the disgusting suppression of Chen Changliu's. Shenrong and Li Sisi is to hold the same. Shenrong and Li Sisi are just holding the mindset of eating melon and watching. Du Zhiqiu's face smile is gone. Only Zheng Chang also did not say anything excessive words. Not good to throw face. After all, it is the class president of 3 years in high school. Zheng big class president's good intentions I appreciate. Only I am a person with limited ability and the talent of learning. Even if I repeat 2 more years, it will be difficult to get into CUHK. When Zheng Chang heard Chen Changliu's words, an even brighter smile appeared on his face. He thought that Chen Changlu had conceded defeat. Right at this moment, Chen Changlu held Du Zhiqiu's small hand and played with it, causing Du Zhiqiu's ears to turn red, but he didn't pull his hand away. While playing with Du Zhiqiu's small hand, Chen Changlu looked at the stiff-faced Zheng Chang and said, "But then, my girlfriend is a good student. It doesn't matter if I can't go to CUHK, it's fine if I find a CUHK schoolgirl to be my girlfriend." Put. Shenrong and Li Sisi couldn't help but laugh out when they saw Chen Changliu's roguish appearance. This person could only be described by the same routine is just pissing off Chen Changsheng. Anyway, you all say I can't do this or that, but your goddess is my girlfriend. Zheng Chang's expression was the same as Chen Changsheng's just now, as if he had just eaten a hot pile of xiang. However, Zheng Chang's mental quality was still quite tough. He quickly adjusted and said with a smile on his face, "Congratulations then, only with the opening of your eyes. If you're still like this, I believe that by that time, if Du Zhiqiu doesn't leave you, you won't have the face to stay by his side yourself." Hearing Zheng Chang's words, Chen Changlu conversely looked more squarely at Zheng Chang for a few moments. Not all of them are straw men. Don't worry, you won't see that day. Zheng big class president, we are going to eat together? Said to invite, but anyone can see Chen Changlu is not really want to invite. Nonsense. Who want to eat when there is a fly in the side of the nausea themselves? Although I know that there is no threat, but also diaphragm is not good. Zheng Chang's words made Chen Changlu speechless. Really? Not just his own thick skin enough. Zheng big class president, how come I didn't see that your cheek was so thick in high school in the past? Disrespectful. People grow. The conversation between the two men made several women couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eventually looking for a roadside stall of spicy hot pot, 3 women unanimously approved of it. It really wasn't to save him money, mainly because they liked it. From the eyes of a few of them, he finally realized why there will be a bowl of spicy hot pot in later life to take care of a room to go. During the meal, the 2 little girls chattered about how good CUHK was. Chen Changlu did not bother with the 2 little girls. This sense of honor should be able to say that every student has. One can say that one's alma mater is not good. When others say that one's alma mater is not good, one will always refute others. When Chen Changlu naturally took out a tissue and reached out to wipe the juice from the corner of Du Zhiqiu's mouth, his movements were so gentle. Du Zhiqiu did not blush this time, but gave Chen Changlu a sweet smile, those almond eyes full of tenderness. Zheng Chang peeked aside and his eyes went straight. Such a Du Zhiqiu he had not seen before, but immediately followed by sourness, because this smile, this touch of tenderness was for someone else. After eating spicy hot pot, it was almost 7 o'clock. the sky began to darken. Chen Chanlu dismissed a few people, and Du Jiqiu strolled in the street. Before school started you said you were going to work part-time in college. Really? The money you earned over the summer should be enough for you to finish 4 years of college. Not enough, I still have it here. So don't delay your studies. Du Jiqiu's concern made Chen Changliu's heart warm. He suddenly stopped, a hand to Du Jiqiu into his arms, and then it was to that attractive red lips printed down. For a long time, the lips parted. Du Jiqiu's breathing was a bit rapid. She blushed and embraced into Chen Changliu's arms. Kissing didn't make Du Jiqiu blush. It was just something that made her heart beat faster. Chen Changlu finally suppressed the surging hot blood. Hey, young bodies are impulsive. Chen Chanlu, I'm really not ready. Hearing Du Jiqiu's shy voice in his arms, Chen Chanlu was happy. It's fine, brother will wait for you. Who are you, brother? Ah, so fleshy. Ah, I'm Du Jiqiu's love brother. How is it needy? Should I call my husband? No, just call Chen Chanlu. Doesn't sound good. Good boy. Call your husband to give you a popsicle. Chen Chanlu, Chapter 46, Wu Bo. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Changlu sent Du Jiqiu to the dormitory floor and watched Du Jiqiu go up the stairs before turning to leave. Du Jiqiu, who had just returned to the dormitory, was directly pulled aside by Shenrong and Li Sisi to whisper. She was on good terms with only the two of them in the dormitory while the others were cold. TSK, Ziqiu, I thought you weren't coming back tonight? What? Your little puppy is actually willing to let you come back? What little puppy? You're the little puppy? Li Sisi's laughing words drew Du Jiqiu's counterattack. Between the two, playful can be said to be the calm surface of the lake to attract the waves of the sea. Even the same woman Shenrong look at the jealousy and envy up. When the two have had enough, Shenrong and Li Sisi began to inquire about Chen Changliu's information, especially interested in why Du Jiqiu would look at Chen Changliu's poor academic performance. Du Jiqiu revealed some selectively, especially about Chen Chanlu leading them to earn tuition fees. The pride on Du Jiqiu's face couldn't be hidden. Do you guys know that I don't use my family's tuition to go to school now? But I earn it myself. Do you guys know why? After whetting the appetite of the two, Du Jiqiu proudly said, because Chen Changlu led the five of us to set up stalls together during the summer vacation to earn it. So it can be said that during those 2 months of summer vacation, we earned enough for the next 4 years of tuition and living expenses. Humph. Awesome. Unlike you kids who are still using your family's money, you all don't see that my boyfriend's academic performance isn't as good as mine. But during those 2 months, I was purely a student in front of him. Shenrong and Li Sisi were surprised to hear that Chen Changlu had used his summer vacation time to actually lead 5 of his classmates to earn so much money. However, when they saw Du Jiqiu's proud tone and bragging expression, the two of them directly broke their defenses. I go, dang, a CU University flower, actually showing off her boyfriend from the University of Finance and Economics. Hey, how does it sound? A bit twisted. Ah. Shouldn't it be the boyfriend of the University of Finance and Economics bragging about having a schoolgirl girlfriend from CUHK? Chen Chanlu of course do not know Du Jiqiu in the dormitory to show off their own. He did not go back to the dormitory, but back to the off-campus rented house. Today in the futures market soybean are relatively depressed, although once rose to 2,738, but to the evening after the opening all the way down to 2,713 close. Yesterday, Chen Changlu was 2,710 into the hand. Today's earnings can only be said to be better than nothing. The next day, a coffee house near the neighborhood, Chen Changlu looked at a resume handed to him by the headhunter. Wu Bo, male, 28 years old, graduated from the Western University of Technology, the former head of a technical research group in the technology department of Lianxiang Group, but because the group changed its route, transferred to other positions, had experience in production management. After listening to the headhunter's introduction, Chen Changliu's eyes lit up, completely in line with his requirements, but thinking about it he frowned again. Mr. Lu, let me interrupt. With this Wu Bo's current age as well as his current stage in Lianxia Group, how could he be interested in this preparatory stage company of mine? According to what Chen Changlu had just expected, he could definitely recruit people, but they should be from small factories. He wouldn't dare to think about people from a giant domestic electronics company like Lianwang Group. Chen Chanlu could still understand if he was older and eliminated, but it was even more impossible to understand those like Wu Bo's age. That's why he had questions. It's like this, Mr. Chen. Wu Bo is still interviewing for positions in other big factories. As to why he would be interested in your company, that I don't know. Chen Chanlu didn't say anything. After thinking for a while he said, Mr. Lu, you arrange the interview with Wu Bo. Meanwhile continue to help me identify others. Mr. Lu nodded his head to show that he understood. He was also not optimistic that Wu Bo would look at Chen Changliu's shell company that had nothing, but as a professional, he must do professional things and contact Wu Bo immediately. A few minutes later, after hanging up the phone, Mr. Chen, He said that he has interviews scheduled for today and tomorrow, and that he will come to your company the day after tomorrow afternoon for an interview. Chen Changlu raised his eyebrows when he heard this answer. It seems that his place is not one that Wu Bo is more optimistic about, but it didn't matter. The only way to know if it would work or not was to meet in person. The next 2 days Chen Changlu took a leave of absence, did not go to class. The plant has also been vacated today. At noon he has gone over to receive, and the recruitment has also gone to do. In the evening, he continued to run to the rental house, 10 o'clock before returning to the dormitory. In the past 2 days, duty went up to $2,755, and earned nearly $60,000, minus what he spent on renting the plant. His total assets have also exceeded $400,000. After going over in his head the things he was going to talk about tomorrow with Wu Bo met, Chen Changlu only went to sleep. Planting Flowers Home Technology Limited Company entrance has hung a signboard. Chen Changlu met Wu Bo, a casual dress, wearing a pair of glasses, appearing young. He gave Chen Changlu a good first impression, with a bookish air, in line with the temperament of a technician. Seeing Chen Changlu, Wu Bo was still a little surprised, and at the same time a little disappointed in his heart. Although he had tried to hide it as much as possible, Chen Changlu could still see it. It should be caused by his own youth as well as the lack of a little popularity in the entire building. But Chen Changlu did not think so. Stretching out his hand, he smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Wu, how are you? Finally I can meet with you. I'll show you around the place first, then we'll talk." It didn't take long. The whole plant tour is finished. Wu Bo has not wrapped hope. Although just now at the gate, I heard that it is very cold inside, but actually there is not a single person. This is also a company? The two of them made down on 2 stools on the first floor. Chen Changlu handed him a bottle of mineral water, smiled and said, "Mr. Wu should be very disappointed with this place, right?" Wu Bo nodded and didn't hide his opening. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu said your company is preparing, but I can't even see a single person? Ha ha, it's recruiting. Mr. Lu should have said to you what my future main product here is, right?" "Yes, he said that your company's main product will be MP3. Yes and no." Chen Changlio's words made Wu Bo a little curious. "Mr. Chen means that MP3 is just an excessive product?" "Yes, MP3 is just an excessive product in the starting stage. My ultimate goal is to make a cell phone." Chen Changlio's words still let Wu Bo came to be interested, because before he left his job, he was rotating in the cell phone related department established by Lian Wang Group last year, and this youngster's goal is actually a cell phone, which still impressed him. However, once he thought of the Shanghai cell phones that started to appear on the market this year, he thought he had a clear picture of Chen Changlio's purpose. "Chen always wants to make cottage cell phones?" Chen Changlu smiled and shook his head. "No, I want to start building a brand from MP3, and then enter the cell phone industry. You also know that the audience group of MP3 are young people. Then if we build our brand well, it will be much easier to go over to the cell phone." Chapter 47, Kumang's Drunken Call. Next the two talked partly about MP3 industry trends, but more about cell phones. Chen Changlu has the eyesight of the next 20 years. Certainly Wu Bo cannot be compared. When Chen Changlu threw out the smartphone, no keyboard touchscreen and other concepts, or let Wu Bo David shock. Looking at this age than their own quite a bit younger than the Chen Changlu, he only felt that this person's brain is very something. 3 years there has been a touchscreen cell phone appeared, but and Chen Changlu mouth out of a completely different latitude. If you can put Chen Changlu mouth concept cell phone to produce, is definitely a change in the cell phone industry products, and Wu Bo gave Chen Changlu the feeling that this person is very strong in thinking jump, and the ability to accept new things is very strong, and he just draws a big cake. He doesn't feel that with his ability to get a smartphone before Apple, he also doesn't feel that he has the ability to get an earlier operating system than Android. Knowing the future trend is one thing, whether there are relevant talents and technology, and whether the market is cultivated is even more important. He only wanted to leave Wu Bo to help him lay the foundation, so that he could help him take his place in this wave. Chen Changlu finally stopped discussing his cell phone with Wu Bo and instead looked at Wu Bo seriously and said, "Mr. Wu, can I ask you why you are willing to come and have an interview with me?" "Well, let's be honest. I just think the salary on your side is high enough." "But what Mr. Chen threw out attracted me. Frank enough, honest enough. So have you ever thought about starting your own business?" "To be honest, thought about it, but that was a month ago. Now I have something at home. Not only my own savings spent, but also owe a lot of money. But I believe that I can please myself in less than a few years. But start a business that's impossible." When Wu Bo finished saying this, his face was a bit bitter, then quickly filled with confidence again. Chen Shanlu looked at the confident Wu Bo in front of him. He had to sigh. This man is very confident. Confidence comes from his belief in his own ability. "Mr. Wu is very frank, but..." Chen Shanlu shrugged helplessly. Unfortunately I can't invite Mr. Wu. Why? Wu Bo was a bit incredulous. Before he wasn't necessarily very interested, but discussing with Chen Shanglu, he felt that Chen Shanglu could be the one to change his career. Although it was a bit of a falsehood, he could bet on it. He was still young, but on the contrary, Chen Shanglu refused. To be honest, he thought that he could be willing to come as already condescending. Chen Shanglu, why not see him? Chen Shanglu looked at Wu Bo, who was a bit out of shape, and laughed, sipped his water and said, seriously, Mr. Wu is very good, so good that I am a bit uneasy. I am afraid that you won't be long before you leave. Hearing Chen Changlio's words, Wu Bo could say anything else and was about to leave. Chen Chanlu spoke out again. Mr. Wu, just kidding. I have a suggestion, I wonder if you want to hear it? Wu Bo's eyes brightened slightly and sat down again. Mr. Chen, please speak. To be honest, missing out on a talent like Mr. Wu makes me a little upset. I'll say a program you can consider. I can hire Mr. Wu in the form of salary plus dividends, mainly responsible for research and development and production. For the first 3 years each year Mr. Wu's annual salary is 100,000. At the same time, he can get 5% of the net profit. If Mr. Wu can do the full 3 years, these dividends can be turned into fixed shares. At that time, Mr. Wu will also be the boss, and there is not much difference between starting a business on your own. Wu Bo's eyes narrowed, lowered his head and began to contemplate, hesitated again and again, and finally agreed to Chen Changlio's invitation, not only because of the incentive of shares, but more importantly, Chen Changlu was ambitious. 5% of the profit is actually quite a lot. He still did a survey before he came. MP3 This industry is very lucrative at this stage, as long as it is not done poorly. A year to earn a 2-3 million is not a problem. With a good income, there is attractive to him as Chen Changlu for the development of cell phones have unique insights, and Chen Changlu described to him the prospect. Let him cannot stop. When Chen Changlu and Wu Bo's hands were shaken together, Chen Changlu immediately felt relaxed. Finally there was a technical person to give him a share. After Wu Bo joined, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The two of them directly took a taxi to eat, asked for a box. The two began to talk about the company's next development of MP3 matters. Formation of the technical team. This will be handed over to Wu Bo, but also to recruit other positions, especially the finance department. Eat, drink and chat. 8:30 p.m. Before the end, when Chen Changlu sent away Wu Bo, was about to go back to school, the phone rang. Picked up a look. Actually is Kumang's. Since the last time he said to take her to drill the grove, to scare her away, there has been no contact. Now how to call himself? Can't figure it out. Don't think about it. After the phone is connected, just want to flirt a few sentences, but the phone side has already come Kumang's voice. Little pervert. 2, come pick me up at the 4 Happiness Hotel. I'm in the private room. Then the phone hung up, confusing Chen Changlu, but soon he remembered that when Kumang spoke, it was a bit like a drunk person talking. Could it be drunk? But what is drunk looking for me for? Calling me a little pervert and asking me to pick it up. Can't figure it out. But thinking of the siren like Kumang, Chen Changlu was a bit hot. Forget it, go. Lin Hao is persuading Kumang to drink. It is not easy to play a little means to hold Kumang. Tonight no matter what, I must take this little down. To see that she is still clear in front of me. Looked at the face flushed, drunken eyes confused Kumang. Lin Hao body hot, but he knew that the fire is not enough. Just have tried several times to embrace her. Were she to block away? But it does not matter. I believe that it will not take long to be in place. You can be ravaged with impunity. The more he thought about it, the more energized he became, and the more diligent he was in persuading Kumang to drink. Kumang looks almost there, but in fact she is pretending, although it has begun to go to the head, but not yet reached the appearance she showed on the surface. Just went to the restroom when secretly called Chen Changlu. Let him come over to pick up their own. She didn't know why she called that little pervert, but he really couldn't find anyone to put himself at ease. And Chen Changlu had a flowery mouth and shouted that he would take her to drill the grove, but never took the initiative to send himself a message and make a phone call, so he can only choose to believe Chen Changlu. However, as Lin Hao and his several fox friends became more and more diligent, she also began to be unable to resist. She looked forward to Chen Changlio's quick arrival. She can now flip with Lin Hao? If she did, what about her father? If she didn't flip, wouldn't she be in the tiger's den tonight? While Kumang was anxious, the door of the box was finally pushed open. Chapter 48, The Prodigal Son's Mentality. All the people inside the box looked towards the door, including Lin Hao and Kumang. Kumang saw Chen Changlu. Her heart was much more solid, while Lin Hao's face was ugly, because he had already recognized Chen Changlu as the kid who was very close to Kumang in the Futures Company. Lin Hao stood up and said angrily, "Who let you in?" Chen Changlu had already taken in the scene inside the box, and he wasn't angry at Lin Hao's words, he just said lightly. I'm here to pick up Komang. At this time, Komang also cooperated and stood up, staggered over and said with a drunken expression and soft voice, my dear, how did you get here? Honey, how did you know I was here? Didn't I tell you to go to sleep first? I'll be back in a while? Komang's words made Lin Hao's irritated face turn directly into an iron blue. Could it be that Komang and this kid had already lived together? Then wouldn't he not be able to drink his own head of soup? This made him even angrier, and his dog legs all stood up, seeing the expression on their boss's face. Of course they knew what to do. Kid, get out. Did we let you in? Chen Changlu ignored them, looking at Komang who staggered over. He knew that he had become a shield again. Suddenly a hand held her in his arms. Marred. First want a little interest first. Demon into the embrace. Soft, we're all soft. Soft waist, top and the chest is even more soft. And Chen Changlu can feel out Komang than do not know the autumn more plump. How to say? That is the place that should have meat is absolutely enough to burst. And was Chen Changlu suddenly embraced into the arms of Komang also body stiff, and then soft? No way. Wine did not drink less Chen Changlu and Komang embraced together is even more stimulating to Lin Hao. He took an empty bottle of wine and wanted to teach Chen Changlu a lesson, but his dog leg did the right thing with an empty bottle of wine first ran to Chen Changlu in front of him, pointing at him with an empty bottle of wine scolded. Kid, let go of your sister-in-law, and then roll, or you won't be able to walk out in a while. Words have not finished. Suddenly holding Komang's Chen Changlu flowed, instantly grabbed this dog leg pointing at his empty wine bottle, a force to snatch it over, and then a throw, grabbed the neck of the bottle and smashed it down. Bang! The sound of the empty wine bottle smashing on the dog leg's head, as well as the screams that came out directly shocked the crowd. Even Komang, who was being held by Chen Changlu with one hand and not letting go, also turned her head to look over in surprise. Then he saw the dog leg that was covering his forehead and howling miserably. Chen Changlu finished the fight, and while Lin Hao and the others were in a daze, he wrapped his arms around Komang and left the box. Lin Hao and the others were indeed dumbfounded, stunned by Chen Changliu's ruthless determination to directly open the door without even saying 2 sentences of nonsense. By the time they all reacted, Chen Changlu had already run away with Komang. Komang was pulled by Chen Changlu ran, but out of the hotel was blown by the wind, feet wobbling, head also more dizzy. Chen Changlu was afraid that Lin Hao would chase her out, so he put her on his back and avoided the sight range of the hotel entrance in 3 or 2 moves. When away from the entrance of the hotel, when Chen Changlu wanted to put her down, Komang wrapped her arms around his neck and just wouldn't come down, because she fell in love with the feeling of crouching on Chen Changliu's body. It was very secure. This man smelled good. Are you down or not? Well, not down. Back me again. Komang alcohol on the head, pampered up, but also moved on his back, looking for a more comfortable position. This time Chen Changlu even more cannot stand, holding Komang that his slender thighs of the hand also pinched a few times, causing his back. Komang issued wooing sound. Chen Changlu managed to suppress the evil fire in his heart and asked, where to go? Whatever, I go. What kind of answer is this? Chen Changlu directly almost collapsed. Are you letting me make a mistake? Chen Changlu didn't have the good sense to slap her on the butt. Speak human words. Do you know that you are inviting a crime by saying this? In a moment I can't help it. You can't blame me for you going to drill the grove. Chen Changliu's slap induced Komang to make a sound that even more caused Chen Changliu's hot blood to start surging. Komang, who was lying on top of Chen Changliu, exhaled a breath that happened to blow on Chen Changliu's ear, causing Chen Changliu's whole body to tremble. Little pervert, take me to drill the grove. You don't have the guts. Humph. The last word hum was soft and sticky, more like a temptation. Marred. Uncle can endure. I can't. This is what you forced me to do. Chen Changlu of course didn't go to drill the grove, but quickly brought her to the rented room that even Du Zhiqiu hadn't come to. When she entered the neighborhood, Komang's wine sobered up quite a bit. She also differentiated what situation she was in now. She also chickened out, but very quickly, she made up her mind. It would be better to cheapen that bastard than to cheapen this little pervert. Thinking about the experience of several encounters, and the kind of determination to protect herself and take herself away tonight, she found that she didn't understand this little pervert, but at least she didn't hate it. Komang, who had made up her mind, did not back out, and Chen Changlu, who was a prodigal son in his previous life, also understood at this point that he would definitely be able to eat meat tonight, unless he did not want to. However, he was not Lu Xiaohui. This young body drew maps for 3 days. There was no way he would treat his little brother poorly. When Chen Changlu put Komang on the soft big bed, looking at lying there, drunken eyes with a hint of complexity, but also full of endless charm, the slender thighs wrapped in black stockings under the suit's overskirt, even though they were lying on their backs, the elevation was still admirable, and the curves told Chen Changlu that this woman was ripe for the picking. When Chen Changlu was presented in front of Komang, she finally realized why Chen Changlu said she was livestock. She was a little worried about herself, and the sadness in her eyes before she fell asleep exhausted was captured by Chenggang. He had a lot of doubts as to why Kamang was there drinking with Lin Hao and why she gave him her complete self. Although he knew he was handsome, he didn't believe that Kamang, who had kept herself intact for 22 years, would give herself to him just because she met him 3 times. But no matter what, this woman was now his woman and could only be his woman, and he didn't like being in the same boat as others. As for what Du Jiqiu would do when he found out, Chen Shanglu hadn't thought about it. The mentality of the prodigal son in his previous life influenced him and made him ignore this issue. Chapter 49. What is our relationship in the future? Early in the morning, when Chen Shanglu woke up, he could feel the softness of the body in his arms. Kamang was wrapping her side around his waist, half of her body against him. When Chen Shanglu looked over, he could see the tear stains in the corner of the eyes of the sleeping Kamang as well as a contradictory smile if any at the corner of her mouth. This was the first time Chen Shanglu saw Kamang in this state. Without opening her eyes, Kamang was a little less seductive, but a little more innocent. Well, how can I say it? Each has its own charm. When Chen Shanglu's line of sight down, hot blood began to boil. Although last night already know Kamang is very fierce, but now leaning on him the changes that have occurred is even more so that he rose ravaging him her impulse. Chen Shanglu had action. Then Kamang woke up. Then Kamang's face became red and white, pressed Chen Shanglu's hand and frightened. Little pervert. Stop. You are an animal. Do you still let me live? In the end, Chen Shanglu let her go, only collecting a little interest. He put Kamang back into his arms, and Kamang lay on his chest listening to his heartbeat, and gradually calmed down. Little girl, why were you there last night? Of course you do not want to say cannot say, only you also know that last night is very dangerous. You are not stupid. This time I can arrive in time. Then the next time? Tell me so I know if I can help you or not. Ha! Kamang was silent. If under other circumstances, it was possible that she would have said it without any qualms, but now in this situation, she was in turn a little unsure of how to open her mouth. If she said it, and Chen Shanglu could help her, it always felt a bit like exchanging her body for it. After a long period of silence, she still didn't come up with any solution, sighed, and quietly said, our family has always undertaken Lin Hao family's business. Some time ago Lin Hao family's company gave my father an order. The amount is very large. The time is very urgent. Obviously beyond my father's that small factory to undertake the ability. I advised my father at that time, but he did not listen. I don't know why. The bank loan can't be done down. He borrowed a loan shark to expand production, but at the time of delivery, some of the products have quality problems. Because of the quality and quantity of the delivery cannot be completed, facing a huge amount of compensation. And when the contract was signed for the compensation date is also given to the dead. Although our family has saved a little money over the years, if the compensation is paid, our family will not have the money to pay back the loan sharks. It will be very troublesome then. As you know, those loan sharks are very profitable, and they can do anything. Then Lin Hao made an appointment with me yesterday to talk about this matter, saying that he could help me solve this problem. Of course I know Lin Hao's purpose, but there's nothing I can do about it. As long as their company can defer 3 months in compensation, our family still has a way to turn around too. After listening to Kamang's narration, Chen Shanglu was a bit puzzled. Why is there a problem with the quality? Hasn't your father ever checked? Hearing Chen Shanglu's question, Kamang smiled bitterly. Of course I have checked, but the person in charge has already disappeared, and has run off somewhere. Hearing this you should understand that this is actually premeditated, and the target is me. Chen Shanglu of course also understand. Internal and external collusion. Well, there is the intention to count without intention, coupled with the usual production management process is not strict enough, giving others a chance to take advantage of. How much money does your family owe loan sharks? When is the last repayment date? 2 million with interest, due October 18th. 2 million, October 18th? Now September 26th, full count is less than 20 days. No wonder Kamang will agree to go to the appointment. If she didn't show up in time, what would the consequences be? Could it be that in her previous life the school rumor that she was being adopted was because of this matter? But this time she had become his woman and he had become her first man. It was impossible for him to leave such an extremely talented woman unattended. He calculated his existing assets. He didn't look at the futures market last night. According to the day before yesterday, he only had $400,000. However, as he accumulated more and more principal, he believed that in mid-October he was able to earn more than 2 million. He remembered that in mid-October, the market of Bean 1 rose to more than 200 points, and now it is only more than 700 points. In the middle of 500 points of increase, if he cannot turn 400,000 into more than 2 million, that is too waste. And planting flowers home technology companies have a few 100,000 as working capital can get up. After calculating the calculation, Chen Shanglu stroked Kamang, who was nestled in his arms, and said, "In the future, Lin Hao find you again. You do not have to take care of him. Loan sharks that 2 million I will help you solve. But to make a note, wait for your family turnover over and then pay back is not too late. But do not pay also does not matter. Just use you to offset the debt." Hearing Chen Changliu's words, Kumeng's eyes lit up, but at the same time her heart was guilty. Last night called Chen Changliu over to pick her up. One is that he felt that Chen Changliu can be trusted. In fact, there is no thought of looking for Chen Changliu to help. After all, a freshman can come up with more than $100,000 to speculate in the futures. The family does not have some capital she does not believe, and she knows that this guy has made almost $300,000 in less than a month. Of course, she did not think that Chen Changliu's family will really give him 2 million to help their own family. Can only say that things are dead horse. She also did not want to get something for nothing, but at least this Chen Changliu is much better than Lin Hao that scum. The first time to him is better than to Lin Hao that asshole. She didn't say anything, but hugged Chen Changliu tightly, tears flowing out of her eyes and wetting Chen Changliu's chest. The tears were not only due to the pressure on her body disappearing, there was also a portion of guilt towards Chen Changliu. Chen Changliu gently stroked her white and slippery back. This moment he did not have other messy thoughts. He is also clear about Kumeng's small mind, but such a small mind he can accept. Besides, he also took off this finance and economics university siren. After a long time, Kumeng only stopped crying, raised her head, and looked at Chen Changliu with somewhat red and swollen eyes. "Will you look down on me? No, there are too many people in this world who only care about themselves and disregard their family. But you, on the other hand, sacrificed yourself for the sake of your family. Who would dare to look down on you?" These words were really Chen Changliu's sentiments. Then what's our relationship in the future? P.S. The typos are changed first and then corrected. Chapter 50, isn't that man greedy? At this time Chen Changliu reacted. Yes, he has Du Jiqiu. For Kumeng to give up Du Jiqiu, that is impossible. But giving up Kumeng because of Du Jiqiu doesn't seem to be Chen Changliu's style either. Looking at the expectant Kumeng, Chen Changliu's scalp was a little numb. Directly a roll over, pressed her underneath, with an exaggerated, joking tone viciously said, "Humph, you are the chick I bought. Be good, call brother. No, call Baba." Kumeng was directly amused by Chen Changliu's shamelessness, temporarily ignoring that matter. "Ah, little pervert, you're so shameless. Ah, I don't, just call it little colorful wolf. Nasty, I have not recovered yet. Stop. Call brother can always, right?" After irrationally making a fuss, the two unanimously set aside some things. Chen Changliu went to buy back breakfast. After eating, let Kumeng continue to rest. He ran to the study, opened the computer, logged into the software, and checked the market of Bean1. Last night's closing price of 2,783. The day before yesterday, 27.55 flat position sold, and then in 27.45 do more. Full position to eat 145 hands, equivalent to yesterday earned 55,000. Today's opening price is 2,790, only not long before it began to fall, and now has fallen to 2,772. At this time, Kumeng was not very sharp and walked into the study, and then lay on his shoulder, looking at the computer screen with him. "Little pervert. Now, snap. Ah, nasty." Keeman pouted as she covered her ass. "Call me what?" Kumeng gave him a blank look. "Brother, it's always okay, ha." Seeing that the trend may be adjusting, there is still a profit now. Should I sell first and then see if there is a chance to eat in again? Chen Changliu hugged her over, let her sit on his lap, and then stroked her long, white and slippery thighs and said, "There is no hurry. Look again. Now is not a good opportunity. Today should shake not small." Chen Changliu still waited for the opportunity. In 2788 went all out. Net profit of 62,000. Total account balance of 466,700. All day long, except for Chen Changliu to buy fast food. Both of them did not go out again. Only Kumeng is inconvenient. Chen Changliu just opened this body cannot continue to eat meat. In the afternoon, Chen Changliu again at an average price of 2,776 full 168 lots. Evening plate storm clouds, the price all the way up. The evening plate has rushed to 2,852. Kumeng looked at the closing price of beans on the computer, and then looked at Chen Changliu. She felt that this guy trader Luckett. An afternoon plus evening he bought up 76 points. Directly earned 120,000 yuan. The account amount from more than 46 million into 590,000 yuan. Then she was dumbfounded to watch Chen Changliu sell all of them at 2,850. And again at 2851 with a full position of 206 hands. Little pervert. You're so confident that it will still go up tomorrow. You're so full of buying. It's easy to get into trouble. It's okay, anyway, the market is so good right now. Even if it falls, it shouldn't reach the point where your company will force me to close my position. By the way, how much private money do you have? Should I buy some too? Chenggang also had a futures account, only she usually didn't play. And now that she saw Chen Changlio's speed of making money, she followed suit. Okay, I only have $10,000. Why don't you help me buy a few lots? Chen Changlu couldn't imagine that this goblin could still save $10,000. It seemed that her parents usually gave quite a lot of pocket money. He hugged Chengang's slender waist and he laughed. So little can you let me join the stock? I will do a good job. Chengang's whole body suddenly perked up, and then it was her whole body that went soft, directly crouching in Chen Changlio's arms. However, she still stretched out a small hand and twisted on Chen Changlio's ear. Brother, you say why are you so colorful while driving non-stop inside your mouth? You are also not honest in other places. I'm telling you, not today. Otherwise with your ability as an animal, I won't even be able to go out tomorrow. Chenggang really felt that Chen Changlio's mouth was full of driving. She herself had seen several small movies, a lot of things once she heard them, combined with Chen Changlio's expression which she still did not know. Listening to Chengang's words, Chen Changlio's heart was satisfied. Hey, it's okay, anyway, you're promising me shares. Hey, one day late and one day early it's okay. The following 2-day weekend, Chenggang went home to deal with her parents for the next matter, while Chen Changlu accompanied Du Zhiqiu to buy a computer. On the CU campus, Chen Changlu was on his way to send Du Zhiqiu back to her dorm room. Chen Changlu was carrying a large bag while Du Zhiqiu straddled his hand. Unapologetic and shy, she didn't care about the gazes of her classmates. I'm going back to Guangnan to see my grandparents for the National Day. Are you really not going back with me? Chen Changlu would like to go back to see his grandparents, only that he had something to be busy with next. The unified interviews for the company's recruitment were placed on the National Day, and he had to put the framework of the company together during the National Day. No, there's no point in going back. It's not like you can stay with me all day, and I also have work to do. You know, I have to work hard or else I can't even afford to support you in the future. What if you dislike me at that time? My heart is dripping blood when I think of you abandoning me. Looking at Chen Changlu making fun of him there, Du Zhiqiu wrung him twice without any good sense. Not at all immodest. Humph, who said immodest? After falling in love with you, I feel like I'm not good enough anywhere. I lack confidence everywhere, but for you I'm willing to become a better person. I want to prove that I'm not a burden to you, but someone who is good enough to match you. Chen Changlio's earthy love words came out of his mouth while Du Zhiqiu looked at him with mesmerized eyes. Chen Changlu realized that these earthy love words that had been played out in later generations were still very potent in this era. Then what words were wasted? Chen Changlu directly hugged over and kissed him. This kiss was passionate and intense, because Du Zhiqiu was more active than even he was, and it was only when Du Zhiqiu's lips were slightly swollen that the two of them parted. Looking at Du Zhiqiu who smiled sweetly, Chen Changlu still had a trace of guilt, but it was just a trace, and it quickly disappeared. Which man wasn't greedy? Anyway, Chen Changlu felt that he was definitely greedy, and he definitely couldn't let go of something good, not to mention the two school flower-level beauties, so how could he possibly let go? It's better to dance on a tightrope than to not even have the chance to dance. P.S. The typos are changed after the first change. Chapter 51 New Secretary. Back to the rental house. Chenggang did not come. Is trying to call. Hey, promised me to enter the stock. That still have to pay the action. Think about Chen Changlu on fire, but did not wait for him to call. Chengmang's phone came. Waiting to hang up the phone. Chen Changlu speechless. Just broke the fast for 2 days, or have to be alone in the room. Chenggang has to do her father's work at home, and at the same time appease her mother. Tonight will not come over. September 30th, the futures market opened. Chen Changlu did not go to school today. Anyway, just 2 classes. Escape also escape. Bidding after the official opening. The opening price actually reached $28.95, which makes Chen Changlu excited. And so up to 2,908, when the backbone is not enough. Repeatedly in the vicinity of 2,905 repeatedly scramble time. Chen Changlu decisive all out. 206 hands all to 2,905 out. Net profit 11 million. His net worth also reached 70 million. Chen Changlu flowed out of $100,000 that day, used as the company's early procurement of some items to use. Then by 207 hands at an average price of 2,890. In the afternoon of 10:01, the interview of the flower grower took place in a conference room that was simply set up, and the most important ones were the financial and technical staff. However, Chen Changlu is an amateur in technology. He directly handed over to Wu Bo. After 3 days of hectic interviews, 10 qualified technicians were finally accepted. In finance, Chen Changlu did not find a more suitable veteran. and finally reluctantly recruited a 30-year-old young woman who had given birth to 2 children. The young woman's name is Lu Lanhong. The ability in Chen Chanlu seems to be general, but better to get married and have children. Winning in stability. There are other messy positions. Only on the 3rd day, Chen Changlu grabbed Komang and let her do some miscellaneous things. In the evening, inside the rental house, after Chen Changlu and Komang had experienced a great battle, Chen Changlu cozily leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette. Well, Sai Shenxian, Chen Changlu did not have any smoking addiction, but at this time he just liked to hold a cigarette. Komang exhausted lying on his chest, a long time before slowing down. A slap on his arm. Gritted teeth said, "You want to die ah, you 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 are a livestock. During the day I help you to do odd jobs are already very tired. The night also have to. I'm so tired of working for you during the day, but at night you still have to. Humph, you don't even know to feel sorry for me." Looking at the face full of camel red Komang gnashing her teeth, Chen Changlu heatedly laughed. "Then who just called me what ah, and, ah?" Chen Changlu didn't finish his sentence. His arm was directly bitten out by Komang with a teeth mark. The two laughed and fooled around for a while before Komang said, "I can't imagine that you actually opened a company without saying a word. TSK, young and promising ah." Although it was a flirtatious tone, Komang actually admired him very much. She felt that everything about this man was a mystery. Chen Changlu stroked her hair. "Why don't you not go to the futures company for internship? Come over to be my assistant ah. You also know that I still have to go to school. It's impossible for me to have too much time to stay in the company. With you helping me to watch over it, I'm a little more at ease." Hearing Chen Changlu say that he could let him rest assured in the past, Komang's heart was sweet, but her mouth still said, "What's that? To put it nicely, it's an assistant. To put it bluntly, isn't it a secretary? Hey, are the same, sister. You have heard such a sentence? What's that? The bosses in the company are all have something secretary to do. Nothing to do." The last 2 words Chen Changlu was all in Komang's ear to say out. Komang's face cannot help but directly underhanded, straight to the point, directly to Chen Changlu to subdue. "Humph, just know you are a little pervert. All day long just think about these messy things. Shay, senior sister, when the day comes when I don't want to do messy things to you, you'll have to cry, because that means I've changed my heart." Komang was speechless at Chen Changliu's words, as if it was really true, but when she thought of him having a girlfriend, she was sad and said quietly, "I know, you have your little girlfriend, what do I count as?" Said turned his back to this Chen Chanlu. These days together Chen Changlu and Du Jiqiu's contact is impossible to hide from her, and Chen Chanlu also do not want to hide. Anyway, before the two did not have a relationship when he said he had a girlfriend. Looking at Komang's jealous look, Chen Changlu had no way out. He didn't know what words to say. His mind turned, well, can't say it, but can use actions to dissolve awe. When he thought of it, he did it, and wrapped his arms around Komang from behind. "Hey, what are you doing? Oops, don't. I haven't recovered yet? No, you come for real ah, brother, ba ba." The next day Chen Changlu was refreshed and Komang, although she didn't look in very good spirits, her skin was white and pink. When the two appeared together in the company, the 10 people inside the technical department plus Wu Bo's 11 people, one counting, had their eyes looking straight before they remembered that this was the boss who had brought them here, and only then did they avert their eyes. Chen Changlu also introduced Komang to the crowd, and the crowd realized that this was the boss's assistant. Chen Changliu's office was on the 3rd floor and he gave one document to Wu Bo. "Brother Bo, this is the style of the product I designed. Take a look. It's labeled with the size as well as the material, and the requirements for the product. Of course I'm not a professional. You guys take it back and study it to see what needs to be improved. P.S. The wrong word first, more after the change." Chapter 52, Chen Changliu's first product design draft. After listening to Chen Changliu's words, Wu Bo was a bit surprised. As far as he knew, Chen Changliu's studies did not have any relationship with electronics. What kind of constructive advice could he give on MP3 products? He received the document half-heartedly, and then read it, and then, he directly did not go, directly sat down, concentrated on reading up, and from time to time, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Then he raised his head and glanced at Chen Changlu. His eyes were complicated, then continued to go and read the documents. Komang was curious as to what kind of information this little man and his own family had given to Chief Engineer Wu to really mesmerize him. Yes, Wu Bo was now the flower grower's chief engineer. Chen Changlu was not surprised by Wu Bo's reaction. After all, this information he gave him was only introduced in 06, and it also became the hot product of that year. It was not too much to say that he was the #1 seller in the country. That is the M6. Chen Changlu directly according to the impression of the copy. Wu Bo sees the information. For each detail of the requirements are written very clearly. First of all, the picture. There are before and after and the side of the decomposition diagram. This MP3 player? External dimensions 79 by 48, 2 by 10 millimeters, 2, 4-inch display. Display screen next to the touch and press the combination of buttons into one. Similar to the Lion Cross. Simple, beautiful and generous. The operation of the buttons is similar to that of an iPod, except that the M6 confirmation can be done by gently tapping the center of the touch area with your finger in addition to pressing the confirmation button below, which feels like using a laptop's touch mouse. There are also small buttons on the top and bottom of the device, the top one being the power on and play/pause buttons, and the bottom one being the lock switch. The overall design of the buttons is also very simple. On the right side of the body, focused on all the interfaces of the machine, including the headphone output hole, USB transmission interface, built-in mic hole and lanyard hole. Not many interfaces, extremely simple. For example, the headphone output looks relatively small, non-common headphone jack. Such a design so that these days are in the study of the MP3 Wubo as seen on the iPod. Such an appearance he liked as soon as he saw it, which made him cannot help but raise his head to look deeply at Chen Shanlu, and then continued to look down. The next are all text, are the requirements of the details of each place. The shell used was made of a material very similar to the shell of the Apple iPod. Wubo's mind directly brainstormed the model in the picture after using this material. Simple and noble, very Apple flavor. Although the material is similar to the iPod, but the document relatively requires much stronger resistance to wear and tear. The panel before the factory has been pasted a layer of wear-resistant strength of the transparent film, in order to prevent the emergence of the iPod like the disastrous scratches. The back is also stainless steel. Screen requirements on the Chen Shanlu is not very clear, so there is no requirement to let the engineers adjust their own, but the requirement of 260,000 colors, 100 levels of brightness adjustment, data transfer high-speed USB 2.0 read speed of about 8 megabytes/SEC, write speed of about 5 megabytes/SEC, capacity, 2 gigabytes, 4 gigabytes, 8 gigabytes. Battery requirements are built-in lithium battery, charging through the USB port. A fully charged must, less than or equal to 2.5 hours, up to 20 hours of continuous playback of music or 6 hours of video, audio playback, headset maximum output power, distortion, signal-to-noise ratio, sound adjustment, browsing pictures, video playback files are listed, but Chen Shanlu does not understand, can only mark the engineers to tune their own. There are also FM stations, FM frequency range, number of FM pre-stored stations, signal-to-noise ratio greater than 50 dB, recording source, and so on. It is recommended to use the chips of Osen and Philips, and the screens of Toshiba and Samsung, with the engineers' R&D and tuning as the main focus. The document also requires other functions, such as synchronized lyrics display, e-books, clocks, calculators, calendars, games and so on. Half an hour later, Wubo finally finished reading the document briefly. He stood up and said with an excited but a little sad face, "Mr. Chen, this document of yours can let us less not quite a lot of fumbling, can save a lot of R&D cycle, but although I just simply read it once, have not yet argued, but this product is definitely subversive once it is listed, just for the inside of your requirements. The cost of this product will also be quite a lot higher, although the technical content is not very high, but a decoding chip, a control chip, a flash memory chip and a circuit board combined, according to the average cost calculation, definitely more than $500. I said only low. If you add other electronic components, packaging and accessories, OEM or our own product design and mold development, then the cost of this product will be unexpectedly high. This is not counting the selling expenses, advertising investment, middleman's profit, retailer's profit. Then our terminal sales pricing for this MP3 will not be an advantage in the market, but rather a disadvantage." Hearing Wubo's analysis, Chen Shanlu has a better understanding of Wubo's ability. In such a short time, he can put the product cost and all the links in the middle, as well as the price of the terminal and other factors are considered in place. It is really good. Chen Shanlu nodded to Kumeng. "I say Kumeng, your assistant is not qualified. I and Bo here for so long, also do not know how to give us a cup of water. Be careful, I deduct your salary." Chen Shangliu's words made Kumeng embarrassed, but he didn't dare to not give face to Chen Shanlu in front of Wubo. "I'm sorry Mr. Chen, Mr. Wu, I was negligent." After saying that, she stepped on her small leather shoes and went to pour water. Only when she turned her head so that Wubo couldn't see it, she showed her teeth to Chen Shanlu as a threat. Wubo quickly said under his breath, "Assistant Ku, it's fine, I'm not thirsty." Regardless of seeing Kumeng had already gone to pour water, that tantalizing back he only glanced at it and moved away, telling himself in his mind that it was the boss's wife. P.S. Typos first follow the shift and then change. Chapter 53 Requests. It didn't take long for Chenggang to bring water over to Chen Shanglu and Wu Bo, and when Wu Bo took it, he politely said thank you, while Chen Shanglu didn't even say a word of politeness, but instead, in the line of sight that Wu Bo couldn't see, he touched Chengang's hand, which drew another blank stare from Chenggang. However, when Chenggang resumed her seat to the side, she did not listen to the conversation between the two. After all, she had just come over. Chen Shangliu's conversation between the two half understood, especially now that it involves the chip and so on about the cost of the problem. She is even more unintelligible. She was now both sweet and troubled by Chen Shanglu secretly touching her hand. The sweetness was that she could feel Chen Shangliu's infatuation with her, but the annoyance was that after this guy had tasted it, it seemed to open the floodgates and demanded it too often. Coupled with her physical fitness and good health, she felt that she didn't get enough sleep in the past 2 days. Chen Shanglu for Wu Bo, and the cost of the worry is not to be denied. Packaging and accessories. The difference is mainly in the headset. For MP3, headphones play a very important role in the sound quality. The general domestic brands are used in the cost of not more than $10 of headphones. Some of the products of the cost of headphones is about $2-3 or so, or even lower. Of course, Chen Shanglu certainly will not be so poor headphones, at least the quality of the sound to get by. As for the packaging, material is a little bit can also save a lot of money. As for advertising costs, huge advertising costs and high profit margins are the reason for the high prices of Korean and Japanese brands. Some manufacturers' monthly advertising investment reaches hundreds of thousands of dollars. A portion down, each MP3 increased the cost of a few dozen dollars. Chen Shanglu has long been in mind. With the launch of a tool this month, as well as the platform behind it, Chen Shanglu felt that he could come to a wave of cooperation with the other side. Although the flower grower is a small ant in the eyes of the other party, Chen Shanglu feels that his plan still has a good chance of being recognized, and he has already done half of the planning. This was extremely important to the next sales of the first MP3 of the flower growers. MP3 competition is the design of the competition. In the design of the investment is very huge, generally a product from the appearance of the design, the first version, molds and so on down, to say the least 5 to 6 million, more than 100,000. Most of the domestic manufacturers are not willing to invest in product design, and the OEM way, buy mold products, so that the product design and mold costs are saved. Only the design aspect Chen Shanglu has done. The next is the engineers for the circuit and other aspects of the internal design. Chen Shanglu also made up his mind to look for OEM. Now the flower growers do not have the capital to produce their own. As for the cost of after-sales service, Chen Shanglu has not yet considered. After all, this involves too many things, and their next model is not suitable for some manufacturers of after-sales model. Once Chen Shanglu and Wu Bo communicated for another hour, Wu Bo also became more aware of Chen Shangliu's positioning and requirements for this product. Brother Bo, I hope this product can make the brand name of our flower grower famous. It doesn't matter if the profit is a little less. You know, MP3 is not the end of our journey. It's just the beginning of our journey. Chen Shangliu's words made Wu Bo nod his head and said seriously, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We will absolutely do our best." "Good, I believe in you guys. What equipment you haven't bought yet, seize the time to perfect it. In the middle of October I will hit another $1 million to the company account, to ensure that you have enough funds for research and development. My request is very simple, to see the prototype before the end of December." Wu Bo did not answer at first, but thought for a while and said, "Guarantee to complete the task." Hearing Wu Bo's powerful answer, Chen Shanglu smiled. "Tell the guys, as long as the task is completed, the bonus will not be short of everyone." In fact, Chen Shanglu gave them 2 months based on the fact that he had already helped them with the exterior design. They just needed to do a good job with the internal layout and the tuning after integrating the various parts. 2 months was not something that couldn't be accomplished. If it is not his requirements are relatively high, May Wu Bo led the team. 1 month can be done. When Wu Bo went out with full vigor, Chen Shanglu looked at Chenggang, who was still sitting there in a daze, and shook his head. It seems that she is not so quick to get into the role yet, but it's okay, there is plenty of time. Assistant Ku, Secretary Ku, Chen Shanglu called out twice before Chenggang came back to her senses. Looking towards Chen Shanglu with a puzzled face, Chen Shanglu looked at the expression on her face and only found it amusing, coughed twice and boarded his face and said, "Secretary Ku, I'm tired. Quickly press my shoulders and head to relax." Chengang's eyes widened when she heard Chen Shangliu's words. What the hell? One moment he called himself assistant, one moment he called himself secretary, and now he even asked himself to massage for him. Chenggang also did not reply, gritted her teeth and practically stood up, walked behind Chen Shanglu with a face full of murderous anger and stretched out her hand. "Ah, ouch. I don't want it. Ouch, ouch, ouch." In the end, the pain in his shoulder only ended when Chen Shanglu carried her over and sat on his lap. "I say you're murdering your own husband. It hurts." Kumang pouted and grunted in anger. Humph. Who let you have no proper form? A moment to call me assistant. A moment to call me secretary. A moment to call me to pour water. A moment to call me to help you massage. Humph. You're very good at enjoying yourself. He. When there is someone you are the assistant. When there is no one you are of course my secretary. Ah, you know, the secretary is the boss's personal person. You say we two are close enough. Negative distance. Listening to Chen Changlio's rogue words, Kumang was about to retort when Chen Changlio's lips imprinted. The words that came to his mouth turned into whimpers, and then in no time at all, they turned into slurping watery sounds. When Kumang was almost out of breath before she pushed Chen Chanlu away, then slapped off Chen Changlio's clutches that were conquering the highlands. Humph, rascal, that's all that's in your head all day. Senior sister, you're not annoying, you're enjoying it more than me. Bah, shameless, ignore you, I'm going to check some information. Kumang tidied up her clothes before running out. She didn't have much faith in Chen Changlio's fixation. P.S. Typos follow first and change later. Chapter 54, Family Law. Until the end of the afternoon, Chen Changlu had been perfecting the plan he had been brewing, during which no one came to disturb him, not even Kumang. Seeing that it was almost 5:30, Chen Changlu put the plan into his bag, stretched his waist, lifted his bag and left the office. Next to Chen Changlio's office was Kumang's office, which was as simple as Chen Changlio's, with a desk, a chair, and a bookcase behind it. These desks and chairs were all left over from the previous company and were disposed of cheaply to Chen Chanlu. Chen Chanlu quietly walked in. Kumang was concentrating on the laptop screen, which she had brought here herself. Kumang did not find Chen Chanlu came in. She was filling up the work that a qualified assistant should accomplish, as well as the development of the MP3 industry now, the existing technology, as well as some of the information of the various brands. Chen Changlu walked behind her and saw what she was reading, and couldn't help but be impressed with her. It seems that she really isn't a vase, knows what she needs to do at this stage, what she needs to master and what she needs to improve, to be able to consciously do these as a qualified workplace employee. As for what heights her ability can reach, it depends on her enlightenment. Chen Changlu stretched out his hand and tried to rub her temples, which startled Kumang and almost didn't jump up, but the hasty getting up and turning around also made her knees knock into the desk. While crying out in pain, she also saw that it was Chen Changlu behind her, and the whole thing only relaxed, and then it was pouting and bending over to stroke her knee, tears brewing in her eyes. Chen Chanlu was dumbfounded. Kumang being scared was in his expectation, but knocking on the knee was unexpected. Hastily going around, while squatting down to help her look at her leg, he apologized and said, "I'll go. Let me see how it hurts. It's fine. No skin broken. It'll be fine in a while. I'll blow on it for you. It hurts. It's all your fault. Nothing to scare me. Why? I thought it was someone else." Looking at the tears brewing in the eyes, Tone a little pampered Kumang, Chen Chanlu a little top. Oops. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scared Assistant Ku. Good boy. Don't cry out. Come on. Hug. It will be fine in a while. Good boy. After signing the unequal treaty, Chen Changlu finally coaxed Kumang, and a smile reappeared on his face. In the next few days, everyone in Flower Grower Technology Limited was busy. Even Chen Changlu was no exception. He gave himself the position of product director. As a product director, product research and production process he is to be deeply involved. So it is essential to meet with the technical staff frequently for argumentation. And Kumang insisted on continuous learning every day. She is now both an assistant and a secretary. So for Chen Changlu and the company to do things are also arranged very properly. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Chen Changlu and the Flower Growers Company didn't have much to do. National Day holiday passed by in a flash. October 7th afternoon, Chen Changlu abandoned Kumang, a person to pick up Du Jiqiu, and then the two also ate dinner together before returning to the rental house. Back to the rental house, when he saw Kumang, he finally understood what is called face is not face. Anyway, Kumang did not give him a good face. Kumang no is no, but no and generosity that is two different things. Their own little man ran to pick up the rightful queen. She can't possibly still be at home to smile. School sister, Kumang beauty, dream, little dream, dear, ouch, disgusting. Finally, Chen Changlu used his thick skin to finally let Kumang break her defense, but soon she began to sigh and look sad. Hey, how dare I get angry? What qualifications do I have to get angry? I'm just a junior. Hey, which woman has a bitter life as me? Chen Changlu didn't know if she did it on purpose or intentionally, although it couldn't shake his heart, but it's not a good thing for a big beautiful woman to keep feeling sorry for herself in front of you. Senior sister, you asked for it, dare to be shady in my place. I'm going to use the family law to serve you. After saying that, can't possibly react. A hand to hold her, and then carry on the shoulder, towards the sofa, a hand to throw her on the sofa, finally Jia laugh. Chick, you're pissing me off. I'm going to let you know the power of the family law. Chenggang didn't know if she was really scared or fake scared. She directly shrunk to the corner of the sofa, and said in apprehensive, stuttering words, what are you doing, little man? I know I'm wrong. Can I not be served by the family law? What are you going to do? What kind of family law is this? Serving with sticks. This family law of mine is to be served with sticks. When Chen Changlu woke up on the second day, Chenggang was still sleeping. He directly slapped her on her butt. Get up. I have 2 classes in the morning, so I won't go to the company. You go and sit for me. Call me if anything happens. I'll be in the past in the afternoon. You'll go to the office later and bring my laptop with you. I'll be watching the market in the afternoon. After a night of being served by the family law, Chenggang, who had already been temporarily tamed, opened her drowsy eyes and said back in a thick nasal voice, I know, big brother. Hey, no, it's little man. Chen Changlu gave her a kiss on the lips, then went to school. Last night was too crazy. Today he got up a little late. There was no time for a morning jog or to buy breakfast for Chenggang. After Chen Changlu left the house, Chenggang dawdled for a while before getting up. Smelling the comforter filled with this Chen Changlio's scent, Chenggang smiled brightly against the sunlight. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 55, A Devil in the Heart. When Chen Changlu appeared in the dormitory, it was less than 30 minutes before the morning's high math class, but none of the 5 people within the dormitory were up. Clang clang clang. Chen Changlu knocked the iron frame bed to the point of earthquakes and mountains while shouting, Get up, almost late, breakfast I have bought for you. Hey, you guys are a bunch of pigs, which has a little bit of the appearance of the pillars of the motherland. Gripe you male turtle, which puff street boy, Lao San you cannot be a person tramp, brother Lu, are you trying to take on all of us? All sorts of national curses followed. Of course, the national curses in this situation, Chen Changlu didn't mind. While eating his own breakfast, he packed up the textbooks that would be used in a while. Old 6th Fong Zhanglin was the first one to get up, monkey and not even brushing his teeth, grabbing a bun and eating it, and saying under his breath, Brother Lu, you are so early today? This is a bit unlike you. You count how many classes you skipped since the beginning of the school year. Listening to Zhao Wuyan, the counselor is going to find you trouble. He. Chen Changlu, you're finished. Counselor Wu Ling asked me to pass you a message. You're skipping classes. You're definitely on the list of failed classes this semester. Looking at Zhao Wuyan, who was wearing a pair of boxers and swaying up, as well as the gloating smile on his face, Chen Changlu was speechless. Old Zhao, you kid is so dejected. Did you successfully confess to Counselor Wu Lin? Either that or Huang Yanling has successfully confessed to you? Put, ha. The soy milk that Fong Zhanglin drank into his mouth directly squirted out, while the others who were getting up directly squirted with laughter and lay back on their beds to roll around again. Zhao Yuan, who was just gloating, directly turned white. A mouthful of blood almost didn't spurt out, fiercely glaring at Chen Changlu without saying a word. Ma da, who is Huang Yanling? That is the woman with the toughest body type in their class. At least top 1. 5 Zhao Wuyan. Thinking about if the 2 of them were together, would Huang Yanling on top crush Zhao Wuyan's small ribs? Thinking of this, Chen Changlu could no longer hold back his voice and directly spewed out the soybean milk in his mouth. Zhao Wuyan watched these guys laughing wildly, and couldn't help but recall the scene of Huang Yanling and himself hugging each other in his mind. His face turned even whiter, and only after slowing down did he say breathlessly, laugh, I've changed my mind. The object of my attack is now Bai Jing. When I pick this flower, I'll envy you all to death. Hearing Zhao Wuyan's words, the others were nothing. Guo Fanwei was not happy. Zhao Wuyan, jokes cannot be open. You know that Bai Jing is my current pursuit. You inserted a foot in what? Che, have you chased after? Why can't I pursue? Get, the 2 choked again. Throughout the dormitory, Zhao Wuyan can be said to be often and everyone choked up. The main thing that this guy does not do very authentic. The mouth is also special. In the midst of all the bickering, the crowd still stepped on the class bell and entered the classroom. Once into the grand staircase classroom, Chen Changlu found a lot of people, only to be surprised and asked, This section of high math with Hua? Li Liang casually said, Broadcasting and television editing and directing majors. Hearing the broadcasting and television editing and directing major, Chen Changlio's whole body stiffened, and before his eyes again surfaced a scene that he could not forget in his past life and in this life. Although the faces of the figures were already blurred, but the scene dialogues had always been clearly imprinted in his mind. At the main entrance of the school, in a BMW, a light young man was sitting in the driver's seat, looking at the co-pilot and Chen Chanlu outside the passenger side as if he was watching a play. And a pure-looking, fresh-faced girl sat on the passenger side, looking at the sunny, handsome boy outside the car door with a face full of unbelief mixed with a look of grief and despair, saying, Chen Changlu, We are impossible. We have had good memories, but we are all people living in reality. You don't have anything. Now even the tuition fees for school are desperately part-time work to earn. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to live a life where I can't see the future. You can't give me the life I want. Let's call it a day. Don't pester me anymore. This scene resurfaced again because of the words broadcast television programming and directing. It was because that woman, his first love, Li Han, was a student in this class. Chen Changlu didn't want to raise his head to search for this woman. He already didn't want to have any interactions with this woman. He was about to exit the classroom, but the teacher had already walked in. And in the teacher's gaze he could only run stiffly to the place where the 311 dormitories were concentrated. And it was in the few seconds that he froze. He became the most handsome boy in the entire staircase classroom. Is this handsome guy a business administration major? So handsome. Yes, he's very handsome, but he seems a bit silly, just standing there and froze. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Various murmurs resounded among the girls majoring in TV choreography and direction. And similarly, an innocent-looking student also saw Chen Changlu, giving her the same impression of being handsome. After class started, Chen Changlu did not hear what the teacher was talking about as the scene from his previous life came back to his mind. Chen Changlu realized that with the clarity of his memories, he understood his heart better. In that dark side, there was a black Chen Changlu, always thinking to take revenge on all the people who had hurt him and wronged him. Chen Changlu also finally understood why, after being reborn, he never thought of not coming to this university, instead of going straight to business, because the heart has a devil. After Chen Changlu reanalyzed himself once again, he felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. Forget it, she has nothing to apologize for. Everyone has the right to pursue their own life. Besides, now he has two girlfriends who are more beautiful than her. He doesn't even know how to deal with it. As long as he doesn't cross paths with her in the future, it should be fine. Just Chen Changlu does not know. He just stared stupidly for a moment, has let his sunny and handsome image fall into the eyes of others. Women and men are actually the same. The first look is the face value. Otherwise, where is so much one night stand? P.S. Typos first, more after the change. Chapter 56, Goodbye Ex-Girlfriend. Holy, the quality of the girls in the TV choreography major is quite a bit better than the ones in our class. I agree. Look guys, there's a girl there who's a little bit prettier than Bai Jing. Bai Jing is 85. He's at least 87. TSK. I realized I'm in love. A few other people in the 311 dormitory had their eyes looking up and down inside the staircase classroom, and were constantly giving ratings. While Guo Fanwei was the one who said he was in love again, a few others scoffed. While Chen Changlu was rambling, Guo Fanwei patted his shoulder and asked in a small voice, "Old Chen, you keep saying that your girlfriend is pretty. Look at that pretty girl over there. Is there a pretty girlfriend for you?" "Hey, I've decided. She's my target." Chen Changlu came back to his senses and followed Guo Fanwei's gaze. Although he was prepared in his heart, when he saw that face, the face that had been blurred in his memory became clear. Right, that's her. The ex-girlfriend for whom he loved for 3 years. The ex-girlfriend who abandoned him. The ex-girlfriend who made him understand the reality of society. Guo Fanwei saw that Chen Changlu didn't say anything. Just staring at that girl he had his eyes on. He had a little bit of weakness, but he knew Chen Changlu's killing power over girls. "Old Chen, what are you doing? Let me tell you, you have a girlfriend. Don't come to steal from me." Chen Changlu did not answer positively when he heard Guo Fanwei's words, because he still had a lump in his heart. The vast majority of men also won't be able to say "I'm optimistic about you." Oh, such a blessing when someone else says in his face that they're going to pursue his ex-girlfriend. Except for the kind of perverts who like to read cuckold literature and have special fetishes. Otherwise it can only be said that the person is hypocritical enough. Chen Changlu never believed that cannot become lovers, can still become friends. Such words, in his concept of love, is selfish. Only get and do not get. No get after losing can still become friends. He shook his head and pushed down the nonsense, then said faintly, "Just her. Forget it, not even close. Otherwise why do you think it's called Bai Jing can't see the taillights?" This is a bit pretentious. Guo Fan for a bit speechless, but Li Liang and Fong Zhenglin still really agree. The morning class. Chen Changlu could not let his heart settle down. The bell rang, directly ran away. A look at the time is still early. On the way to the company, he directly ordered the entire company everyone's lunch as well as milk tea. Now the Planting family has not yet set up their own canteen. The staff every day to the mealtime still have to run outside to eat. In the past few days, after the technical department got his design manuscript, the work enthusiasm is very high. As the boss, appropriate rewards can still be. When he walked into the front door of the flower grower, the entire first floor was empty except for the girl in charge of reception as a front. Seriously, for the size of the flower grower, which was now less than 20 people, such a large venue was a waste. However, Chen Changlu didn't care. This single building just fit his pre-planning for the company. The employees were still happy that their boss had brought them lunch. And after Chen Changlu took Komang's lunch and milk tea, he directly gave it to her personally. Chen Changlu didn't knock on the door and directly pushed it in. Komang's brows furrowed when she heard someone come in without knocking. Looking up and seeing that it was her little man, she helplessly smiled and said, "I said who came in without knocking, so it's the boss." "What? Want to check in? He. How dare I check our big beautiful girl cause post I'm not afraid of the employees revolting Although Komang ate alone in the office every day instead of gathering together like the others, it wasn't that she didn't fit in. The main thing was that she was the most noticeable wherever she went. Most of the company was male. She still had to pay attention to a little bit of influence, but she knew that her little man still liked to be jealous. Moreover, as Chen Changlio's assistant, according to some theories she learned, she should know how to appropriately keep a distance from her subordinates. But in the work, she will not take the leadership of the frame. Very friendly. So Komang in the company's popularity is very high. I just do not know whether the recognition of the face value is a little bit more, or the ability of a little bit more. Komang blanked Chen Changlu a glance, nonchalantly took the milk tea. This is her favorite. Drink a cup of milk tea without lunch she can accept. Looking at Komang after drinking a mouthful of milk tea, her eyes are almost smiling into a crescent-shaped Komang. Chen Changlu said cheaply, "The ancients say, what you eat makes up for what you have." It seems to summarize it very well. Bah! The dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. After lunch, Chen Changlu went back to his office, opened his laptop, logged onto the software, checked the morning soybean trend. Before the National Day holiday closed at 2,900, this morning opened 2880, down 20 points, and then the entire early morning fluctuations between 2860 and 2880, early closing price of 2,872. Chen Changlu now full position. Before the National Day to 2,890 to do more than by 207 hands, which means that he accounted for a loss of more than 37,000. Of course, this is from the futures company forced to close the position is still far away. After checking the futures trend, Chen Changlu continued to improve his marketing program. This gun is good or not, depending on whether this marketing program can impress the other side. After the opening at 3 p.m., beans began to slowly rise. 4 o'clock, quickly upward. Soon broke through the 2,900 points. Chen Changlu did not strike it this time. She patiently waiting for the opportunity. Went up to 2,925 points. He put his hands all out. Net profit of 72,000. Total assets of 670,000 yuan. Chen Changlu sold closed positions. Bean 1 also rose all the way to 29.35 at the close of the afternoon. Chen Changlu felt that the October feast is going to open. P.S. The typos are changed after the first change. Chapter 57, A Million Little Rich Man. In the evening, Chen Changlu and Komang sat at the computer desk in the study. Of course sitting on not 2 chairs, but 1. Komang sat on Chen Changlio's lap, but her face was flushed and her whole body leaned helplessly against Chen Changlio's chest. Chen Changlu, on the other hand, was staring at the computer screen in a serious manner. Komang suddenly bit Chen Changlio's ear with a bite. Of course it didn't work. Instead, it made Chen Changlio's whole body stiffen, and he took 2 breaths to hold back. Little pervert, what do you think is in your head all day? Chen Changlu hemmed and hawed, still staring at the computer, not stopping the movements of his hands, and said under his breath, "Sister, I think about you all day long. Think about how to make money to support you You do not see me every day or tired half dead Looking at Chen Changlio's shameless words, if you only look at his expression and not his current behavior, maybe there are still people who really believe it. Anyway, Komang does not believe it. Komang is trying to counterattack. Chen Changlu suddenly began to operate the computer across her. Komang looked over and found that the price of Bean 1 from the high level of 2,935 has been down, and now has reached 2910. But Chen Changlu suddenly stopped. He is still waiting. Finally, after falling below 2,900, Chen Changlu began to buy. At an average price of 2,895, he bought 231 lots. After all the operations, Chen Changlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Komang stared at the computer and said, "You can wait a little longer. Now it's still falling. There's no need. This is just an adjustment. I judge that the upward trend won't stop. Well, there's no need to look. Let's go do some exercises that are good for weight loss." After saying that, without waiting for Komang to cry out in shock, he directly hugged the 2 thighs of Komang who was still sitting on his lap, lifted them upwards, and walked towards the bedroom. Komang's face instantly turned red, redder than a monkey's ass, because she had just turned her back to Chen Changlu, and Chen Changlu hugged her up like this. Which, anyway, it was just that her face couldn't be any redder. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. "Chen Changlu, put me down, you asshole. Hey, Hey, don't let go. Now there is a support point. Let you down where you can get a support point. Kumang would not have thought that there was a bent actress in the latter part of the world who liked this tune. A night of absurdity. From this day onwards, as long as it is possible to skip classes, Chen Changlu has escaped. Even Bai Jing wanted to find him to participate in the welcome party program at the end of the month, could not find anyone, or through the 311 dormitory room to get his cell phone number to contact. However, Chen Changlu was not interested and refused directly. October 9th, Bean 1 opened directly up 40 points, from the 8th closing price of 28.80 to 29.20, and then all the way up to 29.71. In the slow pullback, Chen Changlu decisively closed the position, all in 29.60 out. Net profit of 150,000. The account total assets of 820,000 yuan. This is Chen Changlu set down the strategy. He tried to close the position every day in the winnings to sell, and then buy more contracts. He can as far as possible to use this wave to earn enough money. When the adjustment to 29.43, Chen Changlu in all full position to do more. Eat 278 hands. He is now not afraid of beans a plunge. Memory only to October 20th. After those days will appear a day plunge 200 points, when he paid attention to a little. In those days to leave enough margin in time to fill the position on the good. Anyway, how to fall, but also how to rise back. October 10th, the opening both than yesterday's price rose 30 points, and then all the way up. In the 30-20 neighborhood has been jumping sideways, the highest rise to 30.26. Chen Changlu directly to 3,020 all out. The total assets finally broke a million, reached 1.03 million, became a millionaire. Although in 3 years have a million worth is also considered a small assets of the small rich, but his mentality did not fluctuate too much. Then bought another 340 lots at 3,025 before the evening close. The final closing price is 3,025. The morning of October 13th, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's monthly agricultural supply and demand report for October again revised downward the production of new U.S. soybeans, estimated 2003 U.S. soybean production of 468 billion bushels. The value of the value is far lower than the average market analysts before the introduction of the monthly report is expected to be 578 billion bushels, as well as the U.S. Department of Agriculture in September when it was estimated at 643 billion bushels. 2003-04 annual soybean yield estimate is the lowest yield of U.S. soybeans since 1993. The international soybean supply situation is more serious, stimulated by the huge positive news. October 13th, Dalian soybean meal futures opened with a full stop. Soybean prices directly in the price of 3,090 was sealed stop. Looking at the price of soybean was sealed stop. Chen Changlu cursed, only up 75 points on the stop, which has to make their own less earn how much money which allows them to earn enough before the February 18th million pressure But no matter how to curse, there is no use. Looking at the number of buyers, he did not dare to sell the hands of or even rebuy his turn. Depressed Chen Changlu had to go back to school. Since the last time Kumang was Chen Changlu took away, she was about Kumang and about cannot be, and the tone of the phone is full of indifference, which makes him very annoyed. For the Kumang took away Chen Changlu is hateful teeth itchy, and for that day their side of the three men were Chen Changlu bluffed, and there is a little brother into the hospital stitches. He felt is a great shame. Suddenly, one of the dog legs exclaimed, "Brother Hao, that one over there is the boyfriend that Kumang admitted last time in the dining hall." "That's him, I recognize him. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change." Chapter 58, Besieged again. Fill in the blanks. Lin Hao followed the gaze of the doglegs and saw Chen Changlu slowly walking across the campus. He recognized Chen Changlu at the first moment and then his face grimaced. One of the doglegs was none other than the guy who had been persuading Lin Hao to drink in the box with him that day, and shouted with a start, "Brother Hao, isn't that guy the same asshole who took Kumang away from the restaurant that day? I have long eyes, can't I see it?" Lin Hao was annoyed. Where is the pot calling the kettle black? Is this honorable? Lin Hao didn't have the good sense to scold the doglegs so much that they didn't dare to make a sound. Then he led the three doglegs towards Chen Changlu in a furious manner. When Chen Changlu saw the expression on Lin Hao and the others' faces, he could only laugh bitterly in his inner heart. Sure enough, a red face is a scourge. This was the second time he had been surrounded, right? However, with a smile on his face, he said, isn't this Senior Lin Hao? Why, you guys don't have classes either?" Looking at the smile on Chen Changlio's face, Lin Hao was even more furious and said viciously, "Kid, what exactly is your relationship with Kumang? That day you beat up my people. This account has to be settled today." He. "Senior Lin Hao, what kind of relationship do I have with senior sister Kumang, can't you tell?" "No way. No way. Is Senior Lin Hao so innocent? TSK, how is it different from the rumored scummy senior? Put.
Chen Changliu's exaggerated tone directly caused one of Lin Hao's juniors to stifle his laughter before he held it in under Lin Hao's vicious gaze.
Humph, kid, no matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to get through this today. What? Are you guys going to beat me up in a group here? You guys aren't afraid of disciplinary action. I'm still afraid of being disciplined. Let's do it this way. Let's go off campus together now to settle this. There's always no problem with that, right?
Chen Changliu's words staggered Lin Hao and the others again.
Is this kid crazy? Doesn't he know that we are ready to beat him up, and still took the initiative to go out of school together to settle it? Is there some kind of conspiracy? But we're 4 against 1.
And he couldn't have known in advance that we would meet like this.
What kind of conspiracy could there be? After Lin Hao thought these things through, he finally came to a decision. Okay, go out now. After saying that, he even used a wink to tell his dog legs to surround Chen Changliu in case he suddenly ran away. Chen Changliu was too lazy to play mind games with them. He was a person who had gone through 2 years of amateur training and sparring, and his physical strength was at its peak. Beating up a few students who were not experienced in fighting or had not encountered a tough opponent, he really dared to take a chance, just to vent the depression of the futures market suddenly sealed stop. 15 minutes later, Chen Changliu corner of the mouth broke a little skin, the right cheek slightly swollen into the school. Do not seriously look, really do not know that he was injured. And Lin Hao 4 people are more miserable and so help each other up. Among them, Lin Hao 2 black circles under the eyes is the most obvious. Each other face are swollen. Ayo pot. Between the obscene to be ferocious, my grind arden. Brother Hao. This person is so ferocious. My face hurts. Lin Hao is pumping cool air. The suffocation in his heart is as hard as the pain in his face. This is the second time. This time he got punched himself. Marred. Next time, call more people. I'll see how many he can beat. Also, you 3 are really losers. We hit him too. But you 3 assholes are wimping out faster than anyone else. Pissed me off. The more he said, the more angry Lin Hao was about to go forward and give the 3 dog legs a kick each. The 3 dodged while begging Lin Hao for forgiveness. Then the alley turned into another chicken and egg fight. After venting, Chen Changliu's anger was also smooth. After the teacher's roll call, he sneaked out from the back without getting out of class. However, when Kumeng saw Chen Changliu, she carefully and keenly noticed the injury on Chen Changliu's face, and it was only after she repeatedly pressed her that Chen Changliu told her about being surrounded by Lin Hao in the afternoon. You don't know how brave your man I am. A few of them are just a few little chickens. One person, one punch directly. All a bunch of goons. Chen Changliu made things look easy and funny, but Kumeng didn't laugh out loud. Instead she was teary-eyed. The man in front of her carved deeper and deeper in her heart. Chen Changliu had no choice but to hold her and said something in her ear without knowing what, finally causing her to become annoyed and her face to turn red. That night, Chen Changliu had the best day since he was reborn. It could be said to be an emperor-like enjoyment, and he was more and more glad that he had agreed to fight Kumeng off in the first place. This woman is a demon. Fill in the blanks. In bed, under the bed, in the futures market, pregnant with great risk. The big business in the early morning of October 14th urgently introduced a series of measures to resolve the risk. In order to avoid many brokers due to the unidirectional rise in the risk of burst positions, the measures provide, October 14th, 2003 and October 15th, soybean 1 contract up and down range adjusted to 1.5% of the settlement price of the previous trading day. The margin according to the settlement of October 13th after the implementation of the margin standards. October 16th, the stop range adjusted to 6% of the settlement price of the previous trading day. The margin system back to normal, October 17th onwards. The return to normal stop system. In the morning opening, the price of soybean 1 directly rose, while the price of 3,136 still makes Chen Changliu unsatisfied. Although the 12th bought 340 lots at a price of 3,025. Counting the 2 days he netted almost 380,000. The account total assets reached 1.4 million, but if not for these damned rules, he can buy a lot more contracts between a buy and sell. He will earn more. It is possible that now have 2 million, but no matter how depressed Chen Changliu, he is still in front of the computer every day, on the line when the stop will have been opened. October 15th, the morning of the opening, soybean futures is still directly up. 31.83 price is to let Chen Changliu speechless. Just up 47 points only, but Chen Changliu's wait is rewarding. The afternoon disc opened. The stop was opened directly. Began to fall. Chen Changliu quickly sold all of them at the price of 3,175, and netted 510,000 in 3 days, with a total asset of 1.54 million. Because the Bina stop was opened, the price all the way down. Chen Changliu easily buy enough contracts to the average price of 3,160 full by 487 hands. When the operation was finished,
he breathed a sigh of relief. But the falling price did not stop, has been down to 3,140 before stopping, just this moment, and floating loss of almost $100,000. But he did not mind. Sure enough, in the afternoon played almost the end of the 5 minutes, bean 1 and directly to the seal stop. Chen Changlu smiled like a little cute. Like, this time and again, he made another $110,000. Chen Changlu is cool, but for the futures market, 3 consecutive stops in the same direction of the impact is multifaceted. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 59 Feelings Warming Up. The Dalian Commodity Exchange has made a direct announcement, calculated from October 10th. Soybean 1 contract for 3 consecutive trading days to reach the same direction up and down stop. The exchange will implement the mandatory reduction of positions, the mandatory reduction of specific methods in accordance with the Dalian Commodity Exchange risk management measures, the provisions of Article 20 of the implementation. Chen Changlu and Kumang are looking at the announcement in the study. Chen Changlu is lighthearted, while Kumang how to say also interned in the futures company for 2 months. To these certainly more sensitive and more interested. After a long time, she finished reading all the relevant information and said to this Chen Changlu, with 3 consecutive downturns, the exchange will generally, forcibly, arrange for profitable short orders to be closed out with loss-making long, on the downturn, close out orders in order to neutralize the risk. But it shouldn't have any effect on you, hopefully, but in any case, we did make a profit as well, which is something to be happy about. Your $10,000 have turned into more than 20,000. A small rich woman. Oh, do you want to treat me to a barbecue? Drink cold beer? Ah, he, look at you to this girl to make money on the sake, to give you some face to invite me to eat barbecue. How? Enough atmosphere, right? Hey, 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 hey. Well, thank you big beauty for your face. After the two of them were laughing and joking around, Chen Changlu ran out of the neighborhood and bought a barbecue and a piece of beer back. The two of them did it by themselves in the living room by themselves. Little man, there's only 3 days until the 18th. No problem, right? Or I'd better let my family sell off some fixed assets as soon as possible in preparation. Kumang drank some wine and asked with a bit of worry, although the price of selling off as soon as possible would definitely be much lower than usual. It could buy time for Chen Changlu. It's fine, I have it in my mind. There's already 1.5 million on the futures account, and with the current situation, breaking through 2 million in a couple days shouldn't be a problem. However, because of the 3-day limit on stops, the speed of making money has not reached my expectations, which will affect the development of the flower growers' products. After 2 days to see, if still did not reach my expectations, we can completely first pay back 1 million, after a week and then pay back 1 million. Anyway, usury is good to discuss, and is not in Lin Hao and their family signed a contract so dead, during the period of interest, although high, but and on the futures market than that or nothing. In fact, Chen Changlu is considered conservative. If the courage is a little bit bigger, find someone to engage in a little bit of capital allocation, make money much faster than now. He has thought about it, but gave up. One is because futures funding belongs to the scope of the regulatory level of the fight, and the risk is too great. Secondly, he just know the trend, but do not know when the plunge, capital allocation and then 10 times leverage, accidentally directly burst the position. Not as good as the current stable point. After listening to the words of Chen Changlu, Kumang heart to stabilize a lot. She is watching Chen Changlu's account from 170,000 yuan into the current more than 1.5 million, which is only more than a month. Thinking of this, she looked at Chen Changlu with love in her eyes. Chen Changlu also read Kumang's eyes and said in a manner, "How is it, senior sister? Is it that you think I am sunny and handsome? Incredibly handsome, and so capable, and then fall deeply and uncontrollably in love with me?" Kumang was directly by Chen Changlu's words to the whole broken defense, directly pounced over, directly sit on him, a bite down. A miserable scream is so miserable. Do not know also thought to be subjected to what inhumane abuse it. Kumang also thought that he bit too hard, but in a look, but also on the teeth marks only. The skin is not broken. Ancient clouds, full of warmth think that what, the more they eat and drink, the body is more hot. Air conditioning cannot suppress the enthusiasm of the two. A long time, the house only gradually calmed down. Sure enough, in the CBOT, Chicago Board of Trade, futures prices soaring market-driven, as well as October 14th, 2 days Dalian market continues to be fully sealed up. According to the regulations, the Dalian Commodity Exchange on the margin shortage of customers, and has declared closed positions but failed to close out. The unit net position loss greater than or equal to 5% of tonight's settlement price of all short positions, and the larger profits of the long hedge.
Mandatory position reduction. Tonight at the close of settlement.
The exchange, in accordance with the risk treatment approach to pile up a large number of positions in the Lianzhou stop, forced position reduction.
0401,
0405 and 0311 contracts forced position reduction of 98,
610, 84, 284, 25, 452 respectively.
Forced position reduction after the day of the total position of soybean reduced to 426,
156 hands. Each contract positions are less than 100,000 hands.
The market main long huge floating profit in the settlement of the day after the realization of the actual profit.
Getting up the next morning, Chen Changlu and Kumang did not go to the company, nor did they go to school.
The two nestled in front of the laptop in the study early.
There is still some time before the opening bell. Kumang browsed the relevant information while saying, "Are you still optimistic about soybeans continuing to rise?" Normally,
after the market's main force wins and eventually cashes in on its profits, the market will see an adjustment for quite some time,
and the market's trading interest will become light due to the exit of big money.
But this time the situation is different. The market sentiment is dominated by the strong support of the positive macro fundamentals, almost not intermingled with the reliance on capital manipulation of the market. From the current international and domestic market spot prices, the current even soybean futures prices should be said to be still on the low side. The main long is in the exchange rules under the limitations of passive cash profit, as the United States soybean production cuts brought about by the soybean spot supply constraints to continue at least until the middle of 2004. So the main long in the forced out of the market.
There is still a return to the market to do more of the greater possible. However, technically speaking,
CBOT, Chicago Board of Trade, soybean futures prices after more than 2 months of sharp rise.
The current price has been at a high level. The objective price adjustment needs.
Although the large commercial futures prices are low,
technically there is the same problem. Fundamentals after the October USDA monthly report.
The United States soybean production has been roughly determined.
The late monthly report is just fine-tuning.
Yield reduction factors should be said to be basically digested. So I think soybeans will still be on the rise, but there should not be a lot of space. P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first change.
Chapter 60. Are you running wildly toward the goal of failing all subjects? Chen Changlu listened to Kumang's analysis.
In combination with the sporadic information from his previous life,
Chen Changlu shook his head and said,
on the supply side, new soybeans in the northern hemisphere will be listed in large quantities in late October,
which looks as if it will ease market anxiety. At the current high level, market buyers, especially on the domestic side, have basically stopped further purchasing actions at present. Market supply and demand will certainly ease to some extent in late October through mid-November. Moreover, in the southern hemisphere,
the sowing area is set to increase significantly again in the face of sharply higher futures prices. Brazil's Ministry of Agriculture recently forecast its new bean sowing area to reach 21 million hectares,
an increase of 14%.
Argentina's Ministry of Agriculture forecasts that the 2003-04 soybean sowing area will reach 13 to 14 million hectares,
an increase of 2% to 7%.
This will put pressure on the forward contract, thus suppressing further price increases in the near-term contract. All kinds of information shows as if the days of soybean prices are over,
but I don't think so.
Trend growth in world soybean consumption of about 5% per year and farmers' reluctance to sell will drive futures prices higher from the spot side for a longer period of time.
The current CBOT, Chicago Board of Trade, soybean market forward discount phenomenon,
but also from the side of the bull market will continue. Therefore, I think the main funds are likely to wait for the CBOT, Chicago Board of Trade, market retracement,
seeking to re-intervene in the market to do more. Of course, I do not rule out if the South American planting weather deterioration, the main funds in the high chase.
The overall operational thinking of investors in the latter part of the market should still be dominated by long positions. But what is the case?
Soybean prices can still be amortized upward. Long is the best choice. Kumang was analyzing Chen Changlio's statement when the morning market opened. The opening price of 3,220, 37 points higher than yesterday's closing price directly, and after the opening, the price went up. 3,230, 3,240, 3,250, 3,260. Kumang was so excited.
Such a crazy rise meant that the more contracts in Chen Changlio's hands earned. But at this time Chen Chanlu was very calm. How to see how it is impossible to seal the stop today?
He thought about it,
or at the price of 3,290 to sell all of his hands.
487 hands, by average price of 3,160, 3,290 sold, net profit of 630,000. His total assets reached 15 million. After seeing Chen Changlu sold, The price of bean 1 is still going up. Chenggang felt pity. When breakthrough 3,300. Chenggang more pity. When the morning market closed, the price of bean 1 was 3,305. But Chengang's regret did not last long. It turned into celebration. Cold sweat out. Afternoon storm clouds. Bean prices began to fall, and how to see no sign of stopping. When the price of beans fell below 3,200, Chenggang directly was shocked out of a cold sweat. Chen Chanlu okay, at least his previous average price is 3,160. Even if it fell he will not lose money, only to earn a little less. But for a lot of people in the high level of long buyers, directly is a disaster. Wildly down 100 points, which means they blood loss of 30%. Some people too late to add the case, directly by the futures company to force the closure of the position. When the price fell to 3,182, finally stopped the downward trend, but there is no sign of rising. Chenggang at this time directly at the average price of 3,190 full position of 670 lots. The entire afternoon disk is hovering in the 3190 to 3200 range. At dinner time, Chenggang received a call from his counselor Wu Ling. Chenggang, you're bullish. Since the beginning of the school year you've missed more classes than you've attended. Are you running wildly towards the goal of failing all subjects? Wu Ling's angry voice came from the phone, and even Chenggang, who was sitting opposite Chenggang, could hear it clearly. With a pfft, she directly laughed out, then immediately stifled her laughter under Chengchang's threatening gaze, only for the flush on her face to betray her. Chenggang, are you trying to break the school record and become the first student to fail all subjects? It was understandable that Wu Ling was angry at Chenggang. She had even asked Zhao Wuyan to remind him. At this time, he could only lick his face and say, "Counselor, how dare I? Mainly because my family is poor. The tuition and living expenses for my studies have to be earned by myself, because I just came to Yangcheng, and this part-time job I found is not very skilled, so it took a little more time. You don't worry, after this month, I won't be like this, I promise you." Anyway, it took a long time of good talk to cope with Huang Wuling, and just after hanging up the phone, Chenggang clamped down her voice and learned what Chenggang had just said. "Counselor, how dare I? Mainly because my family is poor." That clip voice was as disgusting as it could be. Chenggang was so angry that he directly grabbed her onto his lap and climbed up well. And then it was a few slaps on Chengmeng's big ass. After playing around for a while, Chenggang shook his head and laughed bitterly, as if this school is a bit unnecessary. Not free at all. What reason should be found to not have to go to class for a long period of time without having to take roll call? Thinking about it, still did not think of any excuse, but when this month is over it will be fine. Now we have to seize the time to make money. Chengmeng's matter is resolved, and then inject a batch of funds to the company. Think about it as if he had broken his word again. He said earlier that he would give money to the company in the middle of October, but that damn 3-day limit on stopping margins directly made him not do what he said he would do. Never mind, I said mid-October. 20 or so seems to be able to be linked to mid-October, right? Once that's sorted out, there'll be no need to be so glued to the computer by then, and the Planting family won't need him to keep an eye on them all the time. That would give himself more time to return to campus. At least he couldn't skip class more than he attended, right? P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first shift. Chapter 61, It's Because You're Too Good. When the evening session opened, Chenggang threw the school thing aside first, staring at the computer screen, every number jumping. After the memory of the continuous stop, the soybean market in shock upward. So Chenggang from today onwards must be more cautious. Cannot hold a position overnight? Not hold a position overnight. Profit is good. The time to get out of the hand. After an hour passed in the evening session, the price finally broke through the price level of 3,200 again and began to slowly rise. There are 15 minutes from the close of business. The price of soybean rose to 3,250. Chenggang directly sold all of them. The final net profit of 400,000. The total assets reached 255 million. After selling the closed position, bean prices are still rising all the way. The final closing price of 3,262. Chenggang also do not feel pity, because greed is a taboo. After the total assets over 255 million, Chenggang and Chengmeng this night's sleep especially sweet. On the second day Chengmeng went to work by herself. Chenggang still stayed at home. He needed the environment of no one to disturb him. Dui opened at 32.35, down 20 points from last night's close, and then it continued to rise, topping out at 3,245 before falling quickly, all the way down 70 points, the lowest to 31.75. To see Chenggang heart jumping, I do not know how many people were cut meat again. Chenggang bought 800 lots at an average price of 3,182 near 31.80 by the afternoon, and sold all at the price of 3,233 to close the position. Net profit of 440,000. So far, Chen Changlio's total assets reached 2.99 million. After closing the position, Chen Changlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 days of the futures market is too horrible. Moving up and down is 70 or 80 points. Fortunately, they know that the beginning of these days, soybean a lot of cases up and down degrees are very large, so bite the bullet when the decline of the larger to do a long buy, or else their own is not good. 18th, Saturday, the futures market closed at 10 o'clock in the morning. In a townhouse area in Yangchang, Ko's father and mother ushered in 3 staff members of the finance company. Said staff, except for the one in the center who wore glasses and looked more civilized. The other 2 were full of crossface meat. At a glance, they were not good people. Boss Ku, the $2 million you borrowed from our finance company is due today. How about it? There is no problem to settle it today, right? The man wearing glasses said with a smile on his face. Ko mother's face was a bit unnatural. Ko father was still calm and collected. Mr. Huang, no problem. I'll deal with it when my daughter comes over later. Hearing Ko's father's words, Manager Huang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, but the expression on his face didn't change in any way. Good, that's good, so I can also explain to the company. No, then a few people sat in the living room to talk about, but have been waiting until almost 10 o'clock. Have not seen the figure of Kumang. The phone call over are off. Ku mother was a bit anxious and worried. Old Ku, dream will not be okay, anxious dead. This girl how to turn off the phone it. Ko father knows what she means. Patted her hand and said, do not worry, she is not a child. Will take care of themselves. And since childhood when have you ever seen Menger talk nonsense in front of such a big event? Manager Huang could no longer laugh. Boss Ku, what's going on here? You can't be playing a trick on me. I don't have that much time to play this with you. In fact, Mr. Ku, we already know about your factory. There is no need for you to hide. If you can't come up with so much cash for a while, our company is not unreasonable. We give you another repayment program. Do you want to hear it? Hearing Manager Huang's words, Father Ko nodded and said, oh, let's hear it then. Good, cool, Boss Ku. According to the original agreement, the total amount with interest is 2 million, right? Father Ko nodded. The note he wrote at first was 2 million, but that was the principal plus interest. 7 million principal for 6 months and 300,000 interest. According to the finance company, the interest rate was 3 cents per month, but it wiped out the zero for him. The program our company gave is that Bosco can transfer this villa of yours to our company so that the money and goods can be cleared. How about it? Our company is humane and understanding enough for our customers. You should know that the real estate environment is not ideal right now, and the price of the house has dropped a lot compared to last year. So the company is taking care of Mr. Ko with this proposal. Hearing Manager Huang's words, even Ko's father was a bit nonchalant, not to mention Ko's mother, who directly shouted out in excitement. This won't do. When we bought it the year before last, we spent $2.8 million. This doesn't even count the money for the decoration. You guys are robbing. Hearing Mrs. Ko's words, Manager Huang's face sank, faintly saying, Mrs. Ko, don't talk nonsense. We are law-abiding citizens. Where is the robbery? Besides, as long as you pay back the money, we don't have to take your house. But Mr. Ko, if you don't give us an explanation today, we won't be able to get through this. You guys don't want to rely on it either. Boss Ko is also an understanding person. He knows that our finance company has other means to make the debtor pay back the money obediently. Ko father's face was ugly. It seems that they are eyeing this house of his family. It's not that he hadn't thought of selling it before it tied him over. It's just that the current real estate slump makes it impossible to deal with it in the short term. And the price dropped a bit too much. Now out at most 2 million, so down. This set of houses to lose 1 million. This cut is too painful. This house can be said to be the only thing left after the Ku family lost other assets to the Lin family. If it wasn't for his own precious daughter saying that she had found someone to settle it, with his own understanding of his own daughter, she was telling the truth. Otherwise, even if it hurt too much, even if he could only rent a room to live in after selling it, he had to do it. Manager Huang, in waiting for a while, my daughter will come over in a while to solve the problem. The repayment time to today, there is no stipulation is what time is not. Hearing Ko's father's words, Manager Huang frowned, but still nodded his head and agreed. On the other hand, Chen Changlu and Kumang woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's all your fault, making a fuss, getting up late. Kumang complained about Chen Changlu while getting up and charging her cell phone. Can you blame me for this? Senior sister, you're even more addicted than me. Okay, it's only because you're too much of a vegetable. Oops, okay, I won't say it always. Chen Changlu, who had just spoken a word of truth and was beaten, hastily conceded. P.S. The wrong word first, more after the change. Chapter 62. I don't want to be the woman you keep. When Chen Changlu followed Kumang into the villa,
It was already 11 o'clock and the atmosphere in the house was a bit stiff. When Father Ko and Mother Ko saw Komang walk in with a young man, they knew that this was the person their daughter was talking about to help solve the problem. But even so, the two of them couldn't stop sizing up Chen Changlu, because no matter if it was the matter itself or the intimacy that the two of them were showing now, it all indicated that the two of them were not very close, and it was impossible for the two of them to not sizing them up more. However, Chen Changlu, regardless of the image or temperament he displayed, the two were very satisfied. Manger, you're finally here. You dead girl, how come so many calls to you before we're all off? This is? Mother Ko walked forward and took Komang's hand, somewhat scolding her, before looking at Chen Changlu with a curious gaze. Chen Changlu smiled and said, Auntie, hello, my name is Chen Changlu. Hello, have a seat, let me get you some water. Chen Changlu was not polite, and after greeting Father Ko again, he nodded at Komang. Komang also nodded. Mom and Dad, let's settle things first, we'll talk about anything later. After saying that, she turned to Manager Huang and said, Hello, did you bring over the IOUs that my dad wrote? In fact, from the time Komang entered the door, Manager Huang's eyes were on Komang most of the time. The bewitching woman, especially recently under Chen Changliu's moisturizing, it could be said that the charm was stronger. Seeing Komang talking about business, he adjusted his mind and nodded. Bring it, then took out an IOU and let Ko-father look at it. Komang after getting confirmation from Ko-father, Chen Changlu took over. An hour later, Chen Changlu re-entered Ko's house. Chen Changlu directly paid back all 2 million, and didn't just pay back a part of it. However, before Manager Huang left, he took out a business card and handed it to Chen Changlu saying, Brother, atmosphere, this is my business card, have an afternoon tea together sometime. Chen Changlu cut over with a slight smile and said, Good. Entering Komang's house, Komang was pulled to sit opposite Ko's father and mother. Chen Changlu took out the IOU and handed it to Ko's father. Uncle, this is the IOU, you read it and destroy it. Father Ko gratefully said, Thank you little Chen, you have helped our family solve a big problem. Ko-mother also kept thanking with a smile on her face. The more she looked at Chen Changlu, the more satisfied she was. At this time Komang went to get a pen and paper, and said to Ko-father, Mom and Dad, we still need to write an IOU for Chen Changlu. Although he is my friend, we can't just take this money with peace of mind, it has to be paid back. Komang's words caused Chen Changlu to give her a deep look. He had a deeper understanding of Komang again. After Ko-father and Ko-mother froze for a moment, they immediately came back to their senses. Right. See, I'm so old and confused that I actually forgot such an important matter. After Father Ko finished speaking, he hurriedly wrote down an IOU, and also found a sealing clay to press his handprint. Only after all this was done did he hand the note to Chen Changlu and thanked him once again. Chen Changlu didn't excuse himself, but accepted it graciously, and finished lunch at Ko's house before leaving with Komang. Walking on the road in the neighborhood, he looked at Komang beside him, and he found that the current Komang was more pure in her smile, as if she had let go of something in her heart. Chen Changlu pulled over her hand, then held out the IOU to her. It's fine for you to keep this for yourself. It's fine to tear it up. Komang looked at the IOU in her hand, then looked deeply at Chen Changlu and said quietly, Is it strange why I did this? According to the agreement with you before, I will be your woman. You help our family to settle this $2 million debt. Chen Changlu, do you know? I also realized that I am in love with you, but whenever I think about it, I always feel that I am just your adopted one. No, I don't want to be your woman. I want to be your woman. A woman with no interest whatsoever. I believe my father can pay back the money. When you took the note, you know what? At that moment, the shackles on my entire body were opened, and I was no longer the woman you used money to keep, although it is still not allowed to see the light, but it has nothing to do with money. Chen Changlu, I love you. What about you? Do you love me? Looking at Komang, who was a bit agitated but staring at him tightly, he didn't feel that Komang was pretentious. After all, in the world of feelings, who can see through it? Especially girls. Sometimes they are selfish. Even if she knew she had a girlfriend, would she necessarily put herself in the position of a third party? Chen Changlu for the first time found that this woman's heart is also very heavy. It seems that the usual care for her is too little. Could it be that carnal desire accounts for more than emotion? Chen Changlu felt yes. Who let this demon too bewitching? But Chen Changlu also admitted that he has love for Komang. He actually agrees with the saying that day by day, men are more fraternal after all. In time, the problem out in the solution. I am a reborn cheating people. More than one love how? Otherwise it is not a waste of the opportunity given by God. Well, no matter what kind of thoughts she had, it was ultimately up to her to solve it. After asking herself, Chen Changlu hugged Komang into her arms as she looked up at her stubbornly, just waiting for an answer. Chen Changlu stared into her eyes and said word by word, Komang, I love you too. After saying this, He kissed her. This time the kiss did not have so much ambiguity. There was a sublimation of emotion. Komang responded warmly, but the corner of her eyes shed tears. Tears of happiness. As the two strolled down the street hand in hand, Chen Changlu teased. Hey, senior sister, ask you a question? Say, what do you mean I don't want to be the woman who is being adopted by you? I only want to be your woman? Ah, the death-defying Chen Changlu was directly taken, but the sound of two people laughing happily came from the street. P.S. The wrong words are changed first and then corrected. Chapter 63, Showing Off Girlfriend. Du Jiqiu was a bit annoyed in recent times. She always felt that Chen Changlu wasn't that attached to her anymore, especially after the National Day holiday, and the daily call time wasn't as sticky as before. Today, Sunday, because of the 2 days of her mother's business trip, she will not go home on the weekend. This asshole last night on the phone actually did not understand her hints to come to find herself today. Humph. Since the beginning of the school year, because of her mother's transfer to Yangchang, she has to go home on many weekends, so she has fewer dates with Chen Changlu. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. Her mouth pouted, and the expression on her face was just short of writing the word unhappy. Shenrong took a nap and finally got up with sleepy eyes, and just after getting out of bed, she saw Du Jiqiu sitting there sulking. What's wrong? Who made our Jiqiu big beauty angry? Did that Chen Changsheng send you another message? Hearing Shenrong's words, Du Jiqiu sent her a blank stare and continued to sulk, but she was also speechless about this matter. It was unknown from which channel Chen Changsheng had obtained her cell phone number, calling twice in 3 days, and when he didn't answer himself, he sent a text message. Usually also always create a variety of chance encounters, can be said to stalk her to the extreme. However, the more this happened, the more she was disgusted with Chen Changsheng. This person's morality was definitely problematic. Seeing Du Jiqiu's expression, she knew it wasn't because of this matter. Shenrong smiled cheekily and said, I guessed it then. It must be that little puppy of yours that's messing with you. Screw you. You're the little puppy. Jiqiu, you've gotten worse. I know it's not as big as yours, but you shouldn't be so direct. Hey, sad. The topic of women together again is but bolder than men. The two laughed and fooled around for a while before Du Jiqiu said, Wrong. I feel that Chen Changlu is not as attentive to me as before. Last night I alluded to him coming to me today, but he didn't know if he didn't understand or pretended not to understand. I think he's pretending. He's so smart. How could he not understand? And this period of time every time we talk is not as long as before. Shenrong, a person who didn't have any practice, only theoretical knowledge, and Du Jiqiu, a person who had both practice and cognition, chatted in whispers. Jiqiu, let me ask you a question. Did he make a move on you when you two were alone together? Shenrong's words caused Du Jiqiu to blush and stammered. There was. What do you mean there is, right? I'm asking you, have you lost your guard up there? Du Jiqiu blushed and started to lower her head, and said in a mumbled voice, well, there is. Then have you guys done that yet? Du Jiqiu was about to stuff her head into her chest. No. Hearing this, Shenrong clapped her hands and said, that's right, I guess he must be hanging on to you because you rejected him. Don't worry, this is a tactic of his. You can't fall for his tricks, but then again, you can't just let it go like that. Next time when you two go on a date, you can appropriately give him a little bit of sweetness, but remember, you can't give yourself to him early. Even though Du Jiqiu had a high IQ, Shenrong's theories still made her blink, but there were some things she didn't recognize. Only now in this situation she could only listen. Only how much she listened and only she knew. Just at this time, Du Jiqiu's cell phone rang. She picked it up. Her face immediately revealed a smile. Shenrong did not need to guess to know who the caller was. As soon as the phone was connected, without waiting for Du Jiqiu to speak, Chen Changlu directly said, I've arrived at your dormitory downstairs. Surprised? Hearing Chen Changlu's words, Du Jiqiu ran to the window to look down and saw that the figure that often appeared in her dreams was at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. A bright smile instantly appeared on her face. Wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes and go down. Then she started to choose clothes and makeup on her hands and knees, directly rendering Shenrong speechless. Was this still the usual plain-faced Du Jiqiu? Chen Changlu wasn't the only one waiting for someone outside the girls' dormitory. There were also quite a few boys waiting for someone, all looking in the same direction with an expectant face. Of course, some of them were waiting for someone, and some of them were really just coming over to look at beautiful women and see if there was any peach blossom luck in the meantime. One of the students who wore a center parting in glasses, anyway, just had a bit of a traitorous flavor to Chen Changlu and said, Dude, are you also coming over to wait for someone? I see your face is raw. Are you from CUHK? Oh, I'm not from CUHK, so why do you say that I'm here to wait for someone and not come over to look at pretty girls? Hey, look at you. You look like a dog, but also a little handsome, almost can be compared with me.
How can it be to come over to touch the peach blossom luck? Must be to come over to wait for girlfriend. Ah, how about? Your girlfriend is which department? Ah, hey, my girlfriend is the class flower. Oh, looking at this eloquent, self-conscious, and a bit of a self-cooked character, Chen Changlu couldn't help but cry and laugh. Anyway, Du Zhiqiu couldn't get down for 3 or 2 minutes. After all, no matter what kind of woman, she still wants an image in front of her boyfriend, and can still brag with this guy. Hey, brother, I did come to wait for my girlfriend. I don't know how pretty your class flower girlfriend is, but I can say this, my girlfriend is definitely prettier than your girlfriend. Hey, you kid is interesting, but I don't believe you. If you have the ability to say your girlfriend's name, there's no need to say the name, you guys will know it when you see her, because she's your school flower. Cut, brother, bull blowing big, words don't talk nonsense, will commit public anger? You a foreign school to pick our school flower. Ha ha, this brother joke can't be funny. Do you want to know how many people inside the school pursuing him? The center-parted man was still blabbering about how popular Du Zhiqiu was in CUHK, and Chen Shangliu's bragging made the few men who were waiting for someone else turn their eyes to him. Although this man was a bit handsome, but the clothes on his body knew that they were all ground floor cheap goods. He would be the boyfriend of the school's flower girl. Don't kid yourself. Although there was gossip that the school flower Du Zhiqiu had a boyfriend, no one really believed it. And I heard that the school's junior student council president is pursuing her. That's the object of affection of many girls in CUHK, with face and talent, but also a lot of money. He once sent flowers to Du Zhiqiu in public, but that was it, and he was still rejected. It was that kind of a proud son of heaven who hadn't succeeded in folding this flower. What right did this kid in front of him have? No matter whether it was the middle-parted man whose mouth didn't stop or the few boys waiting, all of them took Chen Shanlu as a bragger. P.S. The wrong word first, more after the change. Chapter 64. My girlfriend is prettier than your girlfriend, right? Just as Chen Changlu and the glasses man were kibitzing, suddenly everyone looked at the entrance to the girls' dormitory without a single person blinking. Chen Changlu also looked over and saw Du Zhiqiu walking out from inside. Today's Du Zhiqiu had a light-colored silhouette shirt plus white t-shirt inside, blue 9-minute jeans underneath, and little white shoes on her feet. 9-point length jeans. More can set off a woman's tall figure and slender thighs, especially for Du Zhiqiu, who has a golden proportion and a height of 1.72 meters. This slim blue 9-point jeans are very elastic. The upper body shows the shape of the legs and leg length, and the curves of the lower half of the body are perfectly displayed. The upper half of her outfit was a perfect combination of her quiet and youthful atmosphere, coupled with the light makeup painted on her face. The delicate 5 features and perfect body directly attracted all the male livestock near the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The eyeglasses center-pointed man's mouth watered as he muttered under his breath, "Holy, beautiful as hell. My family's that one is a yellow face compared to the school flower." Suddenly, he looked at Chen Changlu again and said, "Dude, didn't you say your girlfriend is the school flower? See that goddess over there? She is the school flower of CUHK. Why don't you call her and see if he agrees to you?" While saying that, he also laughed at Chen Changliu's expression. He now wanted to see this guy who blew his might get defeated. "I don't dare to call her name, but I dare to do the rest. Watch out." After saying that, he walked towards Du Zhiqiu in the middle-parted glasses man's surprised gaze, and Du Zhiqiu also saw Chen Changlu at this time, and waved while walking towards him, except that there were quite a lot of people in Chen Changliu's direction, so the people in this direction thought that the schoolgirl was waving at them, and their faces all got excited. However, after 10 seconds or so, all of them opened their eyes and mouths wide open, looking in the same direction with unbelievable faces. Among them was the man with the center-parted glasses, who stood there dumbfounded and kept saying under his breath, "No, this is fake. How could he be the schoolgirl's boyfriend?" In the direction of their line of sight, Chen Changlu had already held Du Zhiqiu in his arms for a full 10 seconds before letting go of her, and then pulled up her hand amidst her bright smile. When walking past the man with glasses, Chen Changlu stopped and looked at him and said, "Bro, excuse me, my girlfriend is prettier than your class flower girlfriend, right? He. That means I'm more handsome and attractive than you, right?" Saying that, he also patted his shoulder. "It's okay, don't be hit. After all, it's not bad to find a class flower as a girlfriend." After saying that, in the grayed out look of the man with the middle-parted glasses, he pulled the puzzled Du Zhiqiu away. Along the way, Chen Changlu didn't let go of Du Zhiqiu's hand, and it was estimated that after today, all of CU's livestock knew that their school flower had been picked by someone else. "What did you mean by what you just said to him? Somehow, you guys know each other?" Du Zhiqiu asked curiously. Chen Changlu shook his head. He laughed, "Do not know, but just now he and I flaunted his class flower girlfriend is very beautiful, which I cannot bear. Joking, my girlfriend is the school flower. I have not even flaunted here. So just now I slightly hit the face of So a little bit down." Saying that, he also told what happened just now.
causing Du Jiqiu to laugh non-stop, and also patted his arm. You scoundrel, where did you do that? You're too unethical. Humph, what's that? No, I almost forgot. He said that there's a student council president, with face, talent and much gold, confessing to you in public? Hearing Chen Changliu's words, Du Jiqiu looked at him, wanting to see an expression of jealousy on his face. Chen Changliu tried hard to match it, looking at her with a sultry expression. Du Jiqiu was psychologically satisfied, and held Chen Changliu's hand in her arms and shook it, while cheekily pouting. Yeah, he pursued me, and wanted to pressure me in public. I have a boyfriend, so I refused. Hey, you do not know, he is very handsome, or the student body president, TSK, he is most of the girls in our school in the heart of Prince Charming. Hey, unlike some people, not at all attentive. Now the call time is getting shorter and shorter, and rarely come to see people. Chen Changlu was secretly pleased by the touch of his arm. Du Jiqiu was still counting Chen Changlu while saying that, making Chen Changlu so embarrassed that he had nothing to say. Did he want to say that because he had just gotten into sex and was addicted to it, he was chatting with you less like this? Hey, no, I'm not working part-time. A while ago, a little busy. This month after the good. I promise you will come to see you every week. Du Jiqiu heard Chen Changlu say that he was going to work part-time. His heart softened at once, because she knew that this boy who was very strong and optimistic on the surface had no dependence now. Everything had to rely on him, so when she heard him say that he was going to work part-time, her heart would inexplicably feel a little bit of heartache. Really? Do you have to go part-time? It will be very tiring. The money you earn is enough to cover your expenses for 4 years in college. I don't want you to be too tired. There was heartache in the words. Chen Chanlu could feel it. His heart inexplicably warmed up. When he was with Kumeng, his heart was also very full, mainly because Kumeng lived into his world, so he felt very full. And this kind girl in front of him, and he hadn't had a more intimate relationship yet, but had lived into his heart, so it was warm. As for which was more important, fullness or warmth? In fact, according to Chen Changliu's opinion, both were important, and it was best to be both full and warm. Chen Changlu pulled Du Jiqiu's hand up and then kissed her hand. Looking at Du Jiqiu, whose ears turned red, he said, Ziqiu, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I have to gain experience now. I'll be trying to start a business during my college career, so gaining some experience is a must. But I promise you that I won't tire myself out too much, because I know that there's a little fairy who is both beautiful and kind worrying about me. Seeing that she couldn't convince Chen Changlu, Du Jiqiu misplaced the topic and chattered about something within the school. Chen Changlu also did not want to mention this. He has now started a business, does not want to tell Du Jiqiu now. If Kumeng did not do his assistant, it is possible that he will tell her earlier. Now, he does not dare to let the two girls meet. After all, women sometimes have a sixth sense is very scary. P.S. The wrong word first more after the change. Chapter 65, Chen Changlu. You dislike me. With Chen Changlu, Du Jiqiu was always so happy that she could be said to be bouncing around. Chen Changlu looked at such Du Jiqiu. His heart also followed unconsciously full of vigor. At Du Jiqiu's strong request, the two of them settled for lunch at KFC. Honestly, Chen Changlu eats just like that. I don't know why these girls eat up KFC with glowing eyes. After eating KFC, the two ran to the cinema and bought the Hollywood blockbuster Hulk in 2.5 hours. Chen Changlu does not like this piece, but Du Jiqiu is interested in After buying the movie tickets, Chen Changlu accompanied Du Jiqiu to the nearby shopping mall. Chen Changlu had thought that this afternoon would definitely be a torture, and in fact it was, but it was a bit different from what he thought. He had thought that the women's clothing area and cosmetics area would definitely be the main focus, but who knew that most of the time Du Jiqiu was pulling him into various men's clothing stores. Idiot, hurry up and try on this dress. Don't bother, I still have quite a few clothes there. You have all summer clothes there. The temperature is turning cooler in the morning and evening now. Wearing a sweater is just right. Well, what else could Chen Changlu say? How could he refuse to have such a considerate girlfriend? Moreover, Du Jiqiu was not wrong. His clothes were indeed all summer clothes, and they were all left behind when he set up his stall at that time. At the end of October this year, the temperature difference between the daytime and the morning and evening in Yangshan was still relatively large, 1629 degrees. Chen Changlu began his painful modeling journey and it lasted for a full 2 hours. In the end, Du Jiqiu bought him 3 sets of clothes, and when it came time to pay, Chen Changlu was glared back by Du Jiqiu when he wanted to give money. Well, the little rich girl still had some family money. Chen Changlu wasn't worried about that. This shopping trip ended. Du Jiqiu herself did not buy anything. According to her, she did not lack anything. What else could Chen Changlu say? Directly gave him a kiss. Walking out of the mall, Du Jiqiu realized that she seemed to be quite tired. This was the first time she had shopped at the mall for so long. she rubbed her calves. Her walk was not as brisk as it was when she first arrived. Tired? Du Jiqiu pouted her little mouth and said, aha, a little tired. Maybe standing for a long time. Hey, didn't they say that you women can shop for an afternoon without feeling tired? Since you're tired, you still shop for so long and buy me so many clothes. You don't know how those salesmen look at me. Hey, they all think that I've been adopted by you. While counting Du Jiqiu under his breath, he walked in front of her and squatted down. Come up, I'll carry you for a while, or else the movie will start in a while. Du Jiqiu looked at Chen Chanlu who was squatting with his back to her, his mouth pouted, full of arrogance, then smiled sweetly, only before lying on Chen Chanliu's back. Her cheeks were still flushed and she looked around shyly, both shy and nervous. After all, it was now broad daylight and there were so many people around watching. However, she still overcame her shyness and honestly got on Chen Chanliu's back. When her forehead was pressed against Chen Chanliu's back, a strange emotion still spread throughout her body, and her face became even more blushing. Chen Changlu was also very cool. He had measured it, of course he knew the scale. Secretly happy at the same time said, clamp your legs together. Yes, a little bit upwards. Yes, the position is right. Clenched. Chen Changliu's words made Du Jiqiu directly bury her face in his back. Bad egg. Rascal. Driving again. Humph. While saying this, she also breathlessly slapped his shoulder twice. Chen Changlu grinned his big mouth. What is it? It is you who think crookedly. I carry you, you don't clench up. Your legs will fall off well. Well, it seems that our due school flour is not light. At least 120 pounds. Once Chen Changlu said this, Du Jiqiu couldn't hold back. While slapping her back, she viciously said, Chen Changlu, you're only 120 pounds. You're only 120 pounds. People are only 105 pounds. Okay, according to the standard of height and weight, I'm among the light ones. In giving you a chance, am I heavy? In that case, it's me who wrongly blamed Du Big School Flour. Well, I felt it again. You are indeed a bit thin. There's no meat. Chen Changlu said here and deliberately paused for a moment. Du Jiqiu who was lying on his back quit again? Fine. Chen Changlu, you actually said that I don't have any meat. You dislike me for my bad figure. Right. Humph. You dislike me. Ooh, put me down. Du Jiqiu's mouth crusade against Chen Chanlu, said she wanted to come down, but she didn't even struggle a bit, although she knew that she was pretending. But Chen Chanlu should still have the attitude. A slap on her arched buttocks. How dare I dislike you? I have not finished my words. What are you in a hurry? I'm saying that you don't have a trace of fat on your waist and thighs. All the meat has grown elsewhere for you. Where do you think you're going? It's not like I haven't experienced it before, so how could I say you don't have a good figure? The last sentence directly made Du Jiqiu break her defenses. Thinking of Chen Changliu's strange hands, the feeling she had at that time when her own whole body was soft, she directly broke her defense, once again burying her head into Chen Changliu's wide and sturdy looking back. Only a weak voice came out. Rascal! But not a moment later, she showed her head again. Are you tired? Will it be too heavy? Put me down. I'm fine. Come down for what? You're not heavy, although the size of certain places is still considerable. Besides, with this weight of yours, carrying you is like playing. I can lift 80 pounds of water at the age of 12. Listening to Chen Chanlu casually write easy words, Du Jiqiu was not fighting with him, quietly lying on Chen Chanliu's back, silently feeling his flavor. The mall was not far from the movie theater, just a few hundred meters, not a few minutes to the movie theater downstairs. This time Du Jiqiu wanted to come down. Chen Chanlu did not stop. With his strength and physical ability, carrying Du Jiqiu on his back to walk these roads, he only sweated a little, not even gasping for breath. This is the reason why he grew up with a lot of physical work, and also soaked in the stadium all day long. This journey is still a pleasure for him. No at all. Of course, those who couldn't even afford to carry 100 pounds on their backs, or who were out of breath without taking a few steps, that was another story. P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first shift. Chapter 66, I'm a Body Odor. Hulk was released on October 10th. How can I say it? I've seen too many Hollywood movies in my later life. I don't feel a thing right now. And Du Jiqiu watched it with great interest, and before long, Chen Changlu fell asleep directly, and also unconsciously leaned on Du Jiqiu's shoulder. Du Jiqiu saw Chen Changlu watching a movie with him and actually fell asleep. Her mouth pouted, and she wanted to shake him awake, but when she saw Chen Changliu's peaceful and quiet sleeping face through the bright light from the screen, she remembered that it was the same at that time in the cab. Du Jiqiu looked around. There weren't many people, and the position they were in was still a corner. Not much attention. She carefully picked up the armrest in the center, then held Chen Changliu's head in her arms, then gently stroked his head. Du Jiqiu's this series of actions Chen Changlu confusedly opened his eyes over, but soon fell asleep again, smelling the smell of milk, coupled with Du Jiqiu stroking his head, which is his favorite. He slept soundly.
Near the end of the movie, Chen Shanlu finally woke up. He raised his head to look at Du Jiqiu, but all he saw were mountain peaks. Then Du Jiqiu quickly felt that a pig was arching around in her arms, and it was all going to the sensitive parts. She knew that the person in her arms had woken up, and was about to push him away, when she thought of what Shenrong had said, giving him something sweet to eat, and then letting Chen Shanlu eat tofu. If one knew that Shenrong had also done such a good deed, one would definitely give her kudos. However, when she felt Chen Changliu's evil hands escalate and had reached barrier-free contact, she finally couldn't help herself. She knocked Chen Changliu's head, then stopped her evil hands, took them out, and after pushing Chen Shanlu, who was lying in his arms, up, whispered, "Humph, pervert." Chen Changlu was not embarrassed at all. Sniffing his hand he asked, "Wife, ask you a question." "Bah, who is your wife?" "Shameless, how much is the face worth?" "Ah, anyway, I'll call my wife." "Who has an opinion?" "Have an opinion to keep. By the way, ask you a question. Why do you have a milky scent on you? Is there a perfume with this flavor?" Chen Changlio's question made Du Jiqiu blush, but she still said, "I don't spray perfume. This is my body scent. It comes with me naturally." When the movie ended, it was already early lights. The two went to eat steak together again. Wine and dine. Walk the streets. This time back to Chen Shanlu flattened his mouth, chattering like a complaining woman. "You really want to go back to the dormitory? Ah. Aha. You really do not want me? Ah. Don't want it tonight. You can't bear to let me go back alone. Can't bear it. Aren't you afraid that your handsome husband will be snatched away by those pretty schoolgirls? It's fine. Let them snatch it if they can. I believe in my charm." Du Jiqiu's face was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Seeing Chen Changlu suffer defeat was hilarious to her. Okay, I have to go back to the dormitory. They must all know that I came out with you. If I don't go back I'm sure to be laughed at by them." "Fart, who dares to laugh? I'll clean her up." It was not easy to pacify Chen Shanlu. Already arrived at the door of the dormitory. Looking at the aggrieved Chen Shanlu, Du Jiqiu took the initiative to kiss him lightly on the lips before going in with a silver bell-like laughter. Chen Shanlu was destined to stay alone tonight, and I don't know if Kumang is because she went on a date, or really her mom summoned. Anyway, she sent him a text message saying that she would go home for dinner, and would not come back tonight. This night, Chen Shanlu sleep is vegetarian. This is Kumang with him after that first time. Used to sleep with an arm around a fragrant, soft beauty. Now no, he is very unaccustomed to tossing and turning to the early morning before falling asleep. The second morning got up, morning run, breakfast, went home and took a shower and then sat in front of the computer. The futures market opened today, and the price of soybean 1 opened at 3,206, down 19 points from the 32.35 it closed at on the 17th. And after the opening, the price continued to go down until it stopped at 3,175, and then the price was pulling around 31.80. That's when Chen Shanglu used 80% of his position to go long and buy 252 lots. After helping Kumang Jia to pay back the money, his account total assets left only 990,000. He bought with 80% of the position, which is also after deep thought. Although he knew that the price of soybean 1 would still be rising in the oscillation, but the large amplitude of the day was also alarming to him, and he still remembered what the successful man said at that time. The magnitude of the day's amplitude during this period is rare in history, so he had to leave 20% of the funds in order to prepare for the replenishment of the position, or suddenly be forced by the futures company to close the position. That would be a big loss. Bean a morning session did not have much of a rise. Until the afternoon session, the price of bean slowly began to be pulled up. In the evening, Komeng finally came back. Chen Shanlu did not see anything wrong from her expression. It may be hidden. Looking at Chen Shanglu, who kept looking at her with a suspicious gaze, Komeng had no good reason to hug him and then bit on his shoulder. Only after biting out a teeth mark did she let go and pushed him away, saying, "Little pervert, are you thinking I'm jealous? That I'm angry?" Chen Shanglu stroked his shoulder that was bitten with a teeth mark while nodding his head with Komeng smiled. She walked forward and hugged Chen Shanlu again. Then under his surprised gaze, she blew air to the bitten out place, and then also kissed it, using her tongue. Hiss. Chen Shanglu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. That feeling couldn't be described. If it wasn't for the fact that there were only 20 minutes left before the evening market opened, he definitely put Komeng, the goblin, on the spot. Well, many readers say 20 minutes is enough. Hey, but the author feels that time is not enough. Too short. Looked at a face of bewitching looking at his Komeng. Chen Shanglu a mouthful of printed down. Now cannot eat meat. Can first collect some interest. Evening disc opening. Bean prices continue to rise. The highest price reached 32.53. Chen Shanglu and 32.50 all sold closed position. Net profit of 170,000. His total assets once again reached 1.15 million.
P.S. The wrong word first, more after the change. Chapter 67, the end of the futures market money-making program. In the following 2 days, Chen Shanlu did not gain much in the futures market, as the soybean one hovered between 3,200 and 3,235 every day in the futures market in these 2 days. On the night of the 21st, Chen Shanlu bought 310 lots at an average price of 3,221. The closing price did not rise much, only 3,231, because the yield is not high, so Chen Shanlu helplessly chose to hold the position overnight. The 22nd opening, being a direct opening to 3,319 stop, and look at the ceiling situation. It is difficult to open Chen Shanlu hesitated whether to sell to close the position, but if sold to close the position will not have the opportunity to buy again. Thinking about it for a day, Chen Shanlu finally chose a more conservative and cautious choice. Close the position and sell. 3,221 buy, 3,319 sell, a total of 310 hands, net 300,000 total assets came to 1.45 million. No, 23. The morning bean 1 opening price is 3,417. Then last night's closing price rose 98 points. When Chen Shanlu see, he is a little bit of a pity. If last night did not close the position to sell, and now he is out of the hand and can earn 300,000 more. Suddenly, Chen Shanlu heart, 2 consecutive days up so much, and the history of the rare amplitude has not yet appeared. Should we fight it? After making up his mind, Chen Shanlu directly turned to do short in 34.20 to buy 365 hands, as usual, leaving 200,000 on the account. After the purchase, the price of soybean 1 also rose 2 points to 3,422 before stopping. In 34.20 this price repeatedly jumped sideways for more than half an hour. Bean prices suddenly fell quickly. The morning close has fallen from the high of 34.22 to 33.88. Chen Shanlu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this bet is right. To the afternoon, Chen Shanliu's happiness has turned into trepidation. Not because the price of beans rose, but fell too fierce. Fell to him feel a little unreal. When it fell from 33.88 to 33.18, everyone thought it could be stopped, because compared to the opening price has fallen 100 points. But no, the price of bean 1 is still down. Finally in the afternoon before the close of half an hour fell to 32.20. Can be said, this afternoon do not know how many people burst positions, was forced to close the position. A full 200 points dropped really can kill people. Chen Shanlu ran away at 32.50. He was afraid of himself. This time shorting, enough to earn 620,000. His assets once again more than 2 million. After selling, Chen Shanlu long by 590 lots near 32.31. After the buy, Chen Shanliu's entire back was wet. He paralyzed on the stool, although excited, but he was physically and mentally exhausted, more tired than launching 3 times. Tonight Kumang went home. No one brought him dinner. In the evening Chen Shanlu slipped out of the neighborhood, ordered himself a few of his favorite dishes, and ate a beautiful meal before going home. In the evening, the price of bean 1 had a small rebound, and finally closed at 32.65. Chen Shanlu did not close the sale, continue to hold the position overnight. The second day morning beans opened at 33.30, which means that Chen Shanlu and hard earned a large amount, but Chen Shanlu did not immediately sell the position. Beans a whole day the price is very smooth, there is nothing more big up and down, but in the evening session, the price began to continue to pull up, and finally closed at 34.28, and Chen Shanlu this time to do more should be the most he earned. The average price of 3,231 buy, 3,410 sell, net profit of 1.05 million. His total assets reached 3.1 million. When all closed positions sold, Chen Shanlu finally breathed a sigh of relief, said to himself, make money in the futures market plan is here. None of the gains going forward were as good as these 2 months, and he didn't know the price trend of soybean 1 down the road, so it was time to give up and leave the time for the school and the flower growers. The futures market to make money program has given him enough to accumulate the original capital, and also got a charm school flower. Enough, people cannot be too greedy. After making the decision, Chen Shanlu took a long breath. The whole person was much more relaxed. In the afternoon, Chen Shanlu appeared in the flower house. He pushed open Kumang's office, and saw that this demoness was holding a piece of information and looking seriously, wearing a professional suit, working seriously. She was a little less bewitching and a little more temperament of the workplace beauty. Chen Shanlu sat on her desk with a butt. What are you looking at? Kumang smiled when she saw it was Chen Shanlu, then handed him a piece of information. Mr. Wu gave it to me this morning and asked me to give it to you. A list of purchases. I've asked the finance and there isn't enough money in the company account. Chen Shanlu picked it up and looked at it, then handed it back to her saying, next Monday I will have paid $1 million into the company account. This is enough money until the product goes on sale. There is also this list, the contents of which you verify, while initially contacting them, for purchasing volume, price and so on to do a full understanding. Thinking that so many things were handed over to Kumang, the burden on her was too heavy. She was just an intern. Thinking of this, Chen Chanlu paced around the room, and after a while continued to say, continue to recruit people, we need to perfect the framework of the company. Now there is enough cash can support us, so take over to continue to recruit. The initial test is mainly Yuan Bo. The technicians continue to recruit a few outstanding ones in. Later I will give you a recruitment plan about administration and logistics as well as the requirements of these positions. Your side do a good job of recruiting plan. Just notify me to come over when the retest is held. Good. After Chen Changlu explained these things to Kumang, he directly went back to his office and started to make a plan for the organizational structure of the flower grower. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 68 Desk Uses for Assistants and Secretaries. Returning to his office, Chen Changlu thought about how the company's organizational structure should be established. Now the company plus him together less than 20 people. In addition to the technical department, others are basically a carrot. There is no such thing as administration, logistics, security, marketing, finance and other departments. This is a very simple small business commonly used linear organizational structure. All employees are reporting directly to the boss. This organizational structure is simple. Vertical control, unified command. Organizational authority is clear. Clear responsibilities. Organizational structure is more stable. Simple organizational structure. Centralized power. Can quickly and uniformly deploy resources to participate in the competition, and make a rapid response to the market. Now the flower grower is almost like this. Except for the technology department which is in charge of Wu Bo because Chen Chanlu doesn't understand the technology. And now the flower grower is ready to launch only MP3 a product. How to look at this kind of linear organizational structure is suitable, but actually not. Chen Changlu can not every day in the company, although again Kumang this assistant in, but a lot of things she cannot make aboard. The ability has not yet reached. He thought about it and decided to establish a linear functional organizational structure. This organizational structure integrates the characteristics of linear and functional organizational structure, not only maintains the advantages of linear unity of command, but also draws on the strengths of functional professional management functions, not only reduces the burden of line management personnel, but also gives play to the specialties of experts, is currently widely used form of organizational structure. In this structure, all the marketing strategies can be the first time from the top of the company directly to the front line, so as to complete the marketing task. This kind of organizational structure is more suitable for smaller scale, single business relationship, simple production process and technical procedures. As for its shortcomings, it is not what Chen Chanlu is considering now. At what stage of the company, the organizational structure is not set in stone. Chen Changlu wrote and drew on the paper, listing the research and development department, marketing and sales department, finance department, administration department and so on. It took an afternoon for Chen Chanlu to get this plan done, although there were only a few departments, but he had to consider more things accordingly. Chen Changlu again sat on Kumang's desk with a butt. This time it was around to sit inside. Kumang gave him a blank look and slapped him on the thigh. Can't you be decent? This is a company which has a company president like you always sit on the assistant's desk. A little bit of image is not there. Chen Changlu as soon as she slapped his thigh hand grabbed, took and hand stroked, mouth he laugh. Sister, I have been very decent. Okay, you go ask, which boss has such a beautiful assistant? Secretary he will still sit on the desk. Definitely our female assistants. Secretaries lying on the office work. You just say, I am not serious it. Listening to Chen Changlio's words, Kumang directly brainstormed the whole picture, and then didn't know why her face quickly turned red, which could make Chen Chanlu look dumbfounded. Senior sister, why are you blushing? No way, no way. You shouldn't have brainstormed the image yourself. Do you want to? Speaking here, Chen Changlu directly wrapped his hands around his chest, making a protective posture, directly using the action to show the words that were not uttered to the fullest. Sister, you learn bad. All said you don't watch so many Japanese movies. Hey, wait, I'm wrong. After 2 minutes, Chen Chanlu continuously sucked in cool air, lifted up his clothes to check where exactly on his body he was injured, and muttered in a low voice under his breath. Hooligans, female hooligans, they are addicted and vegetable but still dead and won't admit it. Humph, dare to take a shot at me, go back and serve me with the family law. Kumang looked at pretending to be aggrieved Baba, still reading there. Chen Chanlu, she laughed very happily. With this asshole, she can always be made anxious and can't help but laugh. Anyway, it's just happy. After laughing and joking, Chen Shanglu gave the plan he made to Komeng while asking, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Komeng took the document and opened it while saying, "Not tonight. My grandparents are coming over at night. I have to go home. As for whether or not I'll go to your place at night, I'm not sure right now. No way. Senior sister, you keep leaving me alone all this time. Aren't you afraid that the school's senior sister will snatch me away?" Hearing Chen Changlio's words, Komeng stopped reading the documents, raised her head, and looked at him with a gaze full of threats, but then faintly said in a disdainful tone, "Humph, what is it that I let you stay alone? What's it got to do with me? I'm not your real girlfriend. You can go find your girlfriend. In saying that, those women snatched you away, just snatched you away. Anyway, you are not mine alone. The big deal is to find a chance to cut you off then just let them snatch it." Hiss. Chen Shanlu only felt a cold chill in his crotch and subconsciously covered it. His action directly led Komeng to the whole broken defense. Directly laughed. "Ha ha, you're also afraid of he, you give me to be careful Humph, I will be afraid. Joking. I do not know who often begged for mercy, often say no power. I but remember very clearly Chen Shanlu. He. In the end, Chen Shanlu went home alone, but before he returned home, he received a call from Li Liang. "Lao San, where is it? Hurry up and come back. Tonight our 311 dormitory is going to fellowship with Bai Jing's dormitory. The dormitory will gather at 7 p.m. Don't forget." Hey, no, old Li, are you guys sure you want me to attend? Then there's still something for you guys to do with my handsome and dashing. Then you guys don't still have to become green leaves Li Liang was directly speechless. This old three so arrogant? But it seems that he can't refute it. Li Liang opened the amplifier, next to the guofan for can be unconvinced. Old Chen, cannot say human words who can chase the hand is whose ability. Instead, you do not have a girlfriend. How? You still want to peddle two boats Hey, Lao Gua, no matter, only I'm afraid I'm too handsome. People moth to the flame how to do. Marred. Old Chen, why are you getting more and more narcissistic now? Come over quickly. After saying that, Guofanwei directly hung up the phone. Then and Li Liang looked at each other, full of helplessness. Although the two are not ugly, but Chen Changlu is more handsome. They certainly know that Chen Changlu went to definitely steal the limelight, but they still called him. The main reason is that Chen Changlu is also a member of the dormitory and has a girlfriend. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 69, Du Zhiqiu's arrival. At 6:30, Chen Changlu returned to the 311 dormitory. While all the people in the dormitory were there, everyone was cleaning up after themselves. Change of clothes. Play moose. The most outrageous is Zhao Wuyan do not know where to get the perfume, but also decent in the wrist and behind the ear to get some. Guofan for also put on a shirt, suit, pants and shoes, almost did not tie. Chen Changlu looked dumbfounded up. This is still the usual ball uniform can be worn for 2 days in a row. Underwear and socks do not wear to the last one will not wash the clothes of the housemates. I say you guys are too much? It's just a fellowship. Zhao Wuyan said while messing with his hair. Old Chen, what do you mean as far as that goes? You have a girlfriend, so you don't know how hungry you are. Let's get this straight. You don't want to steal from us tonight, or don't blame us for not being polite. Su Liangyu, this little fatty, immediately followed. Brother Lu, Brother Yan is right. You'll be okay if you do a good job as a green leaf today. Remember Chen Changlu was speechless. How can I be a green leaf Have you guys seen such a handsome green leaf? However, who let us be roommates? Tonight, I'll eat my food in peace and quiet. First say goodbye must serve me delicious food. Okay, serve you a handful of pig whip. If it's not enough, I'll serve 2 hands. To make up for you, Li Liang had already dressed up and took over with a smile. Che, old Li, I had a nickname in high school that you don't know, right? What nickname? Livestock among men. He. There just isn't any man who dares to compare in front of me. They were all men. They understood at first hearing. Then 311 resounded with the sound of inverted applause in unison. After 311 went out, Chen Changlu deliberately dawdled a little farther away from them. Stepping on the horse, a bunch of big men spraying perfume. He felt a little ashamed. Now is not 20 years later. The streets are full of beautiful men. Do not make up. Do not spray perfume. Do not go out. This era of college students are still relatively simple. At this time Li Liang shouted back. Lao San, what's the situation Dilly-dallying, hurry up. A moment late, it's not good for a man to be late. Chen Changlu was speechless and could only follow. At the entrance of the school, the people from the 2 dormitories finally handed over. Bai Jing, Zhao Jing, Wang Yanhua, Su Zifeng, Su Yan, and Zhou Ping. Chen Changlu, apart from Bai Jing and Zhao Jing, the others couldn't even name them, and in his last life, He was also the least active person in his class, and when he had the time, he went to work part-time to earn tuition and living expenses. In a later because of a chance to have a girlfriend. Infatuation. He even more did not look more at other female students who are not beautiful. So some female students who are not very beautiful are not impressed. After so many years the names had long since been forgotten, and since the start of this life, he had skipped more classes than he had attended, and called up even more. Being able to recognize Bai Jing and Zhao Jing was still because the two were considered the prettiest in the class, so they could still be called by name. No wonder Chen Changlu only remembers pretty chicks. It should be said that as long as it's a normal man it's all like this, unless except for the ones who are very close to you. Bai Jing and Zhao Jing face value are an 85 or so. It is also considered a small beauty. Did not see those beasts in the dormitory one by one regardless of whether it is openly or secretly. Anyway, the eyes fell on the two of them more. As for the others, several people are about the same level at 70 points or so, can only say not ugly, but and beautiful cannot hang hooks. However, the current Chen Changlu was the same as in his previous life, with Du Jiqiu and Kumeng in the lead. Whether it was Bai Jing or Zhao Jing, it wasn't enough to pique his interest, and the others were even more unlikely. While most of the 6 females turned their curious gazes towards Chen Changlu, the most handsome, but also the most low profile, as well as the boy who skipped the most classes in the class, it could be said that there was no one who didn't know his name. Chen Changlu faced the gazes thrown at him by several female classmates. A faint smile appeared on his face while nodding to them, counting them as having met. However, his smile also made several girls' eyes light up. It was indeed handsome enough. 311 The other beasts took it all in, and hurriedly misplaced the topic intentionally or unintentionally. And then the group went to a nearby barbecue stall with a private room and asked for a private room. After sitting down, Chen Changlu almost laughed. Marred. Actually men on one side and women on the other. Is this sorority? The guts are also too small. After ordering the wine and food, Bai Jing looked at Chen Changlu and said with a smile, Chen Changlu student, you are the highest popularity in our class. Counselor Wu Ling is almost mad. Class president, which have you said so exaggerated? I'm not something, working part-time to earn money, starting next week. I absolutely do a good student. Do not let the counselor and the class president difficult. Old Gua, you must not toast the class president. Chen Changlu Guofan for the pull-out. He did not want to pull these things too much. With Chen Changlu Guofan for the pull-out of the toast began, the atmosphere in the box began to lively up. The main thing is that a few beasts are scrambling to show themselves. The girls drink less, and Chen Changlu hides on the side. The wine did not drink a few cups, just focus on eating. Only although he acted low-key and didn't take the initiative to look for other people to drink. The girls looked for her, including Bai Jing and Zhao Jing. From time to time they looked towards Chen Changlu and occasionally drank a little bit with him. This made Zhao Wuyan very tasty. After Bai Jing once again approached Chen Changlu to clink glasses, Zhao Wuyan's eyes turned and said, Class president, you guys don't know right. Chen Changlu has a girlfriend. I heard from Lao Li and the others that it's very pretty. Prettier than both you and Zhao Jing. Zhao Wuyan's words directly caused the female students in the box to change their faces, especially Bai Jing and Zhao Jing, who both looked towards Chen Changlu. It wasn't that they were interested in Chen Changlu, it was mainly because Zhao Wuyan's words about being prettier than Bai Jing had aroused their pride. Zhao Jing smiled as she said, Can't see it, Chen Changlu, you actually have such a pretty girlfriend, but even prettier than the class president. I really want to meet her. Why don't you introduce us to each other? Okay, it's true that it's still pretty, but I don't know if it's as pretty as the class president and Zhao Jing. I'm a bit face blind. Holy, when they heard this, the people in the room were nonplussed. What do you mean it's still kinda pretty? What does it mean to be face blind? Today is Friday, and there's no class tomorrow. Chen Changlu, being hidden, call out and introduce us to get to know her. Maybe she's already gone home. Some other day, I'll definitely introduce you guys to recognize. The words were not finished. Chen Changlio's cell phone rang. Took out his cell phone to see that it was actually Du Jiqiu calling. The people in the room saw his cell phone ringing, immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at him. Chen Changlu had no choice but to connect. The phone was connected. Immediately came Du Jiqiu's voice. Guess where I am? Chen Changlu was a bit confused. It seemed like he had said this before. You came to our school? Not too dumb. I'm at the gate of your school. Come pick me up. After saying Du Jiqiu directly hung up, Chen Changlu was speechless. How to also learn to suddenly attack. Putting away his cell phone, he saw everyone looking at him, although they couldn't hear what was said, but listening to the voice was indeed that of a young girl. Alright, my girlfriend came over to look for me, so I'll introduce you guys to her. By the way, I'll go pick up the people first. After saying that, he went out of the box. Hearing Chen Changlio's words, everyone got interested.
311 curious about what it meant that Bai Jing couldn't see the rear taillights. As for Bai Jing and Zhao Jing, they were full of wariness. After all, they were told that they were not as pretty as others, and they were still unconvinced about the 85-point beauty. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 70, the beautiful scenery at the entrance of Finance and Economics University. At the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics, all the students entering and exiting unconsciously slowed down their steps, and all their gazes looked in the same direction. On the left side of the entrance, a man wearing a blue striped long-sleeved shirt, but the sleeves of the shirt are not the same as traditional shirts, the sleeves to the wrist a little bit up, and it is designed to be a loose bundle of hands, the bundle of hands at the intersection of a kind of fluffy sense of fashion. Outside of a handsome black vest on both sides of the face, each arranged down 4 white buttons, lower wearing 9 points of black straight casual pants, foot stirrups, white shoes, slender thighs show nothing, the whole person's wear is full of small fresh breath, plus her delicate features, a head of hair just over the shoulder, directly out of the sky. It also became a beautiful scenery line at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. This person was none other than Du Jiqiu, who stood right at the entrance, curiously looking at the passing students as she wanted to get a feel for Chen Changxing's study and living environment. However, her appearance also caused the students walking in and out to move more slowly than usual, and there were many boys stopping around. Hiss, this girl is so pretty. Is she from our school? How come I don't know? Does anyone have information on this girl? I can share my stock of fine Japanese love action movies with him. Anyway, all the attention of everyone at the entrance of the entire University of Finance and Economics was on Du Jiqiu's body. Du Jiqiu had been used to being the object of others' attention since middle school, so all of this could no longer affect her mindset. It was only that from time to time, some students with good personal feelings came up to talk to her, which still annoyed her. After politely rejecting another student who wanted a QQ number, Du Jiqiu's mouth pouted. Why hasn't this guy come yet? Ha, dead guy. Just when Du Jiqiu was complaining about him in her mind, Chen Changlu had already seen her. The moment he saw Du Jiqiu, even with Chen Changliu's fixation, he still froze for a moment, mainly because Du Jiqiu's outfit was too temperamental and beautiful. Even if it was placed in the latter part of the world 20 years later, it was still trendy. It seems that some of the dressing concepts that he had instilled in her during those 2 months had given her her own understanding of what she was wearing. Thinking of this, Chen Changlu shook his head again. What to think about? Beautiful women look good in everything they wear. Those that don't look good, even when they are not wearing clothes and the lights are not turned off. This is the essence of the matter. Chen Changlu walked towards Du Jiqiu, while the surrounding people who were watching saw another person forward to accost him, and early on gave him a fruitless ending. Even though Chen Changlu was handsome, his body looked like a few tens of dollars of ground goods. Obviously the overall temperament and a small fresh trend Du Jiqiu was not match at all. But very quickly, the eyes of all the people watching dropped to the ground. The moment the stunning beauty standing at the entrance of the school saw Chen Changlu, the smile on her face that gave people distance at first glance blossomed directly into a sweet and brilliant smile in an instant. Everyone once again let this girl's beauty was shocked. What Ziwei ah, Xiao Yanzi ah, go aside, really not as beautiful as this ah, and then more let the surrounding people watching the dazzled is, in the show of sweet brilliant smile at the same time. This beautiful girl actually trotting running towards him to walk over that full-body ground stall goods guy. Could it be that they know each other? That's right, there's a possibility that they're brother and sister. After all, the man is handsome and the woman is pretty. It's quite possible. This was the unified heartbeat of those men around. Only that this heartbeat directly collapsed and shattered after a few seconds, because the beautiful woman actually threw herself into the arms of the guy, and that's even if it's not enough. While throwing herself into the arms of the guy, she also gently imprinted a bite on the lips of this guy who looked just like that. Yes, Chen Changlu, who was still considered a handsome man in the eyes of the people around him just now, had now turned into a guy who looked just like that. Du Jiqiu's light kiss directly let all the men who held a fluke all be struck beyond words. This shows that the two people are definitely a couple relationship. Definitely not a brother and sister relationship, because a brother and sister relationship is at most a kiss on the forehead or face. It is not possible to kiss the lips, and it must also be Europe and the United States. The domestic brother and sister relationship will not be like this. I go, who is this guy? My first love just appeared and then it's gone. Definitely a flower stuck in cow dung. That guy isn't even as handsome as me. I finally saw what it means for a pig to arch over a cabbage. Chen Chanlu didn't care what other people were talking about. After Du Jiqiu kissed him, he pulled her hand and said while walking, "You came just in time. Our dormitory is sorority with other girls' dormitories, and they were just coaxing me to call my girlfriend. When you came to call, let's go. Show them what it means to be a fairy." He. Du Jiqiu didn't feel nervous when he heard Chen Changlu say that he was going to take him to meet his roommates and classmates.
He had been paid more attention by others. Only hearing Chen Changlio's smug bragging tone at the end, before she blanked him and pouted. You don't have a positive type. And girls' dormitory fellowship. You actually don't talk to me. How? Is there any idea? Say to me to listen. I give you counseling. In one. How come you didn't wear the clothes I bought for you? Dislike it? Hearing Du Jiqiu's words, a dangerous aura was already brewing inside. As long as a bad answer was given, there was absolutely no good fruit for him to eat. How dare I? Today is not going out part-time. Afraid of getting dirty. I can't afford to give up. This is what you sent me. He. As for the sorority thing, I don't even know. I work part-time today on the way back. The roommate gave me a call to notify. According to what they said, I just go over to do the green leaf. He. Besides, I can see them. Just kidding. My wife is the most beautiful. They can't even see your taillights. Hearing Chen Changlio's meaty words, Du Jiqiu didn't have the good sense to slap his hand, but the haughty expression and smile shown on her face betrayed her heart, and sort of believed his excuse. In the future, you should wear it. The clothes you bought are just for wearing. If it's bad, I'll buy it for you. Chen Changlu knows Du Jiqiu very well. In fact, for this kind of arrogant expression in front of outsiders basically won't show up. Only with him will appear. In fact, it's almost the same as pampering. P.S. The wrong word first, more after the change. Chapter 71 Boxer. Inside the box, the topic of conversation between the two dormitories was discussing Chen Chanlu and his girlfriend. On the other hand, Li Liang and Fang Zhenglin, who had met Chenggang, kept on telling everyone how beautiful Chen Changlio's girlfriend was, simply a woman amongst women. I'm telling you guys, really, when we saw it that day it stunned me. It's even prettier than the actresses on TV. I don't know what Lao San did in his past life, actually chasing such a beautiful girlfriend for him. He's not just slightly more handsome than me. Li Liang's words made the crowd roar with laughter. Su Liangyu, the little fatty, scowled at Li Liang. Brother Liang, are you shameless? Brother Lu is only a little bit more handsome than you? Are you sure? Doesn't your heart hurt? Drink your wine. It could be said that the others were filled with curiosity about Chen Chanlio's girlfriend. Curious about how beautiful this woman was. Was she really as beautiful as Li Liang and Fang Zhenglin said? The door of the box was pushed open and everyone stopped talking. A pair of eyes looking towards the door of the box. The one who came in first was Chen Changlu, but the crowd did not fix their eyes on him, but continued to look back. When Du Jiqiu graciously walked into the box, in an instant, everyone's first thought was beautiful, really beautiful, and then the second thought was that Li Liang and Fang Zhenlin were not lying. Even Bai Jing and Zhao Jing looked at each other. Both of them saw a bit of dwarfed discouragement in the other's eyes, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Zhao Wuyan originally just wanted Chen Changlu to not pose a threat to him. Although he had heard Li Liang say that Chen Changlio's girlfriend was beautiful, he felt that exaggeration was the main thing, and at most, she was on the same level as Bai Jing. But now, when Du Jiqiu appeared in front of him, his heart turned upside down. The jealousy almost could not be concealed. Why such a goddess level is Chen Changlio's girlfriend, while he even Bai Jing has not yet chased? Compared to the crowd, Li Liang and Fang Zhenglin had doubts in their stunned expressions, because Du Jiqiu was not the Kumang they had seen in the dining hall, and was slightly prettier in terms of looks alone. Li Liang also exchanged glances with Feng Zhenglin, and at the same time shook his head imperceptibly, meaning that he didn't care about anything. A grand introduction. My girlfriend Du Jiqiu is also a senior student of CUHK, beauty and wisdom at the same time. He, but it's just cheap for me. So right, you guys know, my charm is nowhere to be found. Only after the serious words had been said, Chen Chanlu joked again, aiming to liven up the atmosphere. Sure enough, when he finished speaking, not only did Du Jiqiu gently pat him, but the others directly sent him the universal sign language. Hello everyone, I'm Du Jiqiu, Chen Chanlio's girlfriend. I didn't disturb your gathering, did I? The crowd hurriedly got up. Chen Changlu also pulled Du Jiqiu to his seat. When he went to pick up Du Jiqiu just now, Li Liang had already asked the waiter to add cutlery and stools. Luckily this was a large table. Sitting 12 or 3 people was not crowded. After taking his seat, Li Liang hurriedly stood up and introduced himself. Du student, how are you? I'm Li Liang, Lao Chen's classmate and roommate. Then all of them did self-introductions again. With Chen Chanlu and Li Liang in, the atmosphere of the whole box slowly started to become active again. Old Chen, you're the first one to get off the hook in our dormitory. This cup has to honor you. Li Liang started to be the first to clink glasses with Chen Chanlu, while several others seemed to have a heart-to-heart, and started to move. Chen Chanlu was speechless. This is going to be 5 to beat 1. But he couldn't refuse yet. After drinking a round, he suddenly picked up the cup and said to Bai Jing, we should toast to the class president. If not for her, you assholes can have the chance to drink with so many beautiful women. dream on. Get this, Chen Changlu had succeeded in drawing out the war. The boys had to stand up in a hurry and at the same time pick up their cups and take a sip. After toasting the class president, the other girls definitely couldn't be less. Only after Chen Changlu successfully drew the battle, he immediately sat down and sat with Du Jiqiu to watch the wind and clouds. You guys are too bad. Isn't it fun to watch others drink? He. I don't call this bad, okay? I'm creating opportunities for them. Think about it, when the wine is in place, it's likely that they'll see eye to eye. Chen Changlu, you really are a rogue. We women are so casual in your eyes? I go. Hearing Du Jiqiu's words, Chen Changlu was numb. This is too big to say. I don't know who instilled this kind of thought in her. No, have to break this wind. Chen Changlu took her hand and held it in his hand and played with it. Look at what you say. Have risen to the height of the female up. We are sorority, college dormitory sorority. To put it bluntly, our classmates, is to deepen the friendship between classmates. If you see the right eye, become a male and female friend is not normal. It's not as high as you think. Instead, I just casually joke a couple of sentences. You are the problem rose to the height of the female. Humph. Also do not know who usually in your ears to instill this kind of thinking. Everything rose to the height of the male and female up. This is a kind of male and female antagonism of the bad ideas. Are you waiting for the future you also want to develop too? Why you women have children? Why the child and the father's last name and so on? I tell you who always and you say these, you give me far away from her. This will affect the feelings between us. You also do not want to always because of these problems later quarrel. Chen Changliu's pile of questions thrown out. Du Jiqiu was confused and couldn't digest it for a while, but Chen Changliu's last paragraph did make her think. Is it as serious as you say? These are what Shen Rong said. She said that there is unfairness and discrimination against women in any corner of society nowadays. And she also mentioned what you just said. Chen Changliu heart thumped. I go. There is really the existence of female boxing. This is only 03. I hope that my own woman cannot be affected. P.S. The wrong word first more after the change. Chapter 72 The First Encounter with Mother-in-Law. Chen Changlu almost greeted Shen Rong's ancestors in his heart. Ziqiu, your school really deserves to be a key university. The influence of accepting Western cultural ideas is really fast. You've learned so much after only 2 months of school. But I can only say this much, Shen Rong, this little girl is bewitched. All that logic of hers is wrong. Why doesn't she say that Western women have to change their husband's name when they marry? So you can't learn from her and Chen Chanlu whispered and Du Jiqiu exchanged up. Fortunately, she found that Du Jiqiu is not yet a female boxer, although she has been affected to a certain extent, but she has not planted the roots at all. And some of Chen Changliu's examples also made Du Jiqiu a little bit of the feeling of opening up the clouds and fog. Joking, the latter days of boxing, how powerful a variety of counter-punching theory online, a bunch of said out of those female boxing cannot refute, can only use the scoundrel to deal with, that is, anyway, I am a woman. I was born vulnerable. What I say is right. Those theories of yours I do not listen. I do not listen. Feeling that Du Jiqiu had not been poisoned, Chen Changlu breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't want to go on saying too much more in this environment. It was enough to say so much today, and he would slowly guide it later. Soon he took Du Jiqiu and the others to play the game. 1 hour later, the cups in the box were in a mess. Su Liangyu, the little fat guy with mesmerized eyes and a silly smile on his face, he had almost reached the bottom. This guy went to play games with girls, and then it was miserable: win 1 game, lose 4 games, he does not die. Who died? Or Li Liang is the most exposed. Once also a pick 3, and then there is no then. The toilet do not know how many times to run. Do not have to pick your throat. Running slow, the beer is bubbling out. Chen Changlu, our class is still missing a program for the welcome party on the 30th. Tomorrow is the deadline. Why don't you have one? Bai Jing's proposal caused the crowd to rise up. Chen Changlu was a bit confused. The welcome party in his previous life didn't let him participate in the program. Chen Changlu quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. I don't have any talent. I don't have any other talent besides being handsome. Should I go up and walk the runway? Phew. Chen Changlu, have some face. Don't be so narcissistic. Okay. At this time Li Liang, who just came back from the toilet, happened to hear it and said with a big grin, Lao San, go up. You still sang quite well in the shower. Even though I haven't heard it before, but you can really sing. When Chen Changlu heard Li Liang's words, he glared at him and cursed. The guy with heterosexuality but no humanity. Hearing Li Liang's words, 311's beasts also egged on. Especially Guo Fanwei, who was the most diligent in chasing Bai Jing, was even more active. But in the end, Chen Chanlu still refused. Anyway, but in the end it turned into a chorus of Li Liang, Zhao Wuyan, and Su Liangyu. A fellowship successfully ended. Guo Fanwei had also proposed to go sing K, but in the end, because most people had drunk a lot, they could only give up. The other beasts of 311 escorted by Jing and her group back to school, leaving only Chen Shanglu and Du Zhiqiu with one ambiguous expression. Du Zhiqiu held Chen Shangliu's hand as she strolled through the streets, dispersing the alcohol in the process. With the cool breeze of the evening, Chen Shangliu's alcohol dissipated quite a bit. Going back tonight? Du Zhiqiu's pretty face blushed. Well, to go back. My mom and my dad are at home. They called me during the day and told me to go home at night. Okay, I'll send you back. As if sensing that he was a bit depressed inside, Du Zhiqiu took the initiative to hug Chen Shanlu and sent a fragrant kiss. Only after a long time did Chen Shanlu let go of Du Zhiqiu in his arms, and the two of them sweetly held hands as they continued to stroll down the street. However, at 10 o'clock, Chen Shanglu still sent her downstairs to her house, a relatively upscale neighborhood. I'm going up. You're not inviting me up to sit down? Do you dare to go up? Well, I don't dare. I'll dare when there's no one at your house. I'll sit if I don't feel it, and I'll do it if I feel it. Du Zhiqiu couldn't understand his words like a tongue twister, and directly gave her a blank look, then kissed him on the lips before jumping up the stairs. But what the two of them didn't know was that in the distance, a middle-aged beautiful woman saw the two kissing from afar. The middle-aged woman is Ning Mei. A little far away, the light is dark, although look at the figure is very much like his own daughter, but she did not dare to be sure, can only be skeptical, but for that kiss, she was alert, as if her own little cabbage was about to be stolen. When Chen Shanglu and Ning Mei passed by on the wrong side of the road, he only felt that this woman was so familiar. She looked as if she was a middle-aged beauty, but also looked like a royal lady. Her mixed body exuded amazing charm everywhere, and compared to a youthful young girl like Du Zhiqiu, each had their own characteristics. Chen Shanglu looked twice more, but at this time he did not have the carnal desire in his eyes that is normally found in the eyes of a lecher, but rather a kind of appreciation of seeing something beautiful. So Ning Mei did not resent it. She also carefully observed this boy who kissed with the suspected self-cabbage. The first impression is handsome. The second impression is that it has a maturity that is completely inconsistent with the face. How to say? It seems to be very contradictory, but in the context of the handsome, it is very harmonious, and it has a different kind of charm. Nice young man. This was Ning Mei's first impression, but when it came to the thought that this guy could possibly be the asshole who abducted her own daughter, her anger was not in the right place, and she fiercely glared at Chen Shanglu. This glare of hers did not have a ferocious feel to it, but instead had a seductive flavor to it, which instead made Chen Shanglu flinch. It was only for such a short period of time that the two staggered past each other, and although Chen Shanglu was stunned, that expression was not seen by Ning Mei. It's really worthy of being an upscale neighborhood. Most of the wives of rich people are pretty. No. There could be a little wife. TSK. Chen Shanglu finished talking to himself, shook his head, and continued to walk out. Back home, after taking a shower, it was another lonely night. P.S. The typos are changed first and then corrected. Chapter 73, Prototype. In the next few days, Chen Shanglu took all the classes he should have taken, occasionally went on dates with Du Zhiqiu, and when he had time, he went around to Seed Flower's house to see the progress of product development, and Kumeng this assistant Chen Shanglu more and more satisfied. He arranged things to do a decent job. Recruitment is also in progress. The technical department recruited 2 more people. Wu Bo is very satisfied. Joking, although it has just established a small factory, but the boss is willing to spend money. Technical staff have recruited him 12 people. Such a research and development force for MP3 such as not much technical content of the product has been very sufficient. Product development progress is very fast. Chen Shanglu also believed that Wu Bo can complete the work within the time he specified. The Maizi clan was founded only 3 technical, which are able to get a good product, and now the planting family is much stronger than when they were founded. At the end of the month of the welcome party, 311 of the 3 beasts went up to sing a song stupid child . Of course, did not bubble what? Only after the welcome party, 311 dormitory Zhao Wuyan, Li Liang, Guofan for the mood is not very good, for no other reason. The main reason is that by Jing, Zhao Jing's duo dance is extremely good, caused to watch the seniors burst of wolf cry, and finally went on the stage to send flowers. Cannot be their turn to the 3. The most important thing was that after getting off the stage, the 2 of them were still chatting with the seniors, which made the 3 of them feel the pressure. Chen Shanglu saw this in his eyes and smiled on his face. How can I put it? Gloating. Just give them 2 words wimp. On November 15th, in the meeting room of Flower Grower, there were Chen Shanglu, Ku Meng, Wu Bo, Feng Xiao, the head of the marketing department, Zhao Na, the head of the finance department, Chenggang, the head of the human resources department, and Zhou Liming, the head of the production department, who were headhunted and recruited. Feng Xiao, 27 years old, used to be a supervisor in the marketing department of BBK, left the company because of family problems, and now that the family matters have been settled, she was found by the headhunter, and came here because the treatment of the family of planting flowers is really good. Zhao Na, 35 years old, was a finance director of a company. Chenggang, the head of Human Resources Department, 32 years old, used to be the middle management of Human Resources Department of a company. Production supervisor Zhou Liming, 38 years old, head of the production department of an electronic company. The reason why they were all supervisors was also Chen Changliu's examination of their abilities, and the three of them didn't have a problem with it. Although they were supervisors now, they received higher salaries than their previous positions, and there was no department manager above them. For a few of them, they were full of confidence in that position. The center of the meeting room has placed at least 10 kinds of mainstream MP3 products on the market. There are 2 unopened boxes. Today the host of this meeting is Wu Bo. The meeting officially began. At the nod of Chen Chanlu, in the eyes of the new management personnel surprised, he opened one of the boxes on the conference table, from which he took out one of the crowd has not seen, but very exquisite machine. To each person issued one. These new management personnel were a bit surprised. This is actually an MP3. The shortest of them have been on board for a week, and they know that the company is now developing products that are MP3. This exquisite MP3 is a bit like iPod, but in the market absolutely have not seen. Now on the market MP3 are mainly rectangular, round, and very thick, but this MP3 is very thin. Hold in the hand slightly touch-sensitive buttons, called wide LCD screen. The whole shape of the delicate and simple, very eye-catching. All are not mediocre. Immediately know where this MP3 comes from, and then slightly shocked. Renewed to the company has a different understanding. Although they are assembled, the technical content is not high, but the company was established full counting less than 2 months, has come out of the prototype. This R&D cycle efficiency is very fast and this prototype is still such a delicate, stylish, electronic product development cycle is divided into 5 stages. 1. Project establishment stage. 2. Customer technical requirements into the stage. 3. Prototype stage. 4. Pilot production stage. 5. Customized stage. The prototype stage is divided into design, trial production, testing, finalization stage. Such as the intermediate process review cannot be passed, it is necessary to repeatedly improve the design, trial production, testing until the product identification to determine the small batch trial production. In fact, what they do not know, the reason why this product development cycle is so fast, because Qin Changlu before the first 2 stages of the development cycle of electronic products have been completed, and Wubo they only use to do the 3rd stage. The efficiency must be fast. This is also the reason why although this product has added a lot of features, Chen Changlu proposed to complete the product development within 2 months. Now after a month and a half, Wu Bo has already come up with a prototype, which makes him very satisfied. Even if there are still shortcomings, the remaining half a month for modification, time enough. Chen Changlu looked at the MP3 in his hand that had the same appearance as in his memory, and a smile appeared on his face. Feng Xiao from the marketing department. Because of her position, she was to develop the company's marketing strategies and plans, so she had a more in-depth understanding of the MP3 industry today than others, and when she saw this MP3 prototype, she was both shocked and surprised. Mr. Wu, this is the product developed by your technical department. Awesome. This appearance absolute. As long as the product quality passes the test, I am absolutely confident that we can make our products can quickly based on the market. Thank you, but your compliment makes me a little ashamed. The appearance of this product and the requirements of the technology are all designed by Mr. Chen. We are just responsible for the implementation, to assemble and debug the various parts. Wubo's words again made the newly joined price managers in the conference room look at this big boss who was said to be still in college and rarely came to the company. To be able to come out and start a business at this age, you really have a knack for it. Chen Changlu smiled and waved his hand. Well, there is no horse for you to beat here. The technical department can't run away with the credit. Let's just try how the sound quality is. Light laughter came to mind in the conference room, and then everyone put on their headphones and turned on their MP3s. 5 minutes later, all the faces of the headphones off, and then look at Chen Changlu. It can be said that they are very satisfied with the sound quality of this MP3. Into the enterprise, they already know the company's main products, but also long ago to familiarize themselves with the relevant industry things. So for this product sound quality is how to still be able to hear out. Chen Chanlu was also very satisfied with the bass and treble performance is excellent. The sound quality is clear and transparent. The accent is very strong and powerful. The sense of space is strong. Applause rang out in the conference room. The people have published the product sound quality performance recognized, agreed that the effect is very good. After listening to the words of the crowd, Wubo first a smile, and then again bitter face. P.S. The wrong word first, more and then change. Chapter 74, Chenggang's Metamorphosis. Wubo smiled bitterly and sent a copy of the information to everyone before saying, "We all know that the sound quality of MP3 is very important, and play a decisive factor is the chip. We use this prototype as Philips chip. Their chips are mostly used in high-end products. Bass and treble performance is excellent. The sound quality is clear and transparent. The accent is very strong and powerful. But because of these reasons, coupled with Mr. Chen's request for large capacity, the price is very high. The overall cost of this MP3 down to about $650. But to Mr. Chen to go to the strategy is certainly less than $1,000, then the cost is very high. After all, to leave a certain amount of profit to the dealers, then we have not much of the rest. Now on the market 80% of the MP3 chip is Sigmatel 3410. This chip technology is mature, and good program portability. The most important price is relatively low. We are sure to control within $500. Of course, the sound quality is certainly not as good as the Philips chip. So, Mr. Chen, our technical department's suggestion is to use the chip Sigmatel 3410. This is the product we made with this chip. Let's listen to the effect." After Wubo finished, he took out a few prototypes from another box and sent them to the crowd. The crowd put on the headphones again. After a few minutes, all of them took off the headphones and discussed. Chen Shanlu is also thinking. He knows Wubo's concerns. In 2003, the factory price of MP3 manufacturers can generally earn 100 to 300, which is why the MP3 industry in the past 2 years so many people into the reason. This is also the tail end of the last carnival of high profits. To the second half of next year, the MP3 price war opened. The price of a big dive. The manufacturer's profits cannot be so much. It is a broken bone, and are playing to the knee. Of course, this is a domestic brand, and Samsung and other brands with technical support for an MP3 priced at more than $1,500. Their costs are far lower than the domestic brand. According to Chen Changlio's prediction, absolutely tearful net profit of more than 1,000, and domestic dealers from the manufacturer after taking goods sell earn a $300 that is normal, and if the cost of planting the family is too high, pricing is less than 1,000 yuan, then the dealers simply do not earn more than other brands. Why would people want to sell your products? However, Chen Changlu didn't directly make a decision. Instead he looked at Chenggang and said, "Assistant Ku, why don't you present the market research you've done to everyone?" Chenggang looked into his eyes. She could see the encouragement in his eyes and gently nodded her head and said, "Okay, leaders, this is the market survey I did." While saying that, while sending the documents one by one, the people did not dare to slack off. Although they did not know what relationship Chenggang and the boss had, but it was obvious that this position, so beautiful and so young, no one dared to slack off on her. As for what was said behind them, what they thought was unknown, Chenggang also knows these things. So everything is very serious. Do as good as possible to come. Dear leaders, in the digital market in 2003, MP3 player is undoubtedly the most dazzling a star. Its radiance is unrivaled by other products. Continued in 2002 as high as 135.7% growth. The first 11 months of this year, the MP3 market growth rate estimate will also be as high as 160%, is expected to reach the annual sales volume of more than 1.3 million units, which is a cake of up to 1.6 billion yuan. And this year's market share is the largest domestic manufacturers of the flag information of its own brand Patriot, accounting for 14%. With a rich product line and excellent brand promotion, Patriot brand awareness in the field of MP3 players has been at the forefront, and has repeatedly won the top of the list of brand favorites. Two Korean brands, Hyundai and Samsung, ranked second and third with 10.8% and 10.4% respectively. They have been maintaining a strong momentum since they successfully overtook local brand Timeless at the end of the third quarter. Another major domestic manufacturer, Timeless, ranked fourth with 10.3% of attention. And this is also the third time that Timeless has been in this position. Although it has only been 1 year since it entered the MP3 player market, Timeless has successfully become the second most popular domestic MP3 player brand with its aggressive marketing. Bank and Xiaohua Digital also defended their original rankings this month, ranking 5th to 8th with 5.9%, 5.6%, 4.5% and 4.3% respectively. The 9th and 10th places were taken by two new brands this month, MPIO and LG. Some of the most talked about models this year are the Samsung Yep 55i. Yep 55i is Samsung this year, focusing on the launch of a high-end MP3 products. Whether from the appearance of the product process, the product has a number of features, or from the menu design, humane operation and even the most important aspect of the actual sound quality performance. YP55i are well inherited YEPP series of consistently excellent quality. The disadvantage is that the YP55i, because of its LCD screen, is too small and make its function settings affected.
And the menu actually for the English menu. This point is not very considerate of the Chinese users. In addition, it is equipped with headphones. Performance is also a bit poor. Listed half a year. The current price is 128M/1360 yuan, 192M/1500 yuan, 256M/1780 yuan. 3rd generation Apple iPod. Apple iPod MP3 player with its exquisite design and excellent sound quality performance in the MP3 industry has been enjoying a remarkable reputation. And this year Apple again in the old bottle in the new wine. The launch of the 3rd generation of iPod MP3 player, once again creating a new generation of iPod MP3 player. MP3 player, once again created a MP3 myth. 8. Lianxiang Digital Listening F830. Lianxian Digital Listening F830 battery solution is very special. It uses a double sword-end approach. That is, built-in a replaceable 720 mAh chewing gum rechargeable batteries, but also equipped with an external expansion battery box, which is used with a No. 7 battery. In terms of playback time, the F830 is good for about 5 hours of continuous playback on the rechargeable battery, and about 6 hours on the number 7 battery. Chenggang introduced the quotations in the MP3 market, and then introduced the most popular MP3 styles, features, prices, advantages and disadvantages, as well as the user's reputation, etc. This year, which was enough to see that she was serious about her work. All the managers cast a glance at her as no longer think she is a vase, although the contact is not deep enough. But from the usual contact, people are very smart. Quick reaction, coupled with diligent and down-to-earth work style, as an assistant is still qualified. Chen Chanlu is also a little surprised. He just let Chenggang do a little market sentiment analysis. She not only did it, but also can do more detailed. Well, this woman can take 1 step to see 2 steps to do 3 steps. This is still the siren that was lazy in the futures company? P.S. Typos first more and then change. Chapter 75 Seed Flower Family's first product M1 finalized version. Chen Chanlu led the applause while the others didn't begrudge their applause. Feng Xiao of the marketing department thank you Assistant Ku. Shame on you. You've done all my work. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Chenggang didn't drag out the big one. Supervisor Feng is polite. Most of all you guys haven't come before, so I can only do it by myself. You all don't know. Mr. Chen doesn't even give me a raise. Ha ha ha. The conference room resounded with laughter. These newly joined managers had a stronger confidence for the first time since they came to the company. A short while later, Chen Shanglu pressed his hand and the crowd in the conference room quieted down again. Regarding Mr. Wu's suggestion just now, I have seriously considered it. Just like what I talked to you about before. What we want to do is quality and build a brand. So we would rather have a lower profit, but we also want to build up the brand. So, just use Philips chips. As for the question of whether we have profits or not, you don't have to worry. I'm not a philanthropist, specializing in doing good. Speaking here, he took a sip of water and scanned the crowd. Seeing that they were still looking at him, obviously wanting to hear his subsequent plans. I don't intend to let the dealers around the world help sell. Yes, you guys heard it right. I intend to bypass the offline dealers and sell directly to the users. Chen Shangliu's words made everyone freeze. Wu Bo was even more confused. Mr. Chen, are you planning to open your own direct store? But if that's the case, our cost of opening a store is too big and the market we can cover is limited. Chen Shanglu smiled without saying anything and continued to look at all the managers. Suddenly, 2 voices sounded almost simultaneously. Online sales? Mining and eBay? Chen Shanglu was a bit surprised and looked over to realize that the ones speaking were none other than Feng Xiao and Chenggang. These two could they thought of it so quickly. To know that now online shopping is not developed. When it comes to buying things, everyone's reaction is to go to the mall. Very few people think of buying online, especially like MP3, this kind of thousands of dollars of items. A lot of people simply do not trust the online shopping platform. Chenggang was able to call out Taobao and eBay because she had seen Chen Changlu browsing these sites on several occasions. And although Feng Xiao didn't talk about Taobao, she still knew about eBay. Yes, I'm planning to sell our products online. What do you guys think? The scene, in addition to Feng Xiao because of his work, he has a certain understanding of the online. The other people cannot say anything at all. Feng Xiao thought for a while and said, Mr. Chen, do you want to sell on eBay? But nowadays it's hard to get consumers' trust when trading products with prices like MP3s. Chen Shanglu shook his head after hearing his words, then turned the laptop in front of him, and everyone could see that on the screen was a website with the word written on it, which if you look at it with the eyes of the later generations, it was a fake pirate website. Anyway, the page was as low as it could get. I'm going to sell our products on, and this is the shopping site set up by Alibaba. Speaking of Alibaba, everyone on the scene understood.
This name was much more famous then. Supervisor Fang's concern just now is very necessary, but it's fine, because they just launched their own payment system in the middle of last month, to guarantee for the buyers, so that the buyers are not afraid of being cheated after placing an order, when the seller doesn't deliver the goods. And computers are becoming more and more popular. This year there are 79 million internet users in the country. There are 30 million computers available for internet access, and the main force of these internet users are mainly young people. Young people are curious, and their ability to accept new things very quickly, but they are also the largest potential consumer group of MP3. So, as long as we open up this group, we do not need to let the offline dealers to help us sell the product. We can reduce the middleman link, so that even if we use Philips chip, priced at less than $1,000, we can still get a substantial profit. And Chen Shanlu began to popularize the convenience of online shopping and so on. This meeting was held until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally finalized all the programs. The product is named M1, which means MP3 generation, using Philips chips to ensure sound quality. At the same time, the head of the production department Zhou Liming, the head of the financial department Zhao Na to assist Wu Bo all the preparations for the mass production of M1. After consulting Zhou Liming how long it takes to produce small quantities of mass production, Chen Changlu board to determine the December 1st on time to market. Although the time is tight and the task is heavy, purchasing parts, looking for OEMs, etc., Yangchang is still very convenient, and Zhou Liming is still a connoisseur. I do not know how many times this process has been done, so although time is tight, but still can be able to do. After all, the volume of the first batch of products and is not very large. Chen Changlu still took great pains to explain the requirements for product quality in the assembly process. Even if the price of OEM is a little higher, it is also acceptable. Anyway, product quality must be guaranteed. The meeting ended. Chen Changlu let Feng Xiao and Kumeng stay. Tomorrow, you two and I will go to Hangzhou. Assistant Ku, a moment to set the air tickets for the three of us. We will go directly to the door to find them to talk about cooperation. The plan has been done. Tomorrow on the way to take it to you to see. The two women nodded. Feng Xiao once again saw Chen Changlu that thunder and lightning, say do it action, but not reckless. Every step out have done the relevant preparatory work. In the evening, Chen Changlu rented a house. He hugged a sweaty body, black stockings tattered. OL uniforms are almost ready to be reimbursed. Kumeng is very tired. Chen Changlu was gently caressing her back with his hand. I've told you to lighten up, reimburse another set. Humph, Chen Changlu did not think. He laughs, sister, not bad, today's you make me impressed. The first 2 months of Future's company lazy intern is gone, now has a little bit of the workplace strong woman of that point. Che, you really think I am very stupid? How to say from childhood. Influence, but also from my father there to learn a little, although he is also not successful, but I am ice smart, learn things very quickly. In saying that, this 1 month or so when you came to squeeze my remaining labor, humph, have to add money, well. My school sister is ice smart. Hey, sleep, come back from Hangzhou, let's go buy a car. The company needs one. I won. You also buy one. Easy to go to and from work. You're so pretty. It's not safe to fight all the time. Nowadays there are a lot of LSPs. Bah, you are the biggest LSP, okay, but what kind of car are you going to buy me? I have a driver's license. Do you? It's a law now. It's illegal to drive without a license. Che, it's not like you don't know how good I am at driving. He. P.S. The typos are changed first and then corrected. Chapter 76 The Dilemma of Empty Treasure. Sun Yu was under a lot of pressure. From the inception of the program from hollowing out in May this year, the pressure on him had not been alleviated. Every time he remembered the experience of the past 6 months, Sun Yu was full of sighs. In March 2003, the world's e-commerce industry giant eBay acquired eBay into China. Although eBay to C2C business, but the founder of Alibaba Mobos clear future B2B and C2C integration will be very easy to realize that the future of the battle to the death with eBay will be unavoidable. Early in April he immediately began to do hands start lining up, then secretly called less than 10 employees, signed an agreement to immediately leave Alibaba, to today's Ali entrepreneurial mecca Lakeside Gardens to do a mysterious project, requiring the team in a month to make a C2C commodity trading site, and he is the person in charge of this project. At the time of the birth of the treasure, Mobos announced that Taobao 3 years are not allowed to make a profit of the policy. This pivot point really worked. Taobao in the early stages of the case without any promotion, within 20 days attracted more than 10,000 registered users. After all, nowadays eBay is still charging. According to the sale of different goods, sellers need to pay 1 to 8 yuan for each item on the line service fee, and in the successful conclusion of each transaction, but also deducted from the transaction amount of the service fee of 2%. Although relying on free services, Treasure attracted a number of sellers, but not enough. From eBay's stranglehold squeeze, so that the treasure is also facing a lot of pressure. eBay spent $20 million to sign an exclusivity agreement with PayWave, SearchArc and NetE, making it impossible for Lipao to advertise on several major portals. It is very difficult to get traffic from normal channels, and the portals are monopolized by eBay. Hebeo could only get traffic through the ants and soldiers method, which supported a lot of traffic that did not quite make it to the top. Hebeo began to advertise through tens of millions of personal websites, mainly through QQ, Weibo, Renren, Kaisen, forums, and so on. Basically 30% of the customers are acquaintances of the sellers. Backed by Alibaba, Treasure this half-year's operation can only be said to be passable. 30 million in sales, just less than 1/10 of eBay. Mibo was established at the beginning of the main auction for second-hand goods, but was established 6 months, has slowly begun to evolve into a price sales of new goods, and specifically for the Xiaobao service of Alipay has also been online, although the buyer to provide a guarantee service, so that buyers are more assured of the order. And a few days ago, Alipay's first use of the birth of the user is to buy second-hand goods, which makes all the staff of the project more convinced that they can make this project up. But Hollow Treasure now need a burst point. This is also Sun Yu has always wanted to do things, but has not been able to find an entry point. At 1 o'clock at noon on the 16th, Komeng and Feng Xiao followed Chen Changlu off the plane before realizing that Chen Changlu hadn't contacted Hebeo at all. Feng Xiao cried and laughed as she looked at Chen Changlu. Mr. Chen, we haven't even contacted them. Is this a direct kill to their headquarters? Ha ha, that's what makes it seem like we're sincere. Feng Xiao and Komeng were directly speechless. Chen Changliu's decision to kill directly to Hangzhou was really not a hot-headed slap in the face. Although the current scale of Mulberry hadn't gotten up yet, the sales in half a year had already reached more than 34 million. And backed by Alibaba, this quantitative company was not a small company without any fame like Seed Flower family that could just get on the line, contacting someone to talk to someone about cooperation. There is still a possibility that they will be treated as a liar. Moreover, his plan was not something that could be negotiated over the phone or on the computer with just a few words, but had to be communicated in person for the best. The three of them got into a car, and Chen Changlu directly reported the name of the Lakeside Garden neighborhood. When Chen Changlu three people got out of the car, looking at the Lakeside Garden neighborhood, Chen Changlu internal bellyaching. Really? Can start from scratch very few people very few. This Lakeside Garden district is definitely a high-grade residential district. A few years ago Boss Ma was able to buy a house here. This pocket is not generally thick. Komeng saw Chen Changlu staring at the neighborhood and asked with a foggy head, Mr. Chen, should we go in now? Chen Changlu shook his head and said, there is no hurry. Let's find a place to eat first. People are iron. Rice is steel. Eat enough to work not. Saying this, he led the way towards a signboard with a restaurant in the distance. During lunch, Chen Changlu and Feng Xiao continued to communicate some of the key points. At 2:30 p.m., in front of the Lakeside Garden neighborhood, Grandpa, let's go to Block 16, Unit 1, 202. The owner's surname is Ma. Really didn't lie to you. Why don't you believe it? Can only call him to pick up? Can't you be flexible? Chen Changlu was still defeated, while the two women on the side also held their laughter. Chen Changlu thought about it and took out his cell phone, broadcasting a call out, and in no time, the phone connected. Hello, looking for which one? Hello, I'm here to apply for a job. I was stopped by the security guard at the main entrance. I can't get in. I need you guys to come out and pick me up. The person on the other side froze before responding and said, okay, you wait, we'll arrange for someone to go out and pick you up. Chen Changlu hung up the phone and saw Komeng and Feng Xiao both looking at her with puzzled faces. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Mr. Chen, have you submitted your resume to them? No. Ah, then where did you get their recruitment number? Isn't this a scam? Hearing Komeng's words, Chen Changlu glared at her. How can this be called a scam? As long as you can hook up with Hollow Bao. This is a lie that belongs to good intentions. Do you understand? This is a variation. Listening to Chen Changlio's forceful excuse, Komeng skimmed her mouth and did not speak. Not long after, a man with glasses, probably around 40, with a big flat head, wearing a pair of jeans, a long-sleeved shirt plus a gray jacket, looking like a yardman. Chen Changlu saw this person. A slight movement. He is not the latter part of the few people know of the first general manager of the Hollow Treasure Sun Yu. It seems to be a mistake happened to run into him. Chen Changlu just now also worried that he was not in it. Sun Yu came to the entrance, only to see not far away from the Chen Changlu three people, more than a few eyes. After all, Komeng is indeed a beautiful woman, and then is frowning, because and also did not see someone waiting at the door. Is it to be ignored? This is not to blame Sun Yu. After all, Chen Changlu how to look at this combination of three people is not like to apply for a job. Komeng is young and beautiful over the top. Chen Chanlu looked not too old. Feng Xiao looks like the workplace, but just the voice on the phone is a male voice. Just as Sun Yu was wondering, Chen Changlu walked over with Kameng and Feng Xiao. Hello, we're here to apply for a job. May I ask if you're a staff member of mining? Chen Changlio's initiative to open his mouth was indeed out of Sun Yu's expectation, but looking at the strange combination of these three, he quickly came back to his senses. Yes, I am a staff member of Hollowing Out. Are you guys here to apply for a job? Then follow me. Chen Changlu nodded, then followed Sun Yu into the neighborhood. On the way, Sun Yu casually asked a few words about the three-people team Hollowing Treasure understanding. Chen Chanlu simply coped with it, but casually say a few words also let Sun Yu greatly satisfied. It seems to be prepared, that's why they know so much about Hollowing Treasure. P.S. Typos first more and then change. Chapter 77 We are not here to apply for a job, but to talk about cooperation. Chen Chanlu three people followed Sun Yu into the 202. Into the eyes is a little cluttered hall, set up a lot of computers, and basically every computer before the staff is busy. Such a scene does not know people simply do not believe that this is a company that can change the future of shopping habits. Chen Chanlu is still nothing, but Kumeng and Feng Xiao do not think so. They feel that this time Chen Chanlu is not mistaken. After all, how to see this company is not reliable. The office conditions of the Seedflower family were much better than this, which made the two of them have to be skeptical, wanting to say something, but still held back. Sun Yu also didn't care what Chen Changlio's three people thought. For those who came out from Alibaba, this house was their holy land, and according to what they thought, they were creating a business, not here to enjoy themselves. It didn't matter if the environment was a little bit worse. If this point couldn't be accepted, how could they join the company? Come this way, let's talk in that house, said Sun Yu as he led the way towards a hut, and since they entered the house, most of the people in the house were a bit restless. I'll go. Super pretty girl, here to apply for a job? If the head doesn't leave them behind, let's see if I don't deflate his car. Can't be, the head shouldn't be that heartless. We still have quite a few that aren't married. Chen Changlu and others don't know that the guys outside have been restless. When they enter the room and sit down, Sun Yu opened his mouth and asked, what positions are you guys applying for? Show me your resumes. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Chen Changlu faintly smiled and said, sorry, we are not here to apply for a job. Chen Changlio's words made Sun Yu froze. Then a nameless fire emerged from the bottom of his heart. His face had sunk slightly. His time was so precious. Now he was actually tricked. How could he not be annoyed? But in the end he managed to control his emotions. But there was no longer the enthusiasm that he had earlier. Three of you. This joke isn't funny at all. I'm very busy with my work, so please go back. Hearing Sun Yu send off, Chen Chanlu didn't react much. The smile on his face didn't even change. While Komeng and Feng Xiao were dominated by Chen Chanlu. If he didn't move, the two of them didn't move either. I'm sorry, just now was cheating you. Here I apologize to you, but we are not over to fool you. Now there is an opportunity to let you Hollow Treasure accelerate takeoff. I don't know whether you are interested or not. Can I meet your person in charge? Sun Yu, who was originally ready to send off the guests, heard Chen Changlio's words and froze a bit, and then was disbelieving. Who do you think you are? Casually dare to say can let us take off. Then we so many people dry half a year. Is not it waste? Chen Changlu saw Sun Yu froze expression. Heart is very cool. If the future Hollow Treasure grows into a giant, and now he said to the father of the Hollow Treasure can let them take off. The father of the Hollow Treasure said a blank stare. Absolutely can become a classic. However, he had been through a big storm. Although Chen Changlio's big words were very uncomfortable, but at the same time, he was also interested. He suddenly wanted to listen to the three people in front of him. What can be done to make Lipao accelerate its takeoff? I'm Sun Yu, the general manager of Mugo. A few of you have taken the trouble to come here, so you can say what's going on. Although Chen Changlio's words had a certain amount of exaggeration, Chen Changlu believed that if the cooperation was successful, it could not be said that it would allow to take off, but at least it would go a little faster and could even run. Hello Mr. Sun, I'm Chen Changlu, the person in charge of Flower Grower Technology Company. Saying that, Chen Changlu handed over his business card. When Sun Yu heard Chen Changlu say that he was the head of a technology limited company, the look of surprise on his face became even more pronounced as Chen Changlu was too young. However, he still accepted Chen Changlio's business card. Chen Changlu continued to pull something out of his bag, and this time what he pulled out was the M1 MP3. Mr. Sun, how about you take a look at this MP3? Sun Yu was even more confused. Was this door-to-door product sales? However, he was quickly attracted by the appearance of the M1 that Chen Changlu took out. With this appearance in 03 is definitely the value of the face, and the workmanship is also very exquisite, very texture. Once he put his hand on it, he knew that the product in his hand
No matter whether it is the appearance or the texture, it is definitely the best of the best. Mr. Chen, is this your company's product? Is it something you want to put on our mining treasure to sell? At this time, Sun Yu also came back to his senses, somewhat guessing the purpose of Chen Changlu and his party, but he still couldn't figure out how he could make Zhibao take off with just this MP3. Yes, but you first listen to the sound quality of this MP3. Let your staff to listen to see. I hear there is a market to sell $1,600 Samsung MP3. You compare. A moment we in the detailed chat. Hear Chen Changlu words. Sun Yu more curious. This young man on their products are very confident. Dare to take Samsung out to do the comparison. That is, feel the quality. Sound quality are not worse than them. By this time he was not in a hurry. Picked up the MP3 equipped with headphones with up. First listen to the Samsung, and then the M1. Are the same song. Beforehand Chen Changlu prepared, is to let the people listening to have a sharp contrast. There is a say 3 years when the MP3 decoder chip, Samsung's sound quality really cannot be compared with Philips. It can be said that this era of Philips decoder chip to do out of the MP3 sound quality are very great. Using Philips chip MP3 is high-end. Atmosphere. Sound beautiful. The synonym of high-end. Later in life, more than 10 years later, there are still people on the internet complaining that the sound quality of MP3 is not as good as it was back then. A few minutes later, Sun Yu listened to the sound quality of the two MP3s, did not say anything, but walked out the door, so that the young people under the audition. The young people of this era's love for MP3s is incomprehensible to people in later generations. Without smartphones, that kind of temptation to listen to their idol songs anytime, anywhere is unparalleled, so the economic conditions of the better young people which people do not have a handful of MP3s. The young people in the treasure are the same. Basically everyone has MP3, but when they saw this M1, they immediately felt that those square, round MP3s in their hands did not smell good. Then after auditioning the sound quality of the M1, they felt that the MP3s in their hands smelled even less. Boss, this is which brand of MP3? How I have not seen. Where did you buy? I'm also going to buy one. Mad. I feel that this Samsung in my hand does not smell good at all. Right boss. This MP3 how much money? Just give my sister a buy. Such a style she absolutely like. While Sun Yu went out to verify the sound quality of this MP3, Feng Xiao and Ku Meng were also looking at Chen Changlu, finally asking the questions they had since they entered the door. Mr. Chen, this hollow treasure won't be a straw man, right? This office condition, the simplicity of that webpage, how does it feel like a scam? Hearing Feng Xiao's words, Chen Changlu couldn't help but cry and laugh, but not to mention, anyone who saw such an office scene in this era wouldn't think that hollowing out was great and would grow into a giant. P.S. The typos will be corrected after the first change. Chapter 78, Cooperation reached. When Sun Yu came back again, his face was finally no longer ugly, although he still didn't know what Chen Changlu had in mind, but it was obvious that he was going to cooperate with them shelling. No matter how, it wasn't bad for shelling. Mr. Chen, the product you have built is very impressive. It's better in quality than Samsung's product, and its appearance is very pleasing to the eye. No matter men or women, they are all very cognizant of its appearance. Now can we talk about your ultimate purpose of coming here? Chen Changlu laughed and no longer hid it, taking out a plan and handing it to him while saying, I'm here to find you guys to cooperate. As long as this cooperation can succeed, it's a win-win situation. For you guys to pull out the treasure as soon as possible to kill off the situation of being besieged, and open up the fame along the way is definitely play a role of booster. Sun Yu listened to Chen Changliu's words, seriously received the document, and then opened it on the spot. The first row of big words that appeared in front of his eyes was 1 billion subsidy rebate activities. Just by seeing this row of words, Sun Yu's heart jumped, then raised his head and took a deep look at Chen Changlu. 1 billion. This young man can really dare to think. To know that the parent company of the hollow treasure Alibaba last year only earned 40 million yuan. 20 minutes later, Sun Yu roughly finished reading the plan, took a deep breath, although his face could not see any expression. But in fact, his heart has begun to excite. He could see that if this plan could be implemented, then for hollow treasure, whether it would take off or not was unknown, but it was certain that it would start running fast. Mr. Chen, this plan of yours is great. I admit, I'm moved, but it's impossible for us to come up with $1 billion. I'm sure you're aware of that, but I'm curious, what is your company about to pay? It's impossible for us to unilaterally pay for such an event, right? Chen Changlu did not answer him directly and positively, but asked, with the configuration of this product of ours, how much do you think it will be sold on the market? This could put Sun Yu in a difficult position. He really didn't know. He could only take the configuration of the M1 from Chen Changlu and walked out. He found that since the beginning of their conversation the initiative was held in the hands of this young man,
Himself, this almost 40-old oil actually by him a 20 or so young man gave about the initiative of the conversation. He was a little chagrined. Chen Shanlu, a few people can still hear the exclamations of surprise coming from outside. No need to think. It must be the configuration of the M1 directly to those who know MP3 to be surprised. The three looked at each other, a smile on their faces. They are extremely confident in their own products. Whether it is the richness of the configuration, or the large capacity of 1G and 2G, which is rare in this era, it is definitely top of the line. A few minutes Sun Yu only came back. This time looking at Chen Changlio's gaze is even more different. Just now felt that this young man's company can make a product that presses Samsung head-to-head has been very bull. But now he found that this product's excellence is not just to press Samsung head-to-head, but a full-scale crushing. After all, in this era of foreign products are basically hanging domestic. Domestic products always feel like a cottage, especially electronic products such as high-tech products. Now that there was a product designed by his own country that could actually crush such a worldwide electronic giant as Samsung, he couldn't help but be even more impressed by Chen Chanlu. Mr. Chen, with the configuration of this product from your company, the cheapest on the market is not less than 1,500, but I have to say that every penny counts, and your product is worth the money. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Chen Chanlu smiled slightly. Mr. Sun, if I go online on your mining treasure at 898 and 798, but the marked original price is 1588 and 1688, would you say that the money saved can become money for your platform to subsidize users? Hiss. Sun Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He finally knew where this 1 billion subsidy came from. Immediately, he pondered. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this activity was feasible. Not to mention the other things, the 1 billion subsidy was eye-catching, and it would be able to attract more gazes. And as long as to attract attention, then this pricing in 798 and 898 very cost-effective products can be part of these attracted attention into buyers. And nowadays, the main force of the internet is students and young people. The target group of MP3 is them, and the target group of Jibo is also young people, which is the win-win situation that Chen Changlu said. In the next 2 hours, Chen Changlu and Sun Yu talked for 3 hours in the room. Of course, not all of them were Chen Changlu communicating with Sun Yu. Feng Xiao, as the head of the marketing department, was better than Chen Changlu in terms of maneuverability. Feng Xiao, as the head of the marketing department, was better than Chen Changlu in terms of maneuverability. She could bring better conditions to the company by negotiating with Sun Yu. So slowly, when it came to the issue of maneuverability, Chen Changlu ceded the position of controller, allowing Feng Xiao to take on the role of the representative of the flower grower. Hollowing out in the outer room is very puzzled. The boss, this is what the hell? Not just interview 3 people. Why a moment to take MP3 out to them to try? A moment to ask them the price of the same product on the market. The most outrageous thing is that has been in the inside talk for 2 hours. This is really a job application? What kind of applicant can let the boss talk for so long? The door of the room opened. 4 people came out from the room, and the staff of Hollowing Out saw a strange scene. Their own boss had politely sent the 3 people out and then personally sent the people out the door. This directly confused these people. Sun Yu didn't know what they were thinking, and he didn't bother to guess. After sending away Chen Chanlio's 3 people, he directly called Boss Ma and then briefly returned the favor. Returning to 202, he clapped his hands and said after seeing everyone put their eyesight over. Overtime tonight, at 6 o'clock Boss Ma will come over. We'll discuss a promotion program. This program is very important to us. After saying that, he went into the room again and picked up the plan again to seriously scrutinize it. This plan is very detailed, not only the dilemma faced by the treasure to list out, but also to the current MP3 market conditions to list out. Is Kumang that the market survey of the condensed version, and the advantages of planting flowers home M1 is also listed out. Although some specific implementation of the operation of the program because not very understanding of the operational feasibility of hollowing, may not be good landing, but 2 hours of collision, there has been an outline. As long as the evening after Mr. Ma and other people's brainstorming, it should be able to 2 companies in this activity and the responsibility and obligations are taken care of. The meeting in Unit 202, Block 16, Unit 1, Lakeside Garden was held directly until 10 p.m. before it ended. Sun Yu called Chen Changlu at the first time with only one sentence. Mr. Chen, come to our company tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I think it's time for us to race against the clock. Chen Changlu, who hung up the phone, smiled. It's a done deal. The flower seeder has finally taken the first step. P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first shift. Chapter 79, Despised. In the afternoon of the 17th, Chen Shanlio's 3 people boarded the airplane that flew back to Yancheng. The negotiations in the morning could be said to be very successful, and the 2 companies had clarified their responsibilities and obligations, so it could be said that they both wanted to make a big deal out of it. Among them, One of them is that Hibeo agreed to use their publicity channels to publicize the flower grower M1, and the publicity costs will be paid by themselves.
Hollowing Out agreed to this condition is certainly playing a mutually beneficial go. After all, the target consumer groups want to overlap,
but there is no conflict of interest, but instead can play a role in helping each other.
Hollowing Out the side is not stingy. As for the M1 advertisement did not shoot. That's simple. Go back and ask someone to spend a few days to shoot out. Anyway, the flower grower is not likely to do too long advertising.
With the strength of the current placement, Chen Changliu's pockets are too shallow to top for too long, so he intends to start the placement a week before December 1st.
As for the rest of the publicity, not only Wired, there are also ground promotion activities.
2 companies of people in all the tier 2 cities above the university city for ground promotion.
As for the manpower problem, their own solution. Anyway,
there are so many part-time college students.
As long as they are willing to give money,
it is not a big problem.
And not selling goods, just publicity.
But also clear the cities that each company is responsible for. Looking at Feng Xiao, who was sitting next to him in deep thought,
Chen Chanlu asked, Supervisor Feng, is it that you feel a lot of pressure?
Well,
Mr. Chen, the pressure is definitely high.
Mainly because the time is too tight and the preparations are too rushed.
It's fine. Apart from the necessary personnel staying in the company, everyone can cooperate with you. In addition,
any available people under you in the past can also be pulled in. Our flower seeder needs talent.
As long as we do a good job of this activity,
the development speed of the flower family will have a qualitative development.
You also do not limit your attention only in the MP3 industry. Well,
you can look to the cell phone and other electronic products. This trip to Hangzhou can be said to let Chen Changlu on Feng Xiao's ability to have more understanding, although now cannot see her ability to promote specific matters.
But in the communication, language expression ability, marketing planning ability, or let Chen Changlu satisfied. In the negotiation process with the Hollowing Out, she became the main force,
and can be cited to put forward more constructive opinions.
Even the Hollowing Out are impressed with her, so he threw out this bait. Joking aside,
in this day and age, if a company's product is a high-tech product like a cell phone which is considered by everyone to be the most cutting edge,
it is definitely a reflection of high class. Sure enough,
when Feng Xiao heard Chen Changliu's words, he directly froze,
and then he was revealing an unbelievable gaze. This can't be a lie, right? The seed flower family is moving towards the cell phone industry? Just kidding. How large is the seed flower family?
Their original company business do not know how many times bigger than the flower family, but also only in the fixed telephone business. I heard that in the development of cell phones,
but so far have not seen the product yet. However,
looking at Chen Changliu's serious expression,
Feng Xiao once again re-examined this excessively young boss,
and for the first time, she knew that this young man had great ambition. Before she came to Seed Flower Home, just because the salary was high enough, she was just using Seed Flower Home as a transition. But now it's different.
If she eventually enters the cell phone industry, she feels that it's a place where she can make herself struggle, and it's still a startup. If it succeeds, is the equity or anything less? Not only her, even Kumeng was surprised. Chen Changlu had never talked about this either.
She also looked at Chen Changlu with burning eyes just like Feng Xiao.
Chen Changlu smiled slightly and continued. When Bo entered the company before, we talked about it. Now is just the time for us to accumulate capital.
Entering the cell phone industry is definitely sooner or later.
Chen Changlu finished,
looking at the two women whose faces began to carry an excited expression.
He was still satisfied in the middle of his heart. Men, no matter what time it is, this kind of psychological satisfaction will not disappear.
Just when Chen Changlu thought that the two women would say something, suddenly the sound of talking came from behind.
Honey, I'm going to build a rocket. Can you believe it? Deadbeat, don't you know how capable you are yourself? Still building rockets.
Building pigsties, I do believe.
Hey, I don't believe it either. Hey, I didn't say that. I heard it from a little kid who didn't even have all his hair on, thinking that dressing like a man is a success. If you have this kind of person around you and you blow awesome, you don't want to be fooled. Bah, it's not like I'm just out of society. Do you think anyone can fool me? Chen Changliu's face changed. I go, this is being despised. I do not just say to build a cell phone.
Kumeng and Feng Xiao also heard the conversation clearly, and then the two looked at each other.
Looked at the face is not good. Chen Changlu, directly laughed out. Chen Changlu touched his nose in embarrassment, then glared at the two women without any good humor, causing the two women to hold back their laughter even more. Ha ha, he. At this time, at the back, a big bald, gold-chained male lord who was probably in his early 30s patted Chen Changliu's backrest. Brothers, people, be truthful. It's fine to blow awesome with girls, but blowing it out of proportion isn't good. Chen Changlu, who was sitting in the aisle seat, looked back at him and revealed a disinterested expression. It's okay, uncle, as long as the bowl is blown beautifully, nothing is impossible. After saying that, he turned away from taking care of him, only leaving behind the big bald guy chattering. There was no way. The word uncle made him almost break his defense. Away without words, Chen Changlu again leaned on Kumeng's shoulder and fell asleep. Also do not know why. Chen Changlu in this situation always liked to lean on his woman's shoulder to sleep. Du Jiqiu was like this, and so was Kumeng, and he was able to sleep soundly. Although Kumeng had seen a lot of Chen Changlu sleeping, she still liked to see Chen Changlu when he was asleep because at this time he belonged to herself alone. P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first shift. Chapter 80. Chen Changlu can't find Du Jiqiu. When the plane landed, Kumeng also finally woke up Chen Changlu. The plane stops. The cabin door opens. Travelers one after another off the plane. Chen Changlu, 3 people choose not to go to squeeze. Stay until the end to leave the seat, and then only to find behind the big bald in his side of a wearing gold and silver. About 30 or so of the woman has also just got up. The big bald guy even glared at Chen Changlu. He still had a grudge against the word uncle. However, when he saw Kumeng, his eyes almost fell off and his mouth was watering, and he was wondering why he hadn't seen such a beautiful woman on the airplane just now. There is such a beautiful woman himself still go to see what stewardess this ratio is far worse. Just want to get close. Suddenly a pain in the waist, and then saw his woman is looking at him fiercely. He can only dispel this idea. He already regretted bringing this woman along to Yangchang, and at the same time became jealous of Chen Changlu who was traveling with Kumeng. Chen Changlu put all this in his eyes. Look at this big bald head. The hand should be a little money. This kind of people like to pack a second wife in the first few years. Now although it is not as serious as in the previous years, but see the beautiful little girl heart nasty ideas will not be less. Down the plane, walking in front of Chen Changlu put his arm around Kumeng's waist, and then turned his head to look provocatively at the bald. The eyes, the expression almost wrote this is my woman. You jealous envy it. The big bald man saw Chen Changlu's provocative expression. The veins on his big bald head bulged out, and when he looked at the woman beside him that had begun to bloat her waist, he suddenly deflated. After leaving the airport, Feng Xiao took a taxi home on her own, and Kumeng because she had something to do at home. Chen Changlu also sent her back home. Coming back to the cab as it passed by Cuhk, Chen Changlu directly asked the driver to stop. He suddenly wanted to go and see that chick with the bright smile and stunningly beautiful face. The chick with the bright smile and beautiful face appeared in his mind. Chen Changlu unconsciously smiled on his face. Chen Changlu didn't know why. As long as he was with Du Jiqiu, his mood was always pleasant, as if he didn't have any worries anymore. Chen Changlu walked towards the gate of Cuhk while calling Du Jiqiu, but no one picked up the phone the whole time. What the hell? Neither of them answered the phone. Shouldn't school be over at this point? Thinking of this, he called Du Jiqiu's dorm room again, and the phone was answered after a few rings. Hello? Looking for who? Hello? I'm looking for Du Jiqiu. She's not in her dorm room. You call her. After saying that, he hung up, and before hanging up the phone, Chen Changlu clearly heard the girl on the opposite side spitting. Really? Looking for Du Jiqiu every day? Won't call her phone. Chen Changlu was speechless. It seems that the person who answered the phone should not have a good relationship with his own chick. And also, what does it mean to look for Du Jiqiu every day? A lot of people? Chen Changlu heart a little nervous. What is the situation? Phone calls to the dormitory. Every day is still so much? Chen Changlu cannot help himself also began to brainstorm up. Not he is not confident. After all, even if he is excellent, but this society is excellent people are many. No matter how good a person is, but in the face of the woman they love, the nerves are always sensitive, and the two of them romance period is still short, has not yet experienced the test it. Chen Changlu is not afraid of Cuhk nerds, but he is afraid of the scum. But all the scum are able to talk, especially will be able to provoke the woman's heart, on which the woman is still in love with the dead. He remembers that someone did a similar interview in later life. Asked is like to look for scum as a boyfriend and honest people as a boyfriend. 80% of the women chose the scum. The reason is that the scum can make them happy. As for after being slagged, that is another matter. And now Chen Changlu call no one to answer. No one in the dormitory. He does not brainstorming is strange. To know that although they are all in Yangchang, but also belong to a long-distance relationship, an average of a week to see each other. This week who knows what will appear? Who knows what will happen in this week? Just as Chen Changlu was suppressing his inner restlessness, not far away 2 girls were walking towards the entrance of Cuhk. One was Shinrong, the other was Li Sisi. Suddenly Li Sisi saw Chen Changlu and asked suspiciously, Rong, do you see that's Jiqiu's boyfriend Chen Changlu? Shinrong followed Li Sisi's gaze and saw Chen Changlu in a suit, which was bought for him by Kumeng in order to better negotiate with Jiqiu, and the price was not low. But Chen Changlu wearing a suit was indeed sunny and handsome, especially his clothes rack-like body. People who didn't know thought he was a model. Anyway, it was just upright and handsome. Seems like it. Let's go over and take a look. The two approached Chen Changlu. Li Sisi called out Chen Changliu's name, causing Chen Changlu to look over. Seeing that it was Shenrong and Li Sisi, two of Du Jiqiu's roommates, Chen Changlu smiled faintly. Hello guys. This girl, Li Sisi, said as she looked around Chen Changlu. It's really you. Can't see you're so handsome in a suit. TSK. You become a sight at the entrance of our CUHK. Chen Changlu was helpless and laughed bitterly. Don't talk nonsense. What CU in trance is seen I'm afraid that in a while the boys of CU will come to beat me. Although I know that I'm handsome and I'm excellent, but I can't win the whole boys of CU alone. So keep a low profile. Ha. The two women laughed unkindly, and after a while, Shenrong asked, Chen Changlu, what are you wearing so formally for? Chen Changlu said with a sad face, hey, no way the family is poor. I have to work to earn money otherwise the meal cannot afford to eat. This is not, just get off work. Came over to look for my family Jiqiu, but the phone is not answered. People are not in the dormitory. For Chen Changliu's crying poverty, the two women really do not believe Du Jiqiu and not without chatting with them when they said that their boyfriend's summer vacation stalls earned the tuition. Li Sisi Ba said, lie to the ghost, but also in front of us crying poor, as if we do not know you stall earned money like, you can't find Jiqiu? Didn't find it. I know where she is. Want to know? Buy us and milk tea. Chen Chanlu immediately farted around and went to buy 2 cups of milk tea and came over, handing it to the two women while asking, two big beauties, you can say it now. After Li Sisi took a sip of the milk tea, her eyes were almost smiling into a crescent moon. Jiqiu went out with someone else. P.S. Typos will be corrected after the first shift. Chapter 81 There is nothing that a kiss can't solve. Hearing Li Sisi say that Du Jiqiu went out with someone, even though the calm Chen Chanlu still giggled a little nervous inside, but he felt that he was overthinking it as he casually asked, oh, who did she go out with? Although he asked casually, Shenrong seemed to see something and said with a mysterious smile, Chen Chanlu, Jiqiu went out with a man. Oh, aren't you worried about being snatched away? Seeing Shenrong's expression, as well as the tone in which they spoke, Chen Changliu's originally restless heart in turn calmed down. Smiling, he said, what am I worried about? Our two feelings are not you two little girls can provoke. Two love have not talked about the little kid. Cut. You. That just to speak a little unnatural. You wait, Jiqiu came back. I'm sure to tell her. You actually suspect her. You're dead. Che, you guys this is a false accusation. This kind of trick is not good anymore. Besides, don't you know that I'm the head of the family? I say one thing and not another. Do you think Jiqiu will believe you guys or me? Li Sisi suddenly revealed a mischievous expression. Oh yeah? So powerful You mean to say that you let Jiqiu chase chickens she doesn't dare to shoe dogs? Hearing Li Sisi's words, Chen Changliu's heart suddenly snapped. Then he turned around and looked over to the back. Then he saw Du Jiqiu looking at him with a smile on her face. Holy, Du Jiqiu's appearance still startled Chen Changlu, and then looking at Li Sisi and Shenrong's laughter that could not be held back any longer, Chen Changlu finally realized that the two of them were digging a hole for themselves. He glared at them fiercely, then turned around and walked towards Du Jiqiu. I heard that you say one thing but not another. Oh? No. Who did you hear that from? No? Then who said what I just heard? Chen Chanlu suddenly couldn't speak. Looking at Du Jiqiu began to grind his teeth. Chen Chanlu didn't do anything. A hand held Du Jiqiu over, and then viciously printed a mouthful. Chen Chanlu hit his directly with action to block Du Jiqiu's mouth. Kiss is finished. At this stage there is nothing that a kiss cannot be resolved. In the future, I do not know. When they parted once again, Du Jiqiu hid behind him with a red face, because many of the students from CUHK around them were looking this way, and were all talking about it. After all, holding hands was very common, but there were very few kisses directly at the gate in this day and age, let alone Du Jiqiu, the school flower that many people knew. Chen Changlu pulled Du Jiqiu and walked away. He didn't want to be treated like a monkey on the sidelines, and along the way, Du Jiqiu would slap his hand for a while, and wring his waist for a while, indignantly saying, in the future in the school is sure to be laughed at. You can't wait for the place where there are fewer people. Che, afraid of what? See more people is good, lest there are still people hit your idea. Shenrong and Li Sisi, who were shamelessly following up, directly laughed out when they heard Chen Changliu's words. Ha, just now you were still stiff upper lip saying that you weren't afraid of people thinking about Jiqiu. Now you're talking out of your ass. Chen Changlu gave the talking Li Sisi a look without any good sense of humor and said with a face full of disgust, don't you guys know that your kind of behavior is a kind of light bulb? Following us with a dead skin. Say, are you looking at this skin of mine? Let me tell you guys, die of this heart. I will always belong to our family's chick. Li
Li Sisi was directly thunderstruck by Chen Chanliu's words, so angry that she couldn't even speak, suddenly hugging Du Jiqiu's hand and shaking it while saying, "Ziqiu, look at what Chen Changlu said. Humph, thinks he is the meat of the Tang monk. This kind of person is definitely a playboy. You have to be careful." Du Jiqiu cried and laughed, glaring at Chen Changlu before going to appease Li Sisi. And then just now the matter was perfectly resolved. Chen Changlu secretly gave himself a nod. Finding a dessert store, the four of them sat down. Li Sisi was still puffing up. Chen Changlu even felt that some parts of her were too big because of her angry nature. But after the dessert came up, her anger was gone again, showing Chen Changlu what the face-changing technique was. "Why are you dressed like this?" Du Jiqiu finally asked the question in her mind. Does it look good to dress like this? Doesn't it look like a successful person? Ah shucks. Before Du Jiqiu could speak, Shenrong and Li Sisi had already been spitting on the side for 2 days. Chen Changlu ignored them. Du Jiqiu also laughed, but still nodded and said, "Well, it's very handsome, very much like a successful person." Right, I feel the same. Chen Changlu hemmed and hawed, while next to him, Li Sisi was eating dessert with her mouth full. Humph, narcissistic. Chen Changlu glared at her again before ignoring her, taking out an M1 from his bag before handing it to Du Jiqiu and said, "Take a look, do you like it?" Du Jiqiu saw Chen Changlu send him a gift, smiled like a flower and took it, then began to love it, including Shenrong, Li Sisi. 2 girls. Looking at the M1 is also a two-eyed glow. Du Jiqiu, while turning on the machine and stuffing the earphones into the ears, asked, "This MP3 is so beautiful. How come I haven't seen it before? Where did you go to buy it? What brand is it?" "This MP3 has not been listed yet. I'm there part-time now, in listening to the sound quality. Absolutely will not let you down." Du Jiqiu. Several women took turns to listen to it. They all praised the appearance and sound quality of the M1. After Chen Changlu told them about the configuration and all the features, the eyes of the two of them shone brightly. "Chen Changlu, how much does this MP3 cost? Help me buy one?" Li Sisi asked. Chen Changlu glanced at her and said, "I don't know, but I've heard that it's less than $1,000, and it's not sold offline, but put up for sale on Jibao, and I've heard that it will start to advertise on the internet in the next couple of days, and it will also be geo-promoted in the major university towns." 3 women heard that there are actually MP3 is less than $1,000. The heart surprised, at the same time not in the shopping mall to sell, but to get online sales to sell, are very curious, and then pestered Chen Chanlu asked nonstop. Chen Chanlu also picked up what can be said to say to them to listen to. After asking, the 3 women were curious. They had heard of online shopping, but it was all about Alibaba and such, but they had never sold anything online around them. They were filled with curiosity instead. "Chen Changlu, didn't you say that the company you work for part-time is going to hire part-time to engage in ground promotion? Can we go part-time?" Hearing Li Sisi's words, Chen Changlu agreed without hesitation. "No problem, it'll definitely work better with a little beauty like you." Du Jiqiu and Shinron looked at each other and also said, "And us? Fine, it's fine, their company is short of people anyway." Hearing Chen Changlu agree, the 3 women all smiled. Shinron and Li Sisi might have thought it was fun, but Du Jiqiu wanted to be with Chen Changlu. She recalled the sweet times in the previous months when they were inseparable every day. But after Chen Changlu agreed, he suddenly thought of something. A fine sweat appeared on his head. Although his face was smiling, the anxiety inside was known only to him. She could not wait to give herself 2 slaps. Why did he agree to them? You have to know that Kumang is in charge of the ground promotion arrangement in Yangchang. Then won't the 2 girls meet at that time? Can I still take back the promise I made just now? What excuse should I use to take it back? P.S. The wrong word first, more and then change. Chapter 82. Love enemy appears. Chen Changlu was really anxious. The 2 women meeting now was definitely not what he wished for. Maybe Du Jiqiu was still nothing, but Kumang was different. Although Kumang knows that there is Du Jiqiu, such a woman's existence, usually do not talk about it. But after meeting her, no emotions, that is impossible. If the performance is too obvious, then not sure Du Jiqiu will not notice anything. He does not want to start a fire in the backyard now. He also does not want a Kumang now have emotions. So to speak, Kumang is his most trusted person in the company, can help him pay attention to all the dynamics of the company. Thinking about it, in the end, there is no stopping Du Jiqiu and their 3 women part-time ground push things. We can only take one step at a time, but the biggest thing is to send Kumang out. Thinking of this, Chen Shanglu suddenly remembered that he actually forgot to ask Du Jiqiu who she went out with just now. Cough cough. Ziqiu, I heard that you went out with someone just now. You didn't pick up the phone when I called you, and I couldn't find you when I called your dormitory. Only after Chen Shanglu finished his words, Shenrong and Li Sisi directly laughed out, and Du Jiqiu, who had wanted to answer, saw the 2 of them laughing and spraying, and asked curiously, "What are you 2 laughing at?" Shenrong stared at Chen Changlu and said in a conspiratorial manner, hee hee. Just now someone heard that someone had gone out with someone and was jealous, but he had a hard mouth, and when asked he didn't admit it. Now he can't help it, so he finally asked, right, Zichio? I'm telling you, Chen Changlu, this person can't be relied on. This guy is actually suspecting that you've gone out on a date with another man. Why don't you dump him? A woman needs to be independent. What's the use of having a smelly man? Hearing Shenrong's words, Chen Changlio's eyes opened wider and wider. Holy, is this something a normal person can say? However, once he thought that those somewhat biased words of Du Jiqiu some time ago were instilled in her by this woman, then it was understandable why she would say such words. Chen Shanlu didn't really want to refute her either. After all, people who were poisoned like this were very difficult to break things off with them. Go. Step aside. Women who don't even know what it feels like to be in love are making random comments here. Humph, without a man would you be in this world? I tell you don't instill your messed up thoughts into our family Jiqiu, or else, humph, you. But before Shenrong could speak, she was stopped by Du Jiqiu. Okay, I was called out by my dad during class, so I didn't see it with my cell phone on silent. So you're satisfied this time? Although her tone sounded like she was complaining, her hand that was pulling Chen Changlio's hand and the smiling expression on her face betrayed her heart. Chen Changlu was jealous and nervous for her. She must be happy. At 8 p.m., Chen Changlu sent Du Jiqiu back to the girls' dormitory. After Du Jiqiu gently kissed him on the face, she went in with a bounce. Looking at Du Jiqiu in this girlish manner, Chen Chanlu smiled. Just as Chen Chanlu watched Du Jiqiu disappear from sight and was about to leave, a man walked over from the side. He walked up to Chen Chanlu and asked in a friendly manner, "Hello, are you Du Jiqiu's boyfriend?" Chen Changlu looked at the man in front of him. How to put it? From his speech to his actions, he gave off a feeling of gentleness and elegance, and he wasn't bad looking. And you are? I'm Lu Jiwen from the third-year law department of CUHK. I'm also the vice president of the student union of CUHK. Can we have a chat? Hearing Lu Jiwen introduce himself, Chen Chanlu was slightly surprised. He remembered that he seemed to have heard Shenrong and Li Sisi say that there was a student council president who was pursuing Du Jiqiu, and that he was a rich and handsome man, so it seemed that it should be this person. Borrowing the light from the street lamp, he remeasured Lu Jiwen. Indeed, just as Shenrong and the others had said, this person was truly a high-flying handsome, and all his words and behavior gave off a feeling of being very educated. Chen Changlu understood that such a man had the same extraordinary killing power for women with or without a social life. He suddenly felt the pressure. Okay, time to walk to the gate. Good. The two of them walked on the campus of CUHK. The students walking on their way greeted Lu Jiwen from time to time, and he responded with a gentle smile every time. How to say it? The feeling given to Chen Changlu was too perfect. Both of them didn't say anything. Lu Jiwen didn't say anything. Chen Changlu would say even less. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. Lu Jiwen finally opened his mouth. I've inquired about you. You're from the University of Finance and Economics, and your half-brother is studying at CUHK. I've heard that your relationship with him and your parents is very bad. I'm pursuing Du Jiqiu. Although you became boyfriend and girlfriend during those 2 months of summer vacation, but do you think with your current family situation and your education from the Finance and Economics University, what kind of life can you give to Du Jiqiu in the future? And can you make her happy? And I, CUHK senior or vice president of the student union, I look no worse than you, but my family conditions do not say rich second generation it. But even if I do not do anything now, I can. This life are living in abundance. What do you think with the gap in conditions between the two of us? Who do you think Du Jiqiu will ultimately choose? Hearing Lu Jiwen's words, Chen Changlu finally realized that he wasn't a perfect person either. Instead he was a vulgar person and was using even more vulgar words to discourage him from being with Du Jiqiu. Only Chen Changlu was not a person who had not seen the world and had a poor mental capacity. Lu Jiwen's childish words could not affect him, while Lu Jiwen uttered a long speech. Meeting his gaze, the smile on Chen Changlio's face never changed. And when Lu Jiwen finished, Chen Changlu skimmed his lips. Chairman Lu, have you finished? Is there anything else to add? Lu Jiwen stared at Chen Chanlu without speaking. Lu Jiwen, there are some things you simply don't know. You may think that your so-called advantages can attract Du Jiqiu, but put it to you this way, you don't know my girlfriend. If she cared about this, he wouldn't have become my girlfriend. And the rich second generation does not have anything to show off, because that is not created by you. Can only say that your casting skill is good. You are still using your family's money now when I am already spending my own earned money. Of course, if you want to say that the technique of reincarnation is also an advantage, I can't refute that, except that I have to tell you, don't deceive the youth to be poor. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Even though I am not a second generation of rich people, I can be a second generation of rich people's his father. At the end of the sentence, Chen Shanglu used the words that have been used up in later generations, but there is no way. This sentence should be ah. After saying that, Chen Shanglu waved his hand at Lu Jiwen. Let's go. No need to follow. Watching Chen Shanglu leave in such a dashing manner, Lu Jiwen's face was green for a while, white for a while, then shouted at Chen Shanliu's back. I won't give up. P.S. The typos are corrected after the first change. Chapter 83, Are You Kid Underwrapped? The night was silent, and the next morning, Chen Shanglu went to the seed flower's house to hold a meeting to set up the task. The actual operation is definitely Wu Bo, Feng Xiao and several other company supervisors as well as Kumeng, the boss assistant. In the ground push task arrangement, Chen Shanglu face without red heart without jumping to their own, and a few universities have classmates as the reason. Took the initiative to take over the task of the ground push of these universities, the perfect solution to the crisis of the two women meet. Only Kumeng has no more thought Chen Shanlu don't know. After the task Chen Shanlu went back to school, joking, let yourself worry about everything, then also invited so many people to do? Chen Shanlu is clear about his own position. Technically he does not know, can be said to be an amateur. In the specific marketing operations to promote the process he is not as good as Feng Xiao. Financial, production and so on he is not as good as the other person in charge. His biggest advantage is that he knows the future direction, as well as superior to the vision of all the people in this era. So as long as he controls the direction of the company, as well as in the overall situation is not out of control, then in how to lay a firm foundation for the specific operation of the Flower Grower Technology Limited Company, it depends on these highly paid management personnel. After all the things were arranged out, only less than 2 hours passed, and then Chen Shanglu pulled Kumeng and Treasurer Zhao Na together to buy a car. In the end, the company was given a 12-seater van, which went on the company's books. In spite of Kumeng's objections, she bought her a car suitable for girls to drive, the domestic BMW 3 Series which was just listed this year, more than $400,000, and to buy himself an imported Mercedes-Benz car. This era of Mercedes-Benz has not been domestic, cost him 700,000 yuan. When he closed from the futures market, he still had 1 million on his account, 1 million into the company's account. The remaining 1 million is now less than a million. Personal wallet shrunk by more than half, but Chen Shanglu did not have heartache. Make money for what? Is not used to enjoy? He has had enough of squeezing buses or fighting all day long. As for buying a car to use up most of his fortune, isn't it a bit irrational? What if the planter's M1 listing doesn't work out, loses money, and then there's no funds to renew it? Can only say so. 2003 is still belong to the MP3 industry's barbaric growth and dividend period. Most of the people who enter this industry are making a lot of money. If so, the flower grower cannot make money, but also lose money, then he also get out while he can. As long as the M1 listed, not to say Big Bang, as long as you can stand firm in the market, 1 million or 800,000 for him is not a thing at all. His own Mercedes-Benz still has to wait, and because of the price increase of $40,000, Kumeng directly withdrew the current car. For Chen Shanglu to buy her such an expensive car, Kumeng said not touched is false. Look at Chen Shanliu's eyes full of tenderness, demonic face of the soul-searching eyes moist, are almost dripping. When Chen Shanglu was sitting on the co-pilot, he suddenly remembered the image of his previous life when he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend Li Yihan, who was sitting on the co-pilot of the BMW. At that time, Li Yihan said that she couldn't give her the life she wanted. And now, he was sitting on the passenger side of the BMW, and in the driver's seat was his own woman. This image was more or less ironic. Kumeng seemed to notice a change in Chen Shanliu's state of mind and asked strangely, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Chen Shanlu was pulled back to reality by Kumeng's question and gave a spontaneous smile, then said, "He. Sister, I'll ask you a brain teaser. It's uncomfortable to wear it and unsafe not to wear it. Guess what it is?" Kumeng, who was still thinking about what Chen Shanlu would ask, after hearing this, her face slightly reddened, and she blankly glanced at him breathlessly. "Pervert, calling you a little pervert really isn't wrong. All day long your mind is filled with these messy things. Can't you think of something serious?" Looking at Kumeng's expression and the words she said, Chen Shanlu knew the answer she thought of and directly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. Sister, you're the one who's horny. Are you thinking of something dirty and happy? Hey, this belongs to your backwards. The question I asked doesn't have anything to do with that. Hey, I can only say that people with dirty thoughts in their hearts also have dirty thoughts." Hearing Chen Shangliu's teasing, Kumeng almost didn't drive the car into a ditch. She gritted her teeth and threatened to say, "Chen Shanlu, if you can't justify yourself and give me a satisfactory answer today, you go sleep on the sofa tonight." Eh? Chen Shangliu's laughter came to a screeching halt. "Hey, how come women all know this trick? You see you, anxious eyes. Hey, I'm talking about this car seatbelt. You see now I bring me feel very uncomfortable.
but do not bring well and not safe. So that, I said you want to distort the wrong? Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Listening to Chen Changlu said 3 times in a row, is it wrong? And the tone of voice let people have a kind of want to bite his desire, but not yet sent a rebuttal. Humph. Go back at night and you settle accounts. Sister, you are going to play rogue? Ugh ugh ugh. Senior sister, let go. Ah, I was wrong, let go. It'll break later. In the laughter, Komang sent Chen Chanlu to the entrance of the gate of the financial institution. There is a bad class to escape in the afternoon. Be safe on the road. I'm leaving. After saying that, Chen Chanlu was ready to get off. Wait. Komang called Chen Chanlu to a halt and gave Chen Chanlu a kiss on the lips before saying, let's go. Don't keep hooking up with schoolmates. He. It's all about schoolmates hitting on me. Okay. Bah. Chen Changlu smiled and got out of the car, waiting for the car to dust off before turning around and walking towards the school. Brother Lu. A voice came from behind him, causing Chen Changyo to stop and look back, just in time to see the dormitory's oldest, Li Liang, and the oldest, Fang Zhanlin, looking at him with a curious expression on their faces. Old Li, old 6 where are you guys going and coming back? Li Liang walked over with an ambiguous face, put his arm around Chen Changlio's shoulder and seriously said, TSK, people are different when they are handsome. Rich women like you for this. Tell me, the person who just drove a BMW and gave you a kiss, and what kind of god is he? I tell you old Chen, play can be, but younger siblings so beautiful, character so good, you do not want to hurt people. This is as a housemate a little older than you advice. Hearing Li Liang's words, Chen Chanlu was still relatively touched. To be able to seriously remind him at a time like this, was indeed not a fox friend. However, he was also touched, not yet finished. Li Liang laughed cheaply again and said, are you a kid who has been adopted? Hey, envy Although the person who just drove the car did not see much clearly, but the back looks absolutely a beautiful woman. Old Chen want to also introduce me to no 1 or 2 rich women Chen Changlu glanced at him breathlessly. Old Li, you're thinking a bit crooked and nasty. What do you mean by adopting That's my friend. And just you? Still want to find a rich woman? You don't look at your image. Chen Chanlu. The campus resounded with the sound of the two chasing and jostling. And when it stopped, Chen Changlu figured out one of the reasons why he had come to this university when he clearly could have not. Because there were people here who genuinely considered him a friend. P.S. Typos are corrected after the first change.